A second identity on becoming an Anglo-American. Who are you, indeed, who would talk or sing to America? Walt Whitman, Leaves of Grass. We go to Europe to be Americanized. Ralph Waldo Emerson. The American who has known Europe much can never again see his country with the single eye of his ante-European days. Henry James, The Ambassadors. It did not cause me any trouble to become an Italian, but my becoming an American is my own work. Max Ascoli. It doesn't happen to me anymore because a fresh generation of Africans and Asians has arisen to take over the business, but in my early years in Washington, D.C., I would often find myself in the back of a big beat-up old cab, driven by an African-American veteran. I became used to the formalities of the mise-en-scène. On some hot and drowsy Dixie-like afternoon, I would flag down a flaking Chevy. Behind the wheel, leaning way back and relaxed, often with a cigar stub in the corner of his mouth, and, I am not making this up, but sometimes also with a genuine pork pie hat on the back of his head, would be a grizzled man with the waist of his pants somewhere up around his armpits. I would state my desired destination. In accordance with ancient cab driver custom, he would say nothing in response, but simply engage the stick shift on his steering wheel and begin to cruise in a leisurely fashion. There would be a pause, then, "You from England?" I would always try to say something along the lines of, "Well, I'm in no position to deny it." This occasionally got me a grin. In any case, I always knew what was coming next. I was there once. "Were you in the service?" "I sure was." "Did you get to Normandy?" "Yes, sir." But it wasn't Normandy or combat about which they wanted to reminisce. With real combat veterans, by the way, it almost never is. It was England itself. Man, did it know how to rain. And the warm beer. Nice people, though. Real nice. I would never forget to say, as I got out and deliberately didn't over-tip, that seeming a cheap thing to do, how much this effort on their part was remembered and appreciated. It's not at that level that the Anglo-American special relationship is usually celebrated. It tends to be more consecrated by meetings of the Churchill Society, by the Queen's visit to horseflesh haciendas in Virginia and Kentucky, by ceremonies with flags and drums and national banners. But I think that the above element of it deserves to be better remembered. For many of these brave gentlemen, segregated in their U.S. Army units, England was the first picture they ever saw of how a non-segregated society might look. In my hometown of Portsmouth, there was a riot in 1943, with the locals scorning attempts by American military policemen to enforce a colour bar in the pubs. The young Medgar Evers apparently told his English friends that after what he'd seen and learned, when he got back to Mississippi, he wasn't going to put up with any more of this garbage. On my very first trip through the Deep South in 1970, I stopped at some tiny Greyhound bus way station in Alabama to have a glass of refreshment, and a young black man, hearing my voice, came up to be hospitable and said, "We here greatly admire the stand of y'all in the Second World War." It stuck in my mind because it was the first time I'd ever actually heard someone say y'all. It seemed to take slightly longer to say in this part of Alabama, and because I could be fairly sure that on this occasion it must actually mean all of us rather than just the person being addressed. I now appreciate the difference between y'all and all of y'all. Americans. They came right out with things. Hitchens' family law related the tale of how once, when I was but a toddler, my parents were passing with me through an airport and ran into some Yanks. "Real cute kid," said these big and brash people without troubling to make a formal introduction. They insisted on photographing me, and before breaking off to resume their American lives, pressed into my dimpled fist a signed dollar bill in token of my cuteness. This story was often told. I expect that Yvonne and the commander had been to an airport together perhaps 3 times in their lives, and always with a note of condescension. That was Americans for you, wanting to be friendly all right, but so loud and inclined to flash the cash. Parental views diverged a bit at this point, precisely because of the same wartime memory that the old grunts in D.C. had been recalling. The commander tended to stress the deplorable tardiness of American entry into the Second World War and the exorbitant price exacted by Mr. Roosevelt for the superannuated ships he'd offered to Britain under his Lend-Lease program. Yvonne's memory of the same conflict was more indulgent. American servicemen in wartime Britain were open-handed and warm, and to a date could bring along things like nylon stockings and chocolate and smoked salmon. Those very factors helped explain the gender difference in attitudes to Yanks. British fighters drew much smaller wages and had scant access to frills and luxuries. It wasn't very long before our guests and deliverers from across the Atlantic were being sourly described as overpaid, oversexed, and over here, though it was generally agreed, as George Orwell noted at the time, that the black or Negro soldiers were the most courteous and gallant among them. So I was brought up, at home and at school, with an ambivalent view of our American cousins. Like many poor relations, we consoled ourselves, Englishly, with the thought that we made up in good taste and refinement for what we increasingly lacked in money and influence. Americanism, in all its forms, seemed to be trashy and wasteful and crude, even brutal. There was a metaphor ready to hand in my native Hampshire. Until some time after the war, the squirrels of England had been red. I can still vaguely remember these sweet Beatrix Potter-type creatures, smaller and prettier and more agile, and lacking the rat-like features that disclose themselves when you get close to a grey squirrel. These latter riffraff, once imported from America by some kind of regrettable accident, had escaped from captivity and gradually massacred and driven out the more demure and refined English breed. It was said that the grey squirrels didn't fight fair, and would, with a raking motion of their back paws, castrate the luckless red ones. Whatever the truth of that, the sighting of a native English squirrel was soon to be a rarity, confined to the north of Scotland and the Isle of Wight, and this seemed to be emblematic, for the anxious lower middle class, of a more general massification and degentrification and, well, Americanization of everything. This was the same tendency that Orwell thought he had noticed 2 decades earlier, with British comic papers being driven out by coarse American mags, tales of chivalry and derring-do replaced with sexual and even sadistic themes, and the decent English boy hero deposed in favour of the wised-up thug. Comic books were certainly my own introduction to the Yank style. In spite of endless parental disapproval and discouragement, I would sneak off to the corner shop and waste my pocket money on cheap Western and gangster stuff. It was easy to read, rather more real than Rupert Bear or Dan Dare or the other insipid English equivalents, and it made America seem huge and violent and coarse and in places half wild. The newspapers and TV made it seem like that too. Presidents got shot, people got lynched. A man named Carroll Chessman, a bizarre enough name as it seemed to me, was put to death for rape after a long legal wrangle in California, and, this being the detail that held my youthful attention, put to death in a gas chamber. I mean, I had had no idea. Mrs. Moss, the first American I ever consciously met, was one of my history teachers when I was about 12, and she had a real flair for igniting interest in her subject, but she also wanted to stray into the awkward territory of modern history, which broke the usual bounds and challenged the idea that the past was a pageant of one damn king after another, culminating in the map of the world, still displayed in my boyhood, which showed the British Empire in majestic red. This new American post-war atmosphere was a direct challenge to one's sense of security. Such an impression wasn't corrected even by reading Mark Twain, who was presented to us as a children's writer only and who seemed to be depicting conditions of near primeval backwardness, or by watching the input that made the early days of television so exciting, The Lone Ranger or Clint Eastwood as Rowdy Yates in Rawhide. So many cattle, so much emptiness, so many displays of homicidal ill-temper. A little later I was captivated by a West Side Story and wrote home from school giving my parents a detailed summary of the plot, but they chose to pretend that I hadn't sent this, and on reflection I had to agree that the picture of New York wasn't a very alluring one at that. America seemed either too modern, with no castles or cathedrals and no sense of history, or simply too pre-modern, with too much wilderness and unpolished conduct. One also in our milieu simply didn't meet enough Americans to form an opinion, and when one did, this was in the days of crew cuts and short-legged pants, they too often really did sport crew cuts and trousers that mysteriously ended several inches short of the instep. Why was that? It obviously wasn't poverty. A colleague of my father's had a daughter who got herself married and found that an American friend she'd met on holiday had offered to pay the whole cost of the nuptial feast. I forget the name of this paladin, but he had a crew cut and amputated trouser bottoms and a cigar stub, and he came from a place called Yonkers, which seemed to me a ridiculous name to give to a suburb. I, who had survived Crapstone. Anyway, once again one received a Henry Jamesian impression of brash generosity without overmuch refinement. There was a boy at my boarding school called Warren Powers Laird Myers, the son of an officer stationed at one of the many U.S. Air Force bases in Cambridgeshire. Trousers at the Lee School were uniform and regulation, but he still managed to show a bit of shin and to buzz-cut his hair. "I am not a Yankee," he informed me. He was from Norfolk, Virginia. "I am a Confederate." From what I was then gleaning of the news from Dixie, this was unpromising. In our ranks we also had Jamie Auchincloss, a sprig of the Kennedy-Bouvier family that was then occupying the White House. His trousers managed to avoid covering his ankles also, though the fact that he shared a parent with Jackie Kennedy meant that anything he did was accepted as fashionable by definition. The pants of a man I'll call Mr. Miller, the visiting American master who skillfully introduced me to J.D. Salinger, were also falling short of their mark. Mr. Miller's great teacher feature was that he saw sexual imagery absolutely everywhere and was slightly too fond of pointing it out. Oversexed and over here, I suppose it figured. Meanwhile, and as I mentioned much earlier, the dominant images projected from the United States were of the attack dog and fire hose kind, with swag-bellied cops laying about themselves, and the political succession changed as much by bullets as by ballots. Yet, when I had been to hear W. H. Auden recite his poems at Great St. Mary's Church in 1966, I had noticed that he closed with the words, "God bless the USA, so large, so friendly, and so rich." I now believe that evening I was privileged to hear the first public rendering of On the Circuit, of which that is the last line. It's a poem I've come to adore as I go around the United States as an itinerant lecturer. Come to think of it, hadn't Auden actually chosen to live in America, even to become an American? As I went further into the question and consulted my favorite authors, it kept recurring more and more insistently. Oscar Wilde had loved America, and even believed it capable of settling the age-old Irish problem. P.G. Wodehouse had emigrated there, and seemed happy as a clam. Why a clam? One sometimes wanted to know. One of my heroines, Jessica Mitford, had written a hilarious book about the floridly ghastly and exploitative American funeral industry, fully the non-fiction equivalent of Evelyn Waugh's Loved One, but then again, she had long domiciled herself in Oakland, California. American movies seemed much more vigorous and colourful and adventurous than their British counterparts. Groups like the Beatles and the Rolling Stones didn't appear to have made it until they'd been on American TV or been ratified by an appearance in a huge American stadium. I couldn't quite square this at first, with my revulsion from the America of drawling and snarling accents, and cheap fizzy soft drinks and turbocharged war and racism. But my two-track system must have begun churning away again, because not long after leaving Cambridge and arriving in Oxford, I began to have a recurrent dream. There was nothing especially subtle about it from the imaging point of view. I simply found myself somewhere in Midtown Manhattan, looking up at the skyscrapers. But the illusion was always accompanied by a feeling of profound happiness, and the sensation of being free in a way I'd never known before. American music and American culture were much more pervasive in England by then, and much more nonconformist than they'd been in the early days of TV, so that I had an early exposure to the great conundrum that has occupied me since. How is the United States at once the most conservative and commercial, and the most revolutionary society on earth? I may as well confess another thing. The Mamas and the Papas had produced an album called If You Can Believe Your Eyes and Ears. Many fans were ravished by California Dreaming and Monday Monday, and also by the bewitching sexuality of the female lead singer, Michelle Phillips. But there was a single track called Go Where You Want to Go, which, when I played it alone in my Balliol Garrett quarters, would almost guarantee that I'd have to go out and walk restlessly round the quad before I could sleep, and then I would be very liable to dream the dream again. By then I was getting to know a good number of Americans, and it now seems odd and even sad to me that our engagement with one another was so purely politicized. I never really asked them, for example, what life and culture were like in Ohio or Rhode Island or California, and they never seemed interested in saying. The war, the bloody war all the time, and the civil rights struggle were the beginning and end of all conversations. The most charming and eloquent of the black Americans was a loquacious panther, who later became head of protocol for the city of Philadelphia. So, while I did my stuff in helping my American comrades discredit first President Johnson and then President Nixon, I quietly opened another front and applied for the Coolidge Atlantic Crossing or Pathfinder Scholarship, awarded by Balliol College every year, so that about 10 of us could be introduced to the American way. The endowing patron of this award, Mr. William Appleton Coolidge, was a direct descendant of Thomas Jefferson through the Randolph family of Massachusetts. He was an ancient who'd been at Balliol 2 generations previously. He had a sentimental attitude toward the college, and, if I may so phrase it, toward young Englishmen in particular. I was one of the winners of one of his scholarships. He crossed the seas, as he did every year, to run his eye over the new crop. A meeting was arranged in the master's lodgings. Coolidge was an imposing and craggy man whose trousers, mercifully, seemed equal to the task of shielding his shin and ankle from the vulgar gaze. I rather stupidly asked him if he was related to the president of the same name. "Why, no," replied Bill. "I believe that he was one of the working Coolidges." Once again one found oneself dealing with something or someone so large, so friendly, and so rich. A little later the Apollo mission was consummated, and there were Americans on the moon. I remember distinctly looking up from the quad on what was quite a moon-flooded night and thinking about it. They made it. The Stars and Stripes have finally flown on another orb. Also, English becomes the first and only language spoken on a neighbouring rock. Who could forbear to cheer? Still, the experience was poisoned for me by having to watch Richard Nixon smirking as he babbled to the Lunanauts by some closed-circuit link. Was even the silvery orb to be tainted by the base earthbound reality of imperialism? At around this time I also met my first U.S. Senator. Hugh Scott, the Republican from Pennsylvania, had been seconded to Balliol for some special relationship purpose, and was occasionally wheeled out to put a respectable face on things. He's rather forgotten now, but Norman Mailer had caught the tailor's dummy all things to all men aspect of the senatorial mien in a thumbnail sketch from the fateful Nixon convention in Miami in 1968. Scott had modest but impeccable aplomb as he explained that since only 12% of the delegates had been in San Francisco in 1964, he did not expect bitterness from old Goldwater followers to hurt Rockefeller's chances now. A fine character actor had been lost when Hugh Scott went into politics. He could have played the spectrum from butler to count. Alarming though American politics and politicians seemed, especially as one devoured Mailer's punchy and instant paperback reporting from the street fights outside the Pentagon and the party conclaves, I didn't fail to register the note of thwarted patriotism that he sometimes sounded when he was writing about himself in the third person. A profound part of him detested the thought of seeing his American society, evil, absurd, touching, pathetic, sickening, comic, full of novelistic marrow, disappear now in the nihilistic maw of a national disorder. In one way this reeked of Mailer's showbiz reluctance to lose a country that supplied him with such good copy, but I thought I could detect the pulse of patriotic sympathy in him too, if only because I also felt it latently in myself. Experience with communists and fellow travellers in Cuba and elsewhere had made me somewhat immune to the sort of propaganda that emphasized Uncle Sam or the Yankee, let alone the sort that burned the American flag. This style, which usually warned one of the presence of the peace-loving and progressive forces, also reminded me of the snobbish and even chauvinistic anti-Americanism that I'd overheard on the British right. Trying to keep all these reflections in balance, in late July 1970 I bought a bucket shop ticket for a charter flight via Iceland to John F. Kennedy Airport. Sometimes an expectation or a wish does come true. I have no faith in precognitive dreams or any patience for dream rhetoric in general, yet Manhattan was exactly as I had hoped it would be. I had to survive some very discouraging first impressions. The airport cafe where I ate my first breakfast was a nothingness of plastic and formica, and the English muffin was a travesty of both Englishness and muffindom. Outside stood a paunchy cop with, on his heavy belt, an accoutrement of gun and club and handcuff of a sort that I'd never seen in real life and had believed exaggerated in the movies. The bus into the city was sweaty, and the Port Authority terminal is probably the worst possible place from which to take your original bearings on Midtown. The next thing I actually saw in the city was a flag-bedecked campaign headquarters for the ultra-right candidacy of James Buckley, brother of William F., for the Senate. "Join the March for America," it yelled, but I was near delirious. Gazing up at the pillared skyline, I knew that I was surveying a tremendous work of man. Buying myself a drink in the smaller warrens below, in all their ethnic variety, and willingness to keep odd and late hours, and provide plentiful ice cubes and free matchbooks in contrast to English parsimony in these matters, I felt the same thing in a different way. The balance between the macro and the micro, the heroic scale and the human scale, has never since ceased to fascinate and charm me. Evelyn Waugh was in error when he said that in New York there was a neurosis in the air, which the inhabitants mistook for energy. There was rather a tensile excitement in that air which made me think for many years that time spent asleep in New York was somehow time wasted. Whether this thought has lengthened or shortened my life I shall never know, but it has certainly coloured it. In the streets and avenues of this amazing city there was barely a crew cut to be seen, and everybody's trousers, if they wore any trousers, seemed equal to the task of covering the ankle, if not indeed the entire shoe. Bell-bottoms may have been involved. With skirts, though, the reverse process applied. In some manner the whole place was redolent of sex, but in a natural rather than a leering way. 3 big differences between this culture and the English one began to disclose themselves at once. The first was the extraordinary hospitality. Balliol College had equipped me with a list of former alumni who were willing to put me up, and this comprised some fairly solid citizens all across the USA. But Americans to whom one had barely been introduced would also insist that one came for a weekend on the shore or upstate, and would actually mean it. On the way to any destination, if you put out your thumb on the roadside, you would almost immediately get a lift or a ride. To set this down now makes me bite my lip, as I mourn the lapse of time and the passing of hitchhiking. And very often the driver would go out of his or her way to drop you where you wanted to go. Music on the radio would be loud and various as the trip progressed, and if there was any song more evocative of those days than Go Where You Want to Go, it was the schmaltzy, haunting leaving on a jet plane. Should you happen to be in need of a jet plane, you could go to the airport and try your luck. It cost nothing to acquire a standby youth fare card, and once equipped with this proof of mere youthfulness, you could wait in the boarding area and snap up any unbought seat for a few dollars. I first flew across the Great Lakes from New York to Chicago in this manner, in brilliant sunshine, on a plane where I was the sole passenger, and the tawny, lissom American Airlines hostesses treated me as if I'd paid for first class. In Britain, intercity travel meant crummy station platforms and delayed and dirty trains run by resentful oldsters. To really feel the connection between youth and freedom, and somehow nothing did this for me more than the experience of flight, I had also had to flee. My trip to Chicago, where I was rather chilled to see the egotistic, minatory signs on the airport road welcoming me in the name of Richard J. Daley, Mayor, also happened to coincide with the first celebration of International Women's Day. All through the downtown loop, one sun-drenched lunchtime, a great avalanche of pulchritude filled the plazas, just as music and fighting speeches moved the air. I felt the stirrings and yearnings of another civil rights movement, triggered by an earlier one that still had some distance to run. In a distant undertone, I also felt the premonition of identity politics. But believe me, to see the womanhood of Chicago en fête, in all its bird-of-paradise variety that day, was not something to give you any pinched or narrow conception of things. Hospitality, easy riding, and easy flying. Could it get any better? Mr. Coolidge had decreed that all those accepting his scholarship money should be unaccompanied by females. After voyaging up to stay with him in his magnificent home in Topsfield, Massachusetts, and putting in my time lying on his pool patio and being discreetly growled and purred at, I felt somewhat released from this obligation. He threw an all-male lunch, which included the then president of Harvard, a man with the near-perfect New England name of Nathan Pusey, and perhaps a hint of austere attenuation in his grey pants leggings. My girlfriend was coming to the United States anyway, and in those days, if you bought the ticket outside the country, you could travel on the Greyhound bus system for 99 days for $99. This was even better than youth fare. I told her to buy and bring 2 tickets. Seeing America by road turned out to be even finer than gazing at it from the sky. For all the indifference I felt toward the shallow concept of a Woodstock nation, there was in those days a sort of underground vernacular for people under the age of 21. A brisk flash of the peace sign would get you a roadside lift even more quickly than the showing of a mere thumb, and if you needed to borrow a floor or a bunk, there was a similar idiom, often to do with the verses of Bob Dylan. It comes back to me that on one of those big smooth rocks on the edge of Central Park, someone had painted in giant letters, "He not busy being born is busy dying," and underneath it the deranged weatherman flash of a W with a superimposed lightning bolt, and then the subtitle, make the pigs pay. I still know someone who was at the very, very far-out meeting that founded the Weatherman faction. He too was strongly for a Bob Dylan sloganography, but held out for the sect to be named the Vandals, because in another and equally telling underground line of Dylan's subterranean homesick blues, is it not truly said that the pump don't work because the Vandals took the handle? Get sick, get well, my friend's recovered now. It was possible to voyage all over the United States for a few dollars a day, sometimes sleeping a night on the bus when it was crossing the emptier bits, but then getting off and staying not just with a list of Balliol alumni, but with individuals and even collectives on the informal list of the American branch of the International Socialists. This double act worked well enough in Detroit. We stayed with a snowy-haired, ramrod-straight old Union man named Carl Hessler, who'd been a Balliol before the First World War and in jail with Eugene Victor Debs, grand old man of American socialism, during and after it. From his home, we got ourselves introduced to the Black Caucus on the assembly line at the Hamtramck and Flint auto plants. These hard guys were extremely scornful of the petty bourgeois adventurism of the Black Panthers, and were taken to a free rock concert on a vacant lot not far from the headquarters of General Motors itself. In those days there were several cities where you could still smell the riots and burnings of not so very long before, and Detroit was one of them. But it didn't work so well in Salt Lake City, say, where Balliol men and Trotskyists alike were as rare as rocking horse droppings, and one had little choice but to take the tour of the Mormon Tabernacle and notice the John Birch Society bookshop that was right next door to it. Beautiful as Salt Lake City was, with its street plan leading to white-topped horizons in every direction, and lovely as Utah was, with its main church having only just had the needful revelation that black people might have human souls after all, it was a slight relief to cross the frontier of Nevada and breathe the bracingly sordid and amoral air of Reno and Las Vegas. The variety in scope and contrast of this country seemed limitless, and then the bus began to cruise lazily through Sacramento toward the Bay Area and into the then mecca of the radical style. The best of that scene was probably over, because by the time you've heard of such a scene, it has almost invariably moved on or decayed. But I'd already formed a sharply new picture of life in the United States, and exposure to California did little to dull my enthusiasm. Here was a country that could engage in a frightening and debilitating and unjust war, and undergo a simultaneous convulsion of its cities on the question of justice for its oldest and largest minority, and start a national conversation on the rights of women, and turn its most respectable campuses into agitated seminars on right and wrong, and have a show trial of confessed saboteurs in Chicago, where the incredibly guilty defendants actually got off, and put quite a lot of this onto its television and movie screens in real time. This seemed like a state of affairs worth fighting for, or at least fighting over. There was a lot of nonsense talked, to be sure, much of it drug-sodden, but the note of generosity never seemed to be absent. In this part of California, one could hitchhike not just between towns, but between city blocks, as if there were a free taxi service. One man took us for a lark on a vertiginous detour down the same hairpin San Francisco helter-skelter street that had featured Steve McQueen's celebrated car chase in Bullitt. Over at City Lights bookstore in North Beach, you could see a man chatting with customers and looking like Lawrence Ferlinghetti. It was Lawrence Ferlinghetti. Haight-Ashbury and the Flower Power District were getting truly tawdry, but this was also in obedience to the iron law, which states that once you have to call something a historic district or a popular quarter, then, just like the Wild West, it loses whatever character gave it the definition in the first place. Berkeley, however, perhaps because it bore the name of a distinguished philosopher who had predicted a great future for America, still managed to remain itself, as in many ways and through many berserkly metamorphoses it still does. During the showing of a film in a movie theatre on Telegraph Avenue, the projector broke down, and the manager came to the front of the house and made the following offer. We could all wait while he rapped with us for a while about Hitchcock's career as an auteur. The movie was The 39 Steps. If after that the projectionist still couldn't fix things, we could have our money back. And anyone who didn't want to join the rap session could claim their money back right away. Fair enough? Fair? I was thunderstruck, if only by trying to picture this happening in a British cinema. Of course, it would be tough to imagine it happening in a New York or Cleveland one either, but a crucial part of seeing America was also seeing how many Americas there were. For all this seductive open-arms aspect, and while we were all grooving away, the bombs were still falling and the shipments of weaponry to dictators were punctually leaving the docks at nearby Oakland. I went to see the Black Panthers, whose breakfast program for poor ghetto kids had degenerated into a shakedown of local merchants and whose newspaper now featured paeans to North Korea. I went to call on David Horowitz at the offices of the legendary radical glossy Ramparts, where he inaugurated what was to be 4 decades of commingled love, hate, respect between us, by sneering humorously at my faith in the revival of the working class and recommending that I go call on the International Socialists, which I had already done. Our local Berkeley guru was Hal Draper, twin brother of the more famous historian Theodore, and also one of the world's experts on the poetry of Heinrich Heine. He was suitably contemptuous of the prevailing left fashions and illusions. But there was work to be done down in the Salinas Valley, where Cesar Chavez was organizing the grape pickers and lettuce workers out of their state of ununionized peonage. In Europe, I'd been told by sapient academics that there wasn't really any class system in the United States. Well, you couldn't prove that by the conditions in California's agribusiness, or indeed its urban factories. An old joke has an Oxford professor meeting an American former graduate student and asking him what he's working on these days. My thesis is on the survival of the class system in the United States. Oh, really? That's interesting. One didn't think there was a class system in the United States. Nobody does. That's how it survives. I joined the picket line on a very spirited strike, set to start at midnight, against the General Motors plant at Fremont. Just before the deadline, the company tried to get some blackleg supply trucks through the gate. These were intercepted and burned and gave a lovely light. On the front page of the rather awful communist People's Daily World the following day, there appeared a headline that can still make me think late 60s just by remembering it. It showed the blazing trucks and it read, Fremont, at the midnight hour. Down the page was a shorter report announcing that Salvador Allende on the previous evening had won the election to become the first socialist president of Chile. The summer began to lengthen a trifle, not that one notices the seasons all that much on the west coast, and with regret I began to work my way back east, following the perimeter of the country, rather than crossing its heartland. I made as many stops as possible, in La Jolla, where an old friend of mine was studying under the legendary of posturing Herbert Marcuse, and where I belatedly and self-consciously added the Pacific to the list of oceans in which I had swum. In El Paso, where I made my first venture, south of the Mexican border to Juarez, and in New Orleans, where Bourbon Street hadn't yet become completely kitsch and could still seem quite startlingly and encouragingly obscene. I still regret passing so little time in the rest of the Deep South, but I really wanted to be back in New York as the leaves turned. I had by then more or less made up my mind to overstay my visa and apply for a work permit. All I needed was a sponsor, either at a magazine or newspaper or publishing house. I'd already been published in the New Statesman, which then had a bit of a following among the U.S. intelligentsia. I had already had a friendly interview with Carrie McWilliams, the extraordinary and gentlemanly radical veteran who edited The Nation, still in my future, and whose history of modern California, Island on the Land, was, and still is, considered more or less the book to beat. He'd given me a list of people to see in the Golden State, including Lou Goldblatt, the stout Longshoremen's Union leader who had been one of the gutsy few to denounce the roundup and internment of Japanese Americans in 1942. Now I was looking feverishly for anyone who would take me on any terms. Again, and considering that I was a 21-year-old stripling with only a very few decent magazine clips to his name, I was overwhelmed by how many people were willing to give me the time of day. An editor at Random House had me to a big lunch and gave me a letter that promised a contract if I could furnish a synopsis. This would have been for a very solemn book on the intersections of race and class. Agents made room for me in their crowded days. I had the chance to see Midtown Manhattan from high-level corner offices, which is an experience I still find captivating, but I then thought of as near-orgasmic. Life in Britain had seemed like one long antechamber to a room that had too many barriers to entry. Here in the USA it seemed to be true that if you dared to give things your best shot, then the other much-used phrases like land of opportunity would kick in as well. I did have one difficulty. It sometimes seemed as if my attempts at nuanced response were falling a bit flat. It had happened to me in the Midwest when a chance neighbor on a bus or plane would say, "Of course, we're Baptists," and I would soothingly say, "Of course," as if in confirmation. It had occurred in California also when people I barely met would tell me what their shrink thought of them, and I would do my damnedest to wear an encouraging face. But even in sophisticated New York I found myself occasionally unmanned. For example, I remember a female editor saying to me over a generous cocktail, "Of course the difference between us and you Brits is that you have irony, and we don't." I decided to smile and murmur, "Well, apparently not," and she looked at me as if a trick cigar had just exploded in her face. At all costs, I didn't wish to seem superior. I hadn't read The Loved One for nothing. But the price of being literal seemed too steep. In my eagerness to scrape acquaintance, I dug that list of potential blue-chip Balliol hosts out of the bottom of my bag and noticed that it contained the name of Penn Kimball, listed as Professor of Journalism at Columbia University. Surely this was a mistake or a misprint. Journalism was a state of mind. It wasn't the sort of thing that could be taught, or in which one could get an academic qualification. But within a short time of making my call to him, I was ascending the steps of a pseudo-Athenian building which actually and quite unironically housed a school of journalism. And within a day or so of that experience, I had accepted an invitation to stay in Westport, Connecticut, with Professor Kimball and his sharp, knowing wife. There, within a bull's roar of the house occupied by Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward, I was taken to my first Democratic Town Committee meeting, and accused of the sort of decorous yet vigorous New England local democracy that I was later to try and intuit again from the work of John Updike. This was as different from Berkeley and Oakland, let alone Chicago and Detroit, as one could easily get, but it was pluralism, and it was transparent. The biggest and most passionate of the side arguments, I still remember, was between those who still thought it had been okay to vote for Gene McCarthy over Hubert Humphrey in 1968, and those who thought that this leftist self-indulgence had held open the door for Richard Nixon and his goons. So I was given a vivid preview of a dispute that has raged in different forms for the rest of my life. Kimball was a New Deal-type liberal with an elevated contempt for my own leftism, and I remember him disagreeing with special scorn when a truly striking but hysterical brunette, who also happened to be a local realtor, described the USA as fascist. I was rather intrigued to discover that in Snow White, Connecticut, there were such sultry and subversive females. Later in his life, Penn was to discover that he and his wife had been under almost permanent police surveillance since the onset of the Cold War, and that this explained many denials of many employment opportunities. His ensuing book, The File, is a well-controlled masterpiece of frigid outrage at America's betrayal of a loyal citizen. The man who had falsely ratted him out, it emerged, was Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., famous Kennedy suck-up and believer in the vital center. One always has the vague illusion of taking or making one's own decisions, the illusion itself running in parallel with the awareness that most such calls are made for you by other people, or by circumstances, or just made. I didn't have the wherewithal to stay on in New York. I didn't have the heft to get a lawyer who would help me overstay my student visa and fight for a work permit. Feeling weak but happy, because it, after all, had been a hell of a ride, I went to a travel agent near the old Pan Am building and booked another bucket shop charter home. During the wait, I was exposed to a near-perfect rapid-fire duet between the salesman of the cheap tickets and his partner, a sort of West Side Story except in Yiddish English, or I suppose Hebronics. "Explain to me something. Why should I need you on my vacation?" I had thought this style came from some kind of expired vaudeville, and was impressed to find that it took place in real life and in muscular, humorous English idiom. Rolling Stone gave a party at Orsino's to mark the opening of its Straight Arrow book imprint, and I was somehow invited to this, and went from there to the midnight jet plane from JFK. My retrospective excitement and sadness meant that I slept not at all, and drank the foul cocktail known as a Manhattan to such an extent that I've never needed to touch it again. My welcome home was everything I could have asked for, and the wonderful warm bath of England enveloped me again, as it does if you let it. Soon enough, I was swallowed up in the exigencies of making a living, trying to write, negotiating a move from Oxford to London, all of that. I gave a series of talks and lectures to the comrades, explaining to them that there was a revolutionary character to the United States. And every now and then I'd wake up early and remember things like the wobbling sirens in Detroit, or the guitarists in Washington Square, or the contours of the Guggenheim Museum, or the ping in the metal cup, as the Bell telephone operator refunded you your lost dime if the connection hadn't worked. Songs that were loved in England, like Simon and Garfunkel's lines about counting the cars on the New Jersey Turnpike, or Judy Collins's or Bob Dylan's version of Lost in the Rain in Juarez, could now be visualized by me as poems and pictures of real places. I was hooked, and felt the occasional tug and twitch upon the thread, but the line was a long one, and I could often swim with the lazy English current for months at a time without remembering my new world. I shared a house on my return with Richard Parker, a brilliant California radical and future biographer of John Kenneth Galbraith, who'd been one of the commanding figures in the Bay Area left. He was at the center of a group of radical American political economists at Oxford, who included one of my former tutors, Keith Griffin. Together we distributed anti-war leaflets at the U.S. Air Force Base in Upper Hayford and befriended a number of disaffected servicemen who were stationed there. From then on, my life was always to contain many American friends, and as I moved to London and began to try and make a mark as a journalist, I invariably felt it a distinction to be invited to write for any American magazine or newspaper. I was especially pleased with myself later on, when the New York Times magazine asked me to profile the emerging Mrs. Thatcher, of whom I wrote, very much against the general expectation that she would probably be the next Prime Minister. Almost all my American acquaintances took the same attitude of visceral hatred toward Richard Nixon as I did, so there was no evident conflict between our friendship and an attitude that essentially characterized the United States as an evil empire. In the countries I was beginning to visit as a reporter, Spain, Portugal, Greece, Cyprus, later Chile, it was often American power that in the last resort guaranteed the forces of reaction. At home, Nixon had staged something very like a coup, running a parallel regime of bagmen and wiretappers behind the facade of the legitimate government. Big Brother and the Holding Company was, I remember, one of the better titles of a pamphlet about the Watergate gang. Overseas, his incredibly loathsome deputy, Henry Kissinger, felt free to suborn murder and sponsor military coups. The vast system of nuclear weaponry, meanwhile, meant that, as Martin Luther King had phrased it, we were ever ready to commit suicide and genocide at the same time. The colossal expense of this military-industrial system was also a theft from the world's poor. I began to read quite a lot of Hunter Thompson, and when Nixon finally went down, I celebrated as if I'd defeated a personal enemy. In the aftermath of that very thing, though, I had to reflect a bit. After all, the American legal system and the U.S. Constitution had survived Nixon's attempt to undo it. Congress had held wide-open hearings of a kind it was very hard to imagine taking place in the Palace of Westminster, and summoned important witnesses to testify. The Justice Department had resisted the President's lawless attempt to purge it. The special prosecutor system had proved itself. The American press, led by the Washington Post, had penetrated the veil of lies and bribery and, despite crude threats from the White House, had eventually named the main perpetrators on the front page. And all of this in a time of continuing warfare in Indochina. A great number of the issues that I confronted in the 1970s, both as a journalist and a political activist, had to do with censorship and press freedom and public information. Reporters in Britain were arrested for trying to investigate matters touching on national security. The Official Secrets Act had a clause that even made the collection of information an offence. In the United States there was a Freedom of Information Act that at least made the presumption of innocence when it came to disclosure. In London, an editor could be served by the state with a D notice, preventing him or her from publishing a story that might embarrass the government. In the United States, the First Amendment to the Constitution, as had been reaffirmed in the case of the Pentagon Papers, forbade prior restraint of the press. As for Parliament, its efforts to circumscribe the executive were little short of pathetic. Anyone who had watched or read the Fulbright or Church Committee hearings in Washington could only moan with contempt when a Westminster Select Committee made a feeble attempt to find out how British policy in Cyprus, say, had amounted to something between a betrayal and a fiasco. In the late 1970s, I nearly went to jail for revealing on a television program that the government had pre-vetted a London jury in an Official Secrets Act trial, and not content with excluding in advance anyone it suspected of sympathy with the defence, had also planted a former member of the elite Special Air Services Regiment in the box. The judge in the case halted the trial and summoned me for contempt of court. I carried a toothbrush around in my top pocket for a day or so, but his worship meanwhile succumbed to a stroke, the principal effect of which was amnesia, and so the danger passed. In America, as I kept pointing out, it would have been those who had interfered with the jury, not those who had caught them in the act, who would be the ones in danger of imprisonment. One more episode may also illustrate my gradual enlightenment on these points. In the 1970s there was considerable nuisance from fascist and neo-Nazi groups in Britain, which mounted disgusting attacks on immigrants from the Commonwealth, and began the recirculation of moth-eaten, or rather vermin-infested, anti-Semitic and Holocaust-denying screeds. It was one of one's standard duties as a leftist to turn out on weekends and block the efforts of this rabble, to stage a march or put up a platform in a street market. Stones and fists would fly, posters would be ripped down. It was all part of a storied socialist tradition that went back to street combat with the black shirts in the 1930s. The police often seemed to me partial to the fascists. You could be arrested for your own protection, if you even looked as if you were going to make a fight of it. Then one day I read in an American newspaper that in the town of Skokie, Illinois, the American Nazi Party was going to hold a swastika flourishing parade. They had chosen this particular suburb of Chicago because it had an unusually large population of Jewish refugees from Germany. Nice work. A temporary ban on the march had, I read, been imposed, but the same injunction was being contested in court by the American Civil Liberties Union. That had to be some kind of mistake. Socialist Worker, which I still read though I no longer helped to edit or sell it, published a viperous paragraph saying that this exposed the empty sham of American liberalism. I went into the thing more closely out of curiosity, and read an excellent defense of the ACLU by its director, Aryeh Naya, himself a refugee from Nazism. The First Amendment to the Constitution, he said, enshrined the right of all citizens to free expression and to free assembly. If this protection was withdrawn from anybody, perhaps especially somebody repulsively unpopular, then it would be weakened or diluted in general. It took me a space of time to assimilate this simple Jeffersonian point, if only because I'd been raised in a culture where the law governing free speech and free assembly was whatever the nearest policeman happened to say it was. In my first months of living in Washington, D.C., I went to a Ku Klux Klan rally, where the sheeted marchers were protected from furious counter-demonstrators by phalanxes of imperturbable black policemen, who saw to it that the constitutional rights of those who detested them were duly and good-humouredly upheld. Then there was the American Embassy, with its horrible defacement of the west side of Grosvenor Square. It had served in the 60s as an aesthetic target as much as a political one. But after the eviction of Nixon from the White House, this same neo-brutalist London fortress began to mount a sort of charm offensive. Elliot Richardson, the dignified Attorney General who'd refused Nixon's peremptory order to fire Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox, "Sack the Cox-sacker," as a friend of mine had written on a placard outside the White House at the time, as if borrowing from Bob Conquest's more painstaking work, became ambassador and took an early opportunity to come and have lunch at the New Statesman. I hadn't seen liberal republicanism up close before, and though it did appear a touch self-satisfied, I felt I had met less attractive kinds of politics. Then, after an interval, the State Department gazetted Dr. Kingman Brewster to become its envoy. As president of Yale during the fabled Black Panther trial in New Haven, he'd attracted huge obloquy for apparently saying that a black man might be unable to receive a fair trial. Actually, he had only asked if this might be the case rather than stated that it was so. But once a bogus story has been printed for the first time, it will be reprinted again and again by the lazy and/or the malicious. Ambassador Brewster and his wife gave a number of striking evenings at Winfield House in Regent's Park, Barbara Hutton's gift to both London and Washington, where there were after-dinner seminars on everything from affirmative action to El Salvador. The guest list was, I thought, consciously weighted to the left of centre. In due time, Ambassador Brewster agreed to sponsor me for a green card. Once again, the inescapable American note seemed to be that of generosity and large-mindedness. I'd be coy if I failed to mention another thing, which was American women. How can one phrase this delicately? English womanhood was, of course, adorable, and the idea of the English rose had not yet acquired the sickliness of the Diana epoch. But it did have a slight tendency to leave the initiative to the male. My besetting weakness in this department has always been that I like to know that initiatives are already welcome, if you catch my drift. This was one of the many differences in style between myself and young Amos, who quite correctly reasoned that neither party could be entirely sure of this welcome until one of them, and he was perfectly willing to volunteer for any ice-breaking duty, had put matters to the proof. American girls, I came to find, were more forward. They would come right out with it and would give direct voice, sometimes in a tone of near command, to their desires. I don't think that I can even begin sufficiently to express my gratitude. It was one such fling that reunited me with the United States after almost 7 years' absence from it. She met me in London, but she lived in New York, and when I boarded Pan Am to catch up with her, let alone when I saw again the Pan Am building from high up on Park Avenue, I had a non-platonic hint of that platonic ideal whereby two separated spheres have been happily conjoined once more. This conviction outlasted the affair. From then on, every time I flew back to England, I was mentally busy with the idea that I would soon return to New York, this time on a one-way ticket. Thus, when I began to publish a few more pieces in The Nation, and on one such visit went to call on Victor Navasky at the magazine's downtown offices, and heard him inquire if I ever felt like coming over permanently, I felt I'd flung a proper grappling hook across the water. All the awful business of visas, immigration forms, work permits, so very much worse now than it was then, would yield a little if I had a patron or sponsor. So on the 9th of October 1981 I bought that one-way ticket and barely looked behind me as I went to Heathrow and flew west to see again what had become my favourite sight, Manhattan in early evening as viewed in anticipation from the tip of Long Island. I had perhaps one suitcase, one half offer of part-time work at the Nation office, a truly saintly offer of a long-term stay in the West Village from my old hitch-proof Oxford friend Gully Wells and her husband Peter, and a few $1,000s in the bank. There is, of course, a much derided way for Englishmen to try and make it in America, and perhaps especially in New York and Los Angeles. They charm their way into publishing, say, or advertising, or the movies, by the mere attitude and plausibility that's represented by their famous accent. And then at weekends they get together and have Marmite and Earl Grey and discuss cricket scores and have a good snigger at the gullibility and sappiness of their American hosts. Really and truly hosts, as in the relationship with the parasitic. Waugh had lampooned it in his description of the Hollywood cricket players in The Loved One, which I forgot to mention is subtitled An Anglo-American Tragedy. For these the club was the symbol of their Englishry. Here they collected subscriptions for the Red Cross and talked at their ease, out of the hearing of their alien employers and protectors. Shortly after I arrived in New York, Tom Wolfe claimed to have diagnosed the same syndrome in The Bonfire of the Vanities. One had the sense of a very rich and suave secret legion that had insinuated itself into the cooperative apartment houses of Park Avenue and Fifth Avenue, from there to pounce at will upon the Yankees' fat fowl, to devour at leisure the last plump white meat on the bones of capitalism. They were comrades in arms in the service of Great Britain's wounded chauvinism. I was offended when this fiction first came out, to read third-hand speculation that I was myself the model for the venal English hack and social climber Peter Fallow. True, I had deliberately offended Wolfe, who knows how to take an underhanded revenge, but not by haunting the penthouses of Park or Fifth. To the contrary, I had written disobligingly about his reactionary affectations in a small West Coast leftist magazine called Mother Jones. This was hardly arrivism on my part. I was down with my fellow American radicals, not conspiring with a bunch of aristos and expats. Yet there's something about the English voice that can still catch some Americans, even outwardly assured white suit-wearing Virginians, on the raw. More democratic Americans were happier with the sound of it. I resolved neither to exploit this nor to over-assimilate. When the young ladies of AT&T would say, "Just keep talking, I love your accent," I would respond, "But my dear, I don't have an accent. It's you who has the accent, and a very nice one too." 5 times out of 10, I would then be told I sounded like Richard Burton, which I do quite understand was kindly meant. Actual class struggles apart, one of the aesthetic ways you could prove that there was a class system in America was by cogitating on the word or acronym WASP. First minted by E. Digby Baltzell in his book The Protestant Establishment, the term stood for White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Except that, as I never grew tired of pointing out, the W was something of a redundancy, there being by definition no BASPs or JASPs for anyone to be confused with or confused about. ASP, on the other hand, lacked some of the all-important tone. There being so relatively few Anglo-Saxon Catholics in the United States, the S was arguably surplus to requirements as well. But then the acronym AS would scarcely do either, and it would raise an additional difficulty. If Anglo-Saxon descent was the qualifying thing, which surely it was, then why were George Wallace and Jerry Falwell not WASPs? After all, they were not merely white and Anglo-Saxon and Protestant, but very emphatic about all 3 things. Whereas a man like William F. Buckley, say, despite being a white Irish Catholic, radiated the very sort of demeanour for which the word WASP had been coined to begin with. So, for the matter of that, did the dapper gentleman from Richmond, Virginia, Tom Wolfe. Could it be, then, that WASP was really a term of class rather than ethnicity? QED. Those other white Anglo-Saxon Protestants of the less polished kind had long enjoyed a colloquial description all of their own. It was the good old word redneck, and those it described were concentrated in what H. L. Mencken had unfeelingly called the hookworm and incest belt of Anglo-Saxondom. Thus, to be English in America was, if one had enjoyed something like an Oxbridge education and spoke in tones acceptable to the then BBC, to be in the upper middle class almost by definition. As Sir Ambrose Abercrombie explains the system of stratification in America later on in The Loved One, you never find an Englishman among the underdogs, except in England, of course. There's an interesting corollary to this, which is that the hyphenation question is, and always has been and will be, different for English immigrants. One can be an Italian-American, a Greek-American, an Irish-American, and so forth. Jews, for some reason, prefer the words the other way round, as in American Jewish Congress or American Jewish Committee. And any of those groups can and does have a National Day parade on Fifth Avenue in New York. But there is no such thing as an English-American, let alone a British-American, and one can only boggle at the idea of what, if we did exist, our National Day parade on Fifth Avenue might look like. One can, though, be an Englishman in America. There is a culture, even a literature, possibly a language, and certainly a diplomatic and military relationship that can accurately be called Anglo-American. But something in the very landscape and mapping of America, with 7 eastern seaboard states named for English monarchs or aristocrats, and countless hamlets and cities replicated from counties and shires across the Atlantic, that makes hyphenation redundant. Hyphenation, if one may be blunt, is for latecomers. It's been very absorbing, the term I hope is the apt one, to see the emergence of another non-hyphenated immigrant group. Those from south of the Rio Grande are now seldom if ever known as Mexican-American, say, let alone Salvadoran-American. They are instead Hispanic or Latino, and they too were in many ways forerunners rather than latecomers. The two things that my English background in youth had most featured, anxiety about class and the decline of empire, helped me to negotiate and explicate these subjects, both of which lay under a certain ban of denial, or reticence, to an American readership. It so happened that as I was finding my feet in New York, the public broadcasting system, sometimes known as Petroleum's British subsidiary because of the salience of its mobile masterpiece theatre, was screening Brideshead Revisited, with none other than William F. Buckley, occupying Alistair Cook's customary leather armchair by the fireside. So, though there were large events unfolding in the political world, from the application of the Reagan Doctrine in Central America to the drama in Poland and the clash over missile deployment, the first really long considerations that I wrote for The Nation and Mother Jones were about the intersections of class and empire. I drew on what I knew best, to stress that behind the manorial glamour of Brideshead Castle there lay the deep melancholy caused by the imperialist slaughter of 1914 to 1918, and that much of Tom Wolfe's celebrated style was part of a revival of a right-wing politics based on the defensive class consciousness of the well-off. Having sponged on my unimprovable friends Scully and Peter for long enough, I became the tenant of a walk-up on East 10th Street on the north side of Tompkins Square, found for me by the seemingly omni-connected Ian McEwan, and there I had a desk with a view across town of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. My landlord had a good library in this small apartment, and the neighborhood, then very poor and grungy and old-style ethnic with the traditional emphasis on Ukrainians, also featured several decent writerly cafes and restaurants. There was a coffee house called Di Roberti's, to which W. H. Auden had been known to shamble in his carpet slippers from St. Mark's Place. Auden, almost the only Englishman to have successfully mutated into an American, or at any rate certainly into a New Yorker. A previous occupant of his rather ramshackle old apartment building had been Leon Trotsky, who could have made a considerable American if things had been very, very different. One day, perhaps, we will uncover some of those old New York movies in which he was cast as an extra. I felt I had accomplished one rite of New York passage myself, by getting horribly mugged on my own front steps within a few months of moving in. I can still remember the burning shame of having not resisted, despite the assurance of the girl I was escorting that I'd done the sensible thing. I shall never forget the choking horror of seeing the knife-wielding psycho turning back, having had second thoughts about not stabbing us after he realized that we'd seen him too closely for too long, and the desperate haste with which we slammed the street door behind us just in time, seeing him still menacing us and snarling through the glass. I coldly knew at that moment that if I had had a weapon on me, I would unhesitatingly have shot him dead. He was white, incidentally, though at the police precinct the surly cops laboriously showed me a whole album of deep black perps, before asking me if I was sure the assailant hadn't been light Hispanic. By the time I'd said no to that too, they obviously suspected me of being a bleeding-heart liberal. The tempo of life in Manhattan seemed something like twice what it had been in London. and however late I went to bed, I invariably woke up early and couldn't get back to sleep. I was reading more and writing more, and furthermore writing for a new audience of both editors and subscribers, after the overfamiliar clientele of the United Kingdom. Yet I was also getting asked more by papers back home, as I swore to try not to think of it, to write about the United States. And what a subject America was. An inexhaustible one, in fact, begun by written proclamations and assertions that were open to rewriting and revision and amendment, and thus constituting an enormous work in progress in which one might hope to play a tiny part. It came to me that this was perhaps why I had felt such a strong push and pull of both emigration and immigration, that the need to write and the magnetic attraction of America had been two versions of the same impulse. One reason for my varied nightlife in New York was my friendship with Brian and Keith McNally, the two brothers who had opened the Odeon restaurant, now and always to be immortal in a certain zeitgeist because it's the luminous illustration on the jacket of Bright Light's big city. Just as you can't picture McInerney without that cover shot, so it suddenly seemed that you couldn't picture the background of it without the McNallys. I felt awkwardly proud of having been friendly with them before they became so sought after. There had been a time when, of these two rather contrasting East Enders, Keith had been the suave maitre d' and Brian a bit more the combo of barman and, if it absolutely came to it, bouncer. They were both accomplished autodidacts. Keith concentrated on the aesthetic and the theatrical. He was adored as a discovery by both Alan Bennett and Jonathan Miller, while Brian was more riveted by history and ideology. Without our ever making too much of actually saying so, we realized that in England we would probably never have met, or not on such socially easy terms. Brian it was who woke me very early one morning, sounding almost like a movie version of a Blitz-era Ealing Studios Cockney, and inveighing against a fucking diabolical liberty. This turned out to be, once my disordered senses had cleared, the Argentine invasion of the Falkland Islands. Far from home, and fairly far from being Thatcherites, we were at one in the belief that under no circumstances could anybody put up with being pushed around by a crew of Buenos Aires brownshirts. The aggression, for which my still vivid visit to Argentina had helped prepare me, was the occasion for a fascinating division of forces and clash of opinions on both sides of the Atlantic. It seemed obvious to me that the military junta would never have dared attack a British territory unless it had been given some sort of green light from Washington. Indeed, it was at once reported that Jeane Kirkpatrick, Reagan's UN ambassador, and a leading apologist for anti-communist dictatorships, had graced an Argentine diplomatic reception on the very night of the invasion. General Alexander Haig, Ronald Reagan's vain, preposterous Secretary of State, was also in his usual engorged condition of being crazy for anything that was militaristic, sadistic, and butch in a uniform. But the assurances given to Haig's equivalents in Buenos Aires had all been predicated on the assumption that the British would not fight for a stony archipelago at the wrong end of the world. I abruptly realized, for reasons that I believed had little if anything to do with my blood and heritage, and despite the impediment placed in the way of my becoming more American, that I would be unable to bear the shame if this assumption proved to be correct. In my new cohort around the nation, the sending of a British naval expedition to recover the islands was mostly greeted with mirth and incredulity. Surely this wasn't serious. The British mood wouldn't outlast the shipping home of the first body bag, a term that was to become more wearisome to me with each passing year. At first I tried, opportunistically, to accommodate this mentality and split the difference, and even wrote an editorial mocking the Rule Britannia jingoism that seemed to be spoiling the show back home. My cheeks still inflame a bit to remember it. And then Alexander Chancellor, editor of The Spectator, gave me a call. His correspondent in Washington, an otherwise lovely man, was also having trouble taking the thing seriously, and was filing copy that was frankly a bit flip. Would I mind surging down to the capital and seeing if I could hold the fort for a while? I didn't hesitate. Never mind its ostensible Toryism, Chancellor's Spectator had been outpacing my old stable at the New Statesman for some while, recruiting some of the latter's best talents. It was a distinction even to be asked. I was soon on the shuttle for what was really my first ever Washington assignment. It was a tremendous introduction to the class and empire dichotomies I mentioned above. On the one side was the very ugliest bit of the new American empire, represented by the Hague-Kirkpatrick alliance of uniformed bullies and power-sucking pseudo-intellectuals. They spoke for the Argentine torturers who were, as they then well knew but we did not, already acting as the herders and trainers for a homicidal crew that the world would soon know as the Nicaraguan Contras. It really counts as an irony of history that it was Mrs. Thatcher's bellicosity that robbed the neocons of their favourite proxy, compelling the then unknown Oliver North to finance the Contras from hostage trading with the Iranian mullahs instead, and very nearly demolishing the presidency of her adored Ronnie. On the opposing side stood the most traditional and apparently superannuated, but also in a way the classiest bit of the old British Empire, given a near-ideal embodiment in this case by Sir Nicholas Nico Henderson, lodged as he was in the spacious ambassadorial residence designed by Sir Edwin Lutyens, architect of New Delhi, on the great western sweep of Massachusetts Avenue. I dare say that, like many Foreign Office types, Sir Nicholas had his doubts about the prudence of sending the Royal Navy so far from home base on an obscure point of principle, but I can testify that it took him about 3 days to knock the creepy Argentine envoy right off the court and hound him from decent Georgetown society. A tubercular shoulder in youth had given Nico a hard time getting dressed in the morning. He was always well turned out, but just very slightly rumpled, and was by this stage in his life described as looking a bit like a ruined country house. This he regarded as no insult. Indeed, he undoubtedly made good use of the way in which it caused superficial characters to underestimate him. By judicious leaking, he also managed to make La Kirkpatrick and her associates look rather unsavoury, and by calling in a number of markers, he induced Caspar Weinberger to throw the Defence Department onto the British side of the scale. I didn't care for Weinberger either, or for what I regarded as the American cult of Winston Churchill that he represented, but for me, the main objective couldn't be in doubt. At all costs, the United States should not salvage yet another filthy Latin American caudillo. Eventually, Reagan sided with Weinberger and Thatcher against Hague and Kirkpatrick, and Argentina itself was liberated, along with the tiny British archipelago tried to steal. I could not have had a better introduction to Washington and its power struggles. He might have done the right thing on that occasion, but I did not at all like Ronald Reagan, and nobody then could persuade me that I should. Even now, when I squint back at him through the more roseate lens of his historic compromise with Gorbachev, I can easily remember, which is precisely why one's memoirs must always strive to avoid too much retrospective lens adjustment, exactly why I found him so rebarbative at the time. There was, first, his appallingly facile manner as a liar. He could fix the camera with a folksy smirk that I always found annoying, but that got him called the Great Communicator by a chorus of toadies in the press, and proceed to utter the most resounding untruths. "South Africa has stood beside us in every major war we've ever fought," he declared, while defending a regime whose party leadership had been locked up by the British for pro-Nazi sympathies in the Second World War. "The Russian language contains no word for freedom," was another stupefying pronouncement of his. Who knows where he got it from? Or who can imagine a president whose staff couldn't tell him of the noble word svoboda? On 2 separate occasions he claimed that, having never quit the safety of the Los Angeles movie backlots, he had been present for the liberation of the Nazi death camps. It could get worrying. Up close, at press conferences, the carapace of geniality proved to be flaky. I was once within a few feet of his lizard-like face when he was asked a question that he didn't care for, about the theft of President Carter's briefing book by Reagan campaign operatives during the 1980 elections, and found myself quite shaken by the look of senile, shifty malice that came into his eyes as he offered the excuse that the New York Times had also accepted stolen property in the case of the Pentagon Papers. Nobody was less surprised than I when Reagan was later found to be suffering from Alzheimer's disease. I believe it will one day be admitted that some of his family and one or two of his physicians had begun to suspect this as early as his first term. The leader of the free world was frequently photographed in the company of end-times Protestant fundamentalists and biblical literalists like Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson, tethered gas balloons of greed and cynicism, once written up by Martin Amis as frauds of Chaucerian proportions. The president found time to babble with such characters about the fulfillment of ancient prophecy and the coming apocalypse. He also speculated drivellingly that the jury might yet return an open verdict on the theory of evolution. He was married to a woman who employed a White House astrologer. He said that the Abraham Lincoln Battalion had fought on the wrong side in the Civil War in Spain, which logically meant that there had been a right side, and that it was the Francoist one. When the last attempt at a fascist coup was made in Spain in the early 1980s, the Reagan administration was asked for comment, again in the person of the Strangelovian freak Alexander Haig, who flabbergastingly said that the armed attack on Spain's elected parliament was a purely internal Spanish affair. With Haig, Reagan also gave permission to Menachem Begin and Ariel Sharon to invade Lebanon in 1982 and to take their incursion as far as Beirut, to do the dirty work of the Catholic Phalange. In order to gratify Chancellor Helmut Kohl of West Germany, Reagan agreed to visit an SS cemetery in Bitburg. Ich bin ein Bitburger. And, as if that in itself was not bad enough, to declare that those interred there were not just victims, but victims just as much as the civilians they had slaughtered. He made stupid, alarming, on-air jokes about preemptively bombing the USSR. He pardoned the convicted FBI agents Felt and Miller, who had been prosecuted and fired for illegal break-ins and wiretaps directed at the anti-war movement. In a really sweet irony, one of these men, Mark Felt, as I was to learn, had been the Deep Throat, whose torpedoes had sent the previous elected Republican administration to the floor of the sea. I was to learn this earlier than most people by a piece of induction of which I am still faintly proud. Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein had both sworn that they would never reveal Deep Throat's identity until he died, or until he gave them further notice. But Carl Bernstein had been married to the tempestuous Nora Ephron, and I believed, from knowing both of them slightly, that it was impossible for Nora not to have asked, and even more impossible for Carl not to have told her. Nora's best friend was Annie Nowaski, adorable wife of Victor. I therefore evolved the plan of asking Annie. She said, this, by the way, was at a dinner for Alger Hirsch, that she had been told the name, but that it didn't ring a bell and wasn't exciting, and that she'd forgotten it. Overcoming my discouragement at this, I adopted the more direct approach of asking Nora straight out. She also said that it wasn't sensational. This was in the days when crazy people thought Deep Throat might have been Henry Kissinger, but told me that, to the best of her recollection, it was an FBI man called Felt. For quite a while, I myself could not believe that it was the same one, so I missed yet another chance for a scoop. Introduction to the Federal City had been so engrossing that, when Victor Nowaski and Kai Bird asked me if I would consider moving there permanently for the magazine, I scarcely hesitated. On my departure for Washington, Victor bought me a farewell lunch at a restaurant near Pennsylvania Station. Known as the wily and parsimonious Nowaski, in consequence of an imperishable column by Calvin Trillin in which the latter had recorded his being hired for a payment somewhere in the low two figures, Victor may have been narrow with the magazine's money, but he was always very generous with his own. And it was a pretty decent snack. A different kind of wiliness had also helped him persuade me to move south. He had remarked casually that the Nation hadn't had a regular Washington columnist since I.F. Stone. This name was magic to all 60s radicals and to earlier generations too. Stone had published his own weekly sheet of investigations and polemics, exposing the war makers and the segregationists, and actually made a living out of being an independent, non-alienated producer of printed words on the page. The good life of the pamphleteer. So flattered and excited was I by this latent comparison that I fell into the Trillin trap and forgot to ask about an exact salary figure until it was very slightly too late. I was looking forward to fighting back against the Reaganites in their capital city, and in such distinguished company as Izzy Stone's at that. He had promised to host a reception in my honour when I got there, but I still registered a twinge at quitting Manhattan, and this twinge became a pang as, moving toward the door of the restaurant, I had an alluring glimpse of Susan Sontag taking her lunch with Roger Strauss. I knew Susan slightly by then. She was a sovereign figure in the small world of those who tilled the field of ideas. She didn't have any boss, but she did have a distinguished book publisher who was also a friend and who was proud to print anything she wrote. Obviously my pang was part envy. Susan, political as she was, didn't have to lead the very politicized life that I was about to embark upon. I'm sometimes asked about the concept or definition of a public intellectual, and though I find the whole idea faintly silly, I believe it should ideally mean that the person so identified is self-sustaining and autonomously financed. Susan was preeminently one such. To become a Washingtonian is to choose a very odd way of becoming an American. It felt at first like moving to a company town where nothing ever actually got itself made. The typical local look was that of a lawyer, almost indistinguishable, in both the male and female cases, from that of the legislative aide. Dowdiness was a theme. On the streets of New York, one's visual sense was constantly assailed and tortured by a fiesta of distraction. In my new home, I found I could walk almost the whole length of Connecticut Avenue without having to turn my head for a second look. So much the better, perhaps, since for the first time in my working life I wasn't going to an office where there were congenial fellow scribblers, but was having to evolve a stern daily and weekly discipline of my own and at home. In my search for an inexpensive place to live, I soon discovered that there was a very stark discrepancy between the city's neighbourhoods, and that this discrepancy was no less starkly demarcated. In 1982, and for some years afterward, you could still see the scarred and burned-out area, from eastern downtown to the districts behind the then dilapidated and disused Union Station, and right up through Capitol Hill, that dated from the riots in 1968. The smallness of D.C. made it an additional shock to realize quite how close to the White House and to the Dome that righteous mayhem had come. After staying for a bit with a Zimbabwean friend at the World Bank, and then with a British correspondent of some standing, I came to appreciate that I couldn't and perhaps shouldn't afford their leafy neighbourhoods of the Northwest. I found a row house in northeast Capitol Hill where, if I wanted to cab it home late at night from DuPont Circle, African-born taxi drivers would sometimes decline to take me on the unarguable, at least by me with them, grounds that it was a black area. I have never since been able to use the word gentrification as a sneer. The unavoidable truth is that it's almost invariably a good symptom. Other areas of the city were being cheered up at a more rapid rate. DuPont Circle itself was being redone by an immigration of gay couples with spending money, who fixed up the housing stock and opened cafes and specialty stores. In Adams Morgan, the city's little Latin quarter, there was some music to hear and an ethnic mix from Ethiopian to El Salvadoran where nobody predominated unduly. Georgetown still had its hostesses in those days, and I was somewhat befriended by one of the very nicest of them, Joan Bingham. In this female-dominated circle, which had always formed a part of the Anglo-American special relationship, and which eventually went into eclipse along with it, there were still to be found grandes dames like Catherine Graham, and Susan Mary Alsop, and Evangeline Bruce, and Kay Halley. And, as Oscar Wilde once remarked to Frank Harris, I was invited to all of these great salons. Once. Since I was in the city to work for an American magazine, while all of my British friends were naturally enough writing for London ones, my perspective had perforce to alter, and my personal way of becoming Americanized was to remain a blood brother of the American left. I felt a kinship with this in any case. The tradition of Marx's great solidarity with Lincoln in the Civil War, the great and humane figure of Eugene Debs, the mighty class battles of the 1930s that baptized the labor movement, which then helped co-sponsor the March on Washington in 1963. Through men like Izzy Stone, I was introduced to some veterans of these heart-stirring episodes. Then Ralph Nader invited me to luncheon and offered me the strange sum of $7,000 if I would give up smoking, which I didn't, or didn't then. The taunt against us by the Reagan-Kirkpatrick faction was that we were anti-American, and when we criticized Israeli expansionism, anti-Semitic. In parallel with this came the accusation that, in the Cold War, we regarded the United States and the USSR as morally equivalent. One grew used to countering this line of attack and adept at saying that America was being untrue to itself when it, say, tolerated death squads in El Salvador. In the Israeli case, as Stone was fond of pointing out, there was more criticism of government policy in the Jerusalem press than in the American one. Jewish leftist critics of Zionism were to be found all over the American scene, and nothing about them was self-hating, the other fork of the anti-Semitic indictment. On the moral equivalence charge, I had a little more difficulty. My old Trotskyism had taught me to be much more anti-Soviet than many of my comrades, and I was often made aware in nation circles that there really were people who did think that Joseph McCarthy had been far, far worse than Joseph Stalin. But on thermonuclear weapons, for example, I did feel that there was an approximate moral equivalence, which got worse as American strategists began to use exterminist phrases such as launch on warning. And I thought South Africa more nearly met the definition of a totalitarian state than did, for example, Hungary. I fell into correspondence with Noam Chomsky on some of these points, and used to go and visit him up in Cambridge, on one occasion speaking on the same platform in defence of Cyprus. He worried me once by saying that as far as he could see, the moral equivalence calculus favoured the Soviet Union. But I filed this under another heading. My much-admired Gore Vidal worried me once or twice too. I went down to Lynchburg, Virginia, in the early Reagan days, to see him trail his coat and tease the faithful at a public lecture in Jerry Falwell's hometown. This he did brilliantly. I took young Amos along for the ride, and we all three had dinner. As if helpfully introducing an innocent Martin to the native loam of America, Gore happened to mention the FBI, and broke off to tell him confidingly, "You know, that's our KGB." I could feel Martin resisting this glibness. He later wrote that Gore, while a great performer, needed to know that there was something radically, nay, terminally wrong with his smile. Not very much later, I was made to cringe myself by Vidal's response to a bitter charge of anti-Americanism from Norman Podhoretz. He began well enough, by saying airily that he could hardly be accused of hatred for a nation of which he was the official biographer. That was a fair enough riposte in view of the body of fiction about the life and history of the Republic that he had so carefully and lovingly composed. I was once seated in a television studio with Newt Gingrich, waiting for the debate between us to get going, when the presenter made an off-air remark that was highly disobliging to Gore. The former Republican speaker abruptly became very prim and disapproving and said that he would prefer not to listen to any abuse of the author of Lincoln, a novel that he regarded as being above reproach. I conveyed this news to the author himself, who took the tribute, as he takes all tributes, as being overdue and well-deserved. Things got a touch less lofty when Gore then rounded on Podhoretz and accused him of being an Israeli rather than an American. This chanced to be in a special edition of The Nation about patriotism and internationalism. It upset Alexander Cockburn and myself enough for us to express our reservations to Nowacki. With one of the shrugs for which he was famous, Victor, who secretly welcomed the notoriety that it would bring the magazine, said, "Well, Gore is Gore." This, I was later to find, true enough. Changing places. All the essentials of humanity's artistic treasures can be found in New York. Claude Lévi-Strauss. The stages by which one mutates or pupates from one identity to another are not always evident while they're being undergone. I suppose I shed some skins and also acquired some layers. I wrote for some years a non-political column about cultural matters for the London Times literary supplement, calling it American Notes. But I sentimentally helped host Neil Kinnock's staff when he came on his doomed mission as the penultimate leader of the old Labour Party, and when I swore out an affidavit to testify to Congress during the impeachment trial of the loathsome Bill Clinton, I was asked to state my citizenship and found myself saying that I was a citizen of the European Union. All this made a loose but comfortable fit with my continuing idea of myself as an internationalist. I might have gone on in this way, more or less indefinitely, keeping my European but also British passport and my trusty green card, which was so old by now that it was blue, but which counted as platinum because it was one of those beauties that didn't carry an expiration date. The immigration officers had started to say "Welcome home" when I presented it, and I would reply, "Nice to be back." I'd long since ceased to notice, or do I mean to care about, things like the stubborn American belief that hot tea is made with lukewarm or formally boiled water, rather than water that is actually boiling. I now took it for granted that perfect strangers would mention their preferred churches, or even, at least in New York and California, their shrinks. I had slowly realized that when male neighbors on airplanes or bar stools struck up conversation by asking about the playoffs, I didn't actually have to know or care anything about sports. It was merely an initial Y chromosome attempt at an opening, and one could get straight to sex or politics, or silence if desired, by acknowledging this and cutting out the middleman subject. Speaking of airplanes, on a day in early September 2001, I got up at a decent hour on a morning that simply had to be described as golden and crisp, went out through the blazingly autumnal Virginia woods to Dulles Airport, and boarded a flight for Seattle. It was one of those days when everything went right, and America again seemed full of light and space and liberty and good fortune. My upgrade on United cleared the waiting list, and I ate a packed lunch with a good book, taking time every now and then to look down on the superbly cultivated munificence of American agriculture, contrasting as it did with the great scapes of wooded and mountainous wilderness. On top of all this, I was going so luxuriously west in order to be paid money to deliver an attack on Henry Kissinger. Whitman College in the town of Walla Walla in Washington State was associated with the late Senator Henry Scoop Jackson, a man who, despite his supposed neoconservatism, had always detested Kissinger's willingness to adjust himself to the convenience of Leonid Brezhnev and other despots. To complete my near-perfect day, the Walla Walla campus was a sylvan delight, the student body immaculate and receptive, while the faculty club knew how to throw a proper dinner, and I had a scoop of my own to contribute. On the following morning, the family of a murdered Chilean general was to be given leave to bring suit against Henry Kissinger in a federal court in Washington, D.C. The news was about to be transmitted on the BBC, and would, I knew and could disclose, be on the front page of the following day's Washington Post. I delivered a not-bad speech, rounded it off with this exciting news, and received a standing ovation, including from some of Henry Jackson's family, after which I wound up by saying, "So, comrades and friends, brothers and sisters, we shall be able to say that tomorrow, September the 11th, 2001, will long be remembered as a landmark day in the struggle for human rights." I shook a lot of hands, kissed a few cheeks, signed quite a number of my Kissinger books, and retired, as Lord Rochester once said, as if breaking the rule of a lifetime, early, sober, and alone. Very early next morning, my wife Carol had me lifting the phone before I could quite appreciate the fact. From the East Coast, she had a 3-hour time zone advantage. "If you turn on the TV," she said, with her not unknown dryness and economy, "you may find that the war crimes trial of Henry Kissinger has been slightly postponed." I found a remote control device which gave me the Weather Channel, as such things always do, but even the Weather Channel had the breaking story. Breaking was about right. I felt myself rending internally as I was forced to watch. That's how it felt, as with being made to witness a torture or an execution, the scenes I don't have to describe to you. Or perhaps you'll forgive me one exception to that resolution. As I saw the first of the towers begin to dissolve and lose its shape and outline, I was alerted to what was imminent by the abrupt sinking and sagging of the big antenna on the roof. I can only phrase this by saying that I was very suddenly and very overwhelmingly actuated by pity. I know that this is the pathetic fallacy at work, and I dare say I knew it then, but it was like watching the mute last moments of a dying elephant, say, or perhaps a whale. At any rate, the next emotion I felt was a rush of protectiveness, as if something vulnerable required my succour. Vulnerable? This commercial behemoth at the heart of an often callous empire? Well, yes, at the risk of embarrassment. And my protective feelings were further engaged and enlisted as, on this most faultless of September days, the whole southern tip of Manhattan was suddenly engulfed in a rolling, boiling cloud of filth that blotted out the sun, and in that filth was contained the pulverized remnant of many of my fellow creatures. In a first reaction report I wrote that it was as if Charles Manson had been made God for a day. More Mansonism was in store. My hometown was under attack as well. The next time Carol called, she wasn't quite so wry and detached. The Defense Department was on fire. She could not get across town to collect our daughter, who'd just been dropped at school. Chaos was official. There were hysterical and false reports of explosions near the White House and the State Department. The wonderful spaces and distances of America feel fractionally less glorious when a husband and father is on the wrong side of the continental divide and can't do a thing. It transpired that, if not for the gallant action of the passengers on United Flight 93, and the traditional tardiness of air traffic control at Newark Airport, which gave those heroes and heroines their time lag, another plane would have gone sailing through the blue of that day, arrowing right beside the coiffed heads of the TV newscasters, and burst into a gorgeous ball of red and yellow and black against the dome of the Capitol. From an early age I dreamed of Manhattan, and identified it with breadth of mind, with liberty, with opportunity. Now it seemed that there were those who, from across the sea, had also been fantasizing about my longed-for city, but fantasizing about hurting it, maiming it, disfiguring it, and bringing it crashing to the ground. Let it come down, as the first murderer says in Macbeth, expressing in those 4 words a whole skull full of nihilism and resentment. Before the close of that day I had deliberately violated the rule that one ought not to let the sun set on one's anger, and had sworn a sort of oath to remain coldly furious until these hateful forces had been brought to a most strict and merciless account. And what of my other adopted city? How often had I laughed or even sneered at Washington, sometimes saying, echoing a smart friend, that it was New York's nicest suburb, and at other times mocking it in various tones as provincial or a company town. Should I now also feel protective about that other behemoth, the Pentagon? Well, into its outer walls had been flown a nice acquaintance of mine, a feisty Republican lady named Barbara Olson. She had managed to get her husband on her cell phone to say she had been hijacked, and to him had fallen the task of telling her that she was mistaken about that. She was not a hostage. There were not going to be any demands. She was to be murdered, in order that others too might die. As I tried to picture her reaction, I hit a barrier that my imagination was unable to cross. Also, when you have seen the Pentagon still smouldering across the river, from the roof of your own apartment building, you are liable to undergo an abrupt shift of perspective that qualifies any nostalgia for Norman Mailer's Armies of the Night or Allen Ginsberg's quixotic attempt to levitate the building. In his book The Company of Critics, the social democratic intellectual Michael Walzer says that most of his friends and colleagues have never even visited Washington except to protest. I was to find this thought about the mentality of America's intellectuals recurring to me as the days went by. But meanwhile my feeling for the city became distinctly more tender, and I began to value more what I had become used to taking for granted: the openness and greenery, the nexus of friends and contacts, the wonderful museums and galleries and concert halls, the 2 Shakespeare theatres, and the way that one could walk right up to the railings of the White House. And then another filthy miasma arrived, this time in the form of anthrax spores stuffed into envelopes. A well-liked mailman on our route was one of the casualties, and our downstairs mailroom was briefly closed. This is the sort of phenomenon that breeds paranoia and hatred and fear. Yet I was above all struck throughout that month by the calm and dignity with which New Yorkers and Washingtonians were conducting themselves. Every now and then some nervous official would broadcast an appeal to people not to go and launch random attacks on Arab-run groceries or local mosques. These appeals grated on me as being superfluous and patronizing. There were a very few abject morons out in the boondocks who summoned the courage to attack anyone wearing a turban. They usually managed to pick Sikhs or Tibetans. But this was hardly a police blotter blip. Two things began to contend for mastery in my head. At first, I was most afraid of an orgiastic, flag-waving unanimity, in which the press and media would congeal into an uncritical mass, as if we all lived in a one-party consensus. But then a chance encounter crystallized quite another fear. I was still stuck out at Whitman College, waiting for the airports to reopen, and went into a store to buy some overnight supplies. I was approached by a young woman who'd been at my Kissinger lecture, and we chatted briefly about it before turning to the inescapable topic. "You know what my friends are saying?" she inquired. "They're saying it's the chickens coming home to roost." I've always had a dislike for that rather fatuous and folkish expression, and this dislike now came welling up in me with an almost tidal force. What bloody chickens? Come to think of it, who's bloody home? And for Christ's sake, what sort of roost? And I could suddenly visualize with an awful and sickening certainty what we were going to be getting by way of comment from Noam Chomsky and his co-thinkers in the coming days. This realization helped me considerably in sorting out the discrepant and even discordant discussions that were taking place in my interior, and I soon enough sat down to write my regular column for The Nation. I titled it, "Against Rationalization." I did not intend to be told, I said, that the people of the United States, who included all those toiling in the Pentagon, as well as all those citizens and non-citizens who had been immolated in Manhattan, had in any sense deserved this, or brought it upon themselves. I also tried to give a name to the mirthless, medieval, death-obsessed barbarism that had so brazenly unmasked itself. It was, I said, fascism with an Islamic face. In this, I attempted to annex Alexander Dubček's phrase about Czechoslovakia adopting socialism with a human face, and also to echo Susan Sontag's later ironic reworking, following the military coup in Poland, of the idea of communism going the other way and degenerating into fascism with a human face. Obviously, this concept is too baggy to be used every time, so I'm occasionally credited with coining the unsatisfactory term Islamofascism instead. Anyway, I didn't have long to wait for my worst fears about the left to prove correct. Comparing al-Qaeda's use of stolen airplanes with President Clinton's certainly atrocious use of cruise missiles against Sudan 3 years before, which were at least ostensibly directed at al-Qaeda targets, Noam Chomsky found the moral balance to be approximately even, with the United States at perhaps a slight disadvantage. He also described the potential civilian casualties of an American counterstroke in Afghanistan as amounting to a silent genocide. As time had elapsed, I had gradually been made aware that there was a deep division between Noam and myself. Highly critical, as we both were, of American foreign policy, the difference came down to this. Regarding almost everything since Columbus as having been one continuous succession of genocides and land thefts, he did not really believe that the United States of America was a good idea to begin with, whereas I had slowly come to appreciate that it most certainly was, and was beginning to feel less and less shy about saying so. We commenced a duel, conducted largely in cyberspace, in which I began by pointing out the difference between unmanned cruise missiles on the one hand, and crowded civilian airliners rammed into heavily populated buildings on the other. We more or less went on from there. Gore Vidal also could hardly wait to go slumming. He took the earliest opportunity of claiming that while Osama bin Laden had not been proved to be the evil genius of the attacks, it was by no means too early to allege that the Bush administration had played a hidden hand in them, or at least, if it had not actually instigated the assault, it had, as with Roosevelt at Pearl Harbor, seen it coming and welcomed it as a pretext for engorging the defense budget and seizing the oil fields of the southern Caucasus. His articles featured half-baked citations from the most dismal, ignorant paranoids. President Bush had evidently forewarned himself of the air piracy in order that he should seize the chance to look like a craven, whey-faced ignoramus on worldwide TV. Vidal's old antagonist Norman Mailer was largely at one with him on this, jauntily alleging that endless war was the only way to vindicate the drooping virility of the traditional white American male. Thus did the nation's intelligentsia, and a part of the mental universe of the New York Review of Books, show its readiness in a crisis. I thought I had to say a word for the fortitude that the rest of society was manifesting. I had another motive that's perhaps plainer to me now than it was then. I could not bear the idea that anything I had written or said myself had contributed to this mood of cynicism and defeatism, not to mention moral imbecility, on the left. I did not want that young lady at Whitman College to waste her time drawing facile and masochistic conclusions. I had said all I could about American policy in South Africa and Chile. Salvador Allende had been overthrown and murdered on another September the 11th, 28 years before, but as I asked an audience in Georgetown in a later debate with Tariq Ali, could anyone imagine Mandela or Allende ordering their supporters to use civilian airliners to slaughter more civilians? Any comparison of that kind, or any extension of it to Vietnam, was, quite apart from anything else, vilely insulting to the causes and struggles with which it was being compared. I went up to New York as soon as I could, and I got my editors to send me off to the Pakistan-Afghan-Kashmiri frontier as soon as possible after that. In Manhattan it was both upsetting and yet confirming to see my favourite poet becoming the unofficial laureate of the moment. Auden's September 1st, 1939, had by some unspoken agreement been sent all round the Internet, and it was to be found pasted or stapled to public surfaces in the city. Its early warning couplet, "The unmentionable odour of death offends the September night," began to materialize itself, especially as one worked one's way south below Union Square and began to feel the nostrils actually dilate with the miasma. Ever since, the lovely coincidence of the words fall and New York have always had a wretchedly double meaning for me. I contrived to get very close to Ground Zero, and had to send all my clothes to be cleaned immediately afterward. I talked to my graduate class at the New School for Social Research, itself partly founded as a haven for refugees from fascism, where a few of our downtown dorms had been converted into shelters. The parents of some students had urged them to desert the stricken city and head home. I told them that they'd never forgive themselves if they left New York now. I saw the improvised photo notices of the missing and the disappeared, taped to walls and shop windows downtown using every language from Spanish to Armenian, and heard again the echo from the victims of the death squads. I saw the awakening of a new respect for the almost eclipsed figure of the American proletarian, who was busting his sinews in the rubble and carnage of downtown, while the more refined elements wrung their hands. What an opportunity for the left to miss there, and what an overbred and gutless left it had proved to be. Into this neutral air, Auden had written, on the eve of destruction in 1939, from his bar stool Erie on 52nd Street, where blind skyscrapers use their full height to proclaim the strength of collective man. Each language pours its vain competitive excuse. Even as the whining and the excuse-making began, Auden's lines were being reborn and recirculated as if to emphasize that, while the great edifices of New York may indeed be capitalist, they also represent a triumph of confidence and innovation and ingenuity on the part of the workers who so proudly strove to build them. There was for me a narrow but deep contrast between that ethos and the strawberry fields or candle-in-the-wind flavour of the vigils downtown. There was something else from the devil's decade of the 1930s that I was struggling to remember, and soon enough it came back to me. Remembering the last moments of the Titanic, George Orwell had written that, in all the long list of horrors, the one that most impressed me was that at the last the Titanic suddenly upended and sank bow foremost, so that the people clinging to the stern were lifted no less than 300 feet into the air before they plunged into the abyss. It gave me a sinking sensation in the belly which I can still all but feel. Nothing in the First World War ever quite gave me that sensation. "Look, teacher," the New York Times reported a child shrilling as the Twin Towers were becoming pyres. "The birds are on fire." Here was a sweet, infantile rationalization of an uncommon sight. Human beings who'd hesitated too long between the alternatives of jumping to their deaths or being burned alive, and who were thus jumping and burning, and from much more than 300 feet. Nothing that I've witnessed since, including Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo and various scenes in Afghanistan and Iraq, has erased those initial images of the deep and sick relationship between murder and suicide, or of the wolfish faces of those who gloated over the horror. I've just looked up the little piece that I wrote at the time for my editors at Vanity Fair, which they titled "For Patriot Dreams," and I now see that I ended it like this, with another closing stave from Auden, and then a few clumsy lines of my own. "Defenceless under the night, our world in stupor lies, yet dotted everywhere, ironic points of light flash out." I don't know so much about defenceless. Some of us will vow to defend it, or help the defenders. As for the flashes of light, imagine the nuance of genius that made Auden term them ironic. It would be a holy fool who mistook this for weakness or sentimentality. Shall I take out the papers of citizenship? Wrong question. In every essential way, I already have. Introducing that same essay, which he honoured me by anthologizing in a collection that he edited just before his distressingly early death, the late Stephen Jay Gould wrote that I loved the juxtaposition of David Halberstam's and Christopher Hitchens' essays, the first from a long-time New Yorker who used 9/11 to make some kind of peace that he had not found with his life, the second from an Englishman who used the same event to come to terms after decades of struggle. Flattered, as I was, to be chosen by such a distinguished editor and explicator, Gould's understated Marxism was still unmissable in his great works on evolutionary biology. I found that I didn't quite like the idea that I was starting to come to terms or hang up my gloves or in any other sense cool off. In truth, a whole new terrain of struggle had just opened up in front of me. I also noticed another thing, which was the title of that Orwell essay from 1940, written only a few short months after Auden's poem, which I had looked up for its reference to the Titanic. It was called My Country, Right or Left. I slightly recast this to say to myself, about the USA, my country after all. I was still only offering a general solidarity without paying the full price of the ticket. Two things had not yet happened. The fantastic, gigantic international campaign of defamation and slander of the United States had not yet got under way, and the argument about the deployment of its sons and daughters to the frontiers had not begun to take on the shape that it has since assumed. It's only with a conscious effort now that one can recall the supposed moment of international pro-American solidarity that ensued from the September 11th assault. There were vigils and candles, solemn editorials and sonorous pronouncements. President Bush, who had run away and disappeared on the day itself, did his best to muddy the waters by saying that it was a matter of America versus the terrorists. Sometimes he seemed almost to say tourists, and didn't appear to acknowledge or even to know about the huge number of non-American citizens who had perished in downtown New York. But even without this clumsiness on his part, I believe that the venomous propaganda would still have been coming. Within a few days, the Muslim world had been infected by the base, hysterical lie that all Jews had left the World Trade Center just in time to avoid the airstrike. At the New York Film Festival, held while Lower Manhattan was still giving off evil-smelling fumes, I debated with Oliver Stone, who expressed the cheery view that the uprising that had occurred downtown would soon link up with a generalized anti-globalization movement. Next up was my magazine The Nation, whose publishing wing cashed in with a hastily translated version of a deranged French bestseller, alleging that the Pentagon had not been hit with a civilian plane carrying my friend Barbara, but rather by a cruise missile fired by the Bush administration. The disgusting reverends, Pat Robertson and Jerry Falwell, were also on hand to announce that the United States had merited the devastation because of its willingness to tolerate sexual deviance. Here was an unexampled case of seeing all one's worst enemies in plain view. The clerical freaks and bigots of all persuasions, and the old Charles Lindbergh isolationist right, the latter sometimes masquerading as a corny, folksy version of a grassy knoll conspiracist left. I took it upon myself to defend my adopted homeland from this kind of insult and calumny, the spittle of which was being gigglingly prepared, even as the funerals and commemorations were going calmly forward. I was impressed to see who rallied and who did not. Salman Rushdie, Ian McEwan, and Martin Amis all wrote outstanding articles expressing the support of non-Americans for the United States against this unashamed cult of death. Norman Mailer, John Updike, and even Susan Sontag, to say nothing of Noam Chomsky, appeared to be petrified of being caught on the same side as a Republican president, and often contented themselves with inexpensive, unserious remarks about American machismo or Bush's cowboy style. It was fatalistically agreed in almost all polite circles that even if one could kill or capture Osama bin Laden, it would only mean that others would spring up in his place, and that's if you believed, unlike Gore Vidal or Michael Moore, with whom I also debated later on this point, that he was in fact the culprit. I decided to venture back to the epicenter of jihad and wrote an essay, On the Frontier of Apocalypse, which said that the problem country was actually not so much Afghanistan but Pakistan, our oldest regional ally and the working model for a nuclear-armed failed state Islamic Republic. I'm still fairly proud of that article. I also began to hear more from my Iraqi and Kurdish friends about the very mad, menacing way in which the Saddam Hussein regime was celebrating and even praising the 9/11 attacks. Ba'athist rhetoric was frequently a matter of dementia, as I well knew, but this was at a time when even Iranian and Saudi Arabian circles were trying to look and sound sympathetic. Amid all this chaos on the various frontiers, what I increasingly thought was, thank whatever powers there may be for the power of the United States of America. Without that reserve strength, the sheer mass of its arsenal, in combination with the innovative maneuvers of its special forces, the tyrants and riffraff of the world would possess an undeserved sense of impunity. As it was, the Taliban were soon in full flight from the celebrating people they had for so long oppressed, and Al-Qaeda was being taught to take heavy casualties as well as inflict them. I was not against this. I can identify the moment when I decided to come off the fence and to admit that I felt I had been cheating on my dues. I was keener on the foreign policy response of the administration than on its crude and hasty domestic measures, telling amused audiences that as long as green card holders could be imprisoned without trial by Attorney General John Ashcroft, I felt I couldn't pass up that chance. But the whole atmosphere was becoming less flippant by the day, especially as the United States began to ask the United Nations to live up to its resolutions on Iraq and on terrorism. One night I was coming back from a TV debate and talking to my Bosnian Muslim driver, who considered his own country of birth to have been rescued from dismemberment and genocide by an earlier American intervention. "You citizen yet?" he asked me. I made some temporizing reply. "You should get on with it. America needs us." For emphasis, he pressed on me the name of a good immigration lawyer. In a couple of days I called the number, to be greeted by a female voice which was as purely Irish as the summer day is long. I gave her my name. "And was it you that wrote that book about Mother Teresa?" Reckoning the chances that such an Irish tone would track with the Catholic girlhood, I confirmed that this was so and made ready to call another attorney. "That being the case," said the disembodied loveliness, "this firm will be happy to take your own case pro bono and without a fee at all." Not bad, I thought to myself. A pure coincidence between a secular Bosnian Muslim and an anti-clerical Hibernian. Only in America. When I went round to the office itself, I was sure I recognized the lady, but couldn't quite place her, and she told me that if I'd ever been in the old class reunion saloon down by the White House, she'd once been the barmaid. That was, in fact, the true explanation, but by this stage I was almost beginning to feel that the warmth and geniality of the USA was beginning to overdo itself a trifle. That was premature. The American bureaucracy very swiftly overcompensates for any bright-eyed immigrant delusions. Nihil humanum a me alienum puto, said the Roman poet Terence. Nothing human is alien to me. The slogan of the old Immigration and Naturalization Service could have been the reverse. To us, no aliens are human. When folded along with the Bureau of Alcohol, Firearms and Tobacco, the only Department of State I'd ever hoped to command, into the vast inner space of the Department of Homeland Security, the resulting super-ministry was more like the Circumlocution Office than a reformed bureaucracy. My Canadian friend David Frum, who was actually working in the White House and had a hand in writing the famous Axis of Evil speech, had his personal paperwork lost when he applied to become an American. Ian McEwan was put under close arrest and hit with an indelible entry denied stamp while trying to cross from Vancouver to Seattle for a big public reading. It would have been of little use to him to plead that the First Lady had recently asked him to dinner. A Muslim professor of my acquaintance, a permanent resident of many decades' standing, was detained and asked, "Are you a Sunni?" When he replied in the affirmative, he was asked, "Why are you not a Shia?" Not something that Muslims get asked every day, and a question requiring quite a lot of time for reflection, an interval for which the interrogating officer had no patience. Innumerable times I was told, or assured without asking, that I would hear back from officialdom within 90 days. I wasn't in any especial hurry, but it grated when 90 days came and went. Letters came from offices in Vermont and required themselves to be returned to offices in states very far away from the Canadian border. Eventually I received a summons to an interview in Virginia. There would be an exam, I was told, on American law and history. To make this easier, a series of sample questions was enclosed, together with the answers. I realized in scanning them that it wouldn't do to try and be clever, let alone funny. For example, to the question, "Against whom did we fight in the Revolution of 1776?" it would be right, if incorrect, to say the British, and wrong, if correct, to say the usurping Hanoverian monarchy. Some of the pre-supplied Q's and A's appeared to me to be paltry. To the question, "Name one benefit of being a citizen of the United States," the printed answer was, to obtain federal government jobs, to travel with a U.S. passport, or to petition for close relatives to come to the United States to live. This had a rather cheap and unimaginative, indeed rather Tammany, tone to it. Q. What did the Emancipation Proclamation do? A. It freed the slaves. No, it didn't. That had to wait until the 13th Amendment, the first United States document to mention the actual word slavery, and not ratified by the state of Mississippi until 1995. Having previously been made to go to a whole separate appointment in deepest Maryland just to be fingerprinted, I sat up on the night before my Virginia one and decided to read slowly through the Constitution. I wasn't especially nervous about flunking, I just felt like rereading it. There are very few worthwhile documents in human history that are or were the product of a committee. I suppose that the King James or authorized version of the Bible is the best. Next to that, and of course very much shorter and rather less monarchical and tyrannical, the American Declaration of Independence and the preamble to the United States Constitution seemed to me to rank exceedingly high. I sipped my wine and let the small hours advance as I read, and consulted the supporting case law from the great attendant volume of Professors Lockhart, Camisar, and Chopin. To study the amendments, the Bill of Rights, and its successor clauses is to read the history of the United States in miniature. Here are all the measures that set out to distinguish the new United States from the arbitrary and corrupt practices of the Hanoverian usurpers. Amendments abolishing the established church, postulating an armed people, opposing the billeting of soldiers upon civilians, limiting searches of property and persons, and in general setting limits and boundaries to state power. One had to admire the unambivalent way in which these were written. Respecting an establishment of religion, said the very first amendment, drawing on Jefferson's and Madison's Virginia statute for religious freedom, Congress shall make no law. Little wiggle room there. No crevice through which a later horse and cart could ever be driven. Alas for advocates of gun control! The Second Amendment seems to enshrine a right of the people to keep and bear arms, irrespective of whether they are militia members or not. The clause structure is admittedly a little reminiscent of the ablative absolute. And the Eighth Amendment, forbidding cruel and unusual punishments, is of scant comfort to those like me who might like that definition stretched to include the death penalty. If the founders had wanted to forbid capital punishment, as, say, the state constitution of Michigan explicitly does, they would have done so in plain words. The least plain words are probably those of the Emancipation Proclamation, which show that Abraham Lincoln's years as a country lawyer and rhetorical pedant were not wasted. But in splitting the difference between a war-winning measure and a liberating one, he nonetheless achieved magnificence by demonstrating to those who had seceded from the protection of this document the folly and wickedness of what they had done. To have stood as straight as a spear and as hard as a rail through 4 years, and to have insisted every single day, often against his own generals, that the writ of the United States Constitution still ran in every tiny county of the remotest part of the indissoluble and above all undissolved Union. It's almost forgivable that people confuse it with the 13th Amendment, because when scrutinizing the moment you actually do hear the sound of a trumpet that can never call retreat. And you do understand why Hegel said that history was the story of freedom becoming conscious of itself. Inching along less dramatically and agonizingly through 1865 and 1870, come the workaday necessary amendments finally doing away with involuntary servitude and racism in the franchise. Direct election of senators arrives in 1913, one step forward, one step back. 1919 sees prohibition, but then only the next year, the 19th Amendment extends suffrage to women. In 1951, the 22nd Amendment, limiting presidential terms to 2, reflects the vindictiveness of a Republican Congress after the 3 drubbings taken by the GOP at the hands of FDR. Things go quiet for a bit until in 1964 the poll tax is abolished as a test of eligibility to vote, and in the dry words of this constitutional guarantee one can detect all the distilled spirit of Shuttlesworth versus City of Birmingham, which I then reread, marvelling again at the nerve of the 52 poor parishioners led by the Reverend Shuttlesworth on that Good Friday, little knowing that their church would soon be dynamited, and of other landmark cases like my personal favourite, Loving versus Virginia, which in 1967 struck down the law forbidding mixed marriages. The 26th Amendment, setting the voting age at 18 in 1971, is the way in which I suppose my own generation has engraved itself on this great tablet of freedom under the law. The next day was a day of the beast, the 6th of June 2006, or 6606, and this seemed auspicious enough as I drove out to Fairfax County and stopped just off the highway named for Robert E. Lee. In the waiting room, under portraits of George W. Bush and Homeland Security Director Michael Chertoff, there sat the sort of rainbow constituency that I'd become used to joining on the various stages of my application. A woman from Barbados recognized me from the TV and asked shyly if I knew how soon she could hope to get a passport, since she needed to travel. We chatted about the fact that both our current countries had the same queen. Husbands and wives were testing each other on sample questionnaires. There were some basic toys on the floor for the many children who had to be brought along. For some reason, cell phone use was forbidden. I picked up a leaflet which explained naturalization procedures, including the posthumous ones for military personnel who died before getting their citizenship papers. This had been true for many Hispanic soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan, though usually the grant of citizenship had been made automatic and retrospective for such men and women and for their families. Finally, Ms. Lopez was ready for me. The questions didn't take very long. I can boastfully say that I got top marks on the History and Constitution test. I decided not to show off. When asked who said, "Give me liberty or give me death," I replied, "Patrick Henry," even though I strongly suspect, and have written, that the line comes from Addison's play Cato, which was vastly popular with American audiences at the time of the Revolution. There were then a few loose ends. I had listed all the political organizations of which I had been a member, including quite recently the Committee for the Liberation of Iraq. Asked about this, I said I technically was no longer a member, since the committee had been wound up. "I suppose," said Ms. Lopez matter-of-factly, "it's not needed now that Iraq has been liberated." I wished I could share her certainty there. She left the room and came back. "Congratulations," she said. I stood up to shake her hand. "You've passed the examination, but unfortunately I cannot welcome you as a citizen today. You will be notified in due course by mail." No explanation was forthcoming for this disappointment. It was a moment of bathos and anticlimax, a poor sequel to my smoke-ringed Venus reverie on American grandeur the previous night. Could I stand yet another pointless 90-day delay, perhaps to be extended again even as it expired? Yes, in point of fact, I could if it came to it, but what about the lady from Barbados who'd started the day so full of American expectation? Not very many nights later, I ran into Michael Chertoff, the head of the Homeland Security Department, at a reception at the Embassy of Kuwait. It's only a detail, but in 1990 all the embassies of Kuwait were demanded by Saddam Hussein as his personal property, as part of his annexation of the country, so I always feel a slight frisson when on Kuwaiti soil. As we were introduced, he said that he'd heard somewhere that I was becoming an American. Now, at the time, I was also a named plaintiff in a major lawsuit against the National Security Agency and the Department of Justice, petitioning the courts to put a halt to the warrantless wiretapping of American residents and citizens. So I thought of unsettling him and asking how on earth he knew my movements and plans so well. But it seemed more opportune and more serious to say a word about how tough a time good people were having, backed up in apparently endless lines, as they tried to negotiate the golden door that is mentioned on the Statue of Liberty. In fact, probably making him regret that he had ever asked, I gave the examples of several friends who had been abysmally hampered and insulted, and who wanted only to be allies of the USA. It wasn't an absolute or mathematical consequence, but the next time I ran into him, he again asked me how it was going, and I said, "Look, the waiting in my case is the closest I've attained to a truly zen experience of boredom and absurdity." Did I need anything? Well, sure, since he asked. I would like a personal citizenship ceremony at the Jefferson Memorial on the tidal basin, replete with cherry blossoms, on 13 April next, which would be my 58th birthday, and would have been Thomas Jefferson's 264th. In fact, Jefferson was born under the old calendar on the 2nd of April, 1743, and had to change his birthday to the 13th when the historic Gregorian calendar date shift was ordained. Both dates appear on his memorial obelisk at Charlottesville. I've often wondered what the racketeers of astrology and the zodiac did when everybody had to change birthdays and many people had to change their sign. No doubt they managed to adjust suavely enough. The first trip I had taken after arriving in the United States in 1981 had been down to Charlottesville to see Jefferson's house at Monticello, perhaps the most interesting private home in America. Here the great polymath had done the two things I most wished to do for myself if I ever became a house owner. He had designed and indexed a personal library and created a proper store of wine, some of it made with his own grapes. In a public dialogue between Susan Sontag and Umberto Eco, I had once heard the latter define the polymath as someone who was interested in everything and in nothing else. Jefferson might have excelled as a lawyer, an architect, an engineer, a draftsman, a botanist, an agronomist, a literary critic, almost anything, in fact, except a public speaker. At a time when smallpox vaccination was being denounced by leading men of God like Dr. Timothy Dwight of Yale as an interference with God's design, Jefferson helped devise a method of keeping Jenner's life-saving physic cool for conveyance over long distances, taught Lewis and Clark to administer it during their long trek across the interior, and saw to it that all his slaves were inoculated against the scourge. Mention of the system that underwrote his prosperity, and that I suppose had at a great remove also helped underwrite the scholarship that his descendant Mr. Coolidge had provided for me, was still slightly hushed when I first toured Monticello and asked to see the servants' quarters. But by 2007, when I'd published my Jefferson biography, we'd essentially ventilated the whole matter. Thanks to my friend Annette Gordon-Reed, the whole story of Jefferson's other family had become an open page for any reader, and one could even begin to dare see Sally Hemings as one of the unacknowledged founding mothers of that multi-ethnic American republic that Jefferson himself could never have foreseen. So, the author of the Declaration of Independence and the Virginia Statute on Religious Freedom was a man who owned other people. Part of my education in the subtleties of racism had been learning to cope with American historians who could easily accept that Jefferson had owned Sally Hemings and had indeed acquired her as a wedding present from a man who was his father-in-law and her actual father, this making the girl his wife's half-sister, but who could not bring themselves to believe that in addition to inheriting her and owning her, our third president had also gone so far as to have fucked her. In taking on American citizenship, I was not invoking some sentimental Emma Lazarus idea of a country of refuge from the houses of bondage. I was consciously accepting that many people who later asserted themselves as Americans had originally, as James Baldwin phrased it, been brought here not from but to a house of bondage. Thus, when Michael Chertoff rather generously called and said, "All right, we'll see you at the Jefferson Memorial after lunch on the 13th of April, I gave some thought to the guests I would have at my ceremony. I first invited Ayaan Hirsi Ali, the heroine of feminine resistance to the living death known as Sharia. I had met her at a conference in Sweden when she was still a relatively unknown Dutch dissident member of Parliament, trying to warn Western liberals against the sick relativism which had permitted them to regard honour killings and genital mutilation as expressions of cultural diversity. Since September 2001, she had taken ever more forward and courageous positions and seen her friend and colleague Theo van Gogh, distant descendant of the painter, ritually murdered in the streets of Amsterdam as an obscene vengeance for the film about Muslim female submission that they had jointly made. The knife that burst the ventricles of Theo's heart also pinned to his body a barbaric message that told Ayaan that she was next. Ever since then, her life had been one of those maximum security nightmares, where an over-nervous state had overcompensated for its previous negligence in confronting theocratic terrorism. And then the Dutch government, tiring of its strenuous commitment, had abandoned Ayaan to the tender mercies of the free market, while her pious Amsterdam neighbours demanded that she be evicted from her home, lest she spoil their chances of a quiet life. What was left for her, after this double European betrayal, but to turn to the United States? When we met again, her magically beautiful face was alive with humour. Before escaping from Somalia, she had survived brutal circumcision as a child, numberless beatings from clan members, the dull horror of an arranged and forcible marriage, the misery of tribe-based civil war and religion-based domestic tyranny, and the arduous transition from refugee to exile status. Yet she was, in all the right senses, glad to be alive. "You'll be pleased to hear, Christopher, that I'm no longer a Muslim liberal but an atheist." I told her I was indeed happy to learn of this. Yes, I find that it obviates the necessity for any cognitive dissonance. Pure music. Edward Gibbon once wrote that if all of European civilization were to be destroyed, it could be reconstituted from what had been transferred across the Atlantic. This now holds true for other societies as well. My old Oxford comrade Andrew Coburn and his wife Leslie had been allies and friends of mine in every sort of crisis and companions at every sort of celebration, from the births of our children to the nuptials of theirs. Both as writers and as makers of documentaries, they had expanded the frontiers of radical investigative journalism, the sort of work that the First Amendment and the freedom of information culture makes possible. For another Irishman, I chose Captain Seamus Quinn of the U.S. Marine Corps. Tell it to the Marines had been an insult in my father's house, and it's amazing how durable the taunts of inter-service rivalry can be. But the U.S. Marines I have met have been exceptional in their mental breadth and their ability to be self-critical. Stationed in Anbar province during the hottest and nastiest period of the war against Al-Qaeda in Mesopotamia, Seamus had given me regular email updates on the death grapple with these foulest of the foul, and thanks to him I had had some advance intelligence of what later became known as the Surge, the combination of deadly force and political agility that had not only defeated Al-Qaeda on the battlefield but discredited it in a region of Iraq that it had once dared to think that it might own. Ever since I had been in Washington, Professor Norman Birnbaum had been a sort of mentor to me. Indeed, he'd been a teacher to my earlier mentor, Stephen Lukes. He was a real veteran, present at the creation of the old New Left, as he put it, and influential on the new Left as well. If ever I needed an old copy of Partisan Review, he would either have it in his possession or in his memory, which was and is an institutional one. Internationalism is in Norman's blood, as the left used to like to say of itself. And if I was ever visiting any European country in crisis, I would call him up to find the name of that local Jewish savant who had in his time done battle against both sides of the Hitler-Stalin pact. "You're going to Zagreb? Well, you've certainly picked a nice time." This was in 1992, when the men in black shirts were openly back on the streets. "I should call up old Professor Rudy Supek, if I were you." The good professor turned out A, to possess a good cellar, and B, to have been the elected leader of those Yugoslav partisans who'd been deported to a German camp. "So you see, Mr. Hitchens, I cannot truly call myself Croat or Serb, because it would betray those brave Yugoslavs who had the honor of representing in Buchenwald." Yes, I quite understand, but I was worried for a moment or two that Norman would not approve of my new friend Michael Chertoff, but he was as usual more than equal to the occasion, and told a surprised Director of Homeland Security that he was sure he had known his father at City College in New York in the 1930s. It turned out that this was entirely possible. This was another moment at which to say only in America, and then we were all bolstered by Susan Schneider, the glamorous and loquacious wife of Mark, whose career as a human rights champion from Edward Kennedy's senatorial staff to the chairmanship of the Peace Corps is barely to be equaled by any living person. In El Salvador there's a bridge named for Mark and Susan by grateful citizenry. In Chile, if you get lost anywhere, just mention their names, and people will instantly supply you not just with directions but with goods and services. There was a very stiff breeze blowing across the tidal basin, but it served to give a real smack and crackle to the stars and stripes that Chertoff's people had brought along. It didn't take very long to administer the oath, or for me to swear allegiance and to declare that America's enemies, foreign and domestic, were also mine. Nor did I take very long to give my little acceptance speech, merely noting Mr. Jefferson's birthday and mentioning that on his own tombstone he'd not cared to recall that he'd been President, Vice President, and Secretary of State of the United States. Instead, he had asked to be remembered as the author of the Declaration of Independence, the founder of the University of Virginia, and the drafter of the Virginia Statute on Religious Freedom. For a writer to become an American is to subscribe of his own free will to a set of ideas and principles, and to the documents that embody them in written form, all the while delightedly appreciating that the documents can and often must be revised, so that the words therefore constitute, so to say, a work in progress. This was all rather well set out in the passport that I immediately went to acquire. When I first came to know young Americans at Oxford, the British passport was a many splendid thing, a blue-gold hardback, emblazoned with heraldry, and speaking grandly in the tones of Her Britannic Majesty's Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. The American passport was a limp paperback, by contrast, and spoke in costive Cold War terms of the number of countries, from Cuba to North Korea, where it could not be lawfully taken. The new-look United States travel document makes a real effort. On the inside front cover is an old engraving of what must be Francis Scott Key observing the siege of Fort McHenry in Baltimore, with the words of the Star-Spangled Banner inscribed in manuscript form. On the opposite page are the closing words of the Gettysburg Address, delivering the ringing triune phrasing of, by, and for the people. On succeeding pages appear the preambles to the Constitution and the Declaration, and brave words from Dr. Martin Luther King, the Kennedy inaugural, and a Mohawk chieftain. The illustrations maintain the note of uplift with the Statue of Liberty, the Atlantic Pacific Railroad, and the spacecraft Voyager as it pushes beyond the edge of our solar system. The whole is a nice combination of the civically religious, only Jefferson and King mentioning a creator, with the great American accomplishments in mechanical and scientific innovation. It's possible to imagine handing it over when one is being held up by some festering thug at some scrofulous checkpoint, and loftily asking to see his proof of identity in return. But more than that, it is possible to imagine the unfortunates, whose lives are temporarily under the command and control of this festering thug, aspiring one day to carry the same passport themselves. Human history affords no precedent or parallel for this attainment. On the day that I swore my great oath, dozens of Afghans and Iranians and Iraqis did the same. A few days later, I noticed that I'd sloppily gummed a postage stamp onto an envelope, with the flag appearing upside down. I am the most frugal of men, but I reopened the letter, tore up and threw away the envelope, invested in a whole new stamp, and sent Old Glory on its way with dignity unimpaired. A small gesture, but my own. There is flag-waving and flag-waving. When the giant statue of Saddam Hussein was pulled down from its plinth in Baghdad in April 2003, I was annoyed to see an American soldier step forward and drape a Stars and Stripes flag over the fallen visage of the dictator. This clearly disobeyed a standing order prohibiting display of the American colours. But then I learned that the over-enthusiastic soldier was Marine Corporal Edward Chin, an ethnic Chinese volunteer, both of whose parents had escaped the hell of Burma and begun a new life in Brooklyn. The offence might have been worse. Salman. A poet's work is to name the unnameable, to point at frauds, to take sides, start arguments, shape the world, and stop it from going to sleep. Baal the poet in the Satanic Verses. Where books are burned, people will next be burned. Heinrich Heine, on the burning of the Quran by the Inquisition in his Al-Mansur. Notting Hill has always been my particular London. When I was 18, I signed up for an American-style summer project in the area, collecting data and raising consciousness in the inner city. The Old Hood had got a name for itself in the late 1950s as the site of Britain's first race riot, very well captured by Colin McInnes in his contemporary novels City of Spades and Absolute Beginners. And as I unrolled my sleeping bag amid the guitars and duffels on the floor of the rundown school where the volunteers slept, I could still see some of the traces. The lightning flash symbol of Sir Oswald Mosley's fascist party, which had attempted to profit from the localized hatred, was often to be seen whitewashed and chalked on crumbling local walls. One of my contributions to the project was to organize teams to go up the Portobello Road, rubbing these out or painting them over, a contribution to improving the atmosphere that was my first intuition of the broken windows theory of community policing. Padding around Notting Hill was an education in cheek by jowlery. Spicy Indian restaurants along Westbourne Grove, the West Indians and their ganja funk around the mangrove in All Saints, Irish pubs where the regulars were not entirely thrilled by the arrival of the latest immigrants. Multiculturalism was a new thing in those days, and even then could take aberrant forms. A ludicrous but menacing local figure had named himself Michael X, in the hope of attracting some cross-Atlantic street cred. As a Trinidadian pimp and hustler called Michael de Freitas, he had won notoriety as an especially nasty enforcer of evictions for a rack rent landlord named, in one of those Dickensian coincidences, Mr. Rackman. The soi-disant X had a group, actually a gang, called RAS, R-A-A-S. The letters were supposed to stand for Racial Adjustment Action Society, and some white liberal clergymen and similar dupes were induced to take it seriously. But in Caribbean patois, as one soon discovered, a RAS was a used tampon. How the gang must have cackled when they saw this filthy word solemnly printed in the newspapers. John Lennon fell for the con, as did some other gullible showbiz types. Years later, reporting on the murders that eventually saw the grisly Mr. X go through the trap door of a Trinidadian execution shed, I found myself on many a celebrity doorstep, including that of Corinne Redgrave, of those who'd been in his star periphery. At Oxford in my first term, a rather silly Catholic bleeding heart don named Michael Dummett managed to use his privileges to get X to speak in the All Souls dining room. The New Statesman, by some frightful miscalculation, found that a block of its shares had been acquired by the head of RAS, who could, in theory, have turned up to vote at board meetings. The air of Notting Hill was thick with bullshit on the racial question, and some other questions too, and it was sometimes a relief to walk over to Holland Park and sit on the grass for some of the free open-air summer concerts. As always in London, it was astonishing to see how swiftly one could make the transition from a slum quarter to a green one. There were still private gardens in the middle of some of the crumbling old stucco squares, accessible only to lucky residents with keys. We briefly campaigned to have some of those gardens open to local children who got knocked down by traffic while playing in the street. I can't imagine what we thought we were doing. This much-restored housing stock went on to furnish a backdrop for Hugh Grant's oleaginous talents, and later for the hardly less slithery emergence of David Cameron as the hip Tory. It was in an early stage of this metamorphosis of the hood that I made a visit to London in the mid-1980s and went back, as I always did, to Notting Hill. It was carnival time, the time of that great non-bullshit event where London's West Indians compete to flaunt the finest floats and to deploy the steel bands with the most stamina. Some of the indigenous bourgeois we take that weekend off and flee to Dorset or Wiltshire, leaving their keys and their viewing balconies to trusted friends, while others stay on and maintain every appearance of ultra-coolness and empathy. It was in John Ryle's more than cool Mews House that I was introduced to Salman Rushdie, who was scanning the external world with an ironic gaze, shaded by the brim of a flat cap. It would be trite to say that I already knew him by reputation. Who didn't? If Midnight's Children had not won the Booker Prize, and won it fairly early in that prize's career, then the Booker might have been the sort of prize won by its first winner, John Berger. But in proposing himself as the product of a simultaneous parturition and partition, the offspring of a country that had to undergo amputation and mutilation in order to achieve independence, Salman had managed to represent as well as record all the ambivalences of the post-colonial. To phrase it another way, he had come via Rugby School and King's College, Cambridge, to remind the British that they had betrayed the very people they had claimed to be schooling for nationhood, tossed away the jewel in their crown like some cheap piece of paste. One great fictional chronicler of this sellout had been Paul Scott, whose Raj Quartet had spoken to my depths because it understood that the treason at midnight in 1947 and the monstrous birth of a spoiled theocracy in Pakistan was a tragedy for the English too. I knew that Rushdie had written scornfully of the reception of Scott, at least on the screen, viewing this as an old-style wallow in sentiment and nostalgia. I knew also that he hung around with a somewhat Third World and even Black Power crew in North London. In a celebrated broadcast about the way that Britain treated its internal colony, the immigrants, Salman had quoted warmly from the above-mentioned silly, clever Catholic John Michael Dummett of All Souls, he of the warm collegial welcome for Michael X, about the will not to know, a chosen ignorance, not the ignorance of innocence, where British attitudes to the other were involved. 400 years of conquest and looting, 4 centuries of being told that you are superior to the fuzzy-wuzzies and the wogs, leave their stain, as he had pugnaciously put it. So I was prepared to be slightly mau-maued if I didn't say anything that wasn't all okay and on the up and up about the racial correctness question. But this turned out to be a needless and groundless fret. We burbled a bit about Pakistan and about Benazir Bhutto, whom we had both known in different ways. And I didn't quite tell him what I thought, which is that his novel Shame, anatomizing the heap of madnesses and contradictions that went to make up the nightmarish state of Pakistan, was the superior in wit and depth even of Midnight's Children. We kept up a kind of touch after I went back to Washington. He wrote a book about a voyage to revolutionary Nicaragua called The Jaguar Smile, which was unfairly attacked in America as a credulous work of revolutionary tourism. I defended it in print, saying that it seemed to me he had gone to Nicaragua knowing perfectly well in advance the dangers of excessive idealism. Salman later confounded me by saying that he thought the Sandinistas had succeeded in deceiving him about a few things, but I think that makes the same point in a different way. I published my first collection of essays, titled Prepared for the Worst, which contained a short critique of his attack on Paul Scott, and asked him for a jacket blurb. After a short pause, back came a very handsome endorsement with the proviso that it didn't apply to the inexplicable wrong-headedness on pages 225 to 227. Salman had not been at our table in the days of the Bloomsbury kebab joint, but he soon started to feature in all my conversations with and letters from Martin and Ian and Colin McCabe. We began to meet during the permanent floating crap game of book launches and book fairs, and tended to sign the same petitions. But the first great qualitative change Salman brought was in the level of the after-dinner word games. I've already offered the excuse that the puerility of these was at least a muscle-building dress rehearsal for a higher form. You may think it absurd or pathetic, for example, to see what happens when you subtract the word heart from any well-known title or saying, and then substitute the word dick. Some of the results are in fact mildly funny. I left my dick in San Francisco, bury my dick at Wounded Knee, dick of darkness, the dick of the matter, and so forth. And others can recur to one at absurd moments: Dick Brake Hotel, the sacred dick, the dick and stomach of a king, the jack of dicks, an affair of the dick. The dick has its reasons. The dick is a lonely hunter, where they even threaten to be apposite. You can, I warn you, spend years working on a coalface like this before hitting an unlooked-for seam. How were we to know that Woody Allen, when questioned about his decision to run off with his adopted teenage daughter, would so tonelessly say, "The heart wants what it wants"? Much the same can be said of changing the word love, as a verb, that is, to fuck. Then you can get to the fucked one, the man who fucked women, fuck me do, she fucks you, fuck not wisely but too well, fuck thy neighbour, and numberless similar instances of harmless pleasure. As a noun, and perhaps marginally more ambitiously, the word was to be dropped and replaced with hysterical sex, thus the allegory of hysterical sex. Hysterical sex is a many-splendid thing. What is this thing called, hysterical sex? Hysterical sex in a cold climate, hysterical sex actually, free hysterical sex story, hysterical sex potion number 9, which has only just occurred to me, and a fool for hysterical sex, as well as ain't no cure for hysterical sex. In spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of. One might also instance the time when Martin returned from interviewing the pornographer John Staglione. This transcendent Californian director had scrubbed almost all normal sex from his Buttman productions, in favour of a near-exclusive emphasis on heterosexual sodomy. Martin, inquiring about this aesthetic auteurism, had been informed that in the new age of filth, pussies are bullshit. This was a facer and no mistake. How to draw the nasty sting from something so profane? We proceeded carefully with the substitutions. Bullshit galore? What's new, bullshit cat? The owl and the bullshit cat went to sea. Ding dong bell, bullshits down the well. Bullshit in boots, a bit of a stretch. Salman it was who redeemed the occasion by casually tossing in octo-bullshit, which had the looked-for and healing effect. At all events, there came a time when someone arrived late at a dinner party, complaining of having been stuck at an airport with nothing to read but a Robert Ludlum-style novel. This didn't seem worth pursuing until the complaint was refined somewhat. I mean, it's not just that the prose is so bloody awful, but that the titles are so sodding pretentious. The Bourne Inheritance, the Eiger Sanction, all this portentous piffle. Again, not a subject to set the table afire until someone idly said they wondered what a Shakespeare play would be called if it were Ludlum who had the naming of it. At once Salman was engaged and began to smile. "All right, Salman. Hamlet, by Ludlum. At once, and I mean with as much preparation as I've given you." The Elsinore vacillation. Fluke? Not exactly. Challenged to do the same for Macbeth, he produced the Dunsinane Reforestation, with hardly a flourish and barely a beat. After this it was plain sailing through the Kerchief Implication, the Rialto Sanction, and one about Caliban and Prospero that I once knew but now can never remember. There seemed to be no book or poem in English that he hadn't read, and his first language had been Urdu. This was, of course, the tongue of the camp followers of the Mughal Empire, who had brought Islam to India and to Salman's best-beloved native city of Bombay. At Cambridge he'd studied the Quran as a literary text on some optional course now no longer taught. To his reflections on this I paid not enough attention. Nobody in our world was religious. Even India was basically secular, surely, and when white racists attacked British Asians, they called them all Pakis without, if you like, discrimination. The one thing the racist can never manage is anything like discrimination. He is indiscriminate by definition. The mosque was at the margin of English life. There was quite a nice-looking one as you took a taxi round Regent's Park to watch England play Pakistan at cricket. In the larger world I knew well enough there was a challenge from Islamic extremism. It had, for example, destroyed the promise of the great Iranian Revolution that pitted masses of unarmed civilians against an oil-crazed megalomaniac with a pitiless network of secret police and a huge purchased army, which in the end was too mercenary and corrupt to fight for him. At the moment when Iran stood at the threshold of modernity, a black-winged ghoul came flapping back from exile on a French jet and imposed a version of his own dark and heavy uniform on a people too long used to being bullied and ordered around. For the female population of the country, at least, the new bondage was heavier than the old. And for my friends on the Iranian and Kurdish left, it became an argument as to which model of repression and imprisonment and torture was the harshest. In New York, my friend Edward Said had written a book punningly entitled Covering Islam, which partly sought to explain these unwelcome developments away. It was Western presumption, he argued, to regard Islam as a problem of backwardness. It led to our first major disagreement, which was still conducted in a friendly key. How, I demanded of him as he sat wreathed in fragrant pipe smoke and dressed in the most impeccable tweed, would a person like himself expect to fare in an Islamic republic? He had a most engaging crinkle around the eyes when he smiled, which he did, as he told me that the more pressing question was the misrepresentation of Muslims by the Orientalist and all-conquering West. The cloud that overshadowed our conversation was, then, no bigger than a man's hand. But I wasn't conscious of any impending cloud on a later evening in late 1987 or early 1988, when I was dining at Edward's table, overlooking the Hudson on Riverside Drive, and a courier came bustling up from the Andrew Wiley Agency in Midtown. He bore a large box, which contained the manuscript of a forthcoming novel by Salman Rushdie. A note came along with it, which I remember very well. "Dear Edward," it said in effect, "I'd be obliged to have your view on this, because I think it may upset some of the faithful." Edward himself was a Christian from Jerusalem, indeed by birth an Anglican, however secular he'd since become. In a public dialogue with Salman in London, he had once described the Palestinian plight as one where his people, expelled and dispossessed by Jewish victors, were in the unique historical position of being the victims of the victims. There was something quasi-Christian, I thought, in the apparent humility of that statement. I mention this episode because it was later to be insinuated that Salman was himself the author of the fanatical response to his book, and that, in a phrase fashionable at the time, he knew what he was doing. Well, no doubt he did know what he was doing. No disgrace there, one might hope, and he certainly understood that he would attract attention if he took what was claimed as Holy Writ and employed it for literary purposes. In doing this, when he did, he ignited one of the greatest ever confrontations between the ironic and the literal mind, a necessary attrition that's always going on in some form. But he undertook it with care and measure and scruple, and nobody could have foreseen that he would be hit by a simultaneous life-and-death sentence. When the Washington Post telephoned me at home on Valentine's Day 1989 to ask my opinion about the Ayatollah Khomeini's fatwa, I felt at once that here was something that completely committed me. It was, if I can phrase it like this, a matter of everything I hated versus everything I loved. In the hate column, dictatorship, religion, stupidity, demagogy, censorship, bullying and intimidation. In the love column, literature, irony, humor, the individual, and the defense of free expression. Plus, of course, friendship, though I like to think that my reaction would have been the same if I hadn't known Salman at all. To restate the premise of the argument again, the theocratic head of a foreign despotism offers money in his own name in order to suborn the murder of a civilian citizen of another country for the offense of writing a work of fiction. No more root and branch challenge to the values of the Enlightenment on the bicentennial of the fall of the Bastille, or to the First Amendment to the Constitution, could be imagined. President George H.W. Bush, when asked to comment, could only say grudgingly that, as far as he could see, no American interests were involved. To the contrary, said Susan Sontag, Americans had a general interest in defending free expression from barbarism and also in defending free citizens from state-supported threats of murder, accompanied by sordid offers of bounty. It was providential that she was that year's president of Penn, because it quickly became evident that by no means everybody saw the question in this light. There were those who thought that Salman in one way or another deserved his punishment, or had at any rate brought it on himself, And there were those who were quite simply scared to death and believed that the Ayatollah's death squads could roam and kill at will. Rushdie himself disappeared inside a black bubble of total security, and as time went on, his Japanese translator was to be murdered, his Italian translator stabbed, and his Norwegian publisher shot 3 times and left for dead. Of those who tended to gloat over Salman's fate, a surprising number were on the right. I say surprising because the conservatives had lamented the fall of the Shah and been appalled by the rise of Khomeini, and were generally the most inclined to lay emphasis on the word terrorism when confronted by violent challenges from the Third World. But in America, the whole phalanx of neoconservatives, from Norman Podhoretz to A.M. Rosenthal and Charles Krauthammer, turned their ire on Salman and not on Khomeini, and appeared to relish the fact that this radical Indian friend of Nicaragua and the Palestinians had become a victim of terrorism in his turn. They preferred to forget how their hero Ronald Reagan had used the profit of illegal arms dealing with the Ayatollah to finance the homicidal Contras in Nicaragua, but they did not forgive Salman for having written The Jaguar Smile. In Britain, writers and figures of a more specifically Tory type, like Hugh Trevor Roper, Lord Shawcross, Auberon Waugh, and Paul Johnson, openly vented their distaste for the uppity wog in their midst and also accused him of deliberately provoking a fight with a great religion. Meanwhile, in an unattractive example of what I nicknamed reverse ecumenicism, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Vatican, and the Sephardic Chief Rabbi of Israel all issued statements to the effect that the main problem was not the offer of pay for the murder of a writer, but the offence of blasphemy. The British Chief Rabbi, Emanuel Jakobowitz, aiming for a higher synthesis of fatuity, intoned that both Rushdie and the Ayatollah have abused freedom of speech. This sort of stuff was at least partly to be expected. Rushdie was a bit of a lefty. He'd contrived to disturb the status quo. He could and should expect conservative disapproval. More worrying to me were those on the left who took almost exactly the same tone. Germaine Greer, always reliably terrible about such matters, again came to the fore, noisily defending the rights of book burners. The Rushdie affair, wrote the Marxist critic John Berger within a few days of the fatwa, has already cost several human lives and threatens to cost many, many more. And the Rushdie affair, wrote Professor Michael Dummett of All Souls, has done untold damage. It has intensified the alienation of Muslims here. Racist hostility towards them has been inflamed. Here we saw the introduction, and by a former promoter of Michael X, do not forget, of a willful, crass confusion between religious faith, which is voluntary, and ethnicity, which is not. It can and should be remembered that many religious texts, not least the sacred Hadith of Islam, prescribe horrible penalties for those who apostatize from religion, even if they were only born into it without their own consent. This does somewhat qualify the voluntary principle, and it, too, had its part in the campaign to murder Salman. Nonetheless, I insist on my distinction between this man-made phenomenon and that of race. All the deaths and injuries, all of them, from the mob scenes in Pakistan to the activities of the Iranian assassination squads, were directly caused by Rushdie's enemies. None of the deaths or injuries, none of them were caused by him or by his friends or defenders. Yet you will notice the displacement tactic used by Berger and Dummett and the multi-culti left, which blamed the mayhem on an abstract construct, the Rushdie affair. I dimly understood at the time that this kind of postmodern left, somehow in league with political Islam, was something new, if not exactly new left. That this trahison would take a partly multicultural form was also something that was slowly ceasing to surprise me. In his diaries, the Labour left leader Tony Benn recorded a meeting of like-minded members of Parliament the day after the fatwa, and mentioned the contribution of one of Britain's first black MPs. Bernie Grant kept interrupting, saying that the whites wanted to impose their values on the world. The House of Commons should not attack other cultures. He didn't agree with the Muslims in Iran, but he supported their right to live their own lives. Burning books was not a big issue for blacks, he maintained. And then there were those who, at a time of moral crisis for free expression, simply looked for a neutral hiding place. I remember it as at once the most depressing and the most inspiring month. The most depressing because the centres of several British cities were choked by hysterical crowds, all demanding not just less freedom for the collective, they wanted more censorship, more restriction, and the extension of an archaic blasphemy law, and more police power over publication, but also screaming for a deeply reactionary attack on the rights of the individual, the destruction of an author's work, and even the taking of an author's life. That this ultra-reactionary mobocracy was composed mainly of people with brown skins ought to have made no difference. In Pakistan, long familiar with the hysteria of the Jamaat-Islami and other religio-dictatorial gangs, it would have made no difference at all. But somehow, when staged in the streets and squares of Britain, it did make a difference. A pronounced awkwardness was introduced into the atmosphere, a hinting undercurrent of menace and implied moral and racial blackmail that has never since been dispelled. It took me a long time to separate and classify the three now distinctive elements of the new and grievance-privileged Islamist mentality, which were self-righteousness, self-pity, and self-hatred. So that was what some Notting Hillers would have once called a downer. Even more of one was the decision by the two main American bookstore chains to stop displaying or selling the Satanic Verses. This capitulation, justified in the name of security, like almost every cowardly idiocy before and since, was reported on the day that I learned that certain usually trusty literary figures, Arthur Miller among them, had declined Susan Sontag's invitation to come and read publicly from Salman's novel in a downtown New York auditorium. Some of these veteran petition signers had openly said they were physically afraid, and one or two had added that their Jewishness ought to excuse them from endorsement or attendance, since their Semitic signatures could only make matters worse. That this kind of thing should be said, and by the author of The Crucible, was, to an infinite extent and degree, lowering to the spirit. It seemed that the assassins were winning without a fight, and that those who should be defending the citadel were weeping and scattering before they'd even heard a shot or felt a wound. Later on, the working staff of those bookstores passed a resolution saying that they were not selling bananas or condoms and would honour the professional duty to provide any customer with any book. And they were the ones standing by the plate-glass windows. I wish this example were better remembered and more emulated than it is. Susan Sontag was absolutely superb. She stood up proudly where everyone could see her and denounced the hirelings of the Ayatollah. She nagged everyone on her mailing list and shamed them, if they needed to be shamed, into either signing or showing up. A bit of civic fortitude, as she put it in that gravelly voice that she could summon so well, is what is required here. Cowardice is horribly infectious, but in that abysmal week she showed that courage can be infectious too. I loved her. This may sound sentimental, but when she got Rushdie on the phone, not an easy thing to do once he'd vanished into the netherworld of ultra-protection, she chuckled. "Salman, it's like being in love. I think of you night and day, all the time." Against the riot of hatred and cruelty and rage that had been conjured into existence by a verminous religious fanatic, this very manner of expression seemed an antidote, a humanist love plainly expressed against those whose love was only for death. Two ominous modern phenomena began to make their appearance in that time of the toad. The first was the employment of preemptive censorship by force, as mentioned above, whereby the main threat of violence was enough to make editors and publishers think twice, or rather think not at all. The second, if anything even more worrying, was the mobilization of foreign embassies to intervene in our internal affairs. All of a sudden, accredited diplomats of supposedly sovereign nations like Pakistan and Qatar were involving themselves in matters that were none of their concern, such as the publication or distribution or even paperback printing of works of fiction. And this unheard-of arrogation was none too subtly meshed and synchronized with the cruder potency of the threat, as if to say in a silky tone that you might prefer to deal with us, the envoys of a foreign power, rather than with the regrettably violent elements over whom we have, needless to say, no control. In recent years this awful picture has become so familiar as to be dreary, most recently in the case of the caricatures of Islam's prophet that were briefly published in Denmark and reprinted nowhere else, while unchecked violence against a small Scandinavian democracy was seen as something for which it was the Danes who should be apologizing. I felt then, as I feel now, that this was a test. I saw Salman every time I went to London, getting gradually used to the moment at the end of the meeting when he would cram on some shades and a bush hat or some other improvised disguise and slide into a waiting car that would take him to a secret destination. This, in the middle of England, after the Cold War. The sting of that humiliation is with me still, and I fight against its ever being thought of as normal. I sat with him through some of the other humiliations whereby he was offered a shameful deal by the British authorities and the religious bullies who they still like to promote by recognizing them as negotiators. If Salman might perhaps undertake some sort of grovel, it was insinuated, if he might care to disown his own work and make a profession of faith, things might possibly arrange themselves, or be arranged. It was additionally put to him by the pliant and sinuous men of Her Majesty's Foreign Office that if he declined this magnanimous offer, he might be protracting the misery of the Western hostages, who were then being held by Iranian-paid kidnappers in filthy secret dungeons in Lebanon. So that Salman, who had done nothing except read and write, was to be declared the hostage of the hostages. The life of the torturer and the blackmailer is always made that little bit easier, not to say more enjoyable, by the ability to offer his victim what looks like a choice. One of the worst mornings of my life came in the cold winter of 1990 when I read that Salman Rushdie had written a short article entitled, "Why I Have Embraced Islam." There were two or conceivably three things that could be said about this. The first was said by my friend Ben Sonnenberg, who opined that it was no worse than Galileo's pro forma renunciation, designed only to save his own skin from the instruments of rending and tearing and burning which he had been shown by the Inquisition. The second was said by Carroll, who pointed out that the relationship between the sun and the earth was unchanged by anything said or unsaid by Galileo, whereas Salman had made a direct, brave connection between his own work and life and the wider battle for free expression. This issue is more important, he had said on television, on day one, than my book or even my life. Thus, in a way, he had no right to withdraw his original statement. The third thing was said by Salman himself at our next meeting, that his awful article had been the price of the ticket. I didn't exactly feel I had any right to tell him that he owed it to the cause of free expression to risk immolating himself, but then he did at least have the grace, as he was saying this thing, to look somewhat abashed. Anyway, as it turned out, there was no ticket. The preachers at the Regent's Park Mosque, so fawning and pleasant when it came to the posturing Islamophile Prince Charles, and so vicious when it came to Salman, may have pronounced the word faith to the point of nausea, but the concept of good faith was foreign to them, and not even the craven Foreign Office could hold them to a crummy bargain they had never intended to honour. It's arduous in the extreme to have a disagreement, on principle, with someone who embodies what is to you the most important of all principles. But fortunately this tension didn't endure. Salman began making ventures in travel, testing the walls of the prison that he had to cart, almost tortoise-like, around with him. Václav Havel agreed to receive him in Prague. President Mary Robinson of Ireland had him to Dublin. He continued pushing at the bars and restrictions, refusing to allow himself to be immured or obliterated. It was at about this time that he took the Proust questionnaire for Vanity Fair. One of the regular questions is, "What do you most dislike about your appearance?" His response? Its infrequency. Having been repudiated by George H.W. Bush on a previous trip to Washington, just another author on a book tour, as the White House spokesman put it, he wanted to see if the newly elected Clinton administration would follow the Havel-Robinson lead. I've never felt more as if my life and my job, or my work, were the same thing. My immediate job was to make sure that the Iranian mullahs could not say that Rushdie had come back to Washington and been turned away yet again. I was ready for a certain amount of temporizing and hair-splitting and throat-clearing, but not for as much of it as I got. Every official human rights committee in the nation's capital turned me down flat when I asked them to sponsor a visit by Salman or to lend their help in getting him invited to the Oval Office. I was looked at with incredulity and even hostility, as if I'd proposed something insanely dangerous, as well as latently offensive. It was, if anything, even worse than the atmosphere of panic and capitulation in New York 3 years before. The Susan Sontag role was now taken up by George Stephanopoulos. Again, it was striking to see how much difference a bit of character and guts and integrity could make. I telephoned him at the White House, presuming on a not very old or strong acquaintance, but he came right on the line and said immediately that he could guess why I might be calling. Also, he added, "It's extremely clear what the obviously right thing is. Let me tell him that and see what I can do." The Clintonian him, in this case, was his usual triangulating and vacillating self, and would not make a definite commitment. But by the time Salman landed and had established himself in our apartment, which had been turned into an armed command post by the security services, it had been agreed that he could meet Tony Lake, Clinton's chief of staff, and Secretary of State Warren Christopher, and that the meeting would take place at the White House. The excellent Sir Robin Rennick had also offered to give a later reception at the British Embassy with Catherine Graham of the Washington Post as co-host. Honor was reasonably satisfied. Even if Clinton would not commit, it wasn't going to be a hole-and-corner visit as in the Bush years. It was Thanksgiving. The city was rather still. Salman was disposed to chat, and to chat about anything but the inevitable topic. One evening I told him that I had a slight column to write for the upcoming black and white issue of Vanity Fair. I simply had to produce, I said, about 3,000 words a la Truman Capote on exclusively black and white themes. Might he care to free associate? He looked at me and lowered his very heavy lids. These later became so heavy that they needed a slight surgical correction, but in those days he could adopt the gaze of what Martin unforgettably called a falcon looking through a Venetian blind. This meant his attention was engaged. For the next 20 or 30 minutes he poured out a spate of closely connected allusions, from the photographic negative techniques of Edward Muybridge to a projected jet-black version of the Taj Mahal that Shah Jahan had planned but failed to build on the opposite side of a reflecting pool. My little essay was essentially written for me. More than that, though, was the intuition it gave me. People who knew Mozart said that he was not so much composing music as hearing it and then writing it down. On a previous visit, I'd arranged for Salman to be given a private tour of the Folger Shakespeare Library, which has in its vaults an unrivaled collection of the playwright's first folios, as well as, something we know he must have actually handled, the title deed to his house in Stratford. At lunch afterward, Salman had talked in an unstoppably poetic way about all matters Shakespearean, unstoppable in the sense that nobody present wanted to stop him. And again it was more than a show of erudition. This was the Salman I wished the world could see and hear. Paul Valéry said that poetry is not speech raised to the level of music, but music brought down to the level of speech. This was also the Salman who went beyond Valéry's thesis and made me think that there might exist a deep connection between music and literature. Although I am capable at a stretch of writing a short story or faking up a mock sonnet, I soon enough realized when young that I did not have the true stuff for fiction and poetry, and I was very fortunate indeed to have as contemporaries several practitioners of those arts who made it obvious to me, without unduly rubbing in the point, that I'd be wasting my time if I tried. Now, listening to Salman compose, as it were, I suddenly wondered if this was related to my near-total inability with music, itself quite possibly linked with my incapacity in chess and mathematics. Thinking quickly and checking one by one, I noticed that all my poet and novelist friends possessed at the very least some musical capacity. They could either play a little or could give a decent description of a musical event. Could it be this that marked them off from the mere essayist? I hit one iceberg-sized objection right away. Vladimir Nabokov, perhaps the man of all men who could make one feel embarrassed to be employing the same language, English being only his third, detested music. Music, I regret to say, affects me merely as an arbitrary succession of more or less irritating sounds. The concert piano and all wind instruments bore me in smaller doses and flame me in larger ones. Ah, but that needn't mean he wasn't musical. He wrote a story in 1932 called Music, in which the protagonist is trapped at a recital with his former wife. Any music that he did not know could be likened to the patter of a conversation in a strange tongue. However, the chords and notes come to exert a healing power, and he realizes suddenly that The music, which before had seemed a narrow dungeon, had actually been incredible bliss, a magic glass dome that had embraced and imprisoned him and her. Another guest at the party speculates that what they have just heard might be the Kreutzer Sonata, which was the title of Tolstoy's own personal favourite among his own works. And in the New York Public Library there rests a case of written material, Nabokov under glass, in which the great Lepidopterist attempted a form of notation that could run along the top of his holographs. What is this if not a form of musicality? I feel certain that I was onto something, and at least a negative corollary seemed to be furnished by the Taliban in Afghanistan. They allowed the existence of prose and poetry only to the extent of the enforced recitation of one book, but all music they forbade outright. The pressure of security around the apartment became almost farcically insupportable as the time came for Salman to be taken by armoured vehicle to the White House. "Is your secret guest your Prime Minister?" inquired my Filipino housekeeper in a reverent whisper. It turned out that the man she had identified as this key figure was Salman's intrepid agent, Andrew Wiley, who had joined us late one night. As Salman eventually left for the appointment, there was still no word on whether the President would consent to meet him. But Stephanopoulos was on the phone in half an hour or so to say the eagle has landed, and the presidential hand had been outstretched. Later we celebrated this triumph at a press conference, and later, after Clinton had basely and typically insisted that the meeting had been unofficial and accidental and off the record with no photograph, we slightly uncelebrated, but it was still no defeat. At dinner I made a point of inviting Kemal Kuzpahic, the editor of the Bosnian Resistance's daily paper Osloboženje, Freedom. Muslim Bosnia was a site of daily slaughter by Christians, and we had also been trying to get Clinton to take some kind of intelligibly vertebrate position on that. It may have been after that dinner that Salman began to evolve and improvise a new word game, this time of book titles that had almost but not quite made it to acceptance by publishers. The Big Gatsby, Farewell to Weapons, For Whom the Bell Rings, Good Expectations, Mr. Zhivago, 2 Days in the Life of Ivan Denisovich. Talking of Vitches, I noticed again not long ago that the patronymic middle name of Nicholas Rubashov in Koestler's Darkness at Noon is Salmanovich. Interesting to think of him being a son of a Salman. I don't think it's completely fanciful to imagine Rushdie as being the lineal descendant of all those who have had to confront the totalitarian idea, physically as well as morally. Salmanovich, I've since learned, was Koestler's rendition into Russian of Solomonovich, the surname of an Israeli Jewish editor he'd known, and a great foe of the Jabotinsky-Begin ultranationalists. Staying with nomenclature for a bit, Rushdie itself was derived as a family name by Salman's father, who annexed it from Averroes ibn Rushd, the great medieval scholar of the Jewish-Christian-Muslim synthesis that flourished in Andalusia before the zealots and dogmatists extinguished that brief candle. He would, I'm sure, make light of this and pooh-pooh any comparison between himself and a Gulag victim, but it's still quite something to be told by the armed horse enforcers of a murder-based regime that you are yourself a dead man on leave, and the claustrophobic world in which he had to live for some years was a prefiguration of the world in which we all, to a greater or lesser extent, live now. I mean to say a world in which a fanatical religion, which makes absolutist claims for itself, and promises to supply, even to be, a total solution to all problems, furthermore regards itself as so pure as to be above criticism. I had a small foretaste of how this world feels when, after Salman's departure from Washington, I received a summons from the head of the Department of Narcotics and Counterterrorism, Drugs and Thugs, as it is known at Foggy Bottom, at the State Department. Having overseen Salman's visit, this man now told me, he and his people had been in receipt of believable chatter from Iranian sources indicating an intended revenge on myself and my family for helping to host the trip. I took this in and asked what I was supposed to do. "We suggest changing your address, but would not any Iranian state-directed agent who knew where I lived also be able to find out where I had moved? Very well, might you at least consider changing your phone number?" Suddenly I got it. The State Department, like the British Foreign Office, had done its due diligence. It had called me in, warned me, and could now file the thing away. Already well-covered behinds had been given further protective clothing. But in truth I didn't think my own rear end was any more exposed than anyone else's. Since I speak and write about this a good deal, I'm often asked at public meetings, in what sometimes seems to me a rather prurient way, whether I myself or my family have ever been threatened by jihadists. The answer is that yes, I have, and so has everyone else in the audience, if they've paid enough attention to the relevant bin Ladenist broadcasts to notice the fact. And the time was soon to come when the mentality of the fatwa, allied to the ideology of jihad, would arrive in Washington by unscheduled civilian air transport, and almost demolish a building far better armored than the Department of State. I don't think it's possible to overstate the importance of the Rushdie case. Along with the reference to Koestler that I've already ventured, I did at one time propose another comparison that you may choose to think is almost as portentous. The Ayatollah's fatwa had included in its condemnation all those responsible for the publication of the satanic verses. The night before I was due to speak at Susan Sontag's Solidarity meeting in New York, in the first week of the drama, I was striving to think of something that might go beyond the usual petition signing and letter writing routine. Something that would mark this assault on our liberties and our principles as something out of the common, to be met with no ordinary response. I thought, what if we all declare ourselves co-responsible for its publication? This was the principle of solidarity introduced by the followers of Spartacus and taken to a still higher level by those Danes in 1941 who, not alas including their king, that story is a beautiful myth, voluntarily donned the yellow star as a gesture to those who were compelled to wear it. On the following morning I made that proposal in my speech, and was agreeably surprised by how well it went over. The petition was drawn up there and then in that form, and signed by a pretty solid collection of authors, from Norman Mailer to Diana Trilling to Don DeLillo. It was then put out for general circulation and garnered widespread endorsement, though I moaned with disgust when it was eventually printed in the Times Literary Supplement, because meanwhile some quavering cretinous hand had inserted the weasel words, "while we regret any offence caused," into the preamble. I know I am not the only one who did not mind in the least if religious delusions were ridiculed, but if I had been the only one, I still wouldn't have given a damn. I had thought I might never see Norman Mailer again after I'd asked him, on a TV show with Germaine Greer, whether he'd ever wondered about his apparent obsession with sodomy and its male occasions, the barracks, the prison, the boxing gym, even in Harlot's Ghost, the interstices of the intelligence community, as well as its more notorious female ones. In the green room afterward, he reacted extremely badly, seizing a copy of Tough Guys Don't Dance, and inscribing it to me with a minatory sentence that told me to beware of his next interview. When that was eventually published in a London magazine called The Face, it contained his accusation that the London literary scene had been rigged against him by a homosexual coterie dominated by Martin Amis, Ian Hamilton, and myself. Martin and I dallied briefly with the idea of writing in to say that this was very unfair, at least to Ian Hamilton. After the fatwa, though, Mailer became more friendly. Never to be outdone when the electricity of violence was in the air, he initially had to be talked out of a hyper-macho scheme to raise money for a retaliatory hit against the Ayatollah, but renewed contact with me because, I suppose, my own position made me look a bit less like a faggot. And what of Salman himself? He made, I will always feel, the ideal protagonist for this drama. If literature and the ironic mind are to be defended to the death, then it is as well to have a superbly literate and ironic individual as the case in point. I cannot remember any moment when he said or did anything crass, or when he raised his voice unduly, or responded in kind to those who were taunting or baiting him. He was at one time very concerned that he would dry up as a writer, because of being moved from one safe house to another, but in practice produced several first-rate fictions and many brilliant essays and reviews, including one favourite of mine, The Ground Beneath Her Feet, which is almost written to music, thus disproving Orwell's fine but fallacious dictum that the imagination, like certain wild animals, will not breed in captivity. I was going to say that he never lost his sense of humour, but this would be to miss the one great exception, which was the awful and unctuous and convoluted prose of his declaration of adherence to Islam. It really read as if written at gunpoint, which of course it had been. It also read as if it were written by someone else. During his stay with us at Thanksgiving, while he was signing a few books for his newly born ungoddaughter, he seized the volume of essays in which this literary abortion was preserved like a nasty freak in a bottle, and wrote across the title, "Why I Have Embraced Islam," the additional and expressive words, "No, ah." He then carefully crossed out every page of the offensive piece, signing each one to confirm his own authorial deletion. It was as near to the defacement of a book, or to an auto da fe, as I could imagine him getting. To proceed with that religious imagery, though, there was perhaps something fine to be salvaged, even from this preceding degradation. By trying his best to compose matters with the mullahs, he had sincerely shown that he did not seek a violent collision, and he had gone a long way to ask that the bitter cup of having to live the rest of his life under threat of death might be allowed to pass from him. Who can fail to sympathize? But having been made to understand that there was no path of compromise, Salman has become one of the world's most reliable defenders of the free expression of others. The sad paradox is that while he and his book both survived and flourished, nobody in the Anglo-Saxon publishing business would now commission or print the Satanic Verses. Indeed, the whole cultural and media industry has become, where reactionary Islam is concerned, one long profile in prudence. The other paradox is that the very multiculturalism and multi-ethnicity that brought Salman to the West, and that also made us richer by Hanif Qureshi, Nadim Aslam, Vikram Seth, Monica Ali, and many others, is now one of the disguises for a uniculturalism based on moral relativism and moral blackmail, in addition to some more obvious blackmail of the less moral sort, whereby the Enlightenment has been redefined as white and oppressive, mass illegal immigration threatens to spoil everything for everybody, and the figure of the free-floating transnational migrant has been deposed by the contorted face of the psychopathically religious international nihilist, praying for the day when his messianic demands will coincide with possession of an apocalyptic weapon. These people are not called nihilists for nothing. Of all this we were warned, and Salman was the messenger. Mutato nomine, et dete fabula narrator. Change only the name, and this story is about you. Mesopotamia from both sides. Terror, the most abject terror, is in the atmosphere about us, a consuming passion like that of jealousy, a haunting, exhausting spectre which sits like a blight upon life. Such a settled state of terror is one of the most awful of human phenomena. The air holds ghosts, all joy is dead, the sun is black, the mouth parched, the mind rent and in tatters. H.F.B. Lynch, Armenia, Travels and Studies. In July 2007, my old magazine, The New Statesman, made an attempt to embarrass me by reprinting an article I'd written from Iraq in early 1976. In those days ran the snide prologue to the reproduction. Young Hitchens saw Saddam as an up-and-coming secular socialist who would transform Iraq into a progressive model for the rest of the Middle East. The implied accusation of a U-turn or even of a turned coat bothered me not at all. I had long since learned to ask John Maynard Keynes's question, when the facts change, then my opinion changes. And you, sir? But I was nonetheless conscious of two conflicting desires. The first was to point out that my original essay hadn't got it all that wrong. The second was to give an account of how I had, in fact, almost completely reversed my position, and of how long such a process can take, and how painful it can be. Iraq in March of 1976 was 8 years into the rule of the Ba'ath Party. The nominal president, Ahmed Hassan Abu Bakr, whose ugly face was on all the posters and banners, was understood to be terminally ailing from diabetes. Now and then, and always phrased in careful and oblique tones, one heard talk of his vice president, Saddam Hussein, seemingly the head of the party's security apparatus. Make a note of the name, I wrote in my dispatch, adding that as the situation grows more complicated, Saddam Hussein will rise more clearly to the top. I'm not so embarrassed to have written that, unless it be embarrassment for my rather leaden prose. But leaden prose always tends to be a symptom of other problems, and if I am honest, I think I can reconstruct the cause of my own langue de bois. It was my second visit to Iraq, and I knew approximately 4 things about the country. The first was that it had been a British colonial invention, carved out between the other arbitrary frontiers of the post-Ottoman Middle East between Turkey, Iran, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. This meant that, as a British socialist, I had an instinctive sympathy with its nationalists. The second thing I knew was that it had a large Kurdish minority, and that the rights of this minority had long been a major cause of the left. The third thing I knew was that the Ba'ath Party, which called itself socialist, was at least ostensibly secular and not religious. The fourth thing I knew was that the casinos and brothels and nightclubs of London, just then awash in Gulf Arab clientele, after the free-for-all of the post-1973 oil embargo, did not tend to feature droves of greedy Iraqis throwing their country's wealth away on drink and harlots. On the visible evidence, partly confirmed to me by guarded British diplomats at the Alweer Club, near the River Tigris, Iraq was using its immense national income to create a serious infrastructure of building and development, but also of health and welfare. Recently declassified papers show the British Embassy in Baghdad reporting back to London in these terms: Saddam's accession to office was the first smooth transfer of power since 1958, and though strong-arm methods may be needed to steady the ship, Saddam will not flinch. My friend Gavin Young, the great travel writer and gay ex-guardsman, had told me of the marsh Arabs of the southern wetlands, pursuing an antique manner of life that still had strong biblical trace elements to it. But when I mentioned my wish for a visit down there, the relevant Iraqi officials steadfastly stonewalled me and tried to put me off. Why do you want to see backwardness? We are a modern country now. This dimly jogged my memory of visitors to the USSR being taken to see tractor factories while collectivization was ravaging the countryside. But in truth, I slightly prefer the cities to the countryside, and meanwhile, I had found myself an extraordinary companion of the urban sort. My first meeting with Mazen al-Zahawi was, I would say, unpropitious. In return for a visa, the Baathists insisted on providing me with a guide. Many regimes do this as a means of keeping visiting scribes under control. You may sometimes escape a minder, but there's an art and a science to it, and it can take time. As I stood in line at Baghdad airport for my passport to be stamped, I could see a group of people waiting on the other side of the barrier, and instantly made up my mind which one I hoped would not be for me. He was sallow, morose-looking, and wearing dark glasses indoors, a thoroughly bad sign. A secret police or mukhabarat type, bored and resentful and hard to shake. As I passed through the barrier, he stepped softly forward and gave me a soggy, insipid handshake. I can't remember how we passed the time in the car. There was a chauffeur in front of whom he was icily silent. But we got to the hotel, and he said he'd let me check in and then meet me in the bar. I took my time. When I eventually pulled myself onto the neighbouring stool, it was in order to feign exhaustion and to see if perhaps I might take an uninvigilated walk in the city while he thought I was napping. But he took off his shades, leaned toward me, placed his hand firmly on my knee, and said, "I believe we're going to be such friends. My own little circle tells me that I'm an exact blend of Adolf Hitler and Oscar Wilde." If I say that I suddenly noticed how faultless his English was, I say the least of it. "Are you a member of the drinking classes?" he went on, gesturing effectively to the attendant. "I thought so. Later on we shall repair to my home. I shall play you my personal tape of the importance of being earnest. I am, of course, Gwendolen. The part of Lady Bracknell is taken by Gavin Young. I think I can claim this as one of the more original introductions of an outsider to Ba'ath Party internal affairs." Mazen did not at all disappoint. He took me to his family home near the banks of the Tigris, which proved to be the former house of Hitler's envoy to Iraq, at the time of the pro-Nazi coup in favour of Rashid Ali in 1941, a coup that, as I was to learn, had been supported by the political ancestors of the Ba'ath. There was a rather squawking homemade recording of Wilde's 3-act masterpiece, in which Gavin's booming baritone and Mazen's lilting response could be discerned. It all rather conformed to Susan Sontag's speculations about camp and fascinating fascism. I wondered uneasily what Gavin had told Mazen about me. Young was one of those old queens who believe that deep down all men are queer as clockwork oranges. But Mazen's own double life proved to be much more subtle and convoluted than that. For one thing, he was by ancestry half Kurdish. This was nothing special on its own. Intermarriage between Arabs and Kurds in Iraq, as between Sunni and Shia, used to be a commonplace. But Iraq had just emerged from a bitter border war with the Shah of Iran, in which Henry Kissinger had used the Kurdish militias in the north as a proxy against Baghdad, and then famously abandoned them to be massacred on the hillsides in order to seal a deal with the Shah. This had opened Iraqi Kurds to the charge of disloyalty, bad enough at any time, and also of being tools of Iran and its ally Israel, which was even worse. But it wasn't enough for Mazen to be half Kurdish and, by night, all gay. During the rest of the working day he was on call to be one of the interpreters for Saddam Hussein. I had frequently met homosexuals who liked to live dangerously or on thin ice, but this was the most daring feat of socio-political cross-dressing I had encountered to date. Together we went to visit factories and dams and ministries, and mosques and museums and ziggurats by day, and Baghdad's demi-monde at night. My friend Marina Warner back in London was thinking of writing an opera about the Gilgamesh legend, and Mazen arranged for me to meet a keeper of antiquities at Gertrude Bell's National Museum to see if he might have anything useful to impart. "Don't be too tarty," he warned me. I thought and hoped, superfluously. He repeated the same injunction when he asked me casually if I'd care to meet Iraq's nominee for the leadership of the Palestinian struggle. I was increasingly sympathetic to the Palestinians by then, and was hoping that if any Arab state would outgrow the humiliation of the 1973 defeat by Israel, it would be a secular one, and not a Saudi-type or otherwise theocratic manifestation. So I said yes, without any particular reflection. Accordingly, I was taken to a villa to meet Sabri al-Banna, known as Abu Nidal, father of struggle, who was at the time emerging as one of Yasser Arafat's main enemies. The meeting began inauspiciously when Abu Nidal asked me if I would like to be trained in one of his camps. "No thanks," I explained. From this awkward beginning there was a further decline. I was then asked if I knew Saeed Hamami, the envoy of the PLO in London. I did, in fact, know him. He was a brave and decent man, who, in a series of articles in the London Times, had floated the first-ever trial balloon for a two-state solution in Israel-Palestine. "Well, tell him he's a traitor," barked my host, "and tell him we have only one way with those who betray us." The rest of the interview passed, as so many Middle Eastern interviews do. Too many small cups of coffee served with too much fuss, too many unemployed heavies standing around with nothing to do and nobody to do it with, too much ugly furniture, too many too bright electric lights, and much too much faux bonhomie. The only political fact I could winnow from Abu Nidal's vainglorious claims to control X number of fighters in Y number of countries was that he admired the People's Republic of China for not recognizing the State of Israel. I forget how I got out of his office. Somewhat more intellectually testing was my encounter with the Iraqi Communist Party, then a real power in the state and in the society, and the only faction in Iraq which, for secular and internationalist reasons, did recognize the State of Israel. I was taken to its downtown offices, there to meet Dr. Rajim Mahina. It was amazing to see how closely he stuck to the party line on every detail. When I asked why the communists had agreed to sit on the governing council with the Baathists who used to shoot them and torture them, he replied that Iraq under the Baath had become the only Arab state to give diplomatic recognition to East Germany, a response almost as boring and dank as Abu Nidal on Beijing. But at this point Mazen did me a favour and left the room, abdicating for a while the role of minder. Dr. Ahina suddenly became less wooden and more animated. Many of the party's leaders and activists were being secretly arrested, he told me. Here was a list of their names in English. Could I take it back with me to London? I slid the folded piece of paper into my inside pocket. A moment like that is obviously very much more eloquent and informative than any amount of choreographed question and answer. Later that night, Mazen took me to dinner on a houseboat on the Tigris to meet a man named Yahya Thanayan, who owned his own printing press. This old boy, as I thought of him, had been in prison under every regime in Baghdad since the British. The worst of all, he told me, had been his imprisonment under the current one. He had received the personal attentions of the dreaded Nadim Khuzar, head of the secret police, who had recently been executed as part of the process by which Saddam Hussein was annexing all such powers to himself. However, Thanayan went on, he nonetheless believed that the Ba'athist government was the best that the unhappy country had yet had to endure. He was a cultivated man, and did not seem to be suffering from any gruesome repressed masochism. And Marsden, too, half Kurdish as he was, and absolutely not cut out for life in any sort of Sparta, seemed genuine in acknowledging the regime's achievements. Oil had been nationalized and was not, as in neighboring Saudi Arabia or Iran, the property of a horde of venal monarchs and their princelings. Arab unity and secularism were being preached in the face of a tide of reaction sweeping the region. So the article which I eventually wrote, while it certainly emphasized political repression, attempted to be fair on these points. Iraq was investing in its people. Its constitution at least formally defined it as an Arab and Kurdish state, which was more than its NATO neighbour Turkey had ever done for its largest minority. It was modernizing and non-Islamic in its rhetoric. Yet I still grimaced when I reread the piece, because what I left out was the most important thing of all. The X factor that was later summarized so well by the Iraqi dissident Kenan Makia in the title of his book, The Republic of Fear. What I omitted, because I didn't really understand it, was the sheerly irrational. What I should have been noticing was hidden in the spaces between the ostensible words. I should have paid more attention to the way Dr. Ahina's expression had changed when he found himself unobserved. I should have registered the way that people almost automatically flinched at the mention of the name Saddam Hussein. I should have been more observant when, taken to one of the vaunted new clinics of Baghdad after I briefly became ill, I had not been alone with the young doctor for upward of a minute when he asked me in a whisper if I could help him get out of the country. Later on, reporters who'd been in Baghdad would debate whether the fear was so palpable that you could cut it with a knife, or so thick that you could actually eat it. I followed developments in Iraq after I got home and began belatedly to appreciate that I had been shown the way things were actually pointing. Saddam Hussein soon made himself president, and not long after that launched an all-out assault on the Iraqi communists, smashing his main rival to the left with a campaign of arrests and torture that was a mere foretaste of things to come. He began to spend more of his country's vast wealth on rearmament, clearly not intending to abide by the border truce he'd signed with Iran. He also began to make Baghdad a haven for international gangsters. Just after New Year's Day in 1978, hugely to my horror and dismay, an agent of Abu Nidal's walked into the office of Said Hamami in Hay Hill in Mayfair and shot him dead. I had in fact gone to see Hamami on my return from London, and told him that this obscure Palestinian in Baghdad was making threatening noises at him. Said had shrugged. He'd heard this kind of nasty bravado before. Now I was in the position, not just of having delivered a warning from a terrorist, but of having seen the threat explicitly carried out. This was the opening of an astonishing spree of murder and mayhem. In his day, Abu Nidal's name was almost as notorious as Osama bin Laden's was later to become. He went on to bomb Rome and Vienna airports, and to assassinate several of Arafat's more negotiation-minded lieutenants. Issam Satawi, the PLO delegate to the Socialist International, was gunned down while talking to my friend Vassos Lissarides, leader of the Socialist Party of Cyprus. Every time a possible back channel was opened between Israelis and Palestinians, a long arm would reach out from Iraq, and the Palestinian interlocutor would be slain. Even Iraqis in London lived under the Republic of Fear. My main contact at the embassy was the cultural officer, Naji Sabri al-Hadithi. He was a fairly literate and civilized fellow with a wonderful feeling for English, and he would invite me to lavish lunches and once to an Iraqi soirée musicale at his home. I invited him to dinner in return at my crummy apartment in Islington, and noticed after he'd departed that he'd left a bag behind. It turned out to contain a small rug, some Cuban cigars, some top-dollar single malt scotch, and a few other classy items. I could, of course, return them if I felt high-minded enough. I meant to, but I didn't. This was interesting. I was a fairly junior writer on a small socialist weekly. What did the Iraqis do when they wanted to butter up the more senior members of the media, or of other elements of the establishment? I was later to find out. But before I could decide to start reducing my contact with Naji, he was recalled to Baghdad, where first one and then two of his brothers had been accused of plotting against the leadership. One of them, a former envoy to Moscow, was very painfully killed. The other was very painfully treated, but survived. Naji, who had such love for English, was put in charge of the regime's English-language Baghdad Observer. an illiterate rag given over to the diffusion of menacing gibberish and abject leader worship. A small further inducement was offered to my magazine. The Iraqi embassy paid for a full-page advertisement in which the Ba'athist regime offered all Iraqi Jews the right to come home and reclaim their property and citizenship. This attempt at restitution for the deportations and confiscations that had followed 1948, and the public hangings of Jews that had followed Israel's victory in 1967, was no doubt as hypocritical as Saddam's pro forma recognition of the Kurds, but at least it was the compliment that vice paid to virtue. In Baghdad I had sometimes teased Marsden by asking him how many Jews had accepted the offer and come back. "A trickle," was his invariable reply, until one day he couldn't keep it up any more and said, "Not even Mr. Ben Trickle has exercised his right of return." As the repression and terror in Iraq became more theatrically cruel, a group called Qadri, Campaign for the Restoration of Democratic Rights in Iraq, was founded by an old communist friend of mine from Oxford named Fran Hazelton. It joined the list of many good causes, from Chile to South Africa, that drew the signatures of left members of Parliament and intellectuals. I still have its archives and membership lists in my possession, but I admit that I let my own interest lapse a bit and that I wasn't in any case able to get another visa to visit the country. I also stopped hearing from my former Iraqi friends. As the pall over the country thickened and as the long insane war with Iran, launched by Saddam in 1979, with the support of the pious born-again creep Jimmy Carter, went pitilessly on. Under cover of this war, Saddam made a deliberate attempt at the extirpation of the Kurdish people by deploying weapons of mass destruction. He also began the building of a nuclear reactor at Osirak, badly hit but not destroyed by the Israelis in 1981. I kept in occasional touch with the Kurdish exile office in Washington, where by then I lived, and with some elements of the Iraqi left. My old communist acquaintance, Dr. Rahim Ajina, managed to escape from Baghdad and died in London, where he's buried next to Karl Marx in Highgate Cemetery. In the spring of 1990, I flew to Aspen, Colorado, to attend a summit meeting between George Bush and Margaret Thatcher. Mrs. Thatcher arrived, seeming distinctly frazzled and out of sorts. The Bush administration was clearly leaning toward Chancellor Kohl's reunified Germany as its new best friend in Europe, and her own good friend Ian Gow had been blown up by the Provisional IRA a few nights before. And then the entire picture was altered by one bold stroke. Saddam Hussein announced that the state of Kuwait, a member state of the United Nations, the Arab League, and many other international assemblies, had overnight become the 19th province of Iraq. I spent that extraordinary weekend at Aspen in two minds and in two places. This was plainly a case of undisguised aggression and annexation, and one quaked to think of what the civilians of Kuwait were undergoing. The Iraqi general in charge of the operation, I soon enough learned, was Ali Hassan al-Majid, known as Chemical Ali for his atrocities in Kurdistan. On the other hand, the Bush administration had been telling the Iraqis that it was neutral in the long-standing border dispute between Baghdad and the Kuwaiti royal family, and as between Baathists and feudal emirs, there didn't seem to be that much worth fighting over. It was true that Saddam Hussein had not long before employed poison gas against what President Bush insultingly persisted in calling his own people, but it was likewise true that the war material for this outrage had been supplied by the Reagan administration. I have to admit also, and with shame, that my own personal animosity against Bush was a factor in itself. I had simply detested the way in which he had lied his way as vice president through the Iran-Contra scandal, cringe-makingly claiming to have been out of the loop, while the White House ran an off-the-books private government based on illegal profits from the Ayatollah and some Central American mobsters. And I had coldly hated the way in which he won the 1988 election, allowing his less fastidious operators to smear the wretched Michael Dukakis with racist innuendo about Willie Horton. During the day in Aspen, I hung out with my press colleagues and attended the increasingly bellicose high-level briefings, at which Mrs. Thatcher shed all her earlier gloom and began to puff out like the ruff of some great cat in her enthusiasm for a fight. Here was an area of the world where the British had bases and traditions and expertise. What price Fat Boy Helmut Kohl now? One felt one could actually see her inserting the lead into the presidential pencil. In the evenings I'd go to the unfashionable edge of Aspen and hang out at Owl Farm in Woody Creek, home of the storied Hunter Thompson, In these booze-fueled and crepuscular surroundings, in the intervals of our own midnight gunplay with rows of empty bottles ranged against high-velocity rifles, the talk was all of the war machine and its revival, of the United States finding a new fear object after the fall of communism, and speculations of a similar tone. I've never been able to rid myself of the view that Bush was not really surprised to read the first reports from Kuwait. I watched him receive them very calmly, and only became upset when he learned that Saddam Hussein had taken the entire country. The whole thing stank of a prearranged carve-up gone wrong. It was almost impossible to read the description of his envoy's last meeting with Saddam and to form any other opinion. Ambassador April Glaspie, whom I had known briefly in London, explicitly told the Iraqi dictator that the United States took no position on his quarrel with the Kuwaitis. Had Saddam taken only the Rumaila oil field and the Bubiyan and Warburg Islands, there would have been no casus belli. I printed the Glaspie memorandum in Harper's Magazine, along with some highly critical commentary, and made several speeches and media appearances, saying that any war would be fought, in effect, on false pretenses. It had not occurred to me at the time, or not with full awareness, that if Saddam Hussein could have been so crazy as to go for broke and to steal all of Kuwait when he could have had a lucrative chunk of it for the asking, why then he might be such a deranged megalomaniac that he could no longer discern even his own interests. The official rhetoric of the Bush administration made me suspicious as well. Saddam Hussein was suddenly compared to Hitler by people who had never noticed the resemblance before. Alarmist official propaganda about Iraqi armoured divisions poised on the Saudi border and about Kuwaiti babies being thrown out of incubators to die on the cold floor proved to be exaggeration or fabrication. The Saudi tyranny appeared to be the chief beneficiary of the dispatch of coalition forces, while Saddam's mad blustering against Israel and Arafat's wicked and stupid decision to embrace Saddam seemed to me yet another excuse for relegating the question of Palestinian statehood to the end of the queue. So, with a fairly good conscience, I continued to write and speak against the impending war, and to point out all the contradictions in the Bush position. After all, if Saddam was really Hitler, then surely we were committed not just to rescuing Kuwait, but to invading Iraq and finding it a new government. And what gave us the right to do that? We, the pals of the Saudis, betrayers of the Kurds and horse traders with the Iranian mullahs. Every now and then, however, I found myself repressing a misgiving or two. Kuwait may not have been a model state, but it had a certain openness and, as Edward Said pointed out publicly, had made room on its small territory, at least for a limited parliament, as well as for many Palestinian refugees. All reports from Iraqi dissidents seemed to suggest that the reign of terror inside the country was actually even worse than Washington was alleging, and it seemed that Saddam Hussein was absolutely incapable of realizing that he had made a calamitous mistake. I flew with Bush's party on Air Force One to Saudi Arabia, asking annoying questions at every opportunity, and further irritating the Saudis by asking if I could have an interview with their honoured Muslim guest, Field Marshal Idi Amin of Uganda. Then I went up to Dhahran, to the gigantic base where the coalition was assembling its armada. It was at once clear that Iraq had no chance of holding off, let alone defeating, such a vast and sophisticated force. Any Iraqi conscripts put in the way of this juggernaut would simply be vaporized. Had the Baathists learned nothing from their previous military adventures? When the war did come, not only were those luckless soldiers vaporized, but so too were many civilians. Power stations, water supplies, bridges, and other crucial facilities in major cities were likewise hit with so-called smart bombs. And yet it became clear the Iraqi leadership was not going to be made to suffer alongside its people. Saddam's Republican Guard units between Kuwait City and Baghdad were left unscathed, while a column of scruffy stragglers and camp followers, trudging away from Kuwait after the surrender, was hit from the sky again and again and smeared all over the road of the Mutla Pass. The press gave this the unimaginative name of the Highway of Death, but I thought and wrote, and still think, that it was a grotesque carnival of turkey-shooting sadism. Before the war, my old Marxist comrade Fred Halliday had broken ranks to some extent and told the left, "You can avoid war, but only by leaving Kuwait in the hands of Saddam Hussein. You can be anti-imperialist, but you'll have to decide if imperialism is worse than fascism." I'd been briefly swayed by this, but was later to write with scorn that Comrade Halliday had been proved wrong. With Bush you could have both imperialism and fascism. American and Saudi power restored, and the Kuwaiti monarchy returned to power, with a chastened Saddam Hussein allowed to keep his own throne, and bluntly admonished to remember from now on who was the boss. This was the very worst of both worlds. When General Norman Schwarzkopf gave his personal permission for Iraq to use its helicopter gunships to restore order in the Iraqi Shia south, I thought I'd seen the absolute limits of political cynicism. It was only on revisiting the region in the immediate aftermath that I slowly came to realize that my own logic could be turned, or rather could turn itself against me. What if the war had led to the downfall of Saddam Hussein, instead of his confirmation in power? Would I not have been morally obliged to say that this was justifiable? The curse word fascism is easily enough thrown around, including by me on occasion, but I give you my oath that it makes a difference to you when you see the real thing at work. Again, it was the element of the sadistic and the irrational, the Götterdämmerung aspect, that caught and held my attention. On his way out of Kuwait, with nothing left to fight for, Saddam Hussein had given the order to set fire to the oil fields, and also to smash the wellheads, and thus allow the crude black stuff to run directly into the waters of the Gulf, and there thickly to coagulate. This deliberate eco-catastrophe was almost the equal of his draining of the southern marshes, and subsequent incineration of the deliberately aridified environment. The smoke plume from that nightmare had been seen with the naked eye from the space shuttle. Yet with the birds and marine animals of the Gulf choked to death en masse, and the sky itself full of fumes and specks that sometimes blotted out the sun, the predominantly green left and anti-war movements still could not find a voice in which to call this by its right name. On my way through Europe I went to an anti-war service in a beautiful Renaissance church in Rome. The slogan was, "L'Italia ripudia la guerra," Italy repudiates war, noble words taken from the country's anti-fascist post-war constitution. As I sat amid this highly civilized and polished congregation, all of its members really quite put out by American vulgarity and militarism, I found myself abruptly and chronically bored and repelled by the prevailing smugness. To repudiate war in this morally neuter way was to allow fascism a clear run. Once I had crossed Turkey and made an illegal entry into northern Iraq at the Habur checkpoint, I entered on a scene that did a bit more than merely change my outlook. The Kurdish provinces of Saddam Hussein's dominion had been turned into a howling wilderness. In company with a clever, witty, tough-minded Iraqi Jewish photographer who had seized this moment to trickle back to his ancestral country, and with 2 Kurdish militants as guides, I worked my way down the Zab River and through the mountains towards the once thickly populated towns and cities of the lower-lying areas. Nothing prepares you for how lush and green the uplands are. I used to make a point later on in Washington of arguing that no operations in Iraq should ever again be given the stupid codename prefix of desert. Mesopotamia is not a desert. Nor could anything have prepared me for the chain of wrecked and gutted and poisoned cities that showed Saddam's unquenchable thirst for destruction. This is perhaps how the Scottish Highlands or the Irish farmlands might have felt after the clearances. Village after village and township after township voided of population, and then dynamited or bulldozed, while on charred and desolate bits of the landscape ugly blockhouse encampments had been built to concentrate those thereby dispossessed. This was grim enough, but then, along a road dotted with the hulks of T-34 Russian-built tanks, came something more reminiscent of eastern Poland in the mid-1940s. The Kurdish city of Halabja had been hit by Iraqi chemical weapons in March of 1988, losing over 5,000 of its citizens in just one afternoon. 3 years later, it was still possible to interview and photograph people whose wounds were still burning and suppurating, or whose lungs had been corroded. It was also possible to do a little work to counter the denial campaign that some experts had already begun, claiming that it had been the Iranians who bombed the town. There were several unexploded chemical bombs still wedged in the basements of ruined buildings, with Iraqi Air Force markings on their casings, and I had myself photographed by Ed Kashi while crouching next to one of these. It was, in fact, only after the ghastly war with Iran was over that the truly horrific work in Iraqi Kurdistan had begun. Employing a Quranic verse, the one concerning the so-called anfal, or spoils, specifying what may be exacted from a defeated foe, the Iraqi army and police destroyed more than 4,000 centres of population and killed at least 180,000 Kurds. Today, in an echo of the Latin American vernacular about those who were, rather than had, disappeared, Kurdish people describe certain towns or groups as having been unfouled. The remainder were packed into the concentration centres mentioned above, or else loaded onto trucks and deported to the southern regions, where their mass graves are being dug up to this day. In the town of Shaklawa, where the Kurdish guerrillas had taken advantage of Saddam's defeat in Kuwait to set up a provisional headquarters, I heard some gut-twisting but half-credible rumours. It was said that thousands of men and boys of the Barzan clan had been taken away. This much could be proved, but taken away to be used as guinea pigs in tests of biological and chemical weaponry and of fragmentation weapons. I've since learned that it's very incautious to doubt any atrocity story, however lurid, if it's laid to the charge of Saddam Hussein. From Shaklawa, it wasn't too terribly far to the still disputed cities of Suleimania and Kirkuk, to which the temporarily demoralized Iraqi army had withdrawn. Our crappy Turkish rental car had died on us without a whimper. Jalal Talabani, the bear-like socialist who was the leader of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, lent us a jeep and 2 stalwarts so that we could proceed further and faster. The 2 Peshmerga soldiers, Hoshar Samsam and Ali, had taped a photograph of President George Bush, wearing a jogging suit of all things, to the windshield of the jeep. After a while, I was moved to ask if they felt they had to do this. I think I may have wondered what I would say if we ran into any smart-ass reporter I knew. The straightness of their answer shamed the deviousness of my question. "Without your Mr. Bush," they said, "we think we and all our families would be dead." I didn't have to look very closely at my surroundings to see and to appreciate the blunt truth of this. It was one of those common-sense moments that make one doubt the value of one's superior education. I decided that it would be merely flippant to say that he was not my Mr. Bush. The Western soldiers up in this part of Iraq were mainly British, as were many of the planes and helicopters, but the vast airdrops of food and clothing and medicine were largely American-organized, and the emplacement of a no-fly zone over the region, preventing the renewal of any coordinated assault by Saddam, depended very considerably on United States Air Force bases in neighboring Turkey. Though Bush and Thatcher had had no desire whatever to become drawn into the internal dynamics of Iraq after the retrieval of Kuwait, domestic public opinion had rebelled at the sight of hundreds of thousands of Iraqi Kurds in flight, starving on the hillsides and machine-gunned along the roads. Was this any way to end a war for liberation? For me, the immediate question became, was I to be a part of this public opinion or not? I felt that I had no choice. Well then, what had become, or what was left, of my formerly proud anti-war stance? Was it anything much more than an affectation, or a residue? All those who have had similar or comparable experiences will recognize the problem at once. It is not possible for long to be just a little bit heretical. To see American and British forces greeted by the people as liberators, to see the people's evident disappointment that this liberation was only to be partial, to see a nearly exterminated population regain its pulse and begin returning and rebuilding, this took a bit of assimilating. And my old left training wasn't entirely useless to me either. With the exception of the Mahabad Republic, briefly proclaimed with communist support in Iranian Kurdistan after the Second World War, and swiftly put down by the Shah, this was the closest that the Kurds, the largest population in the world without a state of its own, had come to controlling a piece of the earth that was distinctively theirs. Nor could I help noticing how many red flags were on display, how few mullahs there seemed to be, and how many invocations of old internationalist slogans were to be heard. It was chaotic and improvised. The men had a tendency to give the women back seats and to feel themselves naked and less festooned with weapons. The atmosphere was somewhat tribal for my taste, but, as Orwell said when analyzing his own mixed feelings about Republican and anarchist Catalonia, I recognized it at once as a state of affairs worth fighting for. The idea of Reds for Bush might seem incongruous, but it was a very great deal more wholesome than pacifists for Saddam. With Ed Kashi, I produced a short book about the Kurdish struggle, and I kept in touch with Bahram Salih, the Kurdish representative in Washington, who'd gone home to start reconstructing his country. He is today the elected Prime Minister of the autonomous northern region. The rest of Iraq, meanwhile, was retaken by Saddam Hussein as the private property of himself and his horrifying sons. Limitations to the reach of this crime family took the form of UN-mandated international sanctions and of no-fly zones in the airspace of the country's northern and southern provinces, which at least prevented a renewal of air-supported mass murder against the Kurdish and Shia populations. Almost every single day, Saddam's forces fired on the British and American planes that patrolled and enforced those zones. As well as being in a state of unstable ceasefire then, Iraq was also in a condition of being half slave and half free, a volatile situation that clearly could not continue indefinitely. Other things, Bosnia, Rwanda, emerged to trouble the sleep of those who cared about human rights. But what I had learned in Iraq was working somewhere in my mind. I got hold of a copy of the video that showed how Saddam Hussein had actually confirmed himself in power. This snuff movie opens with the plenary session of the Ba'ath Party Central Committee, perhaps 100 men. Suddenly the doors are locked, and Saddam in the chair announces a special session. Into the room is dragged an obviously broken man, who begins to emit a robotic confession of treason and subversion that he sobs has been instigated by Syrian and other agents. As the literally extorted confession unfolds, names begin to be named. Once a fellow conspirator is identified, guards come to his seat and haul him from the room. The reclining Saddam, meanwhile, lights a large cigar and contentedly scans his dossiers. The sickness of fear in the room is such that men begin to crack up and weep, rising to their feet to shout hysterical praise, even love, for the leader. Inexorably, though, the cowl continues, and faces and bodies go slack as their owners are pinioned and led away. When it is over, about half the committee members are left, moaning with relief and heaving with ardent love for the boss. In an accompanying sequel, which I have not seen, they were apparently required to go into the yard outside and shoot the other half, thus sealing the pact with Saddam. I'm not sure that even Beria or Himmler would have had the nerve and ingenuity and cruelty to come up with that. So, whenever the subject of Iraq came up, as it did keep on doing through the Clinton years, I had no excuse for not knowing the following things. I knew that its one-party, one-leader state machine was modelled on the precedents of both National Socialism and Stalinism, to say nothing of Al Capone. I knew that its police force was searching for psychopathic killers and sadistic serial murderers, not in order to arrest them, but to employ them. I knew that its vast patrimony of oil wealth, far from being nationalized, had been privatized for the use of one family, and was being squandered on hideous ostentation at home and militarism abroad. Post-Kuwait inspections by the United Nations had uncovered a huge nuclear reactor site that had not even been known about by the international community. I had seen with my own eyes the evidence of a very serious breach of the Genocide Convention on Iraqi soil, and I had also seen with my own eyes the evidence that it had been carried out in part with the use of weapons of mass destruction. I was, if you like, the prisoner of this knowledge. I certainly did not have the option of unknowing it. From time to time, I would be asked to sign a petition against the sanctions, which were said to be killing tens of thousands of young and old Iraqis by the denial of medical supplies and food. I couldn't bring myself to be persuaded by this pseudo-humanitarianism. In the same period, Saddam had built himself a new palace in each of Iraq's 18 provinces, while products like infant formula, actually provided to Iraq under the Oil for Food program, were turning up on the black market, being sold by Iraqi government agents. More and more, it seemed to me, anyone who really cared for the well-being and survival of Iraqis should be arguing for the removal of the insane despotism that had necessitated the sanctions and that was eating the country alive. The verdict of insanity was important all by itself. It seemed increasingly obvious to me that Saddam Hussein was not a rational actor, did not understand the elementary business of deterrence and self-preservation, and for this reason remained a danger, as psychiatrists phrase it, both to himself and to others. One of the manifestations of his megalomania was an ever-increasing piety. He had himself photographed and painted on huge murals in the robes of a mullah. He ordered that the jihadi slogan, Allahu Akbar, God is great, be added to the national flag of Iraq. He began an immense mosque-building program, including the largest mosque in the Middle East, named for the mother of all battles. He had a whole Quran written in his own blood. This macabre totem was to have been the centerpiece of that mosque. His party and state rhetoric became increasingly frenzied and jihadist in tone, and he stopped supporting secular forces among the Palestinians and instead began financing theocratic ones, such as Hamas and Islamic Jihad. An Iraqi bounty was officially and openly paid to the family of any Palestinian suicide bomber. Yet none of it, including the naming of the slaughterhouse campaign against the Kurds after a surah of the Quran, would unconvince the utterly smug Western experts, who kept on insisting that his Caligula regime was a secular one. To the contrary, it was precisely the genuine secular forces in the country, the Kurds, the communist and socialist movements, and the independent trade unions, that Baathism had set out deliberately to destroy, and it then filled the resulting vacuum with toxic religious propaganda of the crudest kind. Anyone who heard an Iraqi radio or television broadcast in the last decade of the regime can readily confirm that the insistent themes were those of martyrdom and holy war. I slowly began to make friends with the Iraqi exiles, authentic secularists for the most part, who were advocating regime change. Quite where this rather awkward euphemistic formulation originated, I cannot be certain. It seems to have crept into currency at about the time, during the Clinton administration, when Congress passed the Iraqi Liberation Act, making it long-term American policy to replace Saddam Hussein and short-term policy to set up a budget for his Iraqi opponents. This halfway house gave a temporary home to the idea that, while Iraqis were not strong enough to do the job themselves, the US was not exactly undertaking to do it for them either. Out of such sheepish, shamefaced half-acknowledgements, the regime change discourse began to chug into a sort of life. Spike Milligan once wrote a book about being a shambolic conscript in some forgotten cookhouse in the wartime British Army, and titled it, Adolf Hitler, My Part in His Downfall. The attempt to change political Washington's mind about Saddam Hussein has since been the subject of so much lurid invention and paranoid disinformation that I really think it's time that I named myself, along with the other conspirators involved, and gave an account of what we did and why we did it. The first of our faction was Kanan Makir, in his books The Republic of Fear and Cruelty and Silence, about the Saddam tyranny and the wars and famines and plagues it had sponsored. He'd shown remarkable forensic skill combined with a nicely astringent polemical style. I knew that he had, in an early career, been a Trotskyist of a faction different from my own, and so when I read his critique of my own previous stand in his Cruelty and Silence, I was most of all impressed by how accurately he quoted me, and how gently he delivered his reproofs. I had become too accustomed to the pseudo-left new style, whereby if your opponent thought he had identified your lowest possible motive, he was quite certain that he'd isolated the only real one. This vulgar method, which is now the norm and the standard in much non-left journalism as well, is designed to have the effect of making any noisy moron into a master analyst. Makir is an Iraqi of partly English parentage, whose family calling was that of architecture. Possibly the most penetrating of his many books about Saddam and Saddamism is called The Monument. It is an intense, illustrated study of the vast parade ground and double arch in central Baghdad, constructed by Saddam Hussein to immortalize his triumph in the wars against Iran. I enclose the word triumph in quotation marks here, not to ironize it, but to draw attention to its root in Roman barbaric and sadistic display. If modern public relations had allowed such a thing, then Saddam would certainly have dragged Persian captives at his chariot wheels before having them butchered as gladiator fodder or fed to the feral. I have visited this obscene place several times now. The matching arches are each of two crossed swords or sabres or scimitars, held by beefy forearms that were modelled by trembling sculptors from the dictator's own limbs. The big blades meet and intersect. From the wrists of each arm are slung great steel nets, filled to overflowing with the empty helmets of Iranian soldiers, holed with bullets and shrapnel, and gloatingly heaped up. They purposely evoke a pyramid of skulls. Iraqi schoolchildren were paraded to see this foulness. I think of it whenever I hear some fool say, "All right, we agree that Saddam was a bad guy." Nobody capable of uttering that commonplace has any conception of radical evil. My first instinct might have been to dynamite such a Golgotha, but Kanan was always collected and cool. "No, Christopher, we shall ask to have it rededicated as a place of memorial for all the victims of Baathism, Arab and Kurdish and Persian. I don't even want it bombed if the bombing ever comes. There will be an Iraq Memory Foundation, and this will be where we put it." We were talking on the campus of Brandeis University, where he taught then, and I had finished explaining to his class how I had begun to change my mind about the First Gulf War. It seemed to me that in Canaan I had found someone who preserved in himself everything that was worth keeping about the tradition of the left opposition that had so encouraged us when we were younger. Canaan got his museum, and the Memory Foundation is now an archive for victims and survivors whose narrative would otherwise never have been set down. This remarkable achievement remains a continual cause of spite and resentment. At a certain moment at the end of that first Gulf War, the Kurdish guerrillas had briefly occupied the centers of 2 or 3 northern Iraqi cities and captured a huge trove of documents belonging to the Saddam regime. These massive steel file cabinets contained the sort of self-incriminating evidence that would make future denial impossible. Here were the still reeking records of the killing fields, the mass graves, the torture sessions, and the illegal weapons. The Kurdish leadership had about 1 satellite phone to go around in those days, but it knew enough to call Peter Galbraith, who I briefly introduce as our next co-conspirator. I had known Galbraith, son of the author of The Affluent Society, since my first year in Washington in 1982. With a handful of others, he shored up or otherwise constituted the human rights left on the staff of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Whether it was helping Benazir Bhutto run in a reasonably free election in Pakistan in 1988, where I joined them both in Karachi, or getting a hearing on the Hill for Chilean or Czech or South African dissidents, Peter was one of those who would always be available for a late-night phone call, pleading for a break for just one more victim. He not only arranged to get this massive file of Iraqi documents picked up, and personally saw to its being transported across the Euphrates River under fire, but then made sure that it was adopted as an official public resource by the Library of Congress. One by one, the building blocks for a legal and international arraignment of the Saddam Hussein regime were being assembled. A tremendous comrade in precisely this aspect of the work was Anne Clwyd, who had been the Wales correspondent of the New Statesman when both of us were young. As a fiery leftist MP on Tony Blair's backbenches, she sponsored an initiative group called Indict, which called on Britain's Attorney General and the law officers of equivalent nations to prepare to bring Saddam Hussein to trial for international offences that ranged from the taking of British hostages in Kuwait to the gassing of Kurdish civilians. That this never quite happened is probably the fault of the bad conscience of those Western governments who had colluded with Saddam Hussein when he was a profitable business partner. But that doesn't in the least affect the case that we regime changes were making. Indeed, it rather reinforces it. Again, if one were trying to assemble an informal international for the overthrow of fascism in Iraq, one could not dispense with Rolf Ekéus. He was and is the quintessential Swedish social democrat, personally and politically dedicated to every conceivable good cause, from multilateral disarmament to the abolition of apartheid. His brilliant wife Kim had been Sweden's liaison with Nelson Mandela and the ANC since the 1960s. Rolf had represented his country as ambassador in Washington and at the UN, and had after the Gulf War been placed in charge of the United Nations inspections in Iraq. It was said of him, correctly, that he had found and destroyed more Iraqi WMD than the coalition forces had managed to identify, let alone to neutralize, in the entire course of the war. And it had been for him a highly educational experience. Invited to a private meeting with Tariq Aziz, Saddam's Christian Catholic crony and then foreign minister, he had been offered a straight-out bribe of $2.5 million on condition that his inspection reports became more lenient. In that eventuality, he was calmly assured, this little trifle would be considered a mere first instalment. Ambassador Ekéus had a long and deserved reputation for incorruptibility, and the chances of his acceptance must have been reckoned as extremely close to nil. So if you conclude from this that the Iraqis were trying the same strategy on all United Nations personnel, you're probably using your head. After the bribery was refused, an attempt was made to poison Rolf, and after that failed, his crucial defector informants, the Kamel brothers, who were Saddam Hussein's in-laws and who had exposed the special Ministry of Concealment set up to deceive the inspectors, were lured back from Jordan to Iraq and murdered under a flag of truce. But those who make the presumption of innocence in the case of homicidal dictators take a lot of persuading. When it was decided to resume UN inspections once more, as a weak alternative to the Bush-Blair call for the existing resolutions to be enforced, Kofi Annan did at least call for Rolf Ekéus to be reappointed to the task he had already shown that he could do. The French and Russian and Chinese delegations made certain that another quite different Swede got the post instead, a bureaucrat under whose supervision Both Iraq and North Korea had made the word inspections look risible. The other great influences in our little conspiracy were Bahram Salih, the aforementioned Kurdish envoy to Washington, and Kenneth Pollock, a liberal member of the Clinton administration's National Security Council. In 1990, he vainly tried to warn a sunken and complacent CIA that Saddam Hussein was mobilizing for an invasion of Kuwait, and had been met with stupid condescension from the sort of intelligence bureaucrat who believed that Iraq was run by a cynical but rational calculator, and also, needless to add, by a modernizing secularist. Ken's book, regrettably and sensationally entitled The Threatening Storm, was in fact one of the best pieces of closely marshalled evidence and reasoning ever to emerge from the wonk world, and made a lucid, devastating case that Saddam Hussein and his system should be treated, on all the past and then existing evidence, as staggeringly guilty until proven innocence. And such innocence could really only be established by having a government in Baghdad that was not a genocidal and paranoid and megalomaniacal version of The Sopranos. To call for real inspections was actually to demand regime change. People choose to forget it now, but the Pollock book did more than any presidential speech ever did to win over the policy community in Washington, just as it was Bahram Salih who did more than anyone else to persuade the Congress, one vote at a time. There came a day when my friend Jim Hoagland, an extremely knowledgeable and careful correspondent and columnist for the Washington Post, who'd been visiting and studying Iraq for several decades, asked if I would like to meet Ahmed Chalabi, the founder of the Iraqi National Congress. I naturally said yes. Every other Iraqi I knew who had stood up to Saddam Hussein had lost at the very least a family member, or at the very most a whole village full of relatives and friends. So a man who hoisted a public standard against the regime and made a full-time job of it commanded my axiomatic respect. He presented himself at my apartment in Washington wearing a leather jacket that didn't especially suit him, and greeted the friends I'd hastily assembled to meet the person who maintained that he could bring down the despot. Chalabi has since become so well hosed with bile and spittle that I feel obliged to say several things in his defense. The first is that he made no grandiose claims. The case against Saddam was already complete, and whatever their reservations might be, in their hearts everybody knew this. How could one bring an end to the misery of the Iraqis and the ongoing insult to international law and comity with the minimum of violence? Chalabi's preferred strategy at that stage was to get American support for the indigenous Iraqi and Kurdish opposition forces, so that Saddam's clique, a Sunni tribal minority of the Sunni minority, could be isolated and brought down. Much of the Iraqi army was on or near the verge of mutiny and desertion. This later proved to be true. The Shia were ready to rise in revolt if they could be persuaded that they would not again be abandoned, as they had been in 1991. This also proved to be the case. In quasi-autonomous Kurdistan there were bases and battle-tested fighting forces, which could lend serious backup to any coordinated initiative. Such had already been demonstrated, as I knew without having to be told. Truth to tell, though, I was more impressed by the civil society element in Ahmed's conversation. If I mentioned or inquired about any Arab or Kurdish or Iranian intellectual, he seemed to have read their most recent book the day before. When it came to Marxism, he knew all the Iraqi communists I'd ever met, and even when it came to Trotskyism, he actually knew the meaning of the phrase permanent revolution. This is an acid test, by the way, and furthermore knew that it was an expression originated by Pavus and not by Trotsky. On the next occasion when we met, he spent a good deal of time discussing the Bloomsbury Group and the shadings of difference between Lytton Strachey and John Maynard Keynes. Perhaps I seemed too impressionable. At the time it seemed exciting and interesting that someone with a genius for politics was not just another monomaniac, but could discuss culture and literature as if these things too were at stake in the battle against the mirthless, ruthless totalitarians. I had, of course, heard that Ahmed had once been indicted by a military court in Jordan, when it was Saddam's ally, for being a shady businessman. I have also read persuasive evidence that this was a frame-up, as were many other charges, puppet of the CIA for one absurd example, that were made against him. My main difference with him is, and remains, his alignment with a confessional bloc in the Iraqi parliament, but without him there might well not be an Iraqi parliament. An Anglo-Arab Trotskyist, a son of a Canada-born socialist economist, a passionate Welshwoman of the labour movement, a Swedish social democrat and internationalist, a Kurdish socialist who had spent many years as a political prisoner, a mild and almost wonk-like think-tanker, if I do beg his pardon for saying so, and an exile member of the old Baghdad financier class whose first training was that of mathematician. What a multifariously sinister crew! But this was the original combination of influences by which political Washington was eventually persuaded that Iraq should be helped into a post-Saddam era, if necessary by force. I specify the dramatis personae because of the near unbelievable deluge of abusive and calumnious dreck that has since descended and become encrusted and hardened. Those who tried to rid Iraq and the world of Saddam Hussein have been represented as part of a neo-conservative cabal, agents of a Jewish lobby, and accused of forging evidence and fabricating pretexts for war. Chalabi's organization alone, with its negligible budget and minuscule staff, has been credited with single-handedly poisoning the informational well of the intelligence services of the United States, Britain, France, and Germany, all of which at different times had independently certified that Saddam Hussein had possession of, or was in measurable reach of, weapons of mass destruction. In reality, this amateur coordination of small battalions and discrepant individuals was the most open conspiracy in which I've ever taken part. After I'd written a few polemics about Iraq and taken part in several television debates on the subject, I received a call one day from the Pentagon. It was from Paul Wolfowitz, Donald Rumsfeld's deputy, asking if I would like to come and see him. This would make my second visit to the Defense Department, since during the run-up to the previous Gulf War I had been invited to speak to the policy planning staff against the intervention. So I thought, sure, if only for the sake of irony and symmetry. Wolfowitz I only knew by reputation, and by reputation he actually was a member of the neoconservative cabal, one of that influential group of former liberals, strongly pro-Zionist, some with connections to the Leo Strauss School of Intellectuals at the University of Chicago, who had moved into the study of strategy during the Reagan years and made their peace with the hawkish wing of the Republican Party. The thing that struck me most once I had presented myself at his office was the extent to which Wolfowitz wanted to live down precisely this image. The first thing he showed me was a photograph of the Situation Room in the mid-1980s, where around the table I could see President Reagan and most of his foreign policy team, from Weinberger to Schultz to Donald Regan, slumped in attitudes of mild exhaustion. Off to the side was a more youthful Wolfowitz. He told me that this picture, which had pride of place in his office, was of exactly the moment when the Reaganites had narrowly voted to dump the Ferdinand Marcos dictatorship in the Philippines in 1986 and to recognize the election victory of his opponent Cory Aquino. See, for the best account of this upheaval in real time, James Fenton's book, The Snap Revolution. It was the first argument I won, said Wolfowitz proudly. I said that if we supported a dictator to keep hold of a base, we would end up losing the base and also deserving to do so. Whereas, he went on, by joining the side of people power in Manila that year, we helped democracy movements spread through Taiwan and South Korea, and even, I think, into Tiananmen Square in 1989. He gave me a friendly smile. It was the opposite of a Kissinger policy. All right, I admit, I was intrigued. Wolfowitz took the view that, great as the risks of democratization might be, they were as nothing to the risks of dictatorship, the most unstable and volatile system of all. The only area of the globe after 1989 where this had not been tried was the Arab sphere. It was time to confront the Bush-Powell-Kissinger consensus that had left Saddam Hussein in possession of Iraq after 1991. I suspect that if the Democrats had won the election of 2000, and if Wolfowitz had remained a Democrat and been given the self-same job, many liberals and leftists in Washington would have been praising him for tackling the racist assumption that Arabs preferred or even needed to be ruled by despots. That night I was going with Kanan Makir to a private dinner in the Cleveland Park section of the city to help set up the Committee for the Liberation of Iraq. It turned out that Wolfowitz was to be the after-dinner speaker. He made a very forceful and lucid presentation, without notes, so that in a way I could have skipped the meeting we'd had at one of America's 3 ground zeros that afternoon. But I still would not have missed seeing that Reagan-era photograph. When the dinner was over, we had heard the news that Václav Havel and Lech Wałęsa would adorn the letterhead of the committee. Kanan and I walked slowly back through a drenching rain that neither of us really noticed. It had been a whole quarter of a century since Saddam Hussein had taken control of Iraq. Hitler had ruled for 12 years and Stalin for about 25. I think, comrade, I told him, as the water started to run down my back and we bid au revoir, that this time you are really going home. We closed with next time in Baghdad, a promise that we kept the following summer. It is here that I ought to make my most painful self-criticisms. I saw Wolfowitz a few more times between then and the ultimate decision to intervene, which was made about 6 months later. I also got to know a bit about the near incredible incompetence and disloyalty of the CIA and the State Department. I was able to satisfy myself that those within the administration who were making the case for regime change were sincere in what they believed and were not knowingly exaggerating anything for effect, and I was able to ask for assurances. For example, it was widely alleged on the anti-war left that General Ariel Sharon would seize the pretext offered by the fog of war in Iraq and expel all the Palestinians from the West Bank. The then head of the Middle East Studies Association actually came to my house to try and persuade me on this point. When I asked Wolfowitz if the Pentagon had thought of this contingency, he said that he had had one of the Israeli commanders into his office only the previous day and told him that American sympathy for Israel did not extend to expansion or colonization, and that once one of the Arab rejectionist strongholds had been removed from Saddam's control, the United States would be in a position to ask for the dismantlement of settlements to begin. At a rally not long before this, called by American Jewry to protest the suicide bombing campaign that Saddam Hussein was helping to bankroll, Wolfowitz had been aggressively booed for reminding the crowd that the Palestinian people were suffering too. On another occasion, when the Turkish government was being more than usually obnoxious and refusing the use of American bases on Turkish soil for the deployment of a northern front, unless Turkish troops were also to be allowed into Iraqi Kurdistan, I asked Wolfowitz whether the United States would permit such a sellout. Again he was without ambivalence. Turkish boots on Iraqi soil would not be allowed. If the Turks insisted on exacting that price, the liberation of Iraq would go ahead without them, which it did. Wait a moment. Did I not just promise to be self-critical? Of course, what I should have been asking Wolfowitz, instead of bending his ear about these enterprises of such moral pith and geostrategic moment, was, does the Army Corps of Engineers have a generator big enough to turn the lights of Baghdad back on? Or perhaps, has a detachment of Marines been ordered to guard the Iraq National Museum? But not being a professional soldier or quartermaster, nor feeling myself able to advise those who were, I rather tended to assume that things of this practical sort were being taken care of. It would have been like asking if we'd remembered to pack enough rations and ammunition. I feel stupid and ashamed to this day that I didn't ask the sort of question that Commander Hitchens would have insisted upon before even taking a ship into convoy. As Peter Galbraith was later to say so ruefully to me, surveying the terrifying damage done by unchecked looting, and the misery that this in turn inflicted on Iraqi society, you never get a second chance to make a good first impression. This was to say the least of it. I probably now know more about the impeachable incompetence of the Bush administration than do many of those who would have left Iraq in the hands of Saddam. Some of it was almost quixotically American. The huge gleaming generator, brought by truck across Jordan to Baghdad, proved to be too digital and streamlined to be plugged into the Iraqi grid. We might have done better to buy some clapped-out equipment from Belarus or Ukraine. But some of the failures were infinitely more culpable than that, and even though they don't alter the case against Baathism, have permanently disfigured the record of those of us who made that case. As the Iraq debate became more intense, it became suddenly obvious to me that I couldn't any longer remain where I was on the political spectrum. Huge anti-war demonstrations were being organized by forces that actually exemplified what the CIA and others had naively maintained was impossible, a declared alliance between Baathist sympathizers and Islamic fundamentalists. The partisans of the failed one-party, one-leader state were now linking arms with the adorers of the one God. Some saw, or thought they saw, something ironic in this. My old friend Nick Cohen wrote scornfully that, on a certain date, about 1 million liberal-minded people marched through London to oppose the overthrow of a fascist regime. But what is liberal-minded about the Muslim Brotherhood and its clone groups, or about the rump of British Stalinism, or about the purulent sect into which my former comrades of the International Socialists had mutated? To them, as the organizers and moving spirits of the march, in other words, the very word liberal was a term of contempt. To be fair, Ian McEwan's highly acute novel Saturday, which is easily the best evocation of this street theatre event, does capture the anguish of the many liberals who did turn out. His work was also the first to isolate the unstinting self-regard that underlies the terribly okay-seeming mantra of "not in our name." I did a few things in swift succession. I resigned my position as columnist for The Nation, after an unbroken stint of 20 years, man and boy, as a bi-weekly contributor. There was no further point in working for a magazine that sympathized with the sort of anti-war culture I've just mentioned. I then booked a ticket for Qatar, the small but relatively open monarchic state which now housed both Al Jazeera, then a new idea in the media, and the American Central Command, or CENTCOM. I could see that the endgame was approaching, and I wanted to make my plans in advance. Changing planes on the way through England to the Gulf, I consciously made my last appearance as a man of the left. I had said yes to the invitation, a very flattering one, to be a speaker at the annual Tribune rally at the Labour Party conference in Blackpool. This, by tradition, was the climactic event for the radical rank and file. And Tribune, often all over the map politically and journalistically, and frequently looking as if it had been designed and printed at the last moment and in the pitch dark, had at least been the only paper in England to furnish George Orwell with a weekly column. May I be forgiven for quoting My Life in the Bear Pit, the taped diaries of David Blunkett, the blind Yorkshire socialist and proletarian who at the time was Tony Blair's Home Secretary. Odd little snippet from conference. I don't think I recorded the weird little paradox about the Tribune meeting and the fact that they made a terrible blunder by inviting Christopher Hitchens, who they believed to be a left-wing journalist, which he has been, but he is vehemently anti-Saddam Hussein and gave the most brilliant lecture about the background and the detail of the individuals and why taking on Saddam Hussein was so important. Everybody sat there in absolute silence. I don't remember the silence being quite absolute, because I had mentioned some courageous socialists like Bahram Salih and Rolf Ekéus, of whom some of the audience had at least heard. Attending the rally was Chris Mullin, one of the best and bravest and wittiest Tribune socialists ever elected to the House of Commons. May I quote his published diaries too, A View from the Foothills, the diaries of Chris Mullin, concerning the same evening. The speeches were lacklustre with one notable exception, Christopher Hitchens, who argued the case for military intervention in Iraq. He appealed to those present as internationalists, as people who can think for yourselves. It was not a war on Iraq that was proposed, he argued, but a war on Saddam. He urged the left to be a bit self-critical. If the left had had its way, General Galtieri would still be the president of Argentina, Milosevic would still be in power in Belgrade, Kosovo would be an empty wilderness, Mullah Omar would still be in Kabul. I step over some further kind things that Chris had to say and come to his counter-arguments, put to me over a subsequent cocktail. Chaos, civilian casualties, the danger that Saddam Hussein, if cornered, will resort to chemical weapons. Christopher dismissed them all. He reckons the regime is crumbling and that the odds are it will implode without the need for an invasion. Fingers crossed that he's right. The WMD question, as everybody now hopes to forget, was very often a rhetorical tool in the hands of those who wanted to leave Saddam Hussein in power. Attack him, and he would unleash the weapons of horror that he had wielded so promiscuously before. This resembled one of those prisoner's dilemma games where each forced choice tightens the noose and reduces the number of options. Meanwhile, every concession that Saddam Hussein did make was the direct consequence of the believable threat of force. Do any of the anti-war types ever ask themselves what would have happened if the coalition forces had sailed home without firing a shot? I had been closer to the scenery of WMD use than most people, but I thought and wrote that Saddam Hussein's command over such weaponry in 2002-2003 was more latent than blatant. He certainly had some resources, some scientists, some elements and ingredients, and a long criminal record of both use and concealment. If I could have had it proved to me beyond doubt that he did not have any serious stockpiles on hand, I would have argued, did in fact argue, that this made it the perfect time to hit him, ruthlessly and conclusively. It would both punish the previous use and prevent any repetition of it. It would also bring Iraq into verifiable compliance with the ever-flourished and ever-cited UN and its important resolutions, thus allowing the lifting of economic sanctions and, according to the most vocal critics of such sanctions, saving hundreds of thousands of Iraqis from being or becoming civilian casualties. In all my discussions with Wolfowitz and his people at the Pentagon, I never heard anything alarmist on the WMD issue. It was presumed that at some level Iraq remained a potential WMD state, and it was assumed that Saddam Hussein would never agree to come into compliance, even with Hans Blix's very feeble inspections, which indeed he never did. This in itself was yet another proof of the inherent lunacy of the regime, and of the naivete of those who thought that it, or its deranged leader, could ever be treated as a rational actor. It was this that I had meant when talking to Chris Mullin about the approach of an implosion point. By holding a referendum and claiming the first ever 100% turnout, and 100% proportion of the turnout as a yes vote at that, and by opening the wings of the horrible Abu Ghraib prison that contained the murderers and rapists and thieves who were part of the surplus value of his system, Saddam had given warning of the approach of his Ceausescu moment, a crazy meltdown of authority. Given the already existing chaos in Iraq and the divide-and-rule means by which the regime exploited religious and tribal hatreds, a meltdown was more likely to lead to a Rwanda on the Gulf than to a Romania. Absent a coalition force, it would also lead to invasions from Iran, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. Everything therefore pointed to the need for the international community to intervene at last, and on the right side for once, in a maimed and traumatized Iraq, and to help it make the transition to some version of its right mind. The WMD could be taken as emblematic of everything foul and wasteful about the Ba'athist system. I can remember only one instance where I was in any way briefed by anyone at the Defense Department. Underneath a Sunni mosque in central Baghdad, the parts and some of the ingredients of a chemical weapon had been located and identified with the help of local informers. I was told this off the record, and told also that I was not to make any use of the information. It was thought that when the use of a holy place to hide such weaponry was disclosed by the intervention, it would help to change Muslim opinion. I still have the photographs that were taken in that mosque after the liberation, showing the cache of weaponry just where I had been told it would be. But if I was ever naive about anything having to do with Iraqi WMD, it was in believing that the production of evidence like that, or indeed any other kind of evidence, would make even the most limited impression on the heavily armoured certainties of the faithful. Coda. Amateur Archaeology in Iraq. During all this, I never quite lost the surreal sense that I had become in some way a pro-government dissident, and that of all the paradoxes of my little life, this might have to register as the most acute one. But it was the demonstrators in the streets, I was teaching at Berkeley for much of the first spring of the Iraq War, who struck me as the real conformists of the scenario. Accused of becoming a sellout by working for the interwar Yugoslav Republic, Rebecca West's guide and covert lover, Constantine, in Black Lamb, Grey Falcon, confesses that, yes, for the sake of my country, and perhaps a little for the sake of my soul, I have given up the deep peace of being in opposition. I too began to find that I could see things from the point of view of the governors, and that I was on the side of those now striving to build up a new state in Afghanistan and Iraq. In any case, the opponents of the war were themselves aligned with the views of other governors and states, many of them much more smelly than George W. Bush. I still cannot bear to imagine the idea of a victory for Putin and Chirac and Annan and Schroeder, let alone the Chinese or the Saudis. But in the event, the glad moment came when Saddam Hussein outdid himself and refused to save his evil system, even by making the small concession of admitting and proving to the UN that he didn't currently possess any workable WMDs. I crossed the Kuwaiti border into Iraq not long after the first wave had gone racing up toward Baghdad, and saw a little of the barbaric state to which southern Iraqi society had been reduced by a combination of Saddamism and the sanctions that it had necessitated. In Kuwait City, I had watched Saddam Hussein's Scud missiles being shot out of the sky as they were fired randomly toward his now liberated former colony, and smiled as I saw all the members of the press corps donning gas masks and running to the shelters to avoid the shower of chemical weapons, gases, and nerve agents which never turned up, and in which they later claimed never to have believed. I can say for myself that I didn't bring or wear or own a gas mask, or believe that any element of Saddam's armed forces, except the imported and jihad-minded Fedahin Saddam, a suggestive name in its own right, would do any real fighting. As I left Kuwait, the European press was awash in ridiculous babbling about a last-ditch defense of Baghdad that would be the equivalent of Stalingrad. And that was just the hacks. A few days later came a more considered piece by the cultivated Jonathan Rabin, deploying, almost faultlessly, the wrinkled lip across which he and his fellow members of the Anglo-American bien-pensant classes viewed the deplorable crudity of the US of A. Passionate ideologues, he wrote, are incurious by nature and have no time for obstructive details. It's impossible to think of Paul Wolfowitz curling up for the evening with Edward Said's Orientalism, or the novels of Najib Mahfouz, or the Seven Pillars of Wisdom, or the Letters of Gertrude Bell, or the recently published knotty, opaque but useful book by Lawrence Rosen, The Culture of Islam, based on Rosen's anthropological work. Made perhaps unintentionally absurd by that use of the expression curled up to depict the act of reading. "You'll usually find me," said Bertie Wooster to Florence Cray and Thank You Jeeves, "curled up with Spinoza's latest." Raeburn's guardian effusion became ever more vulnerable to ridicule as he began to discourse knowingly on the body of the Islamic Ummah, or community, as if it were a passive female form capable of violation, for all the world as if Saddam Hussein had never invaded and tried to amputate and subjugate the two Muslim states of Iran and Kuwait, besides repeatedly raping and torturing and disfiguring his own captive nation. In point of fact, Paul Wolfowitz wrote his doctoral dissertation on water and salinity in the Arab world, has lived for many years with an Arab woman scholar with close connections to Palestinian reformers, speaks more Arabic than Jonathan Raeburn, was married previously to an anthropologist with a special interest in the Muslim societies of Malaysia and Indonesia, was himself a diplomat in Jakarta and speaks some of the Bahasa language too, and once telephoned me to disagree with a detail in something I had written about the Indonesian novelist Pramoedya Anantatur. Wolfowitz was for many years the dean of a major school of Johns Hopkins University, and is thanked by name in the acknowledgements of Azar Nafizi's brave, beautiful book, Reading Lolita in Tehran, a study of the relations between literature, sexuality and power under Muslim theocracy that can stand comparison to anything written by Edward Said or even Najib Mahfouz. If anyone was being colonial or orientalist here, it was Jonathan Raeburn, a most refined Englishman who didn't believe that a mere Yank could know anything about the exotic latitudes where only travel writers like himself were authorized to tread. But his tone of infuriated condescension was vastly preferable to the way in which the BBC's on-air bookers and interviewers, telephoning me as if to make sure they couldn't be accused of undue bias, would flatly and simply decline to pronounce Paul Wolfowitz's name correctly. Wolfowitz, they would say, putting a sinister top spin on it. I remember a time in the 1970s when a certain Colonel X of the old Le Carré school would sit in a discreet office at the BBC, occasionally asking programme producers if they intended to make regular use of this chap Hitchens, fascinating as he no doubt can be. But at least in those days of nudge-and-wink political invigilation, it was considered minimal good manners to get someone's name right. How hard could it be, I would inquire icily, and sometimes after the BBC caller had begun by addressing me as Chris, to pronounce the name phonetically or as it was spelled? "All right," one of them said grudgingly. "This fellow Wolfowitz, who seems to be the power behind the scenes with his neocon cabal," I made the man stop and begin all over again. I prefer to think that I'm not unusually thin-skinned when it comes to clumsy innuendos on the Jewish question. But this sort of stuff was a complete giveaway, and I do think that one must never just sit there when it's being vented. As an undergraduate at Oxford, I was once asked by a friendly Don at All Souls if I would help him arrange a gentle punting trip for Sir Max Mallowan, also a fellow of the college, by then rather elderly, and Lady Mallowan. I agreed readily, and not just because Lady Mallowan was better known as Agatha Christie. Sir Max had been the doyen of the British archaeological expedition in Mesopotamia between the wars, and could be mentioned in the same breath as Gertrude Bell when it came to the treasure house that was the Iraqi National Museum. The afternoon drifted by agreeably enough, and I must have passed muster in some way, because I was then invited to dine at the Mallowan home in nearby Wallingford. Around their table, in a house festooned with Middle Eastern miniatures and statuettes, I very suddenly felt myself congealing with unease. The anti-Jewish flavour of the talk was not to be ignored or overlooked, or put down to heavy humour or generational prejudice. It was vividly unpleasant, and it was bottom-lummingly boring. I had the excuse, if I can call it that, of not having read any of the Agatha Christie effusion. I have checked it since, and been surprised by many things about it, most of all its popularity. How right Raymond Chandler was to scorn her trudgery. There must be some connection between the general nullity of Christie's prose and the tendency of her detectives to take Jewishness as a symptom of crime. After 1945 she learned to hold down the bigotry a bit, but one of the 1950s efforts, titled They Came to Baghdad, is all about a well-funded and Iraq-based plot for a new world order, featuring clammy Jewish employers and a deeply sinister scheme called the Wolfenson Merger. When I went back to Iraq again after the liberation was complete, I was myself engaged on a sort of dig, and I decided to travel with Paul Wolfowitz. It was, in its own way, an archaeological and anthropological expedition. Here are some of the things we unearthed or observed. Unnoticed by almost everybody, and unreported by most newspapers, Saddam Hussein's former chief physicist, Dr. Mahdi Obeidi, had waited until a few weeks after the fall of Baghdad to accost some American soldiers and invite them to excavate his back garden. There he showed them the components of a gas centrifuge, the crown jewels of uranium enrichment, along with a 2-foot stack of blueprints. This burial had originally been ordered by Saddam's youngest son, Qusay, who had himself been in charge of the Ministry of Concealment, and had outlasted many visits by inspectors. I myself rather doubt that Hans Blix would ever have found the trove on his own. Not long after that, a sandstorm near Baghdad uncovered a bizarre row of shimmering airplane tail fins. These proved to be the grave markers of a squadron of expensive Russian-built MiG-25 jet fighters. The point of the burial was and still remains unclear. One might as well set a jet engine on fire as immerse it in a dune. But the instinct for hugger-mugger interment among the eerie upper echelons of the Ba'ath Party seems to have been strongly ingrained. Iraq is almost the size of California. I dare say that they buried other military secrets that we will never know about. Near the northern town of Kirkuk, in the June that followed the invasion, a total of $8 million in cash was dug out of the garden of Saddam Hussein's personal secretary. Along with this came a further few $1 million worth of jewelry belonging to Saddam Hussein's wife. In the end, Saddam Hussein himself was pulled, in an undignified manner, from an underground hole where he had taken ignominious refuge. But the worst of all the unearthings and diggings and disinterments took place not far from the ruins of Babylon, in the town of Al-Hila. On the 13th of May 2003, not long after the liberation, frenzied local people had begged American forces to come and help, and also to bear witness. Ever since 1991 and the massive repression of the Shia uprising, the site had had an evil and disgusting reputation. It was said by witnesses that 3 truckloads of people, 3 times a day for a month, had been driven here. Forced into pre-dug mass graves, they were then either shot or buried alive. Seizing the chance to identify their missing loved ones, local people had swarmed to the place as soon as Saddam Hussein's regime disintegrated, and uncovered 3,000 bodies with their bare hands before calling for help from the coalition. By the time I got there, the excavation process was becoming more dignified and orderly, but nothing could render it less obscene. Lines of plastic body bags were laid out on the ground, sometimes tagged with personal items and identifying documents. Where digging was complete, the ground had been consecrated as a resting place. Elsewhere, the ghastly spade work continued. The 2 men in charge of the scene were a Major Schmidt from New Jersey and Dr. Rafed Fakir Hussein, a strikingly composed Iraqi physician. "We lived without rights," he told me, with a gesture of his hand towards this area of darkness, "and without ideas." The second sentence seemed to hang in the noisome air for longer than the first, and to express the desolation more completely. There were 62 more such sites, I was to learn, in this province of southern Iraq alone. It was mid-July, when the Mesopotamian heat can without effort bring off the achievement of 120 degrees. This means the constant smearing of oneself with sunscreen and the exuding of drenching perspiration. The hair becomes matted and damp, the clothes cling, and then the wind gets up. I suddenly realized that a paste was forming all over me, made up of various greases and slimes, natural and artificial, and thickly overlaid by a crust from the clinging filth of a mass grave. I hope never again to feel so utterly befouled. It was in the nostrils, in the eyes, on the tongue and in the mouth, and the chance of a wash, let alone of a cleansing shower, was a good way off. I was eventually able to have that shower, almost weeping with mingled disgust and relief, in the Al-Rashid Hotel in Baghdad, but the rest of Iraqi society was still digging itself out of a shallow grave, and those who fetishized the ideal of death and the grave, Ba'athist and Islamist, were getting ready to blast further hecatombs all across the landscape. Scum of the earth, I wrote in my notebook, meaning by this cliché the Saddamist Al-Qaeda alliance and not the gritty residue that had been my nauseating carapace. After that, not even the abattoir stench from the execution sheds in newly liberated Abu Ghraib could shake me as much. I do remember thinking that attempts to clean out and restart that horror prison were doomed, and that it should simply have been demolished, with salt strewn over the ruins. I wish that I'd made that point more forcibly too. It impressed me very much to see my Kurdish friends, including Iraq's first ever democratically chosen president, Jalal Talabani, publicly voice their opposition to the death penalty for Saddam Hussein and the other convicted war criminals. This appeal to clemency arose partly from their adherence to the Socialist International and also from their wish to begin Iraq again without a blood reckoning. After what they had endured, their forbearance was something extraordinary. In Kurdistan itself, where tribal retributionism was not so much in evidence, Bahram Salih personally declined to sign death warrants for the Islamist gangsters who had murdered his guards and very nearly slain him on his own doorstep. Also unearthed, but this time in paper form and in the state archives, were documents showing that a surprising number of anti-war politicians in several countries were the beneficiaries of oil-for-food kickbacks. In other words, of money stolen directly from the suffering Iraqi people about whom they orated. There was also a letter from my old friend Naji Sabri al-Hadithi, who'd ended up as Saddam Hussein's last foreign minister. It was addressed to Saddam himself in the closing moments of the regime, and it expressed concern of a sort that I believe is worth recording. It was distressing, wrote Naji, to see the reports of Iraqi civilians rushing forward to greet advancing American and British soldiers. Such deplorable events were discrediting the heroic Saddamist struggle in the wider world. Might it not be advisable, he suggested to his leader, to send some of the suicide martyrs of the Fedayeen Saddam, disguised as civilians, to detonate themselves as soon as they drew close enough to the new arrivals? That would soon enough teach the British and Americans to suspect all Iraqis as terrorists and to keep their distance. This document was originally published by my old friend Patrick Cockburn, perhaps the best chronicler of the war and certainly its most fervent and intelligent critic. There was something horribly simple about this idea, and I wondered for a while why a foreign minister should even be suggesting such a vile thing. Later reports to the effect that Naji had been shopping on the other side of the street and providing secret information to the coalition via back channels at least supplied a likely motive. In Saddam's Iraq, if you wanted to cover yourself, the best thing was to propose the most exorbitantly cruel and extreme measures. Poor old Naji, then, to be reduced to this wicked expedient. Anyway, Naji's scheme was indeed adopted, as were some other measures. A woman in the town of Nasiriyah was publicly hanged for welcoming the liberators. We have video footage of other Iraqis having their tongues cut out or their extremities lopped off for the same offence, by the sort of black-cowled holy warriors who've become so drearily familiar to us since. It matters to me to remember this saturnalia of butchery because of third-hand observers who like to mock the idea that Iraqis ever saluted their liberators with sweets and flowers or whatever the sneer happens to be. I cannot exactly vouch for the kinds of sweets or the sorts of flowers, but in Iraq I saw some quite extraordinary things, and I will not be made to deny the evidence of my own eyes. Along the road from Basra one day in the summer of 2003, travelling all the way to the holy Shiite cities of Najaf and Karbala, I sat in a very lightly armed American convoy of civilian cars, and saw people run to the roadside with no advance notice of our arrival. I know this because I know we hadn't planned in advance to take that road, and simply wave and smile, show signs of happiness. It was completely unlike anything stage-managed, which in the Iraq of Saddam had involved great orchestrated ululations and contortions and mad avowals of the willingness for blood sacrifice. It was proportional, and in its way rather beautiful, and I give the lie to those who say I did not see those crowds or clasp those hands. Landing by chopper on another occasion in the marshes, I did see a less spontaneous, they knew we were coming, and more hysterical greeting, but the marsh Arabs were hardly likely to react any other way, having had their ancient riparian habitat once destroyed by Saddam and now reflooded by the Americans. In those amazing reed palaces that could by a stretch have dated back to the mythical Abraham, the enthusiasm and hospitality might have been prepared, but could not possibly have been feigned. As for Kurdistan, I had already seen this land when it was Saddam's people who had the mastery of it. Here one met an even more respectful joy, in a territory which did not any longer require or ask for a single Western soldier. Here we were the guests in a different sense, because the people of northern Iraq already had secure stewardship of their own affairs, and were firmly but politely outgrowing their former protectors. To witness this was wholly, profoundly satisfactory. I am sorry for those who have never had the experience of seeing the victory of a national liberation movement, and I feel cold contempt for those who jeer at it. Naji Sabri's horrible suggestion that such enthusiasm be quelled in such a way, he had the grace to look abashed when I next saw him in exile in Qatar, of course makes the additional implicit point that the Ba'athist leadership knew and took for granted that it had suicide squads at its disposal. This in turn suggests a long and official collusion between the Saddam regime and the religious zealots. Abu Nidal had become by this time quite old hat. He was actually murdered by Saddam's police, just as the Allies were surrounding Baghdad airport, lest he disclose anything inconvenient. Captured by the coalition while still under Iraqi protection was Abu Abbas, leader of the gang that had rolled Leon Klinghoffer in his wheelchair from the deck of the Achille Lauro cruise ship. He had had to be released after his arrest in that episode because he was travelling on a diplomatic passport, an Iraqi diplomatic passport. Now, belatedly, he was under lock and key. Still not yet apprehended is Mr. Mehmet Yassin, the man who mixed the chemicals for the bomb that hit the World Trade Center in 1993 and then flew straight to Iraq after the FBI so incautiously granted him bail. Iraq was then a country that was as difficult to enter as it was hard to leave. This thieves' kitchen dimension of a country run by criminals and sadists was not confined to the drugs and thugs, corruption and terrorism side. And once again, I was to pick up the spoor of an old connection. Rolf Akios came round to my apartment one day and showed me the name of the Iraqi diplomat who had visited the little West African country of Niger, a statelet famous only for its production of yellow-cake uranium. The name was Wissam Zahawi. He was the brother of my louche, gay, part Kurdish friend, the by now late Mazen. He was also, or had been at the time of his trip to Niger, Saddam Hussein's ambassador to the Vatican. I expressed incomprehension. What was an envoy to the Holy See doing in Niger? Obviously he was not taking a vacation. Rolf then explained two things to me. The first was that Wissam Zahawi had, when Rolf was at the United Nations, been one of Saddam Hussein's chief envoys for discussions on nuclear matters, this at a time when the Iraqis had functioning reactors. The second was that, during the period of sanctions that followed the Kuwait War, no Western European country had full diplomatic relations with Baghdad. The Vatican was the sole exception, so it was sent a very senior Iraqi envoy to act as a listening post. And this man, a specialist in nuclear matters, had made a discreet side trip to Niger. This was to suggest exactly what most right-thinking people were convinced was not the case, namely that British intelligence was onto something when it said that Saddam had not ceased seeking nuclear materials in Africa. This verifiable account is often confused with a bungled attempt to sell some forged documents from the embassy of Niger in Rome, a false trail that, whether out of cupidity or design, wasted the time of several already time-wasting inquiries. I published a few columns on this, drawing at one point an angry email from Ambassador Zahawi that very satisfyingly blustered and bluffed on what he'd really been up to. I also received, this is what sometimes makes journalism worthwhile, a letter from a BBC correspondent named Gordon Correa, who had been writing a book about A.Q. Khan. This was the Pakistani proprietor of the nuclear black market that had supplied fissile material to Libya, North Korea, very probably to Syria, and was open for business with any member of the Rogue States Club. Saddam's people, we already knew for sure, had been meeting North Korean missile salesmen in Damascus until just before the invasion, when Kim Jong-il's mercenary bargainers took fright and went home. It turned out, said the highly interested Mr. Correa, that his man Khan had also been in Niger, and at about the same time that Zahawi had. The likelihood of the senior Iraqi diplomat in Europe and the senior Pakistani nuclear black marketeer both choosing an off-season holiday in chic little uranium-rich Niger, well, you have to admit that it makes an affecting picture. But you must be ready to credit something as ridiculous as that, if your touching belief is that Saddam Hussein was already contained, and that Mr. Bush and Mr. Blair were acting on panic reports, fabricated in turn by self-interested provocateurs. So I am proud of what our little international of volunteers was able to manage in this element of the crisis too. It can be just as useful to expose the laughable as it is important to unmask the hateful, as I had slowly discovered, in those riverside Thames to Tigris moments, covering as they did the waterfront from Adolf Hitler through Agatha Christie to Oscar Wilde. Postscript. I was having an oppressively normal morning at the dawn of 2007, flicking through the banality of quotidian email traffic, when I idly clicked on a message from a friend headed, "Seen this?" The attached item turned out to be a very well-written story by Teresa Watanabe of the Los Angeles Times. It described the death in Mosul, Iraq, of a young soldier from Irvine, California, named Mark Jennings Daly, and the unusual degree of emotion that his community was undergoing as a consequence. The emotion derived from a very moving statement that the boy had left behind, stating his reasons for having become a volunteer and bravely facing the prospect that his words might have to be read posthumously. In a way, the story was almost too perfect. This handsome lad had been born on the 4th of July, was a registered Democrat and self-described agnostic, a UCLA honors graduate, and during his college days had had fairly decided reservations about the war in Iraq. I read on, and actually printed the story out, and was turning a page when I saw the following. Somewhere along the way, he changed his mind. His family says there was no epiphany. Writings by author and columnist Christopher Hitchens on the moral case for war deeply influenced him. I don't exaggerate by much when I say that I froze. I certainly felt a very deep pang of cold dismay. I had just returned from a visit to Iraq with my own son, who was then 23, as was young Mr. Daly, and had found myself in a deeply pessimistic frame of mind about the war. Was it possible that I had helped persuade someone I'd never met to place himself in the path of an IED? Over-dramatizing myself a bit in the angst of the moment, I found I was thinking of William Butler Yeats, who was chilled to discover that the Irish rebels in 1916 had gone to their deaths, quoting his play Kathleen na Húllan. He tried to cope with the disturbing idea in his poem Man and the Echo. Did that play of mine send out certain men the English shot? Could my spoken words have checked that whereby a house lay wrecked? Abruptly dismissing any comparison between myself and one of the greatest poets of the 20th century, I feverishly clicked on all the links from the article and found myself on Lieutenant Daly's MySpace site, where his statement, "Why I Joined," was posted. The site also immediately kicked into a skirling Irish noise of revolutionary Irish pugnacity, a song from the Dropkick Murphys album Warrior's Code, and there at the top of the page was a link to a passage from one of my articles, in which I poured scorn on those who were neutral about the battle for Iraq. I don't remember ever feeling, in every allowable sense of the word, quite so hollow. I writhed around in my chair for a bit and decided that I ought to call Ms. Watanabe, who could not have been nicer. She anticipated the question I was too tongue-tied to ask. Would the Daly family, those whose house lay wrecked, be contactable? They'd actually like to hear from you. She kindly gave me the email address and the home number. I don't intend to make a parade of my own feelings here, but I expect you will believe me when I tell you that I emailed first. For one thing, I didn't want to choose a bad time to ring. For another, and as I wrote to his parents, I was quite prepared for them to resent me. So let me introduce you to one of the most generous and decent families in the United States, and allow me to tell you something of their experience. In the midst of their own grief to begin with, they took the trouble to try and make me feel better. I wasn't to worry about any guilt or responsibility. Their son had signed up with his eyes wide open, and had assured us that if he knew the possible outcome might be this, he would still go, rather than have the option of living to age 50 and never having served his country. Trust us when we tell you that he was quite convincing and persuasive on this point, so that by the end of the conversation we were practically packing his bags and waving him off. This made me relax fractionally, but then they went on to write, "Prior to his deployment, he told us he was going to try to contact you from Iraq. He had the idea of being a correspondent from the front lines through you, and wanted to get your opinion about his journalistic potential. He told us that he had tried to contact you from either Iraq or Kuwait. He thought maybe his email had not reached you." That was a gash in my hide, all right. I think of all the junk mail I read every day and then reflect that his precious one never got to me. Lieutenant Daly crossed from Kuwait to Iraq in November 2006, where he would be deployed with the C or Comanche Company of the 2nd Battalion of the 7th Cavalry Regiment, rather unpromisingly General Custer's old outfit, in Mosul. On the following 15th of January, he was on patrol and noticed that the Humvee in front of him was not properly up-armoured against IEDs. He insisted on changing places and taking a lead position in his own Humvee, and was shortly afterwards hit by an enormous buried mine that packed a charge of some 1,500 pounds of high explosive. Yes, that's right. He and the 3 other American soldiers and Iraqi interpreter who perished with him went to war with the army we had, as Donald Rumsfeld so carefully put it. It's some consolation to John and Linda Daly and to Mark's brother and 2 sisters, and to his widow, who had been married to him for just 18 months, to know that he couldn't have felt anything. Yet, what and how should we feel? People are not on their oath when speaking of the dead, but I have now talked to a good number of those who knew Mark Daly or were related to him, and it's clear that the country lost an exceptional young citizen, whom I shall always wish I had had the chance to meet. He seems to have passed every test of young manhood, and to have been admired and loved and respected by old and young, male and female, family and friends. He could have had any career path he liked, and had won a George G. Marshall Award that led to an offer to teach at West Point. Why are we robbed of his contribution? As we got to know one another better, I sent the Daly family a moving statement made by the mother of Michael Kelly, my good friend and the editor-at-large of the Atlantic Monthly, who was killed near the Baghdad airport while embedded during the invasion of 2003. Margaret Kelly was highly stoic about her son's death, but I now think I committed an error of taste in showing this to the Dalys, who very gently responded that Michael had lived long enough to write books, have a career, become a father, and in general make his mark, while their son didn't live long enough to enjoy any of these opportunities. If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. In his brilliant book, What is History?, Professor E.H. Carr asked about ultimate causation. Take the case of a man who drinks a bit too much, gets behind the wheel of a car with defective brakes, drives it round a blind corner, and hits another man who's crossing the road to buy cigarettes. Who is the one responsible? The man who had one drink too many? The lax inspector of brakes? The local authorities who didn't straighten out a dangerous bend? Or the smoker who chose to dash across the road to satisfy his bad habit? So, was Mark Daly killed by the Ba'athist and Bin Ladenist riffraff who place bombs where they will do the most harm? Or by the Rumsfeld Doctrine, which sent American soldiers to Iraq in insufficient numbers and with inadequate equipment? Or by the Bush administration, which thought Iraq would be easily pacified? Or by the previous Bush administration, which left Saddam Hussein in power in 1991 and fatally postponed the time of reckoning? These grand overarching questions cannot obscure, at least for me, the plain fact that Mark Daly felt himself to be morally committed. I discovered this in his life story and in his surviving writings. Again, not to romanticize him overmuch, but this is the boy who would not let others be bullied in school, who stuck up for his younger siblings, who was briefly a vegetarian and Green Party member because he couldn't stand cruelty to animals or to the environment, a student who loudly defended Native American rights and who challenged a MySpace neo-Nazi in an online debate in which the swastika-displaying antagonist finally admitted that he needed to rethink things. If I give the impression of a slight nerd here, I do an injustice. Everything that Mark wrote was imbued with a great spirit of humour and tough-mindedness. Here's an excerpt from his Why I Joined statement. Anyone who knew me before I joined knows that I am quite aware and at times sympathetic to the arguments against the war in Iraq. If you think the only way a person could bring themselves to volunteer for this war is through sheer desperation or blind obedience, then consider me the exception, though there are countless like me. Consider that there are 19-year-old soldiers from the Midwest who have never touched a college campus or a protest, who've done more to uphold the universal legitimacy of representative government and individual rights by placing themselves between Iraqi voting lines and homicidal religious fanatics. And here's something from one of his last letters home. I was having a conversation with a Kurdish man in the city of Dahuk, by myself and completely safe, discussing whether or not the insurgents could be viewed as freedom fighters or misguided anti-capitalists. Shaking his head as I attempted to articulate what can only be described as pathetic apologetics, he cut me off and said, "The difference between insurgents and American soldiers is that they get paid to take life, to murder, and you get paid to save lives." He looked at me in such a way that made me feel like he was looking through me, into all the moral insecurity that living in a free nation will instill in you. He oversimplified the issue, or at least that is what college professors would accuse him of doing. In his other emails and letters home, which the Daly family very kindly showed me, he asked for extra care packages to share with local Iraqis and said, "I'm not sure if Irvine has a sister city, but I'm going to personally contact the mayor and ask him to extend his hand to Dohuk, which has been more than hospitable to this native son." I was wrenched yet again to discover that he had got this touching idea from an old article of mine, which had made a proposal for city twinning that went nowhere. In the last analysis it was quite clear. Mark had made up his mind that the United States was a force for good in the world, and that it had a duty to the freedom of others. A video clip of which he was very proud has him being crowned by a circle of smiling Iraqi officers. I have a photograph of him standing bareheaded and contentedly smoking a cigar on a rooftop in Mosul. He doesn't look like an occupier at all. He looks like a staunch friend and defender. On the photograph is written, "We carry a new world in our hearts." In his last handwritten letter home, posted on the last day of 2006, Mark modestly told his father that he'd been chosen to lead a combat battalion after a grenade attack had killed one of its soldiers and left its leader too shaken to carry on. He had apparently sounded steady enough on the radio on earlier missions for him to be given a leadership position after only a short time in country. As he put it, "I am now happily doing what I was trained to do, and am fulfilling an obligation that has swelled inside me for years. I am deep in my element, and I am euphoric." He had no doubts at all about the value of his mission, and was the sort of natural soldier who makes the difference in any war. At the first chance I got, I invited his family for lunch in California. We ended up spending the entire day together. As soon as they arrived, I knew I had been wrong to be so nervous. They looked too good to be true, like a poster for the American way. John Daly is an aerospace project manager, and his wife Linda is an audiologist. Their older daughter Christine, eagerly awaiting her wedding, is a high school biology teacher, and the younger sister Nicole is in high school. Their son Eric is a bright junior at Berkeley with a very winning and ironic grin. And there was Mark's widow, an agonizingly beautiful girl named Snejina Janet Christova, the daughter of political refugees from Bulgaria. Her first name can mean snowflake, and this was his name for her in the letters of fierce tenderness that he sent her from Iraq. These, with your permission, I will not share, except this. One thing I have learned about myself since I've been out here is that everything I professed to you about what I want for the world and what I'm willing to do to achieve it was true. My desire to save the world is really just an extension of trying to make a world fit for you. If that is all she has left, I hope you will agree that it isn't nothing. I had already guessed that this was no gung-ho Orange County Republican clan. It was pretty clear that they could have done without the war and would have been happier if their son had not gone anywhere near Iraq. Mr. Daly told me that as a young man he'd wondered about going to Canada if the Vietnam draft ever caught up with him. But they had been amazed by the warmth of their neighbours' response and by the solidarity of his former brothers in arms. 1,600 people had turned out for Mark's memorial service in Irvine. A sergeant's wife had written a letter to Linda and posted it on Janet's MySpace site on Mother's Day to tell her that her husband had been in this vehicle with which Mark had insisted on changing places. She had 7 children who would have lost their father if it had gone the other way, and she felt both awfully guilty and humbly grateful that her husband had been spared by Mark's heroism. Imagine yourself in that position if you can, and you will perhaps get a hint of the world in which the Dalys now live, a world that alternates very sharply and steeply between grief and pride. On a drive to Fort Knox, Kentucky, and again shortly before shipping out from Fort Bliss, Texas, Mark had told his father that he had 3 wishes in the event of his death. He wanted bagpipes played at the service and an Irish wake to follow it, and he wanted to be cremated, with the ashes strewn on the beach at Nesco in Oregon, the setting for his happiest memories of boyhood vacations. The first 2 of these conditions had already been fulfilled. The Dalys rather overwhelmed me by asking if I would join them for the 3rd one. So it was that in August I found myself on the dunes by an especially lovely and remote stretch of the Oregon coastline. The extended family was there, including both sets of grandparents, plus some college friends of Mark's and his best comrade from the army, an impressive South Dakotan named Matt Gross. As the sun began to sink on a day that had been devoted to reminiscence and moderate drinking, We took up the tattered stars and stripes that had flown outside the family home since Mark's deployment, and walked to his favourite spot to plant it. Everyone was supposed to say something, but when John Daly took the first scoop from the urn and spread the ashes on the breeze, there was something so unutterably final in the gesture that tears seemed as natural as breathing, and I wasn't at all sure that I could go through with it. My idea had been to quote from the last scene of Macbeth, which is the only passage I know that can hope to rise to such an occasion. The tyrant and usurper has been killed, but Ross has to tell old Seward that his boy has perished in the struggle. Your son, my lord, has paid a soldier's debt. He only lived but till he was a man, the which no sooner had his prowess confirmed in the unshrinking station where he fought, but like a man he died. This being Shakespeare, the truly emotional and understated moment follows a beat or two later, when Ross adds, "Your cause of sorrow must not be measured by his worth, for then it hath no end." I became a trifle choked up after that, but everybody else also managed to speak, often reading poems of their own composition, and as the day ebbed in a blaze of glory over the ocean, I thought, well, here we are to perform the last honours for a warrior and hero, and there are no hysterical ululations, no shrieks for revenge, no insults hurled at the enemy, no firing into the air or bogus hysterics. Instead, an honest, brave, modest family is doing its private best. I hope no fanatical fool could ever mistake this for weakness. It is instead a very particular kind of strength. If America can spontaneously produce young men like Mark, and occasions like this, it has a real homeland security instead of a bureaucratic one. But Mark Daly wasn't yet finished with sending me messages from beyond the grave. He took a bag of books with him to Iraq, which included Thomas Paine's The Crisis, War and Peace, Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, so nobody's perfect, Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time, John McCain's Why Courage Matters, and George Orwell's Animal Farm in 1984. And a family friend of the Dalys, noticing my own book on Orwell on their shelf, had told them that his father, the Trotskyist militant Harry David Milton, had been the American who rushed to Orwell's side after he'd been shot in the throat by a fascist sniper. This seemed to verge on the eerie. Orwell thought that the Spanish Civil War was a just war, but he also came to understand that it was a dirty war, where a decent cause was hijacked by goons and thugs, and where betrayal and squalor negated the courage and sacrifice of those who fought on principle. As one who had argued strongly for the liberation of Iraq, perhaps more strongly than I knew in this particular case, I had grown coarsened and sickened by the degeneration of the struggle and the sordid news of corruption and brutality. Mark Daly told his father how dismayed he was by the appalling scenes at Abu Ghraib, and by the paltry politicians who squabble for precedence while lifeblood is spilled by young people whose boots they're not fit to clean. It upsets and angers me more than I can safely say when I reread Mark's letters and poems and see that, as of course he would, he was magically able to locate the noble element in all this, and to take more comfort and inspiration from a few plain sentences uttered by a Kurdish man than from all the vapid speeches ever given. Orwell had a rather similar experience when encountering a young volunteer fighter in Barcelona, and realizing, with a mixture of sadness and shock, that for this boy, all the tired old slogans of liberty and justice were still authentic. He cursed his own cynicism and disillusionment when he wrote, "For the fly-blown words that make me spew still in his ears were holy, and he was born knowing what I had learned out of books and slowly." However, after a few more verses about the lying and cruelty and stupidity that accompany war, he was still able to do a kind of justice to the brave young man. "But the thing I saw in your face, no power can disinherit, no bomb that ever burst shatters the crystal spirit." May it be so, then, and may death be not proud to have taken Mark Daly, whom I never knew, but whom you now know little, and, I hope, miss. Something of myself. Our wodsome power, the gift to gie us to see ourselves as others see us. That's Robert Burns. Many men would take the death sentence without a whimper, to escape the life sentence which fate carries in her other hand. T. E. Lawrence. Plato says that the unexamined life is not worth living, But what if the examined life turns out to be a clunker as well? Kurt Vonnegut, Wampeter's Fommer and Granfluence. About once or twice every month, I engage in public debates with those whose pressing need it is to woo and win the approval of supernatural beings. Very often, when I give my view that there is no supernatural dimension, and certainly not one that is only or especially available to the faithful, and that the natural world is wonderful enough, and even miraculous enough, if you insist, I attract pitying looks and anxious questions. How, in that case, I am asked, do I find meaning and purpose in life? How does a mere and gross materialist with no expectation of a life to come decide what, if anything, is worth caring about? Depending on my mood, I sometimes, but not always, refrain from pointing out what a breathtakingly insulting and patronizing question this is. It's on a par with the equally subtle inquiry, since you don't believe in our God, what stops you from stealing and lying and raping and killing to your heart's content? Just as the answer to the latter question is self-respect and the desire for the respect of others, while in the meantime it is precisely those who think they have divine permission who are truly capable of any atrocity, so the answer to the first question falls into two parts. A life that partakes even a little of friendship, love, irony, humour, parenthood, literature, and music, and the chance to take part in battles for the liberation of others, cannot be called meaningless, except if the person living it is also an existentialist and elects to call it so. It could be that all existence is a pointless joke, but it is not in fact possible to live one's everyday life as if this were so. Whereas if one sought to define meaningless and futility, the idea that a human life should be expended in the guilty, fearful, self-obsessed propitiation of supernatural non-entities, but there, enough. The clear awareness of having been born into a losing struggle need not lead one into despair. I do not especially like the idea that one day I shall be tapped on the shoulder and informed, not that the party is over, but that it is most assuredly going on, only henceforth in my absence. It's the second of those thoughts, the edition of the newspaper that will come out on the day after I've gone, that is the more distressing. Much more horrible, though, would be the announcement that the party was continuing forever, and that I was forbidden to leave. Whether it was a hellishly bad party, or a party that was perfectly heavenly in every respect, the moment that it became eternal and compulsory would be the precise moment that it began to pall. A memoir of the New School for Social Research, where I have the honour to be an occasional visiting teacher, describes how in the immediate post-1945 period Erich Fromm gave a lecture on the struggle against pointlessness. I have never been able to trace even one paragraph of this talk, though I hunger to know what it said. Attending the lecture would have been many young men just out of uniform, coming to the school on the GI Bill and having just inflicted a defeat on the fascist Axis. They can hardly have considered that struggle to have been pointless. But then, what of the millions who died so horribly in Europe and Asia, and who died having barely lived? What was the point of them, except perhaps as ghastly illustrations of a wider point? Attempts to locate oneself within history are as natural and as absurd as attempts to locate oneself within astronomy. On the day that I was born, the 13th of April 1949, 19 senior Nazi officials were convicted at Nuremberg, including Hitler's former envoy to the Vatican, Baron Ernst von Weizsäcker, who was found guilty of planning aggression against Czechoslovakia and committing atrocities against the Jewish people. On the same day, the State of Israel celebrated its first Passover Seder, and the United Nations, still meeting in those days at Flushing Meadow in Queens, voted to consider the Jewish state's application for membership. In Damascus, 11 newspapers were closed by the regime of General Hosni Zaim. In America, the National Committee on Alcoholism announced an upcoming A-Day under the non-uplifting slogan, "You can drink. Help the alcoholic who can't." Can't? The International Court of Justice at The Hague ruled in favour of Britain in the Corfu Channel dispute with Albania. At the UN, Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko denounced the newly formed NATO alliance as a tool for aggression against the USSR. The rising Chinese communists, under a man then known to Western readership as Mao Zedong, announced a limited willingness to bargain with the still existing Chinese government in a city then known to the outside world as Taiping. All this was unknown to me as I nuzzled my mother's breast for the first time, and would certainly have happened in just the same way if I had not been born at all, or even conceived. One of the newspaper astrologists for that day addressed those whose birthday it was. There are powerful rays from the planet Mars, the war god, in your horoscope for your coming year, and this always means a chance to battle if you want to take it up. Try to avoid such disturbances where women relatives or friends are concerned, because the outlook for victory upon your part in such circumstances is rather dark. If you must fight, pick a man. Sage counsel, no doubt, which I wish I had imbibed with that same maternal lactation, but impartially offered also to the many people born on that day who were also destined to die on it. I suppose that one reason I have always detested religion is its sly tendency to insinuate the idea that the universe is designed with you in mind, or, even worse, that there is a divine plan into which one fits whether one knows it or not. This kind of modesty is too arrogant for me. However, I have been unblushing enough to write a book that is largely about myself, and I thought it might be of interest if I said a few words about what I am actually like. In this I'm going by what I often feel, as a reviewer, is missing in standard works of memoir and autobiography. Here's one way to start. Every month, my lustrous colleagues at Vanity Fair select a personality and subject him or her to what is known as the Proust questionnaire. The great Marcel did not actually devise this form of self-interrogation, but on 2 occasions in his life he was seduced into answering one. I have here amalgamated the 2 sets of questions. What do you regard as the lowest depth of misery? Just to give you an idea, Proust's reply was, to be separated from Mama. I think that the lowest depth of misery ought to be distinguished from the highest pitch of anguish. In the lower depths come enforced idleness, sexual boredom and or impotence. At the highest pitch, the death of a friend, or even the fear of the death of a child. Where would you like to live? In a state of conflict or a conflicted state? What is your idea of earthly happiness? To be vindicated in my own lifetime. To what faults do you feel most indulgent? To the ones that arise from urgent material needs. Who are your favourite heroes of fiction? Dennis Barlow, Humbert Humbert, Horatio Hornblower, Jeeves, Nicholas Salmanovich Rubashov, Funish the Memorious, Lucifer. Who are your favourite characters in history? Socrates, Spinoza, Thomas Paine, Rosa Luxemburg, Leon Trotsky. Who are your favourite heroines in real life? The women of Afghanistan, Iraq and Iran, who risked their lives and their beauty to defy the foulness of theocracy. Ayan Hashi Ali and Azan Hafizi as their ideal feminine model. Who are your favourite heroines of fiction? Maggie Tulliver, Dorothea, Becky Sharp, Candy, O, Bertie's Aunt Dahlia. Your favourite painter? Goya, Otto Dix. Your favourite musician? J.S. Bach, Bob Dylan. The quality you most admire in a man? Courage, moral and physical. Anima, the ability to think like a woman. Also a sense of the absurd. The quality you most admire in a woman? Courage, moral and physical. Anima, the ability to visualize the mind and need of a man. Also a sense of the absurd. Your favourite virtue? An appreciation for irony. Your least favourite virtue, or nominee for the most overrated one? Faith, closely followed, in view of the overall shortage of time, by patience. Your proudest achievement? Since I can't claim the children as solely mine, being the dedicatee of books by Salman Rushdie and Martin Amis, and poems by James Fenton and Robert Conquest. Your favourite occupation? Travel in contested territory, hard-working, writing and reading when safely home, in the knowledge that an amusing friend is later coming to dinner. Who would you have liked to be? Prometheus, Oscar Wilde, Émile Zola. Your most marked characteristic? Insecurity. What do you most value in your friends? Their continued existence. What is your principal defect? Becoming bored too easily. What to your mind would be the greatest of misfortunes? Loss of memory. What would you like to be? One who understood music and chess and mathematics, or one who had the courage to bear arms? What is your favorite color? Blue, sometimes red. What is your favorite flower? Garlic. What is your favorite bird? The owl. What word or expression do you most overuse? Rereading a collection of my stuff, I was rather startled to find that it was perhaps. Who are your favorite poets? Philip Larkin, Robert Conquest, W. H. Auden, James Fenton, W. B. Yeats, Chidiock Titchbourne, G. K. Chesterton, Wendy Cope. What are your favorite names? Alexander, Sophia, Antonia, Celeste, Liam, Hannah, Elizabeth, Wolfgang. What is it you most dislike? Stupidity, especially in its nastiest forms of racism and superstition. Which historical figures do you most despise? Stanley Baldwin, the Ayatollah Khomeini. Which contemporary figures do you most despise? Henry Kissinger, Osama bin Laden, Joseph Ratzinger. Which events in military history do you most admire? Thermopylae, Lepanto, the defence of Little Round Top at Gettysburg, mutinies in the German army in 1918 and the German General Staff in 1944, the Royal Navy's Arctic convoys. Which natural gift would you most like to possess? The ability to master other languages, which would have hugely enhanced the scope of these answers. How would you like to die? Fully conscious, and either fighting or reciting, or fooling around. What do you most dislike about your appearance? The way in which it makes former admirers search for neutral words. What is your motto? Allons travailler. This more imperative version of get on with it is annexed from Émile Zola, though E.M. Forster somewhat overextended it by enjoining us to get on with your own work and behave as if you were immortal. Though this is only a party game, which is the form in which Proust was twice persuaded to play it, it can be revealing. Reviewing my own answers, I, at any rate, can see where I give away more of myself than might be obvious. Take the answer to the question about the principal defect. I used also to play the game of, if you were an animal, what animal would you be? When others chose for me, I was quite frequently a fox. Lately, however, there have been quite a few nominations of badger. This is not merely a question of my becoming stouter and more grizzled. It is the downside of what I consider one of my happier skills as well. In other words, I would often rather have an argument or a quarrel than be bored, and, because I hate to lose an argument, I am often willing to protract one for its own sake rather than concede even a small point. Plainly, this unwillingness to give ground, even on unimportant disagreements, is the symptom of some deep-seated insecurity, as was my one-time fondness for making teasing remarks, which I amended when I read Anthony Pole's matter-of-fact observation that teasing is an unfailing sign of misery within, and as is my very pronounced impatience. The struggle, therefore, is to try and cultivate the virtuous side of these shortcomings, to be a genial host while only slightly whiffled, for example, or to be witty at the expense of one's own weaknesses instead of those of other people. I am often described to my irritation as a contrarian, and even had the title inflicted on me by the publisher of one of my early books. At least on that occasion, I lived up to the title by ridiculing the word in my introduction to the book's first chapter. It's actually a pity that our culture doesn't have a good vernacular word for an oppositionist or even for someone who tries to do his own thinking. The word dissident can't be self-conferred because it is really a title of honor that has to be won or earned, while terms like gadfly or maverick are somehow trivial and condescending as well as overfull of self-regard. And I've lost count of the number of memoirs by old comrades or ex-comrades that have titles like Against the Stream, Against the Current, Minority of One, Breaking Ranks, and so forth, all of them lending point to Isaac Rosenberg's withering remark about the herd of independent minds. Even when I was quite young, I disliked being called a rebel, It seemed to make the patronizing suggestion that questioning authority was part of a phase through which I would naturally go. On the contrary, I was a relatively well-behaved and well-mannered boy, and chose my battles with some deliberation rather than just thinking with my hormones. I am fairly proud, therefore, that my better and longer meditated quarrels have won me at least some respect that I could have forfeited if I had missed, as the French so quenchingly say, a perfectly good opportunity of keeping my mouth shut. After years of pursuing Henry Kissinger with allegations, liar, murderer, war criminal, pseudo-academic, bore, that made many observers say in print that if he had any balls at all he'd have to sue me, he instead lost his composure and made some hysterically slanderous counter-allegations, which ended up with his lawyers withdrawing rather than mine. That was well worth the time it took me. During the 1992 election, I concluded as early as my first visit to New Hampshire that Bill Clinton was hateful in his behavior to women, pathological as a liar, and deeply suspect when it came to money in politics. I've never had to take any of that back, whereas if you look up what most of my profession was then writing about the beefy, unscrupulous New Democrat, you will be astonished at the quantity of sheer saccharine and drool. Anyway, I kept on about it even after most Republicans had consulted the opinion polls and decided that it was a losing proposition. And if you look up the transcript of the eventual Senate trial of the president, only the second impeachment hearing in American history, you will see that the last order of business is a request, voted down, by the Senate Majority Leader to call Carol and me as witnesses. So I can dare to say that at least I saw it through. When the late Pope John Paul II decided to place the woman so strangely known as Mother Teresa on the fast track for beatification, and thus to qualify her for eventual sainthood, the Vatican felt obliged to solicit my testimony, and I thus spent several hours in a closed hearing room with a priest, a deacon, and a Monsignor, no doubt making their day, as I told off, as from a rosary, the frightful faults and crimes of the departed fanatic. In the course of this, I discovered that the Pope, during his tenure, had surreptitiously abolished the famous office of Devil's Advocate, in order to fast-track still more of his many candidates for canonization. I can thus claim to be the only living person to have represented the devil pro bono. Very often, the test of one's allegiance to a cause or to a people is precisely the willingness to stay the course when things are boring, to run the risk of repeating an old argument just one more time, or of going one more round with a hostile, or, much worse, an indifferent audience. I first became involved with the Czech opposition in 1968, when it was an intoxicating and celebrated cause. Then, during the depressing 1970s and 1980s, I was a member of a routine committee that tried, with limited success, to help the reduced forces of Czech descent to stay nourished and published. The most pregnant moment of that commitment was one that I managed to miss at the time. I passed an afternoon with Zdeněk Mlynář, exiled former secretary of the Czech Communist Party, who in the bleak early 1950s in Moscow had formed a friendship with a young Russian militant with an evident sense of irony named Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev. In 1988 I was arrested in Prague for attending a meeting of one of Václav Havel's Charter 77 committees. That outwardly exciting experience was interesting precisely because of its almost Zen-like tedium. I had gone to Prague, determined to be the first visiting writer, not to make use of the name Franz Kafka. But the numbing bureaucracy got the better of me. When I asked why I was being detained, I was told that I had no need to know the reason. Totalitarianism is itself a cliché, as well as a tundra of pulverizing boredom, and it forced the cliché upon me in turn. I did have to mention Kafka in my eventual story. The regime fell not very much later, as I had slightly foreseen in that same piece that it would. I'd happened to notice that the young Czechs arrested with us were not at all frightened by the police, as their older mentors had been and still were, and also that the police themselves were almost fatigued by their job. This was totalitarianism practically yawning itself to death. In the report of our arrest in the Prague communist paper Rude Pravo, another production that if read aloud could cause flying creatures to fall stunned from the sky, it was rightly reported that some of the suspicious foreigners detained were thought to be sympathizers with Leon Trotsky. As a sort of editorial nudge to keep the prejudices of the readers awake, as well as the readers themselves, there followed a parenthesis explaining that Trotsky was a pseudonym for Bronstein. Every little bit helps, or so the crack editorial team must have thought. A couple of years after that, I was overcome to be invited to an official reception in Prague to thank those who had been consistent friends through the stultifying years of what the party had so perfectly termed normalization. As with my tiny moment with Nelson Mandela, a whole historic stretch of nothingness and depression, combined with the long and deep insult of having to be pushed around by boring and mediocre people, could be at least partially cancelled and annealed by one flash of humour and charm and generosity. That's what I meant by my vindication answer a few paragraphs further back. I therefore am glad that I waited as long as I did before ingesting and digesting Marcel Proust, because one has to have endured a few decades before wanting, let alone needing, to embark on the project of recovering lost life. And I think it may be possible to review the chronicles of wasted time. William Morris wrote in The Dream of John Ball that men fight for things and then lose the battle, only to win it again in a shape and form that they had not expected, and then be compelled again to defend it under another name. We are all of us very good at self-persuasion, and I strive to be alert to its traps, but a version of what Hegel called the cunning of history is a parallel commentary that I fight to keep alive in my mind. My deep vice of lack of patience had its worst outcome, I feel sure, in the raising of my children. Many men feel somewhat useless during the early childhood of their offspring, as well as paralyzed with admiration for the way that women seem somehow to know what to do when the babies arrive. I don't think I can take refuge in the general weakness of my sex. Confronted with infancy, I was exceptionally no good. Anything I don't say here is only intended to spare others, not myself. Like not a few men, I set myself to overcompensate by working ever harder, which I think has its own justification in the biologically essential task of feeding and clothing and educating one's young. But I was really marking time until they were old enough to be able to hold a conversation. And I have to face the fact that the children of both my marriages learned much, much more about manhood and nurturing from their grandparents, my magnificent in-laws, than they did from me. That is one lapse, and not just a lapse in time, that I know I shall not make up for. One cannot invent memories for other people, and the father figure for my children must be indistinct at best until quite late in their lives. There are days when this gives me inexpressible pain, and I know that such days of remorse also lie in my future. I distinguish remorse from regret, in that remorse is sorrow for what one did do, whereas regret is misery for what one did not do. Both seem to be involved in this case. The only recourse, my own promise and vow, was and is to get a bit better as they get older, hence this example, which I hope I'll be able to improve upon before they come and screw down the lid, or whatever it is. As he grew older, which was mostly in my absence, my firstborn son Alexander became ever more humorous and courageous. There came a time, as the confrontation with the enemies of our civilization became more acute, when he sent off various applications to enlist in the armed forces. I didn't want to be involved in this decision either way, especially since I was being regularly taunted for not having sent any of my children to fight in the wars of resistance that I supported. As if I could send anybody, let alone a grown-up and tough and smart young man. What moral imbeciles the anti-war people have become. Anyway, sometime late in 2007, I felt it was time that I myself went back to Iraq and asked Alexander if he'd like to come along. The plan was to limit the visit to the Kurdish north, which, as I told his mother, was reasonably safe. When we disembarked on free soil at Erbil Airport, there was a group of Kurds waiting to greet me as a friend and ally, and I felt at that moment as if my boy might feel that his old father had not been entirely a jerk. The sequel, which I cannot not tell, was this. We received an invitation to come down to Baghdad, which was in those awful days considered to be lethally unsafe, even in the green zone. I told Alexander that it was his decision to make, and that nobody would think any the less of him for declining. He very coolly replied, "But let's go." And so we did. I tried not to show how proud I was, which I now think was a mistake. To be the father of growing daughters is to understand something of what Yeats evokes with his imperishable phrase, terrible beauty. Nothing can make one so happily exhilarated or so frightened. It's a solid lesson in the limitations of self to realize that your heart is running around inside someone else's body. It also makes me quite astonishingly calm at the thought of death. I know who I would die to protect, and I also understand that nobody but a lugubrious serf can possibly wish for a father who never goes away. Many writers, especially male ones, have told us that it is the decease of the father which opens the prospect of one's own end, and affords an unobstructed view of the undug but awaiting grave that says, "You're next." Unfilial as this may seem, that was not at all so in my own case. It was only when I watched Alexander being born that I knew at once that my own funeral director had very suddenly, but quite unmistakably, stepped onto the stage. I was surprised by how calmly I took this, but also by how reluctant I was to mention it to my male contemporaries. That changed only when one of these, my friend Haim Tannenbaum, invited me home to view his own first son, Moses. "You haven't met the Kaddish," was his unforgettable way of phrasing the invitation. This was also when I appreciated the entire implication of the poem that Jorge Luis Borges had given me. Incidentally, I've also learned a bit about the importance of avoiding feminine embarrassment. "Daddy," wrote Sophia when she enrolled at the new school where I teach, "people will ask, why is old Christopher Hitchens kissing that girl?" And shall now cease and desist. In his Minima Moralia, Theodore Adorno made a beautiful corkscrew or double helix-shaped aphorism about the Hayes office, which was then the headquarters of moralistic and ideological invigilation of the movie industry. Under its unsmiling rules, no double beds could be shown, no race mixing, no untoward conduct, or risque speech. Nonetheless, ventured Adorno, an intellectually and aesthetically satisfying film could be made, observing all the limitations prescribed by the Hayes office, on the sole condition that there was no Hayes office. When I first came across this morsel of condensed reflection, I realized what a large role it had already played in my own life. "Let's just go in and enjoy ourselves," Yvonne had said, after a long moment when the Hitchens family had silently reviewed the menu, actually of the prices, not the courses, outside a restaurant on our first and only visit to Paris. I knew at once that the odds against enjoyment had shortened, or as it lengthened, I never remember. "You should be nicer to him," a schoolmate had once said to me of some awfully ill-favoured boy. "He has no friends." This, I realized with a pang of pity that I can still remember, was only true as long as everybody agreed to it. There are more robust versions of the same contradiction. A plug-ugly Labour Union Cosa Nostra figure, asked at a Senate hearing if he thought his outfit was too powerful, looked around a couple of times and leaned into the mic before saying, "Senator, being powerful's a bit like being ladylike. If you have to say you are, then you probably ain't." British diplomats and Anglo-American types in Washington have a near superstitious prohibition on uttering the words "special relationship" to describe relations between Britain and America, lest the specialness itself vanish like a phantom at cockcrow. Never ask while you are doing it if what you are doing is fun. Don't introduce even your most reliably witty acquaintance as someone who will set the table on a roar. "Martin's your best friend, isn't he?" a sweet and well-intentioned girl once said when both of us were present. It was the only time I ever felt awkward about this precious idea, which seemed somehow to risk diminishment if it were uttered aloud. The fragility of love is what is most at stake here. Humanity's most crucial three-word avowal is often uttered only to find itself suddenly embarrassing, or orphaned, or isolated, or ill-timed. But strangely enough, it can work better as a literal or reassuring statement than as a transcendent or numinous or ecstatic one. Ian McEwan wrote a morally faultless essay just after the atrocities of the 11th of September 2001, noting that almost all voicemail messages from those on the doomed aircraft had ended with this very common trinity of words, and adding, in an almost but not quite supererogatory fashion, that by this means the murder victims had outdone and outlived their butchers. But for me this Hayes office problem complicates the ancient question that Bertrand Russell answered, to my immense surprise, in the affirmative. If you were offered the chance to live your own life again, would you seize the opportunity? The only real philosophical answer is automatically self-contradictory. Only if I did not know that I was doing so. To go through the entire experience once more would be banal and Sisyphean, even if it did build muscle, whereas to wish to be young again and to have the benefit of one's learned and acquired existence is not at all to wish for a repeat performance or a Groundhog Day. And the mind ought to, but cannot, set some limits to wish-thinking. All right, same me, but with more money, an even sturdier penis, slightly different parents, briefer latency period. The thing's absurd. I seriously would like to know what it was to be a woman, but like blind Tiresias would also want the option of re-metamorphosing if I wished. How terrible it is that we have so many more desires than opportunities. So I wouldn't be Hitch again, whatever the inducement, nor would I have carried my green card in my wallet, as I loyally did every day for more than 2 decades, because I respected the law that said I should, if my adopted country had in fact subjected me to random stops and searches for it. Even if it were possible to cast my horoscope in this one life, and to make an accurate prediction about my future, it would not be possible to show it to me, because as soon as I saw it, my future would change by definition. This is why Werner Heisenberg's adaptation of the Hayes office, the so-called principle of uncertainty, whereby the act of measuring something has the effect of altering the measurement, is of such importance. In my case, the difference is often made by publicity. For example, and to boast of one of my few virtues, I used to derive pleasure from giving my time to bright young people who showed promise as writers, and who asked for my help. Then some profile of me quoted someone who disclosed that I liked to do this. Then it became something widely said of me, whereupon it became almost impossible for me to go on doing it, because I started to receive far more requests than I could respond to, let alone satisfy. Perception modifies reality. When I abandoned the smoking habit of more than 3 decades, I was given a supposedly helpful pill called Wellbutrin, but as soon as I discovered that this was the brand name for an antidepressant, I tossed the bottle away. There may be successful methods for overcoming the blues, but for me they cannot include a capsule that says, "Fool yourself into happiness while pretending not to do so." I should actually want my mind to be strong enough to circumvent such a trick. I try to deny myself any illusions or delusions, and I think that this perhaps entitles me to try and deny the same to others, at least as long as they refuse to keep their fantasies to themselves. Karl Marx phrased this most perfectly by saying that critics should pluck the flowers from the chain, not so that men may wear the chain without consolation, but so that they may break the chain and cull the living flower. So I was a touch appalled, as I once did hear Ronald Dworkin drawlingly say, when I read the following in the Memoir of my beloved friend Christopher Buckley. It's drawn from a speech that was delivered at his father's funeral. We must do what we can to bring hammer blows against the bell jar that protects the dreamers from reality. The ideal scenario is that pounding from without we can effect resonances which will one day crack through to the latent impulses of those who dream within, bringing to life a circuit that will spare the Republic. There's a bit of metaphor mixture there, and an odd recurrence of that same bell jar that has shadowed me for so long, but I was beginning to swell with admiration for it until I noticed that it was a Buckleyism being cited by Henry Kissinger, during whose speech at the memorial I had stepped out into the rain-swept street rather than be counted as among his audience. Hardest of all, as one becomes older, is to accept that sapient remarks can be drawn from the most unwelcome or seemingly improbable sources, and that the apparently more trustworthy sources can lead one astray. Gore Vidal, for instance, once languidly told me that one should never miss a chance, either to have sex or to appear on television. My efforts to live up to this maxim have mainly resulted in my passing many unglamorous hours on off-peak cable TV. It was actually Vidal's great foe, William F. Buckley, who launched my part-time television career, by inviting me onto firing line when I was still quite young, and giving me one of the American right's less towering intellects as my foil. The response to the show made my day, and then my week, yet almost every time I go to a TV studio, I feel faintly guilty. This is preeminently the soft world of dream and illusion and perception. It has only a surrogate relationship to the hard world of printed words and written-down concepts, to which I've tried to dedicate my life, and that surrogate relationship, while it too may be verbal, consists of being glib rather than fluent, fast rather than quick, sharp rather than pointed. It means reveling in the fact that I have a meretricious want-it-both-ways side. My only excuse is to say, at least I do not pretend that this is not so. Another question one is frequently asked about one's life, and probably has to ask oneself, is, under what conditions would you lose or give it? I start with a slight bias against the question, which itself has some Hayes Office and Heisenberg difficulties. Every November of my boyhood, we put on red poppies and attended highly patriotic services in remembrance of those who had given their lives. But on what assurance did we know that these gifts had really been made? Only the survivors, the living, could attest to it. In order to know that a person had truly laid down his life for his friends or comrades, one would have to hear it from his own lips, or at least have heard it promised in advance, and that presented another difficulty. Many brave and now dead soldiers had nonetheless been conscripts. The known martyrs, those who actually voluntarily sought death and rejoiced in the fact, had been the kamikaze pilots, immolating themselves to propitiate a divine emperor who looked, as Orwell once phrased it, like a monkey on a stick. Their Christian predecessors had endured torture and death, as well as inflicted it, in order to set up a theocracy. Their modern equivalents would be the suicide murderers, who mostly have the same aim in mind. About people who set out to lose their lives, then, there seems to hang an air of fanaticism, a gigantic sense of self-importance, unattractively fused with a masochistic tendency to self-abnegation. Not wholesome. The better and more realistic test would therefore seem to be, in what cause or on what principle would you risk your life? I reflect on the times when I nearly lost mine. One occasion in Northern Ireland I have already described. If I had had a moment to think then, as my life ebbed away, my last thought would have been that I was dying while feeling, and doubtless looking, a bloody fool. It also wouldn't even have been in a good cause, which is how many people, including my father, the commander, most desire to picture their deaths. In my case it would have been journalistic ambition and youthful foolishness, and also, since I had blundered my way into an ambush, what the British soldiers of the time rather unfeelingly called an own goal. In Sarajevo in 1992, while being shown around the starved-bombarded city by the incomparable John Burns, I experienced 4 near misses in all, 3 of them in the course of one day. I certainly thought that the Bosnian cause was worth fighting for and worth defending, but I could not take myself seriously enough to imagine that my own demise would have forwarded the cause. I also discovered that famous jaunty Churchillism had its limits. The old war lover wrote in one of his more youthful reminiscences that there is nothing so exhilarating as being shot at without result. In my case, the experience of a whirring, whizzing horror just missing my ear was indeed briefly exciting, but on reflection made me want, above all, to get to the airport. Catching the plane out with a whole skin is the best part by far. Or suppose I had been hit by that mortar, that burst with an awful shriek so near to me, and turned into a Catherine wheel of body parts and, even worse, body ingredients. Once again I was moved above all, not by the thought that my death would count, but that it would not count in the least. I have sometimes discovered this sense of my own relative unimportance to be somewhat consoling. In Afghanistan a few years ago, I was stupid enough to get myself cut off and caught in the outwardly lovely western city of Herat, hard by the Persian border, in a goons' rodeo duel between 2 local homicidal potentates. The journalistic euphemism for this type is warlord, the image of the goons' rodeo I've annexed from Saul Bellow. On me was not enough money, not enough food, not enough documentation, not enough medication, not enough bottled water, to withstand even a 2-day siege. I did not have a cell phone. Nobody in the world, I abruptly realized, knew where I was. I knew nobody in the town, and nobody in the town knew, perhaps a good thing, who I was either. And the local airport had been closed, so that the excrement-coloured capital city of Kabul, so far away, seemed suddenly like Parnassus. As all this started to register with me, the square began to fill with those least alluring of all types, strident but illiterate young men with religious headgear, high-velocity weapons, and modern jeeps. I had the chance for one phone call on a quavering line from the lobby of a terrible hotel. It went through, and an American Special Forces guide told me to wait just where I was. He told me later that when he first pulled up with his team and saw me standing in the mob with a shopping bag of books and papers and a nervous grin, he thought I had balls of brass. He soon lost that impression and came to appreciate what a danger and nuisance I was to myself and others. But we still see each other and correspond, and, heroic as he is, he once soberingly told me concerning the American presence in Afghanistan, "We're blondes out there, man. Dumb and innocent as the day is long." After a stay in the military post, where among other things I met an officer with the surname of Marks, who told me he was a Michael Moore fan, and where not one of the narcotics enforcement team believed in the starkly deranged war on drugs, I got myself onto an evacuation plane that was at least pointed at the capital city. Gazing out the window at the deforested and browned-over hills that had once been vineyards, and exhaling with relief at my deliverance, I began to feel a really shocking agony in my upper jaw. Had I been clenching my teeth with anxiety over the past few days? The question soon became immaterial, as I understood that something was really deeply wrong with at least one of my fangs and tusks. I could either do Afghan dentistry or take the long and penitential flight home to Washington. I remember almost every second of it, mainly because I don't cry all that easily, and by the time I was in DuPont Circle I was white with misery. Of the later pain I was forced to think, is this the sort of pang that women speak about with childbirth, where the memory simply and mercifully obliterates the recollection of what one's peeled nerves can inflict? In those days I had the same dentist as Vice President Dick Cheney, so was able to imagine my physician's deft fingers inside those massive shark-like jaws, so ready to slam shut on any sentence to do with torture. Finally weaned from analgesics and helpless puking, I was able to imagine, actually I obviously mean was quite unable to imagine, what my death would have been like if I had remained stranded in western Afghanistan and, like most people in the history of our primate species, been killed by my own teeth. On the most recent occasions when I faced either torture or death, the circumstances were either dubious or avoidable. My career as a writer was transfigured in 1992 when Graydon Carter succeeded Tina Brown as editor of Vanity Fair and asked me to become a regular columnist. In those days the magazine was commonly and misleadingly referred to as glossy or even glitzy, and I privately suspected that there would be a trade-off for the many extra readers and extra dollars which I was being offered. Sooner or later would come pressure to write down a bit, or to simplify things for the customers, or to make certain concessions to over-literal fact-checking. On the contrary, every copy editor and researcher on the magazine does their unstinting best to encourage you to do the same. My bet with Graydon was essentially a simple one. In exchange for all this salary and all this freedom and all this exposure, he was to be able to ask me to write about or to undergo anything. A friend of mine, named John Ricketson Hatt, used to say that he would try anything once except incest and Scottish dancing. With Graydon, this has translated into my saying yes to undergoing a Brazilian bikini wax, and to writing an essay on why women weren't funny, as well as one on the origins of the term blowjob. It's led to much else besides, including volunteering to have myself waterboarded, very much more frightening, though less painful than the bikini wax, and to attending a series of rallies in Beirut in the spring of 2009. One of these was nasty enough, a huge Hezbollah event in the south of the city, where great phalanxes of segregated men and women gathered under a banner showing a triumphant nuclear mushroom cloud. and the other was positively inspiring in that it was a colossal, informal, unsegregated, unregimented, open-air gathering of Christians, Druze, Sunni Muslims and secularists, in coalition against the Syrian bullies and assassins and their Iranian proxies. I was exalted and exuberant enough, shortly after departing the latter, to make a mistake that still sometimes causes me to whistle and twitch and even to jerk awake. Walking along Hamra Street, the still fashionable boulevard of the city, I suddenly saw a swastika poster. This, I needed no telling, was the symbol of the Syrian Social Nationalist Party. As a sort of insurance, the Assad regime in Damascus maintains not one but two totalitarian surrogate parties in Lebanon, the Shia-run Hezbollah and the SSNP, which has historically Greek Orthodox Christian roots. This two-track sectarian policy has no effect on those who are determined to define Baathism as secular. Turning to my friends Michael Totten and Jonathan Foreman, who were my company on the stroll, I made some biting comment or other and took out my pen to deface the offending display. Not unlike the young man of Calcutta, who tried to write fuck on a shutter and had got to FU when a pious Hindu knocked him ass over tip in the gutter, I managed a four-letter word or so before being grabbed very hard from behind. A weaselly but wiry little tough guy kept hold of my jacket while speed-dialing for backup with his other hand. How true it is that on occasions of true fear, things seem to slow down and speed up. There were suddenly gaunt-looking creeps everywhere, with wolfish expressions on their faces. I had, without knowing it, disfigured a poster that commemorated one of their martyrs. I suppose I could see that I had a kicking of some sort in my immediate future, and I am still wet with gratitude at the way that Michael and Jonathan stuck by me when they could easily have edged away. But what scared me the most was the way the first man wouldn't let go of me. I could see the trunk of the car opening up, and one of those private prison cellars that all Beiruti gangs so much enjoy maintaining. It was about 3 o'clock on a brilliantly sunny afternoon. I got a kicking and a smacking when the gang found its courage and suffered torn and bloody clothes and broken sunglasses, and was just very slightly mortified when Jonathan wrote later how awful it had been to see this happening to a 60-year-old man. But in the end there were enough bystanders around to make further horror difficult for the SSNP to bring off. They did terrify one cab driver into refusing us, but a second cabbie was bolder and we contrived to speed away. As we did so, one of the pro-Assad Nazis lunged through the window and caught me a poke high on my cheekbone, aiming for my eye. The pain and damage were negligible, but the look on his face is with me still. It was like meeting the enraptured gaze of one's torturer, or staring down the gun barrel of a twitching psychopath. I later learned that the last man in trouble on this block, a Sunni Arab journalist who'd only tried to photograph the swastika flags, was still in hospital after 3 months' intensive care. Attempting to salvage a rag of pride from my having fled the scene, I did my stuff as best I could. With a group of tough Druze members of the Socialist Party, I went back to the same corner an hour later to find it unpatrolled, and I kept my date to speak at the American University of Beirut a night or so after that, even though the SSNP had by then produced a nasty poster with my name and face on it. The tough Druze Socialist posse, you could be very sure, were invited along to that event also. But the plain fact is that I was rattled, and that I knew perfectly well that, had I really understood what I was doing on my little anti-swastika excursion, I would not have done it. I still make sure to go at least once every year to a country where things cannot be taken for granted and where there is either too much law and order or too little. Worst of all, I have found, are those post-Hobbesian places, such as the Congo, where tyranny and anarchy manage a fearful symmetry and occur simultaneously. One of the articles for Graydon Carter that won me the most praise was an essay titled Visit to a Small Planet, in which I described acquiring another identity and bribing my way into North Korea. Every time I got a tribute to the success of this piece, I felt a slight access of shame, because only I could appreciate what a failure it was. I had exerted all my slack literary muscles to evoke the eerie wretchedness and interstellar frigidity of the place, which is an absolutist despotism where the slaves are no longer even fed regularly, and is thus its own version of the worst of all possible worlds. But I knew with a sick certainty that I had absolutely not managed to convey to my readers anything of how it might feel to be a North Korean even for a day. Erich Fromm might perhaps have managed it, in a place with absolutely no private or personal life, with the incessant worship of a mediocre career sadist as the only culture, where all citizens are the permanent property of the state. The highest form of pointlessness has been achieved. When my friend Tom Dryberg had come home from the British Parliament's delegation to the opening up of the Nazi camps, he had felt himself inadequate to the task of describing them, at a dinner table which included Dylan Thomas. It occurs to me now that perhaps a dinner table wasn't the ideal setting to begin with. "They should send poets there," remarked Thomas. And one wishes that they had, or that some poets had gone of their own volition, if only to contest Theodor Adorno's later and highly dubious statement that after Auschwitz there could be no poetry. My own efforts have certainly schooled me in my shortcomings as a writer, as well as proved to me what I suspected, that I lacked the courage to be a real soldier or a real dissident. I have seen just enough warfare and political violence to know that, while I was pleased not to crack at first coming under fire, I could never be a full-time uniformed combatant or freedom fighter or even war correspondent. And I've been arrested and locked up frequently enough, for short enough periods of time, to know that my faculties of resistance in that crucial department are slight as well. On the sole occasion when I came close to being tortured by professional waterboarders who were nonetheless under my orders, I was so ashamed of how quickly I'd been broken that I asked them to do it again, and lasted perhaps a few seconds longer for the sake of appearances. A short footnote on the grape and the grain. In the continuing effort to gain some idea of how one appears to other people, nothing is more useful than exposing oneself to an audience of strangers in a bookstore or a lecture hall. Very often, for example, sitting anxiously in the front row are motherly-looking ladies who, when they later come to have their books inscribed, will say such reassuring things as, "It's so nice to meet you in person. I had the impression that you were so angry and maybe unhappy." I hadn't been at all aware of creating this effect. One of them, asking me to sign her copy of my Letters to a Young Contrarian, said to me wistfully, "I bought a copy of this to give to my son, hoping he'd become a contrarian, but he refused." Adorno would have appreciated the paradox. More affecting still is the anxious, considerate way that my hosts greet me, sometimes even at the airport, with a large bottle of Johnny Walker Black Label. It's almost as if they feel that they must propitiate the demon that I bring along with me. Interviewers arriving at my apartment frequently do the same, as if appeasing the insatiable. I don't want to say anything that will put even a small dent into this happy practice, but I do feel that I owe a few words. There was a time when I could reckon to outperform all but the most hardened imbibers, but now I drink relatively carefully. This ought to be obvious by induction. On average, I produce at least 1,000 words of printable copy every day, and sometimes more. I've never missed a deadline. I give a class or a lecture or a seminar perhaps 4 times a month, and have never been late for an engagement or shown up the worse for wear. My boyish visage and my mellifluous tones are fairly regularly to be seen and heard on TV and radio, and nothing will amplify the slightest slur more than the studio microphone. I think I did once appear on the BBC when fractionally whiffled, but those who asked me about it later were not sure whether I was not, a few days after September 11th, a bit angry as well as a bit tired. Anyway, it should be obvious that I couldn't do all of this if I was what the English so bluntly call a piss artist. It's the professional deformation of many writers, and has ruined not a few. I remember Kingsley Amis, himself no slouch, saying that he could tell on what page of the novel Paul Scott had reached for the bottle and thrown caution to the winds. I work at home, where there is indeed a bar-room, and can suit myself, but I don't. At about midday, a decent slug of Mr. Walker's Amber Restorative, cut with Perrier water, an ideal delivery system, and no ice. At luncheon, perhaps half a bottle of red wine, not always more, but never less. Then back to the desk, and ready to repeat the treatment at the evening meal. No after-dinner drinks, most especially nothing sweet, and never ever any brandy. Nightcaps depend on how well the day went, but always the mixture as before. No mixing. No messing around with a gin here and a vodka there. Alcohol makes other people less tedious, and food less bland, and can help provide what the Greeks call entheos, or the slight buzz of inspiration when reading or writing. The only worthwhile miracle in the New Testament, the transmutation of water into wine during the wedding at Cana, is a tribute to the persistence of Hellenism in an otherwise austere Judea. The same applies to the Seder at Passover, which is obviously modelled on the Platonic Symposium. Questions are asked, especially of the young, while wine is circulated. No better form of sodality has ever been devised. At Oxford, one was positively expected to take wine during tutorials. The tongue must be untied. It's not a coincidence that Omar Khayyam, rebuking and ridiculing the stone-faced Iranian mullahs of his time, pointed to the value of the grape as a mockery of their joyless and sterile regime. Visiting today's Iran, I was delighted to find that citizens made a point of defying the clerical ban on booze, keeping it in their homes for visitors, even if they didn't particularly take to it themselves, and bootlegging it with great brio and ingenuity. These small revolutions affirm the human. At the wild saturnalia that climaxes John Steinbeck's Tortilla Flat, the charismatic Danny manages to lay so many women that afterwards even the females who didn't receive his attentions prefer to claim, rather than appear to have been overlooked, that they were included too. I can't make any comparable boasts, but quite often I get second-hand reports about people who claim to have spent evenings in my company that belong to song, story, and legend when it comes to the Dionysian. I once paid a visit to the grotesque holding pen that the United States government maintains at Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. There wasn't an unsupervised moment on the whole trip, and the main meal we ate, a heavily calorific affair that was supposed to demonstrate how well nourished the detainees were, was made even more inedible by the way that water, with the option of a can of Sprite, flowed like wine. Yet a few days later I ran into a friend at the White House who told me half admiringly, "Way to go at Guantanamo. They say you managed to get your own bottle and open it down on the beach and have a party." This would have been utterly unfeasible in that bizarre Cuban enclave, half madrasa and half stockade, but it was still completely and willingly believed. Publicity means that actions are judged by reputations and not the other way about. I never wonder how it happens that mythical figures in religious history come to have fantastic rumours credited to their names. Hitch, making rules about drinking can be the sign of an alcoholic, as Martin Amis once teasingly said to me. Adorno would have savoured that as well. Of course, watching the clock for the start time is probably a bad sign, but here are some simple pieces of advice for the young. Don't drink on an empty stomach. The main point of the refreshment is the enhancement of food. Don't drink if you have the blues. It's a junk cure. Drink when you're in a good mood. Cheap booze is a false economy. It's not true that you shouldn't drink alone. These can be the happiest glasses you ever drain. Hangovers are another bad sign, and you should not expect to be believed if you take refuge in saying you can't properly remember last night. If you really don't remember, that's an even worse sign. Avoid all narcotics. These make you more boring rather than less, and are not designed, as are the grape and the grain, to enliven company. Be careful about upgrading too far to single malt Scotch. When you're voyaging in rough countries, it won't be easily available. Never even think about driving a car if you've taken a drop. It's much worse to see a woman drunk than a man. I don't know quite why this is true, but it just is. Don't ever be responsible for it. Thinking thrice about the Jewish question. The Jewish people and their fate are the living witness for the absence of redemption. This, one could say, is the meaning of the chosen people. The Jews are chosen to prove the absence of redemption. Leo Strauss, Why We Remain Jews. I think I may well be a Jew. Sylvia Plath, Daddy, 1962. In the early days of the December that my father was to die, my younger brother brought me the news that I was a Jew. I was then a transplanted Englishman in America, married, with one son, and, though unconsoled by any religion, a non-believing member of 2 Christian churches. On hearing the tidings, I was pleased to find that I was pleased. Immediately above is the opening paragraph of my essay for Ben Sonnenberg's quarterly Grand Street in the summer of 1988. It was reprinted quite a bit, and gave the eponymous title to my first collection of essays, Prepared for the Worst. It was my first, and until now my only, excursion into memoir, was largely positive and even upbeat, if only because my semi-Semitism was on my mother's side rather than, as with Sylvia Plath, a distraught paternal bequest, and it closed with the easily uttered words, "To be continued." For the first 40-odd years of my life I had thought of myself as English, latterly with ambitions to become an Anglo-American. This national self-definition underwent an interesting change as a consequence of my maternal grandmother's outliving both of my parents. Yvonne took her own life at a distressingly young age. My father's robust health began to fail him in his late 70s, and he died in late 1987. My brother Peter, in the meantime, had become engaged to a Jewish girl, and had taken her to meet Dodo, old Mrs. Dorothy Hickman, our only surviving grandparent. Later, and after she'd congratulated him on his choice, she rather disconcerted Peter by saying, "She's Jewish, isn't she?" He had agreed that this was the case, and then she disconcerted him even further by saying, "Well, I've got something to tell you. So are you." How had this taken so long to emerge, and why was it still to be counted as a family secret? My mother had not wanted anyone to know, and indeed my father had been all his life unaware of the fact, and was to remain so to the end. I have now been back through all the possible recollections, and am fairly sure that I can guess the reason, but here's the trail I followed. In what was once German Prussia, in the district of Posen, and very near the border of Poland, there was a town called Kempen, which had for much of its existence a Jewish majority. It is now called Kempno, and is about an hour's drive from the Polish city of Wrocław, formerly Breslau. A certain Mr. Nathaniel Blumenthal, born in Kempen in 1844, decided to leave, or was possibly taken by his parents, but at all events arrived in the English Midlands, and though he married out, became the father of 13 Orthodox children. It appears that he had disembarked at Liverpool. The joke among English Jews is that some of the duller emigrants did that, imagining that they had already reached New York, and settled in Leicester by 1871. On later census forms he gives his occupation as tailor. In 1893, one of old Nate's daughters married a certain Lionel Levin of Liverpool, the Levins also hailing originally from the Poznan area, and the British bureaucracy's marriage certificates certify them as having been wed according to the rites of the German and Polish Jews. My mother's mother, whose birth name was Dorothy Levin, was born 3 years later in 1896. It doesn't seem to have taken them long to decide on assimilation, in that by the time of the First World War the Blumenthal family name had become Dale, and the Levins were called Lynn. This might have had something to do with the general revulsion against German names at that epoch, when even the British royal family scrapped its Saxe, Coburg, Gotha titles and became the House of Windsor, conveniently metamorphosing other names like Battenberg into Mountbatten. But nominal assimilation didn't quite extend to the religious kind. Dodo could recall drawing the curtains on Friday night and bringing out the menorah, and also fasting on Yom Kippur, even if only for my figure, dear. But she also remembered being discreet about this, because in Oxford, where my great-grandparents had by then moved, there was a bit of low-level prejudice. My father had died very soon after Peter brought me the Jewish news, and I had flown over to England for the funeral, which Dodo was too frail to attend, and then gone at once to see her. What I wanted to understand was this: how had I been so incurious and so easily deceived? She seemed determined to act the part of a soap opera Jewish granny. I could always see it in you and your brother. You both had the Jewish brains. And she certainly and rather abruptly looked Jewish to me, which she hadn't while I was growing up, or perhaps better say, When I was a boy, I wasn't in any sense Jew-conscious. Dodo had dark and ringleted hair and a complexion to match, and when I registered this at all, it was with the stray thought that she looked like a gypsy. But when you're young, you take your relatives for granted, and even if you do ask childishly awkward questions, you tend to accept the answer. Hickman wasn't an especially exotic name. My mother used to laugh that she couldn't wait to get rid of it, and then wound up marrying a Hitchens. And when Peter and I asked what had happened to Dodo's husband, we were hushed with the information that he had died in the war. Since all family stories of all kinds were always about the war, we accepted this without question as being overwhelmingly probable. It was years later when Peter discovered that Dodo had been married to a drunken and adulterous wife-beater, Lionel Hickman by name, who had continued our Mishling tradition by converting to Judaism in order to marry her, given her an all-round vile time, and then been run over by a tram during the blackout that accompanied the Nazi blitzkrieg. Killed in the war, to be sure. As I sat with the old lady in her little suburban parlour in the South London suburbs, I kept asking myself if I had any memories that might amount to premonitions of, or other awarenesses of, this heritage. Once one starts looking for such things, I know, the chance of discovering them has a tendency to increase. There on the mantelpiece was a photograph of Yvonne, looking young and blonde and venturesome, and obviously quite well equipped to pass as a Gentile. "She didn't much want to be a Jew," said Dodo, "and I didn't think your father's family would have liked the idea either, so we just decided to keep it to ourselves." This was becoming dispiriting. My father had been a reactionary and a pessimist. The private eye caricatures of Dennis Thatcher had always reminded me of his insistently Eeyore-ish tone, sometimes taken up by my brother, but not at all a bigot. If anything about Yvonne's ethnic background might have given him check or pause, it would have been the discovery that her ancestors had identified themselves as German. The commander's view, echoing that of the Morgenthau Plan, was that post-1945 Germany would have been better if totally depopulated, but this he would not have thought of as a prejudice. I was suddenly visited by a long-ago memory of my father's father, breaking into a harangue, when it became generally known in family circles that his elder grandson had declared for the Labour Party and for socialism. This must therefore have been about 1964, or perhaps, given the glacial pace at which news was delivered on his side of the family, as late as 1965 or even 66. He favoured me, I remember, in his rather grinding and harsh Portsmouth tones, with a sort of bestiary of sinister surnames, all tending to show the unsoundness of Labour's then parliamentary left. I can remember it now. Look at them. Sidney Silverman, John Mendelsohn, Tom Dryburgh, Ian Mikado, this last a Portsmouth lad into whom, along with the fat-headed future Labour Prime Minister James Callaghan, my schoolmaster grandpa had attempted to wallop the rudiments of an education. At the time I hadn't any idea what he meant to convey by all this, unless it was to identify unpatriotically German names. My later pal, Tom Dryburgh, had suffered cognomen persecution all his life without being in the least Jewish, but I was later able to guess by a sort of reverse engineering. I should say, in fairness, that my brother Peter firmly believes that the latter explanation, ordinary xenophobia rather than Jew hatred, in other words, is the likelier one. The old man was very forbidding in manner at the best of times. I can't imagine what it would have been like for my mother, let alone her mother, to be introduced to the patriarch in 1945, when her marriage to the commander was first mooted. One of the commander's very few surviving letters makes my point for me. It's to his brother Ray, and is dated 28 March 1945, from HMS Jamaica, which means that the warship must have been lying at anchor in the nearby Portsmouth harbour. Dear Ray, many thanks for your letter of felicitation. Yes, I quite agree that it does need a sense of proportion to enter the homestead and emerge unscathed, and I thought it as well to put Yvonne through this acid test before inquiring whether she was further interested. I don't think it would or could have taken Yvonne very long to decide against embarking upon some easy chat with her prospective father-in-law about the long line of milliners, tailors, kosher butchers and, to be fair, dentists from which I now know she had sprung. Looking back, I can't see my grandpa ever having had much use for any of the above professions. What he liked, or what I remember him liking, was lavishly illustrated histories of Protestant missionaries in Africa. On this topic she could have been of little comfort or joy to him. Sitting now with Dodo and recalling all this, I had to ask myself what Jewishness had meant to me, if anything, when I was a boy. I was completely sure that it meant nothing at all until I was 13, except as a sort of subtext to the Christian Bible stories with which I had been regaled at prep school. In some odd fashion, the Nazarene Jesus had been a sort of rabbi, and horribly executed under the mocking title of King of the Jews, but it had also been the Jews who most thirsted for his torture and death. Very, very occasionally some boy would make a mean or meaning or even demeaning remark about this, but in my early life there were no actual Jewish targets at which to direct such stuff. Moreover, the Nuremberg trials were a recent memory, and though most of our TV and movie fare still made it seem as if the Second World War had been a personal matter between Hitler and the better sort of English or British person, there were moments of documentary footage which showed the barely conceivable human detritus of the final solution, being bulldozed into mass graves. My mother, in my hearing, when I was very small, had once used the expression anti-Semitism, and I remember feeling with a sort of qualm that, without having it fully explained, I somehow knew what it meant. In Cambridge later on there were Jewish boys at the school, and I suppose I noticed that they tended to have curlier hair and fleshier noses, rather as I had been led to expect. They also had names which were different. Perutz, the son of the Nobel Prize winner. Kissin, the clever boy who recommended that everyone read the New Statesman. Wertheimer, who wore a big lapel button saying that hanging is murder. They were among the few supporters of my failed Labour campaign of 1964, and I suppose that subliminally they confirmed my grandfather's view that there was something almost axiomatically subversive about Jewishness. In history classes I read about the Dreyfus case, and in English class wrote a defence of Shylock against his Venetian tormentors. There was mild occasional anti-Jewish vulgarity to be heard among some of the more dense boys, always a version of the same cliché about the Jews being over-sharp in business, but one almost never heard or saw it directed at an actual Jew. In the summer of 1967, between my leaving my boarding school and going to Oxford, and while I was undergoing my long-distance postal mentorship with Peter Sedgwick, the various Arab republics and feudal monarchies made common cause, it seemed, in a war to extinguish the State of Israel. It seemed to me obvious that here was a tiny state, clinging to the seaboard of the eastern Mediterranean, and faced not with defeat but with existential obliteration. Like many leftists of the time, I sympathized by instinct with the Jewish state. I didn't do so completely without misgivings. I had heard so many foam-flecked Tories raving on about the hated Nasser ever since the Suez War of 1956 that I was on my guard at hearing the same rhetoric again, and I sent off in the mail for a pamphlet that was co-produced by the Israeli Socialist Organization and the Palestine Democratic Front, a screed which purported to offer a non-sectarian solution, but also proved to be written in a jargon that was based on no known language. Events, anyway, outpaced the pamphlet. Israel's paratroopers were soon at the Wailing Wall and at Sharm el-Sheikh, and all the braggadocio of Nasserist rhetoric was shown as both rather empty and rather hateful. In those days I still thought, as most people did, of the struggle between Israel and the Arabs, and not Israel and the Palestinians. "But just look how the press treats the Israelites," said Dodo with indignation, abolishing my reverie and recalling me to the unchanging present in this respect. "We've never been liked, you know. I suppose I shouldn't say it, but I think it's because they're jealous." By this stage in my life I knew slightly too much to accept this ancient self-pity as the explanation of everything, but I didn't want to have an argument with my sweet and sad old grandma, so I took my leave, and, turning at her little garden gate, somewhat awkwardly uttered the salute, "Shalom." She responded, "Shalom, shalom," as easily as if we'd always greeted and parted this way, and, as I wrote it down at the time, I turned and trudged off to the station in the light, continuous English rain. That was also my birthright. Landscapes of Memory. "The deep, deep sleep of England," wrote Orwell half admiringly and half despairingly about the eternal and unchanging charm of the southern English countryside, as seen from the train between the English Channel and London itself. Being newly returned from the ever-freshening hells of the Spanish Civil War, he remembered enough to add rather severely that England might not jerk out of this slumber until it was abruptly roused by the roar and crash of bombs. Not far from the peaceful, rural Anglican churchyard in which he lies buried are the Cotswold villages of Upper and Lower Slaughter. Upper Slaughter is almost the only village in England that does not have a war memorial to commemorate the fallen of 1914 to 1918. These few hamlets are known in the war memorial literature as blessed, if you can imagine such a designation. What does that make the dead of the other hamlets? Even though I grew up in South Coast naval towns, where whole sleeves of streetscape had been stripped to show the scars of Nazi bombardment, I never failed to be struck by how swiftly one could slip from the city into the woods or along the back roads and onto the downs, and be transported into a landscape that was almost contemplative in its quietude. All right, even the word transported does have its nasty modern ring of deportation. Indeed, the early martyrs of the British labour movement were peasants from the Dorset village so bewitchingly named Tolpuddle, who were transported to Australia for the offence of forming a union. The offbeat names of the Hampshire and Sussex villages, Warblington was one of my favourites, with its flinted Saxon church, but East and indeed West Wittering ran it pretty close, seemed to convey a near Woodhouseian and Blandings-like beatitude and serenity. There were two especially favourite places within an easy drive, one of them the renowned Selborne, where Gilbert White had observed the ecology of just one little place in order to produce a micro-masterpiece of natural history, and then Chawton, near Alton. Some readers may already have caught their breath, I hope enviously. It was as easy as breathing to go and have tea near the place where Jane Austen had so wittily scribbled and so painfully died. One of the things that causes some critics to marvel at Miss Austen is the laconic way in which, as a daughter of the epoch that saw the Napoleonic Wars, she contrives like a Greek dramatist to keep it off the stage while she concentrates on the human factor. I think this comes close to affectation on the part of some of her admirers. Captain Frederick Wentworth in Persuasion, for example, is partly of interest to the female sex because of the prize loot he has extracted from his encounters with Bonaparte's navy. Still, as one born after Hiroshima, I can testify that a small Hampshire township, however large the number of names of the fallen on its village green war memorial, is more than a world away from any unpleasantness on the European mainland or the high or narrow seas that lie between. I used to love the detail that Hampshire's New Forest is so called because it was only planted for the hunt in the late 11th century. I remember watching with my father and brother through the fence of Stanstead House, the Sussex mansion of the Earl of Bessborough, one evening in the early 1960s, and seeing an immense golden meadow carpeted entirely by grazing rabbits. I'll never keep that quiet, or be that still, again. This was around the time of countrywide protest against the introduction of a horrible laboratory-confected disease named Metamorphosis into the warrens of Old England to keep down the number of nibbling rodents. Richard Adams's lapine masterpiece, Watership Down, is the remarkable work that it is, not merely because it evokes the world of hedgerows and chalk downs and streams and spinneys, better than anything since The Wind in the Willows, but because it is only really possible to imagine gassing and massacre and organized cruelty on this ancient and green and gently rounded landscape if it is organized and carried out against herbivores. In the German tongue, in the Polish town, scraped flat by the roller of wars, wars, wars. Sylvia Plath, Daddy. If this is Upper Silesia, observed P.G. Woodhouse, after being interned in Poland by the Nazis in 1940, what on earth must Lower Silesia be like? He was being flippant, but with the excuse that he could have had no idea of what was about to make this region famous. When it came time for me to make my roots visit in search of my mother's Polish and German ancestors, it was actually for the lower-lying latitudes of Silesia that I set off. The city of Wrocław, which until 1945 had been called Breslau, was the big historic melting pot town that set the tone even for places across the Prussian border like Kempen or Kempner. When Dodo and others spoke of the place of their forebears, it was Breslau that they rather proudly if sadly named. And it was easy to see why. There was nothing provincial about it. In his book Microcosm, co-written with Roger Moorhouse, Norman Davies illustrates its eminence as a hub of Bohemian and Prussian life, as well as the epicenter of the Silesian question, itself the trigger of the 7 Years' War. Wars, wars, wars. Reading up on the region, I came across one moment when quintessential Englishness had in fact intersected with this darkling plain. In 1906, Winston Churchill, then the minister responsible for British colonies, had been honoured by an invitation from Kaiser Wilhelm II to attend the annual manoeuvres of the Imperial German Army held at Breslau. The Kaiser was resplendent in the uniform of the white Silesian cuirassier, and his massed and regimented infantry reminded one more of great Atlantic rollers than human formations. Clouds of cavalry, avalanches of field guns, and, at that time a novelty, squadrons of motor cars, private and military, completed the array. For 5 hours the immense defilade continued. Yet this was only a 20th of the armed strength of the regular German army before mobilization. Strange to find Winston Churchill and Sylvia Plath both choosing the word roller in both its juggernaut and wave-like declensions for that scene. I had a ghost or two at my elbow the entire time I was on what is now Polish soil. These revenants were of two kinds. The first, which was the nicest, had been gently summoned by my relatives, known and unknown. Every article and review and book that I've ever published has constituted an appeal to the personal persons to whom I should have talked before I dared to write it. I never launch any little essay without the hope and the fear, because the encounter may also be embarrassing, that I shall draw a letter that begins, "Dear Mr. Hitchens, it seems that you are unaware that." It is in this sense that authorship is collaborative with the reader, and there's no help for it. You only find out what you ought to have known by pretending to know at least some of it already. It doesn't matter how obscure or arcane or esoteric your place of publication may be. Some sweet law ensures that the person who should be scrutinizing your work eventually does do so. Thus I came into contact with a woman who was, or would have been if they'd known of each other, and thus was anyway, my mother's first cousin. She now lived on the coast of Norfolk. One of her Blumenthal Dale relatives had seen one of the reprints of my original article for Ben Sonnenberg, to which I had given the additional title, On Not Knowing the Half of It. Cast your bread on the waters. I'll condense the time that all this took, but simply say that by the time I arrived in Poland, I had a goodish oil-painting portrait of Nathan Blumenthal, a fair piece of his genealogy, and two chief questions remaining. Why had he left when he did, and were there any of his relations still around? Jane Austen died 2 years after the Battle of Waterloo, where the combined forces of the Duke of Wellington and, as some British historians remember to mention, the Prussians, under Marshal Blucher, put an end to the Napoleonic era. On the territories of the Prussian Silesian frontier, the echoes of this and later events are very far from being noises off. In particular was this true for the Jews of Kempno. In 1812, Napoleon had issued his emancipation decree, liberating the Jews from ancient church-mandated legal disabilities. In 1814-1815, the Kempen Jews had begun the construction of a rather magnificent synagogue in a sort of Neo-Palladian style. At the time they constituted perhaps 80% of the town. I found it unsettling yet confirming to think of this side of my mitochondrial DNA being replicated in this context. I've had my mother's wing of my genetic ancestry analyzed by the National Geographic Tracing Service, and there it all is. The arrow moving northward from the African savanna, skirting the Mediterranean by way of the Levant, and passing through Eastern and Central Europe before crossing to the British Isles, and all of this knowable by an analysis of the cells on the inside of my mouth. I almost prefer the more rambling and indirect and journalistic investigation, which seems somehow less deterministic. In Breslau-Rochwov, where I arrived on the day that Professor Leszek Kolakowski died, a national hero, and was honoured to be invited to speak at a meeting in his memory, I was lucky to be introduced to Mr. Jerzy Kiszler, the head of the local Jewish community and a veteran of the Polish Jewish diaspora. He also helps curate the city's Jewish cemetery, around which he guided me. It's like a memorial to Atlantis or Lyonesse. These are the stone buoys that mark a drowned world. From this city came the parents of Edith Stein, later martyred as a convert to Catholicism and as a nun in Auschwitz. Max Born, the Nobel laureate in physics in 1954, and the man to whom Einstein wrote that celebrated 1926 letter about God's refusal to play dice with the universe, was born here, to a father who hailed from Kempen. Max's daughter Irene moved to Cambridge and married a leader of the Enigma Ultra disencryption team. Their daughter became famous under the name Olivia Newton-John. Born's conversion to Lutheranism did him no more good than Edith Stein's when the Nazis applied their own laws about who was a Jew. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, another son of this place, had a twin sister who married a converted Jew. He was hanged in Flossenburg concentration camp, his murder commemorated in one of W. H. Auden's weaker poems, on almost the last day of the war in April 1945. One must beware of the temptation to invest everything with significance in retrospect, yet it chills the soul a bit to learn that from this great city centre of humane science and medicine, which produced the good doctor Alois Alzheimer, as well as the physicist Max Born, Professor Fritz Haber moved his operations to Berlin in 1914 in order to place his chemistry skills at the service of a military government in search of weapons of mass destruction. He oversaw the German chlorine gas attack at Ypres, and after 1918 concerned himself with the development of Zyklon B, thus radically attenuating his own posterity. Mr. Kitchler was an excellent guide through all this, offering information when it was requested and leaving me alone when I seemed to need that. Together we made a point of visiting the tomb of Ernst Geiger, one of the originators of Reform Judaism, and of Ferdinand Lassalle, founder of the first German Social Democratic Party, who, in a private letter from Karl Marx to Friedrich Engels, had been rather regrettably described as a Jewish nigger. He had been born on the 13th of April, the birthday that I share with Thomas Jefferson, Seamus Heaney, Alan Clark, Eudora Welty, and Orlando Letelier. The dates and the territory could also be made to fit with my own historical obsessions. When Nathan Blumenthal was born in 1844, Marx was just beginning to publish his economic and philosophical manuscripts in the Rhineland to the west. And, by the time he first turned up in English paperwork in 1871, Rosa Luxemburg was being born in the Russian-Polish town of Zamość, far to the east. Between these 2 points lay a sort of burned-over district, charred and trampled and desecrated in every direction and in every fashion. Trotsky had referred to the Hitler-Stalin pact as the midnight of the century, and it was across this terrain that the midnight had fallen. Wrocław-Breslau lies along the river Oder and boasts more than 100 bridges. One of the best ways to see it is like Venice, from the various arms and shoulders, as the natives say, of the waterways. Between it and Kempen-Kempno are many rolling fields and green copses and forests, both coniferous and deciduous. But even the greenery can seem bleak at best or menacing at worst when one recalls what was done in the shadow of those trees. At least in Wrocław-Breslau, the old White Stork synagogue had been restored, for a community of a few hundred, and the Jewish cemetery stones, where possible, repaired or relapidated. But in Kempen-Kempno there was only desolation. Trying to translate back to English landscape, one would need to be evoking Oliver Goldsmith or Thomas Gray or John Clare on the abandonment and emptiness. But even that would be relative, and as much to do with the loss of sheep as the loss of people. Old Mr. Kitchler and I could easily have missed, nearly did miss, the turn-off for the town, an obscure crossroads, some railway tracks intersecting, a large and illuminated McDonald's hamburger sign. This could have been a nondescript Nowheresville in mid-prairie America. The local nickname for the eastern or Yiddish part of Kempen-Kempno was, it turned out, Kamchatka, the most extreme part of Siberia. Nobody quite seemed to know how such an irretrievably bare title came to be conferred, but it seemed apt enough, and the place seemed bizarrely unpeopled. When I later looked at the photographs I had taken, there wasn't a soul to be seen. My late friend Amos Elon has written the best history of the German-Jewish relationship. It's called The Pity of It All. I was very stirred to find when I opened it that he had placed on his epigraph page The opening lines of James Fenton's poem, A German Requiem. It is not what they built, it is what they knocked down. It is not the houses, it is the spaces between the houses. It is not the streets that exist, it is the streets that no longer exist. The lines recurred to me as I heard the echo of my footsteps. The noble old synagogue had been profaned and turned into a stable by the Nazis and left open to the elements by the communists, at least after they had briefly employed it as a furniture facility. It had then been vandalized and perhaps accidentally set aflame by incurious and callous local youths. Only the well-crafted walls really stood, though a recent grant from the European Union had allowed a makeshift roof and some wooden scaffolding to hold up and enclose the shell until further notice. Adjacent were the remains of a mikveh bath for the ritual purification of women, and a kosher abattoir for the ritual slaughter of beasts. I had to feel that it was grotesque that these obscurantist relics were the only ones to have survived. In a corner of the yard lay a pile of smashed stones, on which appeared inscriptions in Hebrew and sometimes Yiddish. These were all that remained of the gravestones. There wasn't a Jew left in the town, and there hadn't been one, said Mr. Kishler, since 1945. As we paged through the surviving municipal records, it actually became fairly easy to see how a once flourishing community might have decided to start emigrating well before that, and at about the time that Nathan had. Subsequent to the Napoleonic edict abolishing anti-Jewish laws, the indigenous religious prejudices had reasserted themselves. Starting in 1833, there had been a series of Prussian measures, often associated with the name of a statesman named Wagner, increasing taxes for Jews and making them pay for the upkeep of Christian schools and institutions, as well as adding to their burden of military service. After the aspirations of 1848 had been crushed, it got worse yet. The leader of the ultra-right authoritarians in the Prussian state parliament became Professor Friedrich Julius Stahl. He'd been born Joel Golson, and it wasn't enough for him to have converted to that bastardization of primitive Judaism known as Christianity. No, like Stalin after him, he also wanted a surname of steel. Amos Elon takes up the story. In the largest German state, where 2/3 of the Jewish population lived, he enunciated the philosophical basis for continuing discrimination against his former co-religionists. He was not a great thinker, but an able propagandist, persuasively articulating the conservative demand for authority and the sacred union of church and throne. 1848 had been a year of revolution and liberation for much of Europe, but other people's ardent nationalism isn't always, as they say, good for the Jews. It seemed probable that the brighter members of the Blumenthal clan would have seen and felt the atmosphere thickening. In this period also, according to the records, there had been quite a severe epidemic of cholera. Outbreaks like that aren't always good for the Jews either. They sometimes even manage to get themselves blamed for the plague or for the poisoning of the wells. But had the family left anyone behind? It's a common enough name, so I wasn't sure how I would be able to distinguish between cadet and collateral branches, but the necessity for making such a discrimination was soon enough removed from me. The editor of the local newspaper, Mr. Miroslav Lapa, had produced an illustrated history of the Jews of Kępno, entitled in Polish Kępiński Żydzi. Its photographs showed some of the major splendors, including the imposing temple in its high old times, and the family groups gathered contentedly in front of thriving shops. There were few pictures of the later miseries, but there were some lists of names. Every Blumenthal I could find in the index had wound up on the transports to Auschwitz, so that was that. I once spoke to someone who had survived the genocide in Rwanda, and she said to me that there was now nobody left on the face of the earth, either friend or relative, who knew who she was. No one who remembered her girlhood and her early mischief and family lore. No sibling or boon companion who could tease her about that first romance. No lover or pal with whom to reminisce. All her birthdays, exam results, illnesses, friendships, kinships, gone. She went on living, but with a tabula rasa as her diary and calendar and notebook. I think of this every time I hear of the callow ambition to make a new start or to be born again. Do those who talk this way truly wish for the slate to be wiped? Genocide means not just mass killing to the level of extermination, but mass obliteration to the verge of extinction. You wish to have one more reflection on what it is to be made the object of a clean sweep? Try Vladimir Nabokov's microcosmic miniature story, Signs and Symbols, which is about angst and misery in general, but also succeeds in placing it in what might be termed a starkly individual perspective. The album of the distraught family contains a faded study of Aunt Rosa, a fussy, angular, wild-eyed old lady, who had lived in a tremulous world of bad news, bankruptcies, train accidents, cancerous growths, until the Germans put her to death, together with all the people she'd worried about. We live only a few conscious decades, and we fret ourselves enough for several lifetimes. The various eggs and zygotes and other ingredients necessary for the subsequent conception and generation of the non-Anglo-Saxon half of the present author thus continued migrating, rather like the lucky and clever rabbits who left for Watership Down in good time, before the nozzles of poison had been callously shoved into the inlets of the ecology. Lonely and uncertain and angst-burdened as my grandmother's and mother's lives were in some ways to be, they took place in refulgent sunshine compared to what they had missed, by their forebears having gotten the hell out of Kempno. I still wasn't completely done with my investigations of this enthrallingly upsetting region of the past. In the case of another relative, my ancestor-in-law David Chmielewski, a sort of great-uncle, the trail also went as far as Auschwitz, but just for once did not end there. Born in the town of Kolo in the Poznan district in 1912, this man had a crepuscular existence on the edge of my family's awareness. He had, it was said, been a leading anti-Nazi resistor. He owns a chapter to himself in the anthology They Fought Back, a book which combats the wretched image of European Jews as fatalistic and passive. He had smuggled photographs out of Auschwitz, the Annus Mundi, or Heart of Darkness, that showed the transmutation of human beings into refuse and garbage. The intention had been to arouse the world's conscience by initially showing these to the Vatican. This appeal did not work. He had been some kind of figure in the post-war Polish government, and then there were some whispers of a scandal involving art theft, before being expelled to France in 1968 after the infamous anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist purge of the Communist Party. I had been on his track in a small and amateur way for a decade. I had arrived in Paris to try and find him, only to learn that he had recently died. There was no forwarding address. I went to see Daniel Singer, the late disciple of Isaac Deutscher, who from his apartment near the Matignon was himself a single-cell headquarters for anything to do with the Polish-Jewish Marxist diaspora. He sent me to a man in downtown New York who lent me the only book in Yiddish that I possess, the Memoirs of David Chmielewski, and also a very hastily typed English translation. The title of the volume is Resistance in the Auschwitz-Birkenau Death Camp, but the backstory was also of considerable interest, and the lack of a post-story was perhaps more absorbing still. Chmielewski had quite early in his life developed a hunger to leave the isolated village of Kolo, which means wheel, and had volunteered to become a young Zionist pioneer. Leaving from a Romanian port and landing in Palestine under the British Mandate, he had worked on a very tough kibbutz and also on the waterfront in Tel Aviv. From his pages one could count off the swift evolutions of an interwar political consciousness. He observed that Arab workers were paid less and treated more rudely, and he began to run into free-thinking people, one young girl in particular, who gave him horizons much wider and more thrilling than the shtetl or the shul. You think it's a stretch to connect Professor Max Born to Olivia Newton-John? Chmielewski's was almost the same Poland to Palestine route that was followed by Simon Persky, later Shimon Peres, the president of Israel, whose first cousin is Betty Persky or Lauren Bacall. I have quite recently found Chmielewski's Polish Communist-era file, which states unambiguously that in the 1930s he had joined the Communist Party of Palestine. His own memoirs, written post-1968, make no mention of this and give the impression, without exactly making the claim, that he had really preferred the Jewish Socialist Bund. However that may be, he attended a militant Jewish workers' meeting one day in 1936 and volunteered to leave Palestine in order to fight the rising menace of Hitlerism in Spain. he became a member of the Polish battalion of the International Brigade that was named for the great national poet Adam Mickiewicz. He was wounded and was succoured in hospital by the better-off American emigrated branch of his family, the family of my wonderful late mother-in-law, which also sent a son to that war. I pause to mention that with my sister-in-law's Uncle Ernest Halperin, this makes 3 widely dispersed ancestral relations of mine who fought for the Spanish Republic, something to tell my own descendants, some of whom carry their blood, if they will only hold still and listen to my tales. This is also probably the largest difference between the 2 sides of my family. Apart from the traditional stories of British daring, the only example of heroism and gallantry ever related to me by the commander was that of the Francoist, General José Moscado, who refused to surrender the besieged Alcazar, even when the Red forces threatened to execute his son Luis. Escaping to France after the victory of Spanish fascism, Chmielewski soon found that Europe's pain had hardly begun. He was arrested by the German invaders of Paris and shipped back home, to Auschwitz, where he was employed as a roofer in the actual building of the labour camp section of the place. People a few years older than me who did their national service in the British Army say that you never ever forget your number, the digits that become you for the duration. Chmielewski's number in Auschwitz, I have learned, was 27849, a relatively low one. He wore it for the rest of his life. Able to make contact in the newly drafted slave labour force with veterans of Spain and other hardened comrades, he had at least the chance of keeping up morale and of surviving. His memoir is strangely artless and appealing, at times almost naive. Here is his account of helping to organize a clandestine Yom Kippur service, at which the Kol Nidre prayer could be decently sung by the slaves and the condemned, in Auschwitz in the winter of 1943. To his own boyhood shtetl, he recalls, unable to form a minyan, Jews from surrounding villages and settlements would come with their families. Even if they had a minyan, the quorum of 10 male Jews that is needful for a service to be held, they would still have needed a cantor or a prayer leader with the proper amount of feeling. The melody of that particular prayer is dear to the heart of every Jew, even if he is not observant. I did not take the way along which my father would have led me. My life journey distanced me from religious tradition and moved me closer to those who fight for justice on this earth, like those who took up arms against fascism on the battlefields of Spain, in the French partisan groups, and also in the death camp known as Auschwitz-Birkenau. To me, the facilitation in the camps of any action forbidden by the Germans was part of the struggle against the Hitlerite enemy. Ever since then, when I pass a synagogue on Yom Kippur Eve, there comes before my eyes the picture of the barracks in Auschwitz, where a small number of worshippers was able to experience the atmosphere of the high holy days. These are noble, even exalted sentiments, which would provide some evidence for those who maintain that religion is at least a supplier of consolation. But they're also somehow boringly expressed. They have a tinge of the popular front to them with their facilitations and other rather wooden expressions. They don't possess the defiant excitement of Primo Levi, who once wrote so bitingly that if he was God, he would have wanted to spit on anyone who prayed in Auschwitz. In a way, Chmielewski survived precisely because he was a good party man. He lived to help arrange the post-war trials of the Auschwitz criminals, including one historic session that was organized by Germans and not by the Allies. He was able to testify and also to bring important photographic evidence. In 1960, he was garlanded with a high resistance decoration by Józef Sienkiewicz, the socialist-turned-communist Prime Minister of Poland, who had been a fellow inmate of the same camp. And this is where my real problem with him begins to take on shape. I sit in Poland reading again his bureaucratic prose and find that he claims to have taken up a job within the national administration after 1945. What does it mean, this post within the national administration? It means, as I eventually discover from the Polish Ministry of Interior archives in the Hoover Institution at Stanford, that Chmielewski was a full colonel responsible for Department 7 of the Militia Obywatelska, or Citizens Militia, headquartered in an old Warsaw palace that had been a seat of secret police authority since Tsarist days. He never once alludes to this in his account of being forced out of Poland in 1967, preferring to blame historic anti-Jewish prejudice for the whole business. Since the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, historians have become both more accurate and more honest, fractionally more brave, one might say, about that other cleansing of the regions and peoples that were ground to atoms between the upper and nether millstones of Hitlerism and Stalinism. One of the most objective chroniclers is Professor Timothy Snyder of Yale University. In his view, it is still Operation Reinhardt, or the planned destruction of Polish Jewry, that is to be considered as the centerpiece of what we commonly call the Holocaust, in which of the estimated 5.7 million Jewish dead, roughly 3 million, were pre-war Polish citizens. We should not at all allow ourselves to forget the millions of non-Jewish citizens of Belarus, Russia, Ukraine, and other Slav territories who were also massacred. But for me the salient fact remains that anti-Semitism was the regnant, essential organizing principle of all the other National Socialist race theories. It's thus not to be thought of as just one prejudice among many. You can't visit the area, though, without noticing the marks of what became a second erasure. The city of Wrocław, Breslau, had been almost identically rebuilt by the Communists, along the lines of its pre-war layout and architecture. And right down to its main square and grass market, it looked like a storybook German town. But in that case, where was everybody? And where had they gone? You can find one restored Jewish cemetery, but try finding another one where any of the tombstones are incised in German. I went to call on the mayor, a sturdy, thoughtful man named Raphael Dutkiewicz, who ruefully said that the problem with citizenship in his rather large bailiwick was that nobody is really from here. Again, I consult the rugged statistics offered by Professor Snyder. Almost 8 million German civilians were expelled or fled and returned and were then expelled from Poland at the end of the Second World War. The Eastern German lands from which they had fled or been pushed were then annexed by Poland. To make up the shortfall of population, Poles were moved into these Silesian provinces, and as if to encourage that process, the eastern half of pre-war Poland was in turn annexed by the big brother Soviet Union, and 1 million expelled Poles became settlers in the areas from which Germans had been evicted. A huge zone of silence and complicity was created by this double negation. There's no exact moral equivalence between these crimes against humanity. It's true that perhaps 600,000 Germans were killed in the whole business, which also involved the cleansing of Germans from the Czech lands. But many of these died in the fighting which the Nazis had so insanely prolonged. Breslau-Wrocław was declared a fortress or Festung city by the Third Reich, and actually surrendered after the fall of Berlin itself, by which time it had been so much reduced to shards that there was nothing left to fight over. So you could say, as some people defensively say about the levelling of such cities as Dresden and Würzburg, that the Nazis started it and the Germans were punished for it. What people still do not like to admit is that there were two crimes in the form of one. Just as the destruction of Jewry was the necessary condition for the rise and expansion of Nazism, so the ethnic cleansing of Germans was a precondition for the Stalinization of Poland. I first noticed this point when reading an essay by the late Ernest Gellner, who at the end of the war had warned Eastern Europeans that collective punishment of Germans would put them under Stalin's tutelage indefinitely. They would always feel the guilty need for an ally against potential German revenge. It is exactly the fear of revenge that motivates the deepest crimes, from the killing of the enemy's children, lest they grow up to play their own part, to the erasure of the enemy's graveyards and holy places, so that his hated name can be forgotten. And thus to my final and most melancholy point, a great number of Stalin's enforcers and henchmen in Eastern Europe were Jews, and not just a great number, but a great proportion. The proportion was especially high in the secret police and security departments, where no doubt revenge played its own part, as did the ideological attachment to communism that was so strong among internationally minded Jews at that period. Jews like David Chmielewski. There were reasonably strong indigenous communist forces in Czechoslovakia and East Germany, but in Hungary and Poland, the communists were a small minority and knew it, were dependent on the Red Army and aware of the fact, and were disproportionately Jewish and widely detested for that reason. My brave friend Anne Applebaum is about to confront this neglected aspect of the hidden history of the region, in her study of the imposition of communism after 1945. Of course, it goes without saying that once Stalin had consolidated his power, he began to eliminate local rivals, many of whom, like Arthur London and Laszlo Reich, were also Jews. Interestingly, there was never such a show trial in Poland. Many of the penal labour camps constructed by the Nazis were later used as holding pens for German deportees by the communists, and some of those who ran these grim places were Jewish. Nobody from Israel or the diaspora who goes to the east of Europe on a family history fishing trip should be unaware of the chance that they will find out both much less and much more than the package tour had promised them. It's easy to say with Albert Camus, neither victims nor executioners, but real history is more pitiless even than you had been told it was. On the centennial of Ezer Berlin in June 2009, David Aberbach wrote, "He could be as scathing as the Russian Hebrew writers in his denunciations of Jews and Israel, more precisely the Israeli government. He followed Mendeley when he compared Jews to hunchbacks, Jewish Slavery and Emancipation, 1951, though he also echoed Kafka's Allegory of Jewish Deformity, a report to an academy. Berlin believed that emancipation had turned the Jews into homeless, psychologically deformed strangers, trying to gain acceptance in the Gentile world. Die Judenfrage, it used to be called, even by Jews. The Jewish question. I find I quite like this interrogative formulation, since the question, as Gertrude Stein once famously, if terminally, put it, may be more absorbing than the answer. Of course, one is flirting with calamity in phrasing things this way, as I learned in school when the Irish question was discussed by some masters as the Irish problem. Again, the word solution can be as neutral as the words question or problem, but once one has defined a people or a nation as such, the search for a resolution can become a yearning for the conclusive, Endlösung, the final solution. But it could be that any search for any solution is in itself potentially lethal or absurd. The Jewish quest for some ultimate answer to the question has taken intensely religious and nationalist forms, as well as, in more recent times, the identification of huge numbers of Jews with Marxism. My mother's family was not involved in any of the grandeur or tragedy of this. They sought to get by and to assimilate and to survive, while making a few observant gestures in the direction of their ancient faith and a few protective gestures in defense of the State of Israel. In my mother's case, I've become convinced that she was willing to give up even the smallest adherence to the synagogue if it would smooth the accession of her two sons into polite English society, and that she only began to feel passionate about the Jewish state in the Middle East as she began to experience her own desperate need for a new start somewhere else. It was either that fresh beginning or an end to every hope. Our very last telephone conversation, when she expressed a desire to emigrate to Israel after the Yom Kippur War of 1973, was bewildering to me at the time and has sent me down many pathways since. And I always keep open the possibility that I could be mistaken and that she might have had her own reasons for being reticent. This is from a letter sent to me recently by one of her oldest friends. She told me that she went to live with an aunt and uncle in Liverpool in a very Jewish community, perhaps went to school there or secretarial college, and her first boyfriends were medical students up there. I have no idea how long she was there, but it sounded as though she was happy, and from there I presume she went into the Wrens, Women's Royal Navy Service. At what time she decided to conceal her Jewishness, I have no idea, possibly on going into the Wrens. This seems probable enough when I think about it. The Royal Navy was a fairly big tent and broad church, but even in a wartime battle against Hitler, a Jew or Jewess might have been conspicuous. On HMS Jamaica, my father had had a literary shipmate named Warren Tute, who became a minor novelist in the post-war years and wrote one rather successful book, The Cruiser, in which my father appears under the name, no first or Christian name, of Lieutenant Hale. At one point in the story, the master-at-arms of the vessel, which is called HMS Antigone, is mentally reviewing the ship's crew. He knew that Stoker First Class Danny Evans would be likely to celebrate his draft by going on the beer for a week in Tony Pandy, and then spending the next 3 months in the second class for leave. He knew that Blacksmith First Class Rogers would try and smuggle service provisions ashore for his mother, and that telegraphist Jacobs was a sea lawyer who kept a copy of Karl Marx in his kit bag. Martin Amis often points out that you can tell a lot about a novelist by the trouble he takes over the names of his characters, and Tute clearly didn't break much of a sweat inventing a Welshman named Evans or a blacksmith named Rogers. By the same token, he didn't mean us to think that the name Jacobs was anything more than a synonym for the vaguely suspect and unsound. I don't think he was misrepresenting the atmosphere of the Navy by much. Jacobs would not have been persecuted, my father would never have countenanced anything remotely like that, but I don't exactly see him rising through the ranks either. You catch it on the edge of a remark, as Harold Abrams observes of discreet English non-philo-Semitism in Chariots of Fire. And that's how I caught it, deciding to subtitle my first essay on the subject, Homage to Telegraphist Jacobs. How much more lazy a phrase could there be than a copy of Karl Marx? And yet wasn't there still something in this age-old identification of the Jew with the subversive? If so, good. Remember that it is free-thinking Jews, not Jews as such, who are defined as the undesirables by T.S. Eliot in After Strange Gods. If my mother's intention in whole or in part was to ensure that I never had to suffer any indignity or embarrassment for being a Jew, then she succeeded well enough. And in any case there were enough intermarriages and conversions on both sides of her line to make me one of those many Mischling hybrids who are to be found distributed all over the known world. And as someone who doesn't really believe that the human species is subdivided by race, let alone that a nation or nationality can be defined by its religion, why should I not let the whole question slide away from me? Why, and then I'll stop asking rhetorical questions, did I at some point resolve that, in whatever tone of voice I was asked, "Are you a Jew?" I would never hear myself deny it? As a convinced atheist, I ought to agree with Voltaire that Judaism is not just one more religion, but in its way the root of religious evil. Without the stern, joyless rabbis and their 613 dour prohibitions, we might have avoided the whole nightmare of the Old Testament and the brutal, crude wrenching of that into prophecy-derived Christianity and the later plagiarism and mutation of Judaism and Christianity into the various rival forms of Islam. Much of the time I do concur with Voltaire, but not without acknowledging that Judaism is dialectical. There is, after all, a specifically Jewish version of the 18th century Enlightenment, with a specifically Jewish name, the Haskalah, for itself. The term derives from the word for mind or intellect, and it is naturally associated with ethics rather than rituals, life rather than prohibitions, and assimilation over exile or return. It's everlastingly linked to the name of the great German teacher Moses Mendelssohn, one of those conspicuous Jewish hunchbacks who so upset and embarrassed Isaiah Berlin. The other way to upset or embarrass Berlin, I found, was to mention that he himself was a cousin of Menachem Schneerson, the Messianic Lubavitcher Rebbe. However, even pre-Enlightenment Judaism forces its adherents to study and think. It reluctantly teaches them what others think, and it may even teach them how to think also. In her preface to his collection of essays, The Non-Jewish Jew, Tamara Deutscher, widow of the great Isaac, relates the story of how her husband, future biographer of Leon Trotsky, studied for his bar mitzvah. Born in the extremely depressed hamlet of Krasnau, a few miles north of Auschwitz, he was later to be expelled from the Polish Communist Party for exaggerating the dangers of Nazism. The year was 1932. Considered the brightest boy in any yeshiva for years gone by or for miles around, he was set to speak to the following question. Somewhere in the looped intestines of Jewish law there is mention of a miraculous bird which visits the world only at intervals of several decades, and then only very briefly. On its periodic landings it delivers and leaves behind a beakful of bird spit. This avian drool, if you can seize hold of even a drop of it, has wonder-working properties. Now comes the crucial question. Surely you saw it coming. Is the bird spit to be reckoned as kosher or as treif? The boy Isaac spoke for several hours on the rival theories of this dispute and on the competing commentaries on those rival theories, and of course on the commentaries on those commentaries. He used to say later that such onerous mental and textual labour did not serve to train the mind at all, but rather, like the rote memorization of the Quran, stultified it. I'm not sure that I agree. Much of my Marxist and post-Marxist life has been spent in apparent hair-splitting and logic-chopping, and I still feel that the sheer exercise can command respect. It may even build muscle. Should I, too, prefer the title of non-Jewish Jew? For some time I would have identified myself strongly with the attitude expressed by Rosa Luxemburg, writing from prison in 1917 to her anguished friend Matilda Wurm. What do you want with these special Jewish pains? I feel as close to the wretched victims of the rubber plantations in Putumayo and the blacks of Africa with whose bodies the Europeans played ball. I have no special corner in my heart for the ghetto. I'm at home in the entire world, where there are clouds and birds and human tears. An inordinate proportion of the Marxists I have known would probably have formulated their own views in much the same way. It was almost a point of honour not to engage in thinking with the blood, to borrow a notable phrase from D.H. Lawrence, and to immerse Jewishness in other and wider struggles. Indeed, the old canard about rootless cosmopolitanism finds a perverse sort of endorsement in Jewish internationalism. The more emphatically somebody stresses that sort of rhetoric about the suffering of others, the more likely I would be to assume that the speaker was a Jew. Does this mean that I think there are Jewish characteristics? Yes, I think it must mean that. During the Bosnian War in the late 1990s, I spent several days travelling around the country with Susan Sontag and her son, my dear friend David Reef. On one occasion, we made a special detour to the town of Zenica, where there was reported to be a serious infiltration of outside Muslim extremists, a charge that was often used to slander the Bosnian government of the time. We found very little evidence of that, but the community itself was much riven as between Muslim, Croat, and Serb. No faction was strong enough to predominate. Each was strong enough to veto the other's candidate for the chairmanship of the city council. Eventually, and in a way that was characteristically Bosnian, all three parties called on one of the town's few Jews and asked him to assume the job. We called on him, and found that he was also the resident intellectual with a natural gift for synthesizing matters. After we left him, Susan began to chortle in the car. "What do you think?" she asked. "Do you think that the only dentist and the only shrink in Zenica are Jewish also?" It would be dense to have pretended not to see her joke. The Jewish Orthodox word for a heretic, which a heretic may also use for himself or herself, is apikoros. It derives from Epicurean and perfectly captures the division between Athens and Jerusalem. One notorious apikoros, named Hiwa al-Balkhi, writing in 9th century Persia, offered 200 awkward questions to the faithful. He drew upon himself the usual thunderous curses. May his name be forgotten, may his bones be worn to nothing, along with detailed refutations and denunciations by Abraham, Ibn Ezra, and others. These exciting anathemas, of course, ensured that his worrying questions would remain current for as long as the Orthodox commentaries would be read. In this way, rather as when Maimonides says that the Messiah will come but that he may tarry, Jewishness contrives irony at its own expense. If there is one characteristic of Jews that I admire, it is that irony is seldom, if ever, wasted on them. One of the questions asked by al-Balkhi, and often repeated to this day, is this: why do the children of Israel continue to suffer? My grandmother Dodo thought it was because the Goyim were jealous. The Seder for Passover, which is a shamefaced simulacrum of a Hellenic question-and-answer session, even including the wine, tells the children that it's one of those things that happens to every Jewish generation. After the Shoah, or Enlosung, or Holocaust, many rabbis tried to tell the survivors that the immolation had been a punishment for exile, or for insufficient attention to the covenant. This explanation was something of a flop with those whose parents or children had been the raw material for the proof, so for a time the professional interpreters of God's will went decently quiet. This interval of ambivalence lasted until the War of 1967, when it was announced that the divine purpose could be discerned after all. How wrong, how foolish to have announced its discovery prematurely. The exile and the Shoah could now both be understood as part of a heavenly, if somewhat roundabout, scheme to recover the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem and other pieces of biblically mandated real estate. I regard it as a matter of self-respect to spit in public on rationalizations of this kind. They are almost as repellent in their combination of arrogance, masochism, and affected false modesty as Edith Stein's offer of her life to expiate the regrettable unbelief in Jesus of her former fellow Jews. The sage Jews are those who have put religion behind them and become in so many societies the leaven of the secular and the atheist. I think I have a very good idea of why it is that anti-Semitism is so tenacious and so protean and so enduring. Christianity and Islam, theistic though they may claim to be, are both based on the fetishizing of human primates, Jesus in one case and Muhammad in the other. Neither of these figures can be called exactly historical, but both have one thing in common, even in their quasi-mythical dimension. Both of them were first encountered by the Jews, and the Jews, ravenous as they were for any sign of the long-sought Messiah, were not taken in by either of these two pretenders, or not in large numbers, or not for long. If you meet a devout Christian or a believing Muslim, you are meeting someone who would give everything he owned for a personal face-to-face meeting with the blessed founder or prophet. But in the visage of the Jew, such ardent believers encounter the very figure who did have such a precious moment, and who spurned the opportunity, in turn shrugging aside. Do you imagine for a microsecond that such a vile, churlish transgression will ever be forgiven? I myself certainly hope that it will not. The Jews have seen through Jesus and Muhammad. In retrospect, many of them have also seen through the mythical, primitive, and cruel figures of Abraham and Moses. Nearer to our own time, in the bitter combats over the work of Marx and Freud and Einstein, Jewish participants and protagonists have not been the least noticeable. May this always be the case whenever any human primate sets up or is set up by others as a messiah. The most recent instance of Jewish belief in a rescue from the agonies of doubt and insecurity is Zionism. The very idea begins as a utopia. Theodor Herzl's novel Alt-Neuland about the return is the only utopian fiction ever written that has come true, if it has. But I've learned to distrust utopias and to prefer satires. Marcel Proust was laughing at Herzl when he advocated a new Gomorrah, where same-sex people could have their own Levantine state. He actually might have liked some areas of today's Tel Aviv. Arthur Koestler, drifting over the Arctic in a Zeppelin in 1932, dropped a Star of David flag onto the tundra of Novaya Zemlya and claimed it for a Hebrew national home. Stalin himself set aside a special territory for Jews in the faraway territory of Birobidzhan. By the time my mother told me that she wanted to move to Israel in 1973, the utopian element was still being emphasized, but with perhaps a fraction less enthusiasm. It was more because I thought she might be risking herself by moving to a zone of conflict that I uttered discouraging noises. But I was also becoming aware that she might be taking part in the perpetuation of an injustice. I didn't myself visit the Holy Land until a couple of years later, but when I did, I was very much dismayed. Long before it was known to me as a place where my ancestry was even remotely involved, the idea of a state for Jews, or a Jewish state, not quite the same thing, as I failed at first to see, had been sold to me as an essentially secular and democratic one. The idea was a haven for the persecuted and the survivors, a democracy in a region where the idea was poorly understood, and a place where, as Philip Roth had put it in a one-handed novel that I read when I was about 19, even the traffic cops and soldiers were Jews. This, like the other emphases of that novel, I could grasp. Indeed, my first visit was sponsored by a group in London called the Friends of Israel. They offered to pay my expenses, that is, if on my return I would come and speak at one of their meetings. I still haven't submitted that expenses claim. The misgivings I had were of two types, both of them ineradicable. The first and the simplest was the encounter with everyday injustice. By all means the traffic cops were Jews, but so it turned out were the colonists and ethnic cleansers and even the torturers. It was Jewish leftist friends who insisted that I go and see towns and villages under occupation, and sit down with Palestinians who were living under house arrest, if they were lucky, or who were squatting in the ruins of their demolished homes if they were less fortunate. In Ramallah I spent the day with the beguiling Raimonda Tawil, confined to her home for committing no known crime, save that of expressing her opinions. For some reason what I most remember is a sudden exclamation from her very restrained and respectable husband, a manager of the local bank. I would prefer living under a Bedouin Mukhtar to another day of Israeli rule. He had obviously spent some time thinking about the most revolting possible Arab alternative. In Jerusalem I visited the Tutungi family, who could produce title deeds going back generations, but who were being evicted from their apartment in the old city to make way for an expansion of a Jewish quarter. Jerusalem, that place of blood since remote antiquity. Jerusalem, over which the British and French and Russians had fought a foul war in the Crimea, and in the mid-19th century, on the matter of which Christian church could command the keys to some holy sepulchre. Jerusalem, where the anti-Semite Balfour had tried to bribe the Jews with the territory of another people, in order to seduce them from Bolshevism and continue the diplomacy of the Great War. Jerusalem, that pest house in whose environs all zealots hope an even greater and final war can be provoked. It certainly made a warped appeal to my sense of history. In the less heroic and shorter term, what of justice and its Jewish resonance? Suppose that a man leaps out of a burning building, as my dear friend and colleague Jeff Goldberg sat and said to my face over a table at La Tomate in Washington not 2 years ago, and lands on a bystander in the street below. Now, make the burning building be Europe, and the luckless man underneath be the Palestinian Arabs. Is this a historical injustice? Has the man below been made a victim, with infinite cause of complaint, and indefinite justification for violent retaliation? My own reply would be a provisional no, but only on these conditions. The man leaping from the burning building must still make such restitution as he can to the man who broke his fall. and must not pretend that he never even landed on him. And he must base his case on the singularity and uniqueness of the original leap. It can't, in other words, be leap, leap, leap for 4 generations and more. The people underneath cannot be expected to tolerate leaping on this scale and of this duration, if you catch my drift. In Palestine, tread softly, for you tread on their dreams. And do not tell the Palestinians that they were never fallen upon and bruised in the first place. Do not shame yourself with the cheap lie that they were told by their leaders to run away. Also, stop saying that nobody knew how to cultivate oranges in Jaffa until the Jews showed them how. Making the desert bloom, one of Yvonne's stock phrases, makes desert dwellers out of people who were the agricultural superiors of the Crusaders. In the mid-1970s, Jewish settlers from New York were already establishing second homes for themselves on occupied territory. From what burning house were they leaping? I went to interview some of these early Jewish colonial zealots, written off in those days as mere fringe elements, and found that they called themselves Gush Emunim, or, it sounded just as bad in English, the Block of the Faithful. Why not just say Party of God and have done with it? At least they didn't have the nerve to say that they stole other people's land, because their own home in Poland or Belarus had been taken from them. They said they took the land because God had given it to them from time immemorial. In the noisome town of Hebron, where all of life is focused on a supposedly sacred boneyard in a dank local cave, one of the world's less pretty sights is that of supposed yeshiva students toting submachine guns and humbling the Arab inhabitants. When I asked one of these charmers where he got his legal authority to be a squatter, he flung his hand, index finger outstretched, toward the sky. Actually, and this was where I began to feel seriously uncomfortable, some such divine claim underlay not just the occupation, but the whole idea of a separate state for Jews in Palestine. Take away the divine warrant for the Holy Land, and where were you, and what were you? Just another land thief, like the Turks or the British. Except that in this case you wanted the land without the people. And the original Zionist slogan, a land without a people for a people without a land, disclosed its own negation when I saw the densely populated Arab towns dwelling sullenly under Jewish tutelage. You want irony? How about Jews becoming colonizers at just the moment when other Europeans had given up on the idea? The great Jewish historian Jacob Talman once wrote an open letter to Prime Minister Menachem Begin in which he specified that he didn't particularly care about the Arabs and their so-called rights and complaints. What disturbed him was the messianic tone of the Israeli regime, which seemed to assume that destiny and prophecy would act as a solvent to all the apparently insoluble questions. Thus to my second worry, which even in the relatively palmy days of the mid-1970s was this. All questions of right to one side, I've never been able to banish the queasy inner suspicion that Israel just did not look or feel either permanent or sustainable. I felt this when sitting in the old Ottoman courtyards of Jerusalem, and I felt it even more when I saw the hideous Fort Condo settlements that had been thrown up around the city in order to give the opposite impression. If the statelet was only based on a narrow strip of the Mediterranean littoral, God having apparently ordered Moses to lead the Jews to one of the very few parts of the region with absolutely no oil at all, that would be bad enough. But in addition it involved roosting on top of an ever-growing population that did not welcome the newcomers. I regard anti-Semitism as ineradicable and as one element of the toxin with which religion has infected us. Perhaps partly for this reason, I have never been able to see Zionism as a cure for it. American and British and French Jews have told me with perfect sincerity that they're always prepared for the day when it happens again and the Jew baiters take over. And I don't pretend not to know what they're talking about. I have actually seen the rabid phenomenon at work in modern and sunny Argentina, and am unable to forget it. So then, they seem to think, they will take refuge in the law of return and in Haifa, or, for all I know, in Hebron. Never mind for now that if all of world Jewry did settle in Palestine, this would actually necessitate further Israeli expansion, expulsion and colonization, and that their departure under these apocalyptic conditions would leave the new brown shirts and black shirts in possession of the French and British and American nuclear arsenals. This is ghetto thinking, hardly even fractionally updated to take into account what has changed. The important but delayed realization will have to come. Israeli Jews are a part of the diaspora, not a group that has escaped from it. Why else does Israel daily beseech the often flourishing Jews of other lands, urging them to help the most endangered Jews of all, the ones who rule Palestine by force of arms? Why else, having supposedly escaped from the need to rely on Gentile goodwill, has Israel come to depend more and more upon it? On this reckoning, Zionism must constitute one of the greatest potential non sequiturs in human history. One of my first reservations about Zionism was and is that, Semi-consciously at least, it grants the anti-Semite's first premise about the abnormality of the Jew. I once heard Avishai Margalit, one of Isaiah Berlin's most brilliant disciples, phrase this very memorably during a lecture he gave at the New School. The Zionist idea, he said, was supposed to take the deracinated European Jew, the so-called Luftmensch, or person made of thin air, and make a man of him. How to achieve this? By taking him from his watchmaker's shop in Budapest or his clinic in Vienna, and putting a hoe in one hand and a gun in the other, in Palestine. The resulting sturdy farmer soldier would then redeem the shuffling, cringing, round-shouldered shopkeeper or usurer. This was the Leon Uris movie version of events, the theme music of which, I suddenly remember, my mother had at one point possessed on a long-playing record. Margalit pointed out that this project absolutely mandated a conflict with the Arab population, because it necessarily involved not just the occupation of their land, but the confiscation of it. "Some say that this is the Israelis' original sin," he said deadpan. "With this I do not agree, but I think we can call it Israel's immaculate misconception. For myself, I don't feel like an apologetic Luftmensch. I positively prefer the watchmaker and the bookseller and the doctor to the hearty farmer and colonist, and I pause to note that Arabs are retained on this forcibly Judaized land, mainly in order that someone be available to do the hoeing and digging and heavy lifting that most Israelis are now too refined to do for themselves. There's a certain amount of ambiguity in my background, what with intermarriages and conversions, but under various readings of three codes which I don't much respect, Mosaic law, the Nuremberg laws, and the Israeli law of return, I do qualify as a member of the tribe, and any denial of that in my family has ceased with me. But I would not remove myself to Israel if it meant the continuing expropriation of another people. And if anti-Jewish fascism comes again to the Christian world, or more probably comes at us via the Muslim world, I already consider it an obligation to resist it wherever I live. I would detest myself if I fled from it in any direction. Leo Strauss was right. The Jews will not be saved or redeemed. Cheer up, neither will anyone else. They, we, will always be in exile, whether they are in the Greater Jerusalem area or not, and this in some ways is as it should be. They are, or we are, as a friend of Victor Klemperer's once put it to him in a very dark time, condemned and privileged to be a seismic people. A critical register of the general health of civilization is the status of the Jewish question. No insurance policy has ever been devised that can or will cover this risk. Edward Said in Light and Shade, and Saul. In the course of a long engagement with this whole tortured Frogger, I made a friendship that taught me a very great deal. It was at a conference in Cyprus in 1976, where the theme was the rights of small nations, that I first met Edward Said. It was impossible not to be captivated by him. Of his many immediately seductive qualities, I'll start by mentioning a very important one. When he laughed, it was as if he was surrendering unconditionally to some guilty pleasure. At first the very picture of professorial rectitude, with faultless tweeds, cravats, and other accoutrements, the pipe also being to the fore, he would react to a risque remark or a disclosure of something vaguely scandalous, as if a whole Trojan horse of mirth had been smuggled into his interior and suddenly disgorged its contents. The build-up, in other words, was worth one's effort, and very few allusions were wasted on him. He appeared to have memorized most of Beyond the Fringe and Monty Python, and to be an excellent mimic of anything that smacked of the absurd. He could do, I remember, a very vivid George Steiner. I had not particularly liked the way in which he wrote about literature in Beginnings, and I was always on my guard, if not outright hostile, when any tincture of deconstruction or postmodernism was applied to my beloved canon of English writing. But when Edward talked about English literature and quoted from it, he passed the test that I always privately apply. Do you truly love this subject, and could you bear to live for one moment if it was obliterated? I was on my way to Israel from Cyprus, and he gave me some Palestinian contacts to look up, mainly at Bezeit University near Ramallah. Everybody he suggested I meet proved to be welcoming, sane, secular, and realistic. Over the years, whenever I went to Beirut or Syria or elsewhere in the region, he always seemed to have access to people of that stripe. Though he never actually joined it, he was close to some civilian elements of the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which was the most communist and, in the rather orthodox sense, of the Palestinian formations. I remember Edward once surprising me by saying, and apropos of nothing, "Do you know something I've never done in my political career? I've never publicly criticized the Soviet Union. It's not that I terribly sympathize with them or anything, it's just that the Soviets have never done anything to harm me or us." At the time I thought this a rather naive statement, perhaps even a slightly contemptible one, But by then I had been in parts of the Middle East where it could come as a blessed relief to meet a consecrated Moscow-line atheist dogmatist, if only for the comparatively rational humanism that he evinced amid so much religious barking and mania. The last time I heard an orthodox Marxist statement that was music to my ears was from a member of the Rwanda Patriotic Front during the mass slaughter in the country. The terms Hutu and Tutsi, he said severely, are merely ideological constructs describing different relationships to the means and mode of production. But of course, it was only later to have occurred to me that Edward's pronounced dislike of George Orwell was something to which I ought to have paid more attention. After Cyprus, the next time I saw Edward was in New York, and when I went to call on him up in Morningside Heights, I discovered the sidewalk around his building was alive with cops and security types. It was the era of the Jimmy Carter, Anwar Sadat, Menachem Begin, Camp David deal, where the three leaders had attempted to square the circle by confecting an agreement in the absence of any representative of the Palestinians. Perhaps a bit sensitive to this rather conspicuous lacuna, Sadat had had one of his public fits of improvisation and caprice and declared, without asking any permission or giving any notice, that the good Professor Edward Said of Columbia University might perhaps make the necessary interlocutor for his dispossessed and in this case excluded people. It was the first time I'd seen the media cliché in full action, but yes, within hours the world had beaten a path to Edward's door, and I in turn had to beat my way through to his apartment for dinner. He was dismayed at Sadat's presumption and embarrassed, as was his lovely Lebanese wife, Mariam, at the unsolicited attention it had earned him. I learned a lot that evening, including a crucial thing about Edward that so many people failed ever to understand about him. This was that he did not consider himself a direct victim of 1947-48 and the Israeli triumph. His family had in the long run lost a lot of property in Jerusalem and suffered a distinct loss of pride, but he firmly declined to call himself a refugee. He had left Jerusalem for Egypt in good time, completed his studies at a parodic English-style boarding school in Cairo, with Omar Sharif wielding the punitive gym shoe as the sadistic head boy of Kitchener House, and gone on, with his original American passport, to qualify many times over at various universities in the United States. He owed his current eminence at Columbia to the special encouragement of Lionel Trilling. However, it was precisely because he wasn't a penniless or stateless refugee, even if the family had lost the lovely old house in Jerusalem where Martin Buber later lived, that he felt such a strong responsibility for those who were. I was to grow used to hearing, around New York, the annoying way in which people would say, Edward Said, such a suave and articulate and witty man, with the unspoken suffix, for a Palestinian. It irritated him too, naturally enough, but in my private opinion it strengthened him in his determination to be an ambassador or spokesman for those who lived in camps or under occupation, or both. He almost overdid the ambassadorial aspect, if you ask me, being always just too faultlessly dressed and spiffily turned out. Fools often contrasted this attention to his tenue with his membership of the Palestine National Council, the then parliament in exile of the people without a land. In fact, his taking part in this rather shambolic assembly was a kind of noblesse oblige, an assurance to his landsmen, and also to himself, that he had not allowed and never would allow himself to forget their plight. The downside of this noblesse was only to strike me much later on. I continued to observe how tightly and crisply he was buttoned and tied, as well as to notice that the well-wrapped contents were under pressure. I once walked Martin Amis up through the Morningside Heights area to go and call upon Edward, whose reviews and essays I'd been urging Martin to print in his literary pages at the New Statesman. And on our arrival the good professor was perhaps slightly over-solicitous at the idea that we'd come on foot. His hood, at that time of the late New York 70s, could be described as a bit hairy. After dinner he had once sweetly insisted on walking me to the subway. "If you mean," said Martin, "that the guys round here seem to style their hair by shoving their dicks into the light socket." I didn't think this was one of his absolute best, but I turned to see the Parr Professor of English and Comparative Literature fighting down a great eruption of anarchic mirth in which he almost certainly disapproved of having indulged. Reading his autobiography many years later, I was astonished to find that Edward since boyhood had, not unlike Isaiah Berlin, often felt himself ungainly and ill-favoured and awkward in bearing. He had always seemed to me quite the reverse, a touch dandyish perhaps, but, as the saying goes, perfectly secure in his masculinity. On one occasion after lunch in Georgetown, he took me with him to a renowned local tobacconist, and asked to do something I'd never witnessed before: try on a pipe. In case you ever wish to do this, here is the form. The solemn assistant produces a plastic envelope and fits it over the amber or ivory mouthpiece. You then clamp your teeth down to feel if the fit and weight are easy to your jaw. If not, then repeat with various stems until your browsing is complete. In those days I could have inhaled 10 cigarettes and drunk 3 Tanqueray martinis in the time spent on such flaneur flippancy, but I admired the commitment to smoking nonetheless. Taking coffee with him once in a shopping mall in Stanford, I saw him suddenly register something over my shoulder. It was a ladies' dress shop. He excused himself and dashed in, to emerge soon after with some fashionable and costly-looking bags. "Mariam," he said, as if by way of explanation, "has never worn anything that I have not bought for her." On another occasion in Manhattan, after acting as a magnificent encyclopedic guide around the gorgeous Andalusia al-Andalus exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art, he was giving lunch to Carol and to me when she noticed that her purse had been lost or stolen. At once he was at her service, not only suggesting shops in the vicinity where a replacement might be found, but also offering to be her guide and adviser until she had selected a suitable new sac à main. I could no more have proposed myself for such an expedition than suggested myself as a cosmonaut, so what this says about my own heterosexual confidence I leave to others. His insecurity, in other words, didn't show at all where he feared it did, in his carriage or his turnout, nor did he let it show when he was lecturing or otherwise performing in public. I wish I knew anything about music, but to watch him sit down at the piano was to see someone instantly becoming less self-conscious rather than more, a thing I've sometimes noticed with other artists, as with Annie Leibovitz instantly acquiring confidence by picking up a camera. No, what made Edward uneasy was the question of Islam. He was so much the picture of different kinds of assimilation that it was almost a case of multiple personalities. He could at one moment be almost a cosmopolitan Jew of the Upper West Side, music-loving, bibliophilic, well-travelled, multilingual. When I asked him for a one-on-one tutorial about George Eliot and Daniel Deronda, for a lecture I planned to give after my own discovery of the occulted Judaism in my own family, he invited me to his apartment. He had by then moved to the Claremont area, and gave me one of the best sessions I've ever had with a teacher, drawing out all the ambivalences of commentary on Anglo-Judaism, from Sir Leslie Stephen to Virginia Woolf, from F. R. Leavis to Lord David Cecil, and making an excursus or two to take in Proust, Sainte-Beuve, and Stephen Marcus. Considering that the novel was, among other things, a romanticization of Zionism that almost completely failed to mention the non-Jewish inhabitants of the territory, I thought that this was exemplary on Edward's part. But this was the other personality at work also, the donnish Englishman with pipe and tweeds, saying, "You might take a look at Frank Leavis on this point, even if it is a bit stodgy." Edward had attended St. George's, Church of England school in Jerusalem. I assert this with knowledge and confidence, in spite of the scurrilous campaign of lies on the subject that was later published in Commentary magazine, and felt himself to be a member of the small and somewhat derided Palestinian Anglican community in the city. He once invited me to lunch with the then Anglican Arab Bishop of Jerusalem, a man later and rather too stereotypically arrested in a gentleman's lavatory during an interval in the Lambeth Conference of the Church of England, and demonstrated great interest in the liturgy and rituals of the old place. Arab nationalism in its traditional form was the way in which secular Arab Christians like Edward had found and kept a place for themselves, while simultaneously avoiding the charge of being too Western. It was very noticeable among the Palestinians that the most demonstrably extreme nationalists and Marxists were often from Christian backgrounds. George Habash and Naif Fawatmi used to be celebrated examples of this phenomenon, long before anyone had heard of the cadres of Hamas or Islamic Jihad. There was an element of overcompensation involved, or so I came to suspect. It took a while for this disagreement between us to crystallize. I at first thought Edward's Orientalism was a very just and necessary book, in that it forced Westerners to confront their own assumptions about the Levant and indeed the whole of the Orient. My favourite example here was provided by the art critic Robert Hughes, whose Australian family referred contentedly to Indonesia as the Far East when, if you could separate their colonial cosmology from their actual geography, it was in fact their near north. In time I came to see that Edward underrated Turkish imperialism, say, when compared to French or British conquests, and was rather grudging about the relative importance of German scholarship. But Orientalism was a book that made one think. The best critique of it is Ibn Warraq's Defending the West. It was with his much lesser effort, covering Islam, that I began to realize that there was an apparently narrow but very deep difference between us. as he defended the book one evening in the early 1980s at the Carnegie Endowment in New York, I knew that some of what he said was true enough, just as some of it was arguably less so. Edward incautiously dismissed speculations about the latest conspiracy to blow up buildings or sabotage commercial airliners as the feverish product of highly exaggerated stereotypes. Covering Islam took as its point of departure the Iranian Revolution, which by then had been fully counter-revolutionized by the forces of the Ayatollah. Yes, it was true that the Western press, which was one half of the pun about covering, had been naive if not worse about the Pahlavi regime. Yes, it was true that few Middle East analysts had had any concept of the latent power of Shi'ism to create mass mobilization. Yes, it was true that almost every stage of the Iranian drama had come as a complete surprise to the media. But wasn't it also the case that Iranian society was now disappearing into a void of retrogressive piety that had levied war against Iranian Kurdistan and used medieval weaponry such as stoning and amputation against its internal critics, or even against those like unveiled women whose very existence constituted an offense? Living in the Islamic Republic, Azar Nafisi was later to say in her Reading Lolita in Tehran, one of the many books that demonstrates the superiority of literature over religion as a source of morality and ethics, is like having sex with someone you loathe. As the many male victims of rape in the regime's disgusting jails can testify, this state-run pathology of sexual repression and sexual sadism is not content to degrade women only. I'm absurdly proud that James Fenton's poem, The Ballad of the Imam and the Shah, which first appeared in his collection Manila Envelope, and which foreshadows some of these pregnant admonitions, is dedicated to me. Edward, genially enough, did not disagree with what I said, but he didn't seem to admit my point either. I wanted to press him harder, so I veered close enough to the ad hominem to point out that his life, the life of the mind, the life of the book collector and music lover, and indeed of the gallery-goer, appreciator of the feminine, and occasional boulevardier, would become simply unlivable and unthinkable in an Islamic Republic. Again, he could accede politely to my point, but carry on somehow as if nothing had been conceded. I came slowly to realize that with Edward too I was keeping two sets of books. We agreed on things like the First Palestinian Intifada, another event that took the Western press completely off guard, and we collaborated on a book of essays that asserted and defended Palestinian rights. This was in the now hard-to-remember time when all official recognition was withheld from the PLO. Together we debated Professor Bernard Lewis and Leon Wieseltier at a once-celebrated conference of the Middle East Studies Association in Cambridge in 1986, tossing and goring them somewhat in a duel over academic objectivity in the wider discipline. But even then I was indistinctly aware that Edward didn't feel himself quite at liberty to say certain things, while at the time feeling rather too much obliged to say certain other things. A low point was an almost uncritical profile of Yasser Arafat that he contributed to Interview magazine in the late 1980s. In those days, though, an adherence to Arafat was at least compatible with the Algiers Declaration of the PLO, which Edward had striven to bring about. To remember this agreement now is to recall an almost vanished moment. The PLO was to renounce the clauses in its charter, which either called for the demolition of the Israeli state or suggested that Jews had no place in Palestine to begin with. At Algiers, Edward's reasoning prevailed, and the left rejectionist alliance of George Habash and Naifa Watmeh, after stormy and emotional debate, lost. Morally, I felt that this deserved more praise than it received. Edward and those others who had left the land of pre-1947 Israel now in effect gave up their ancestral claim to it, in order that the generations dispossessed or expelled or occupied after 1967 could have a chance to build a state of their own in at least a portion of the land. This self-denying renunciation had a quality of nobility to it. But in those days the Palestinian rejectionists were secularists and leftists. Here was another moment, then, when one was witnessing the death of a movement rather than the birth of one, also the birth of a movement based on death. There came a day I can't forget when I was in Jerusalem with my old comrade Professor Israel Shahak. This honest and learned old man, a survivor of the ghettos of Poland and the camp at Bergen-Belsen, had emigrated to Israel after the war and later became the loudest individual voice for Palestinian rights and the most deadly critic of the Torah-based land thieves and vigilantes. Shahak it was who had introduced me to the life-giving work of Benedict, formerly Baruch, until he was excommunicated and anathematized, Spinoza, one of the great unacknowledged moral critics of our time. Shahak did not save his withering reproaches only for the Zionists. I wish I could replicate his warm Mittel Europa gutturals. Christopher, you have maybe followed this new debate in Gaza between forces of the Hamas and Islamic Jihad? You have not. Then I must tell you, it will much repay your interest. Here was the ominously emergent great subject. We are speaking of the late 1980s and early 1990s. The Islamic Jihad forces in Gaza were saying in their propaganda that the whole of Spain, not just Andalusia, was land stolen from Islam, and that its immediate return should be demanded. The Hamas strategists were responding that, full as the Palestinian plate currently was, this might not be the moment to call for the Islamization of the entire Iberian Peninsula. Perhaps for now, just the return of Andalusia would do. However, and almost as if not to be outdone, the Hamas website did feature the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, an anti-Semitic fabrication originally perpetrated by the Christian Orthodox right wing in Russia, which, because a forgery after all, is at least a false copy of a true bill, it is wrong to describe even as a forgery. At around the same time, my friend Musa Bouderi, a professor at Birzeit University on the West Bank, told me that religious Muslim students were coming to him and announcing that they would no longer be studying for the humanities course that he taught, because it required that they take instruction in Darwin. As I later found on revisiting Gaza, I was being given by Shahak and Bouderi a premonitory glimpse of the new form that paranoid militant Islam was beginning to adopt. Hitherto the Palestinians had been relatively immune to this Allahu Akbar style. I thought this was a hugely retrograde development. I said as much to Edward. To reprint Nazi propaganda and to make a theocratic claim to Spanish soil was to be a proto-fascist and a supporter of caliphate imperialism. It had nothing at all to do with the mistreatment of the Palestinians. Once again, he did not exactly disagree, but he was anxious to emphasize that the Israelis had often encouraged Hamas as a foil against Fatah and the PLO. This I had known since seeing the burning out of leftist Palestinians by Muslim mobs in Gaza as early as 1981. Yet once again, somehow, Edward could only condemn Islamism if it could be blamed on either Israel or the United States or the West, and not as a thing in itself. He sometimes employed the same sort of knight's move when discussing other Arabist movements, excoriating Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath Party, for example, mainly because it had once enjoyed the support of the CIA. But when Saddam was really being attacked, as in the case of his use of chemical weapons on non-combatants at Halabja, Edward gave second-hand currency to the falsified story that it had really been the Iranians who had done it. If that didn't work, well, hadn't the United States sold Saddam the weaponry in the first place? Finally, and always, and this question wasn't automatically discredited by being a change of subject, what about Israel's unwanted and ugly rule over more and more millions of non-Jews? I evolved a test for this mentality which I applied to more people than Edward. What would or did the relevant person say when the United States intervened to stop the massacres and dispossessions in Bosnia-Herzegovina and Kosovo? Here were two majority Muslim territories and populations being vilely mistreated by Orthodox and Catholic Christians. There was no oil in the region. The state interests of Israel were not involved. Indeed, Ariel Sharon publicly opposed the return of the Kosovar refugees to their homes on the grounds that it set an alarming, I want to say unsettling, precedent. The usual national security hawks like Henry Kissinger were also strongly opposed to the mission. One evening at Edward's apartment, with the other guest being the mercurial, courageous Azmi Bishara, then one of the more distinguished Arab members of the Israeli parliament, I was finally able to leave the arguing to someone else. Bishara, who incidentally told me that Israel Shahak had been the best and the kindest professor at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, where he had studied, was quite shocked that Edward would not lend public support to Clinton for finally doing the right thing in the Balkans. Why was he being so stubborn? I had begun by then, belatedly you may say, to guess. Rather like our then friend Noam Chomsky, Edward in the final instance believed that if the United States was doing something, then that thing could not by definition be a moral or ethical action. There came an awful day when I picked up the phone and knew at once, as one does with some old friends even before they speak, that it was Edward. He sounded as if he were calling from the bottom of a well. I still thank my stars that I didn't say what I nearly said, because the good professor's phone pals were used to cheering or teasing him out of bouts of pessimism and insecurity when he would sometimes say ridiculous things like, "Hope you don't mind being disturbed by some mere wog and upstart." The remedy for this was not to indulge it, but to reply with bracing and satirical stuff, which would soon get the gurgling laugh back into his throat. But I'm glad I didn't say, "What, Edward, splashing about again in the waters of self-pity?" because this time he was calling to tell me that he'd contracted a rare strain of leukemia. Not at all untypically, he used the occasion to remind me that it was very important always to make and keep regular appointments with one's physician. The rather striking thing was that from then on he actually became much less sorry for himself. He would often tell quite stoically of soul-devouring doses of chemo. He eventually put himself in the hands of some very advanced physicians at Long Island Jewish Hospital, and there were days when it was upsetting to see him so thin, as well as times when it seemed unnatural to see such an elegant man become so bloated. One evening he asked me if it might be a good scheme to talk to Susan Sontag about the metaphors of illness, on which she had herself become so toughened an expert. I thought definitely yes, if only because they would have so much else to discuss. I know they did have the dinner, but the only metaphor that I ever distilled or derived from Edward's eventually lethal sickness was this. Very soon after he found that he was ill, he resigned his position on the Palestine National Council and telephoned me quite happily to tell me so. It was almost as if the intimation of mortality had emancipated him from the everyday requirements of party-mindedness and tribal loyalty. I have sometimes noticed in other people that a clear-eyed sense of impending extinction can have a paradoxically liberating effect, as in, at least I don't have to do that anymore. Inevitably came the time when he angrily repudiated his former paladin Yasser Arafat. In fact, he described him to me as the Palestinian blend of Marshal Pétain and Papa Doc. But the main problem, alas, remained the same. In Edward's moral universe, Arafat could at last be named as a thug and a practitioner of corruption and extortion. But he could only be identified as such to the extent that he was now and at last aligned with an American design. Thus, the only truly unpardonable thing about the chairman was his readiness to appear on the White House lawn with Yitzhak Rabin and Bill Clinton in 1993. I have real knowledge and memory of this, because George Stephanopoulos, whose father's Orthodox Church in Ohio and New York had kept him in touch with what was still a predominantly Christian Arab-American opinion, called me more than once from the White House to help beseech Edward to show up at the event. The feedback we get from Arab-American voters is this: if it's such a great idea, why isn't Saeed signing off on it? When I called him, Edward was grudging and crabby. The old man, Arafat, has no right to sign away land. Really? Then what had the Algiers deal been all about? How could two states come into being without mutual concessions on territory? I did my best, even so, to get a hearing for Edward's reservations, and, at his request, I even wrote an uninspired introduction to his little anti-Oslo book, Peace and Its Discontents. But my heart was not quite in it. The second so-called Palestinian Intifada, organized or incited in response to one of Ariel Sharon's staged provocations at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, reeked, to me, of racist and religious demagogy and of that dull, sinister, sacrificial incantation that has since become so nauseating on a world scale. Worse than that, in retrospect it cheapened and degraded the previous Palestinian appeals for solidarity. If the Palestinian people really wish to decide that they will battle to the very end to prevent partition or annexation of even an inch of their ancestral soil, then I have to concede that that is their right. I even think that a 60-year-old, rather botched experiment in marginal quasi-statehood is something that the Jewish people could consider abandoning. It represents barely an instant in our drawn-out and arduous history, and it's already been agreed, even by the heirs of Zev Jabotinsky, that the whole scheme is unrealizable in Judea and Samaria, let alone in Gaza or Sinai. But it's flat-out intolerable to be solicited to endorse a side-by-side Palestinian homeland, and then to discover that there are sinuous two-faced apologists explaining away the suicide murder of Jewish civilians in Tel Aviv, a city which would be part of a Jewish state or community under any conceivable solution. There's that word again. Edward had a personal horror of violence and never endorsed or excused it, though in a documentary he made about the conflict, he said that actions like the bombing of pilgrims at Tel Aviv airport did more harm than good, which I remember thinking was A, euphemistic, and B, a slipshod expression unworthy of a professor of English. If a difference of principle goes undiscussed for any length of time, it will start to compromise and undermine the integrity of a friendship. I was aware by 2001 that some of our conversations had become just very slightly reserved and that we were sticking to safe topics. The political distance between us had widened much faster than our personal relations would yet have shown. I had urged The Nation to publish Kenan Makir's work on the Saddam Hussein regime, and when Edward rang the editors to complain, he was at first quite unaware that it had been my idea. His immediate riposte was vulgar in the extreme, containing the innuendo that Kenan was a paid agent, even a traitor. In his attacks on fellow Arabs, Fuad Ajmi being another recipient of his ire, Edward often became distressingly thuggish and ad hominem. Perhaps I was right to notice that softness on the USSR, which had been the special practitioner of such defamatory tactics. Then all at once our personal and political quarrels were made very abruptly to converge. In the special edition of the London Review of Books, published to mark the events of September the 11th, 2001, Edward painted a picture of an almost fascist America, where Arab and Muslim citizens were being daily terrorized by pogroms, these being instigated by men like Paul Wolfowitz, who had talked of ending the regimes that sheltered Al-Qaeda. Again, I could hardly credit that these sentences were being produced by a cultured person, let alone printed by a civilized publication. I resolutely refused to believe that the state of Edward's health had anything to do with this, and I don't say this only because I was once later accused of attacking him on his deathbed. He was entirely lucid to the end, and the positions he took were easily recognizable by me as extensions or outgrowths of views he had expressed and also declined to express in the past. Alas, it is true that he was closer to the end than anybody knew when the 30th anniversary reissue of his Orientalism was published. But his long precarious condition would hardly argue for giving him a lenient review, let alone denying him one altogether, which would have been the only alternatives. In the introduction he wrote for the new edition, he generally declined the opportunity to answer his scholarly critics, and instead gave the recent American arrival in Baghdad as a grand example of Orientalism in action. The looting and destruction of the exhibits in the Iraq National Museum had, he wrote, been a deliberate piece of United States vandalism perpetrated in order to shear the Iraqi people of their cultural patrimony and demonstrate to them their new servitude, even at a time when anything at all could be said and believed. So long as it was sufficiently and hysterically anti-Bush, this could be described as exceptionally mendacious. So when the Atlantic invited me to review Edward's revised edition, I decided I'd suspect myself more if I declined than if I agreed, and wrote what I felt I had to. Not long afterward, an Iraqi comrade sent me without comment an article Edward had contributed to a magazine in London that was published by some princeling of the Saudi royal family. In it, Edward quoted some sentences about the Iraq War that he offhandedly described as racist. The sentences in question had been written by me. I felt myself assailed by a reaction that was at once hot-eyed and frigidly cold. He had cited the words without naming their author, and this I briefly thought could be construed as a friendly hesitance, or as cowardice. I can never quite act the stern role of Mr. Darcy with any conviction, but privately I sometimes resolve that that's it, as it were. I didn't say anything to Edward, but then I never said anything to him again either. I believe that one or two charges simply must retain their face value and not become debauched or devalued. Racist is one such. It's an accusation that must either be made good upon or fully retracted. I would not have as a friend somebody who I suspected of that prejudice, and I decided to presume that Edward was honest and serious enough to feel the same way. I feel misery stealing over me again as I set this down. I wrote the best tribute that I could manage when he died, not long afterward, and there was no strain in that, as I was relieved to find. But I didn't go to and wasn't invited to his funeral. Here is something of what I feel about friendship and about the way in which it is a potent symbol of other things. In Martin Amos's enviably written memoir Experience, in the pages of which I am proud to appear several times, there is an episode about which people still interrogate me. Martin offers a slightly oblique and esoteric account of a trip on which he took me in 1989 to visit Saul Bellow in Vermont. On our buddy movie drive up there from Cape Cod, he's almost word perfect about this bit. He made it clear that I wasn't to drag the conversation towards anything political, let alone left-wing, let alone anything to do with Israel. No sinister balls, which was our colloquialism for a certain kind of too-easy leftism. I knew I was being greatly honoured by the invitation, not just because it was a huge distinction to meet Bellow, but because, second only to an introduction to his father, it was the highest such gift that Martin could bestow. I needed no telling that I should seize the opportunity to do more listening than talking. And yet it's true, as he reports, that by the end of dinner nobody could meet anyone else's eye, and his own foot had become lamed and tired by its under-the-table collisions with my shins. How could this be? Now comes the chance for my own version of Rashomon. Bellow had greeted us and given us drinks, and if I say so myself, I justified Martin's confidence during the pre-dinner stage. Our host made an inquiry about Angus Wilson, to which I happened to know the answer, and also a question about his own past with Whittaker Chambers, to which I could at least suggest a hypothetical solution. Offered a job as book critic for Time magazine as a young man, Bellow had been interviewed by Chambers and asked to give his opinion about William Wordsworth. Replying perhaps too quickly that Wordsworth had been a romantic poet, he had been brusquely informed by Chambers that there was no place for him at the magazine. Bellow had often wondered, he told us, what he ought to have said. I suggested that he might have got the job if he had replied that Wordsworth was a once revolutionary poet, who later became a conservative and was denounced by Browning and others as a turncoat. This seemed to Bellow to be probably right. More interesting was the related question: what if he'd kept that job? Bellow in turn had read to us from some of his old writing about and correspondence with poor, mad, smashed John Berryman. Everything was shaping well enough, but right on the wicker table in the room where we were chatting there lay something that was as potentially hackneyed in its menace as Anton Chekhov's gun on the mantelpiece. If it's there in the first act, in other words, the plain intention is that it will be fired before the curtain comes down. All you must do is wait. It was the only piece of printed matter in view, and it was the latest edition of Commentary magazine, and its bannered cover story headline was Edward Said, Professor of Terror. I hadn't completely wasted my time in dubious battle at New York and Washington and Chicago dinner parties, and I thought I knew when to raise my weary old dukes and when to keep them in my lap. But it was slightly nerve-straining to have to wonder in advance when and how this loaded barrel would be discharged. Dinner was by turns genial and sparkling, but the point came where Bellow made a sudden observation about anti-Zionism and then got up to fetch the magazine and underline his point. Indeed, I think he'd previously underlined some passages of the article as well. It was, even when tested against the depraved standard of polemic that had been set by Norman Podhoritz's editorship, a very coarse attack on Edward. I sat through Bellow's disgusted summary for a while until it calmly came to me that I couldn't say nothing. Conceivably, if Martin had not been there, I might have held my peace, but then, if he hadn't been there, neither would I have been. No, what I mean is that Bellow didn't know that I was a close friend of Edward's, but Martin did. Thus, even though I knew he wanted me to stay off anything controversial, I couldn't allow him to see me sitting there, complicitly, while an absent friend was being defamed. For all he knew, if the company was sufficiently illustrious, I might even let the cock crow for him. That would surely never do. So I said what I felt I ought to say. It wasn't that much, but it was more than enough, and the carefully planned and delightfully executed evening of my very dearest friend was straightway ruined. He suffered more agony than he needed to, because Bellow, as an old former Trotskyist and Chicago street fighter, was used to much warmer work and hardly took offence at all. He later sent me a warm letter about my introduction to a new edition of Augie March. I certainly didn't concur with Edward on everything, but I was damned if I would hear him abused without saying a word. And I think this may be worth setting down, because there are other allegiances that can be stress-tested in comparable ways. It used to be a slight hallmark of being English or British that one didn't make a big thing out of patriotic allegiance, and was indeed brimful of sarcastic and critical remarks about the old country, but would pull oneself together and say a word or two if it was attacked or criticised in any nasty or stupid manner by anybody else. It's family, in other words, and friends are family to me. I feel rather the same way about being an American, and also about being of partly Jewish descent. To be any one of these things is to be no better than anyone else, but no worse. When confronted by certain enemies, it's increasingly the most definitely no worse half of this unspoken agreement on which I tend to lay the emphasis. As with Camus' famous neither victim nor executioner, one hastens to assent, but more and more to say, definitely not victim. On my desk is an appeal from the National Museum of American Jewish History in Philadelphia. It asks me to become a sponsor and donor of this soon-to-be-opened institution, while an accompanying leaflet has enticing photographs of Bob Dylan, Betty Friedan, Sandy Koufax, Irving Berlin, Estee Lauder, Barbra Streisand, Albert Einstein, and Isaac Bashevis Singer. There's something faintly kitsch about this, as there is in the habit of those Jewish papers that annually list Jewish prize winners from the Nobel to the Oscars. It is apparently true that the London Jewish Chronicle once reported the result of a foot race under the headline Goldstone 15th. However, I think I may send a contribution. Other small races have come from unpromising and hazardous beginnings to achieve great things. No Roman would have believed that the brutish inhabitants of the British Isles could ever amount to much, and other small races, too, like gypsies and Armenians, have outlived determined attempts to eradicate and exterminate them. But there is something about the persistence, both of the Jews and their persecutors, that does seem to merit a museum of its own. So I close this long reflection on what I hope is a not too quaveringly semi-Semitic note. When I am at home, I will only enter a synagogue for the bar or bat mitzvah of a friend's child, or in order to have a debate with the faithful. When I was to be wed, I chose a rabbi named Robert Goldberg, an Einsteinian and a Shakespearean and a Spinozist, who had married Arthur Miller to Marilyn Monroe and had a copy of Marilyn's conversion certificate. He conducted the ceremony in Victor and Annie Navasky's front room, with David Reef and Steve Wasserman as my best of men. I wanted to do something to acknowledge and to knit up the broken continuity between me and my German-Polish forebears. When I'm travelling, I will stop at the shul, if it is in a country where Jews are under threat or dying out or were once persecuted. This has taken me down queer and sad little side streets in Morocco and Tunisia and Eritrea and India, and in Damascus and Budapest, and Prague and Istanbul, more than once to temples that have recently been desecrated by the new breed of racist Islamic gangster. I have also had quite serious discussions with Iraqi Kurdish friends about the possibility of Jews genuinely returning in friendship to the places in northern Iraq from which they were once expelled. I hate the idea that the dispossession of one people should be held hostage to the victimhood of another, as it is in the Middle East and as it was in Eastern Europe. But I find myself somehow assuming that Jewishness and normality are in some profound way incompatible. The most gracious thing said to me when I discovered my family's secret was by Martin, who, after a long evening of ironic reflection, said quite simply, "Hitch, I find that I'm a little envious of you." I choose to think that this proved once again his appreciation for the nuances of risk, uncertainty, ambivalence, and ambiguity. These happen to be the very things that security and normality, rather like the fantasy of salvation, cannot purchase. Decline, mutation, or metamorphosis? When the axe came into the woods, many of the trees said, "At least the handle is one of us." Turkish proverb. If you desired to change the world, where would you start? With yourself or others? Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Toward the close of Hearing Secret Harmonies, which is itself the close of his complex, majestic, rhythmical 12-volume novel sequence, A Dance to the Music of Time, and also by nice chance the volume that happens to be dedicated to Robert Conquest, Anthony Pole's narrator catches sight of a blue-clad person crossing a playing field in his direction. Watching the approaching figure, I was reminded of a remark made by Morland ages before. It related to one of those childhood memories we sometimes found in common. This particular recollection had referred to an incident in the Pilgrim's Progress that had stuck in both our minds. Morland said that after his aunt read the book aloud to him as a child, he could never, even after he was grown up, watch a lone figure draw nearer across a field without thinking that this was Apollyon come to contend with him. From the moment of first hearing that passage read aloud, assisted by a lively portrayal of the fiend in an illustration, realistically depicting his goat's horns, bat's wings, lion's claws, lizard's legs, the terror of that image, bursting out from an otherwise at moments prosy narrative, had embedded itself for all time in the imagination. I, too, as a child, had been riveted by the vividness of Apollyon's advance across the quiet meadow. When I first read this passage of Pole, I put down the novel and was immediately back in the crapstone of my Devonshire boyhood. The long-forgotten but evidently well-retained scene of my memory is as plain in my recollection as anything that happened to me yesterday. My younger brother Peter, aged perhaps 8, has so strongly imbibed John Bunyan's Puritan classic as almost to have memorized it. The Slough of Despond, the Giant Despair, Doubting Castle, the fripperies of Vanity's Fair, O Death, where is thy sting? Can you remember when all these used to be part of the equipment of everybody literate in English? They are as real to my brother and to me as the shaggy wild ponies on the nearby moors. But, coming to the very decisive page that should show Apollyon in all his horrid magnificence, Peter finds that the publishers have bowdlerized the text and withheld this famous illustration from the version made available to the under-10s. He is not to be allowed to look the evil one in the face. This is one of those moments that I choose to think shows the Hitchens family at its best. Under an absolutely unremitting pressure from Peter, my father writes to the local library, to the bookshop, and eventually to the publishers themselves. No objection they can make is met by anything but scornful impatience, With a whim of steel, my younger brother insists that if there is such an image, then he was not born to be shielded from it. I may have imagined this, but I am not certain that some harassed representative of the publisher does not actually call at our modest terrace house on the edge of Dartmoor, perhaps to confirm that this turbulent boy really is dictating such stuff to Commander Hitchens, rather than acting as, say, the innocent front kid in some devil-worshipping or straw dog's coven. I know that I mocked and teased Peter on the subject, because I was much too prone to tease him in any case, but the day came when the unabridged version arrived, and we could both solemnly turn, with parental supervision of course, but in our own minds, to protect our parents from any shock or trauma, to the colour plate from hell. It was one of those pull-out pages that needs to be unfolded from the volume itself in a 3-stage concertina, and it was anticlimax defined. For one thing, Pohl's summary above may have prepared you for this. It was absurdly overdone. A lizard man or snake man might have been represented creepily enough, but this non-artist had hugely overdone the number of possible mutations of leg, wing, and pinion, and also given Napoleon a blazing furnace for a belly. The demon's wicked and gloating expression, looked at from one angle, was merely silly and bilious. I don't remember what the reaction of Yvonne and the Commander and Peter was to this long-awaited appointment with the forces of darkness, but on me it had the effect of reinforcing the growing opinion that all such images were strictly man-made, and indeed mainly designed, like much of religion, for the ignoble purpose of scaring children. That's to one side. What I want to set down is the admiration I felt for Peter in taking things to their uttermost. He was already quite decided that he did not need any protection from unpleasantness or from reality, and so it was immaterial that this particular exposure was to the unreal. Facing it, Captain McWhirr, as Conrad puts it in his Typhoon. Always facing it. That's the way to get through. To hand is a letter from Yvonne's dear friend Rosemary, in which she writes to me about the prep school Peter and I both attended and the gigantic and rather questionable chap who ran it. At Roundhouse, Peter was called before Mr. Wortham for some misdemeanour and said to him, "You may be in command now, but you will never quell the fires within me." You probably know this tale. We've all dined out on it for years. Whenever I see or hear him on TV or radio, I'm aware that that passionate little boy was the father of the man. I did not, in fact, know this tale, but I'm certainly impressed by it because it can only have been conveyed by the mountainous Mr. Wortham himself, who must have been sufficiently disconcerted by Peter's mutinous backchat to report it to my parents. My younger brother has always since shown great steadiness under fire, and in a variety of trying and testing circumstances at that, and it rather pleases me that his taunting enemies, just like the low, cheap crowd that would form around any conspicuous boy in the schoolyard, choose to mock him for being odd. He puts up with this handsomely enough, and he's lived to celebrate the total eclipse of a few politicians of the sad, ingratiating, crowd-pleasing sort, who were once nominated for certain glory by a mediocre press corps, yet had the air let out of them by Peter's questioning in public and his contempt in print. I become rather wistful when I reflect that this demonstration of Hitchensian moral courage has come at the price of a brother who isn't specially moved by our non-English ethnic heritage and who is to outward appearances almost tragically right-wing. My brother's case, plus the late reflection this brings on John Bunyan, convinces me again that there may have been such a thing as the Protestant or even Puritan Revolution. Christopher Hill's attempt to Marxify the idea might not exactly work, but the concept of a time before lords and kings and bishops and popes is an ancient yearning. You can find it in Thomas Paine and Thomas Jefferson, and in poems like Macaulay's magnificent pastiche Naseby, as well as Orwell's 1984, where humble Smith's struggle against Newspeak and the inner party is the moral equivalent of those of Wycliffe and Tyndale and Coverdale, to have the Bible translated out of arcane priestly language and into plain English. Orwell's own favourite line, "by the known rules of ancient liberty," was from John Milton. This might also go to support the satisfying idea of there being such a thing as a Protestant atheist. Much easier to imagine Peter Hitchens as an atheist than as a Muslim, let alone as a Jew or a Catholic. When William Tyndale first went to school in medieval Oxford, I'm pleased to note, his family name was Hitchens. In Peter's most recent book, The Broken Compass, which contains several assertions and affirmations that make me desire to be wearing a necklace of the purest garlic even while reading them, there's a highly thoughtful and well-written passage on how it comes about that some people do, in fact, undergo significant changes of mind. Given the absolute certainty that this process will be undergone by any serious person at least once, it is rather surprising to find how much is made out of it, and how many critics try to confect a mystery when none exists. Illustrating the same point in a different way, Peter takes the more subtle tack of showing how certain individuals will in fact alter their opinions, while often pretending to themselves and others for quite a long time that they have not really done so. Analyzing the evolution of those, some of whom, like myself, were willing to make alliances of all kinds against Al-Qaeda and its allies, he writes scornfully, and I must say unsettlingly, "This is a very interesting halting place as well as a comfortable one. For the habitual leftist, it has the virtue of making him look as if he can change his mind, even when he has not really done so. It licenses him to be strongly anti-clerical and anti-religious, but in a way that Christian conservatives can tolerate." The chapter is called A Comfortable Stop on the Road to Damascus. The biblical cliché may seem inescapable, but it actually retards understanding. There are people who attempt to demonstrate breadth of mind while only trying to have things both ways. Jews for Jesus might be an example, or those reform communists who tried and failed to cook a dish of fried snowballs. I once interviewed one of the original Stalinists turned dissident, the Yugoslav Milovan Djilac, who, sitting in his tiny Belgrade apartment, said that he had come to admire the work of Friedrich August von Hayek, adding hastily that he did not really agree with him about property rights, a prince-free reading of Hamlet if ever I struck one. However, the whole point of the Damascus legend is that it refuses the very idea of the mind's evolution, replacing it with the deranged substitute of instant divine revelation. We're forcibly made familiar, usually from febrile tenth-hand accounts of religious visionaries and other probable epileptics and schizophrenics, of those blinding and indeed Damascene moments, or moments of unblindness when scales supposedly fall from the eyes, that constitute such revelation. Yet one suspects, as with Archimedes and his Eureka, that Pasteur was right, and that in the case of sound minds, at any rate, great apparent coincidences only occur to the intellect that has rehearsed and prepared for them. It may be the same with lesser convictions and allegiances. I once spoke with a hardened senior member of the Provisional Irish Republican Army, who was in the room with his leader David O'Connell when the news came that one of their bombs had successfully gone off. Among the casualties was a young woman who was pregnant, but it turned out that she was also Protestant. "Well, that's 2 for 1, then," remarked O'Connell, light-heartedly clearing the air. In that instant, his deputy says, he himself internally defected from the IRA, and began the second career as an informer for the British Army, which would wreak the most terrible revenge on his former associates. But I believed that he'd been getting ever more sickened as time went by, and that there came a moment that seemed dramatic and was certainly memorably disgusting, when any extra morsel would have been too much for him. There is also such a thing as ex post facto rationalization, especially in the case of people who have repented of terrible crimes. It could be as true to say, as some of my tutors in Oxford philosophy used to seem to argue, that it is your mind that changes you. The history of the 20th century left is replete with such episodes, very often and very interestingly involving moments when somebody, hearing a statement of apparent agreement, experiences a violent sense of repulsion. The brilliant Austrian Marxist Ernst Fischer, having publicly defended the Hitler-Stalin pact as a tactical imperative, had his composure destroyed not long afterward, when some Dummkopf communist told him excitedly, "Have you heard the news? We've taken Paris." The moron was referring to the march of the Wehrmacht up the Champs-Élysées. Fischer wanted to say that this was not at all what he had intended, but then, perhaps it had been. During the Moscow show trials, Whittaker Chambers heard Alger Hiss say, approvingly, that old Joe Stalin certainly knows how to play for keeps, and as an old Bolshevik, found himself experiencing a similar nausea. Incidentally, what single thing did Chambers and Hiss have in common? They both believed that the victory of Soviet communism was inevitable. As a defector from that cause, Chambers believed that he'd resignedly joined the losing side. As a lifelong opportunist, Hiss thought he'd placed his own bet on the winning one. So it goes. I was once slightly friendly with Dorothy Healey, a veteran American communist who could boast, among other things, of having recruited the nasty but pulchritudinous incendiary Angela Davis into the party. Dorothy had been through a lot for her beliefs, ever since becoming a working-class Red during the Depression. And for those same beliefs she had also swallowed a good deal. She had managed to explain away the Soviet repressions and invasions, and on the radio show she hosted for the Pacifica Channel would often give airtime to visiting officials from Moscow. Once, not long after the expulsion of Alexander Solzhenitsyn from the USSR, she invited some Soviet cultural hack to respond to the Cold War hysteria that the incident had generated in the imperialist-dominated American press. The hack duly explained that Solzhenitsyn was a provocateur and a tool of reaction, and the author of a mendacious history of the Stalin era, and... Suddenly Dorothy asked him a question she had not planned. "You say it's a terrible book full of lies?" "Yes," replied the hack. "And just how," she inquired, "do you know this?" "Because," replied the hack, "I have read it." Dorothy let a few beats go by before she said the next thing, and then she uttered, on air, for all the comrades to hear, the response, "How come you've read it, if it's banned for everyone else in the Soviet Union?" At that instant, she told me, she understood that without any previous intention of doing so, she had resigned from the Communist Party. Yet again, though, I feel she'd been keeping the lid on a stew of misgiving for some time, and reached the point where it might bubble over at any moment. If all my examples of sudden or gradual change of heart or mind are taken from the left, I think this is for two good historic reasons. One is that we don't seem to have any cases of Nazi and fascist workers and intellectuals undergoing crises of ideology and conscience, and exclaiming, "Hitler has betrayed the revolution," or flagellating themselves with the thought, "How could such frightful crimes be committed in the name of Nazism?" There are good and sufficient reasons for this that I don't believe I need to explain. In his book Cobra the Dread, which reproves me for my lenience in referring tenderly to old comrades on the Marxist left, Martin Amis does say that, of course, one can't imagine a hypothetical Hitch joshing in the same manner about his former black-shirt brothers and boozing partners, because in such a case he wouldn't be the Hitch. No, and thanks to him for saying so, and nor, by the way, in such a case would Martin have consented for a single second to be my friend. As the French say, if your aunt had wheels, she still wouldn't be a bus. For this and related reasons, I always mentally cross my fingers and keep a slight mental reservation whenever left and right crimes are too glibly mentioned in the same breath. Yet now it is those on the left who've come to offend and irritate me the most, and it is also their crimes and blunders that I feel myself more qualified, as well as more motivated, to point out. I mentioned a second historical reticence just a while ago, and here it is. Many people suspect even themselves for growing cold on a cause that once animated them. I began this book by mentioning Julian Barnes's late life and death-anticipating memoir, Nothing to be Frightened of, and its role in my own dress rehearsal with the premature pomp of finding myself briefly posthumous. In one of his early chapters, Julian describes how that Friday lunch from our Bloomsbury boyhood still goes on, though now it's held only once a year and takes the form of rather a stately dinner. Just to give you an idea of his tone. 30 or more years ago, this Friday lunch was instituted, a shouty, argumentative, smoky, boozy gathering attended by journalists, novelists, poets, and cartoonists at the end of another working week. Over the years, the venue has shifted many times, and the personnel been diminished by relocation and death. Now there are 7 of us left, the eldest in his mid-70s, the youngest in his late, very late 50s. I guessed the name of the oldest easily enough, but it was with a twinge that I suddenly appreciated that kid at the table is still Martin. I also paused at the disclosure that Julian himself now sits down while thumbing in his deaf aids. I don't remember the old lunchtimes as being at all shouty, but perhaps this auditory distortion too has deep roots. Anyway, here comes a small but unignorable jab. The talk follows familiar tracks: gossip, book biz, lit crit, music, films, politics. Some have done the ritual shuffle to the right. There is something in Julian's implicit assumption here that makes me want to object. Is it true, as I might once have said myself, that a rejection of former allegiance can simply be read off from the graph of Anno Domini, mark the senile whistle and whinny and wheeze that is compressed into that damning word shuffle, and thus constitutes a cliché all of its own? When people become older, they become a little more tolerant, snaps the case-hardened Komarovsky to the hot young idealist Pasha Antipov in Dr. Zhivago. Perhaps because they have more to tolerate in themselves, replies Antipov in what for many years I considered a very cutting return serve. Julian, for example, was much quoted for saying that the whole battle over Iraq wasn't worth the life of a single British soldier, which echoes what Otto von Bismarck said, not worth the balls of a Pomeranian grenadier, about the whole of the Balkans. Yet why is that sort of realpolitik considered to be left rather than conservative? Attacking me in one of the magazines of the American isolationist right, Peter Hitchens denounced the war in Afghanistan as the sort of stupid left-wing war that only people like his brother would endorse. That seemed to be nearer the mark than Julian. I sometimes feel that I should carry around some sort of rectal thermometer with which to test the rate at which I am becoming an old fart. There's no point in pretending that the process doesn't occur. It happens to me when near-beardless uniformed officials or bureaucrats, one-third of my age, adopt a soothing tone while telling me, "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to—" It also happens when I hear some younger wannabe radicals employing hectoring arguments to which I've almost forgotten the answer. But that at least is because the arguments themselves are so old that they almost make me feel young again. From this kind of leathery awareness, nature itself protects the young, and a good thing too, otherwise they would all be old before their time, and taking no chances. Meanwhile, all of my children have negotiated the shoals of upgrowing with a great deal more maturity than I did, and most of my moments of feeling that the world is not as bad as it might be have come from my students, especially the ones who decided in college that they wanted to join the armed forces and guard me while I sleep. Meeting some of them later, after they've done a tour or two, has been particularly uplifting. No, when I check the thermometer, I find that it is the fucking old fools who get me down the worst, and the attainment of that level of idiocy can often require a lifetime. Here is the voice of the above-mentioned Dorothy Healey on my voicemail, the day after I volunteered to testify to Congress that Clinton and his aides were lying when they said they had not been slandering and defaming Monica Lewinsky. "You stinking little rat. I always knew you were no good. You're a stool pigeon and a fink. I hope you rot in scab and blackleg hell." There was more. I used to replay it often. Two things about it struck me. The first and most obvious was the absolutely genuine and double-distilled malice. This was from a former not-that-close friend who would happily have got up early to see me tortured. The second was exactly that whistling and senile undertone. She didn't have long to go, and had been forced to admit that much if not most of her political life had been a waste of time. But here at least was something, a case of a one-time comrade, turning state's evidence, so to say, that allowed her all the unalloyed energy and joy of being a young communist again. As it happens, I was testifying against the most powerful man in the world, and in favor of a much derided victim. In her mind, any congressional committee was still run by Joe McCarthy. This is why Elia Kazan's On the Waterfront, which suggests that decent people should break the mafia's law of omerta, is still regarded as morally dubious by many on the American left. Alteration of mind can creep up on you. For a good many years I maintained that I was a socialist, if only to distinguish myself from the weak American term liberal, which I considered evasive. Brian Lamb, the host of C-SPAN cable television, bears some of the responsibility for this. Having got me to proudly announce my socialism once on the air, he never again had me as a guest without asking me to reaffirm the statement. It became the moral equivalent of a test of masculinity. I wouldn't give him or his audience the satisfaction of a denial. Then I sat down to write my letters to a young contrarian, and made up my mind to address the letters to real students whose faces and names and questions I had to keep in mind. What was I to say when they asked my advice about commitment? They all wanted to do something to better the human condition. Well, was there an authentic socialist movement for them to join, as I would once have said there was? Not really, or not any more, or only in forms of populism and nationalism a la Hugo Chavez. That seemed to me repellent. Could a real internationalist left be expected to revive? It didn't seem probable. I abruptly realized that I had no right to bluff or to bullshit the young. Late evenings with old comrades retelling tales of old campaigns wasn't exactly dishonest, but then they didn't really count either. So I didn't so much repudiate a former loyalty, like some attention-grabbing defector, as feel it falling away from me. On some days this is like the phantom pain of a missing limb. On others it's more like the sensation of having taken off a needlessly heavy overcoat. Some time later I was invited by Bernard-Henri Lévy to write an essay on political reconsiderations for his magazine La Règle du Jeu. I gave it the partly ironic title, Can One Be a Neoconservative? Impatient with this, some copy editor put it on the cover as How I Became a Neoconservative. Perhaps this was an instance of the Cartesian principle, as opposed to the English empiricist one. It was decided that I evidently was what I apparently only thought. I can write about this now in a relaxed manner, but for a long time I felt I had to phrase any disagreement with actual former comrades in terms that were themselves left. It was quite easy, for example, to argue that Bill Clinton was an acquiescent frontman for all manner of corporate special interests. My book denouncing him for this, and for his disgusting crimes against women and his wag-the-dog missile attack on Sudan, and his cruel use of the death penalty as a racist political weapon for his advancement in Arkansas, was brought out by the publishing arm of the New Left Review, which continued as my publisher for some time afterwards. I became quite adept at the relevant dialectic. From Bosnia, during the siege of Sarajevo, for instance, I could write that the old spirit of the Yugoslav socialist partisans was much more to be found in the anti-fascist posters and slogans of the Bosnian resistance than in the fiery, yet lugubrious, defiant, yet self-pitying, race and blood-obsessed effusions of the Serbs, socialist though their nominal leader, Slobodan Milosevic, might claim to be. The old slogans still sometimes strike me as the best ones, and death to fascism requires no improvement. Sarajevo, though, was the first place where I began to realize that I had embarked upon a reconsideration that wasn't completely determined by me, or by what I already thought and knew, or thought I knew or thought. Much of it was probably dawning on me while I slept. Watching the Stalinist world succumb so pathetically, even gratefully, to its death wish in late 1989, when I happily witnessed the terminal twitches and spasms of the Hungarian and Romanian regimes, I had briefly celebrated the end of the totalitarian idea. In Hungary this had already died years previously, at least as communism, and in Romania it had long before mutated into something grotesque and monstrous, Caligula sculpted in concrete. Milosevic, too, exemplified this fusion of the cardboard-suited party-line populist and the hysterical nationalist demagogue. Here in grisly action was the gargoyle leader Paduk, founder of the Party of the Average Man from Nabokov's 1947 Ben Sinister. The common touch, little guy, good fellow type, with the private line in blackmail and highly enriched child abuse. Driving round Bosnia's bombarded capital city with the bravest and most literate reporter of my generation, John Burns, I made the slightly invigorating discovery that must have occurred to previous Hitchenses in deadlier war zones. Physical courage is in some part the outcome of sheer circumstance. You can't actually stay hidden forever on that corner at which the snipers are taking aim. You'll starve to death, for one thing. So make the dash that you are going to have to make anyway, and you will have crushed your own cowardice for a moment, which is a tremendous feeling. I was often enough whimpering with fear, but never given the chance to make fear make me feel any safer if I cowered or did nothing. I also discovered, as have many others, that the stupid old propaganda line about no atheists in foxholes is just that. It never crossed my mind to pray. I merely pass this on in case it's ever of any use. Meanwhile, though, I was kept warm and animated by my rage at what I was seeing. An ancient and civilized town, famous in European history as the site of a tragic drama, but also celebrated as a symbiotic meeting place of peoples and cultures and religions. The name itself derives from the antique word sarai, as in caravanserai, or place of shelter and hospitality, was being coldly reduced to shards by drunken gunners on the surrounding hills, who sniggeringly represented the primeval hatred of the peasant for the city and the illiterate for the educated. The first time I saw a mortar bomb burst, it did so in plain daylight, without the possibility of a targeting error, making an evil howl as it fell right against the wall of the beautiful and unmistakable National Library of Bosnia-Herzegovina. I felt an answering shriek within the cave of my own chest. When decoded, this internal yell took the form of a rather simple plea that the United States Air Force appear in the Bosnian skies and fill with fear and trembling the fat, red, broken-veined faces of the crack Serbian artillerymen who had never until then lost a battle against civilians. Again, I couldn't be entirely sure whether this was a quasi-Damascene moment or a long-meditated one. As a young boy, I had been taken by my parents on a holiday in the Channel Islands, or, as the French call them more neutrally, les îles Anglo-Normandes. This Anglo-Norman archipelago is anyway under British rule and has been for a long time, and I suppose I dimly knew that it was the only part of Britain that had been occupied by the Nazis. Straying away from my family to haunt a second-hand bookshop in the town of St. Helier, capital of the main island of Jersey, I found a book thrillingly titled Jersey Under the Jackboot. Its cover photograph showed the main square, where I had just eaten my lunch, with a huge red and black swastika flag hanging from the town hall balcony. In front was a genial British policeman, in blue uniform and helmet, directing the traffic. Now that was a moment when I could feel everything inside me rearranging itself. It was suddenly possible to picture all my boyhood authority figures, from headmasters to clergymen, and even uniform-wearing parents, as they might have looked if German authority had been superimposed on them. It had, after all, happened to the Church and the State, and most of the armed forces, on the French side of that channel. The shock is with me still. Michael Scammel's biography of Arthur Koestler says that his intellectual nerve endings were so finely tuned that he experienced the onset of fresh ideas like orgasms, and mourned their passing as the end of treasured love affairs. I can lay no claim to have been half so fortunate. Brief and full of passionate intensity as it was, my moment in St. Helier wasn't quite like that. Indeed, I can't be sure that such transfiguring initial moments are even enviable. I do know what it's like, however, to mourn the passing of a love, and I remember Sarajevo for that reason. By the end of that conflict, I was being called a traitor and a warmonger by quite a lot of the left, and was both appalled and relieved to find that I no longer really cared. Again, to cite the ever-eloquent Koestler, this time on the Hitler-Stalin pact from his essay In the God That Failed. Without admitting it to himself, I think he had been quite badly hurt by charges of selling out and treason from his former comrades. Hannah Arendt remarks somewhere that the great achievement of Stalinism was to have deposed the habit of argument and dispute among intellectuals, and to have replaced it with the inquisitorial, unanswerable question of motive. Anyway, here's how Koestler felt his fog of misery and doubt beginning to lift. I remained in that state of suspended animation until the day when the swastika was hoisted on Moscow airport in honor of Ribbentrop's arrival, and the Red Army band broke into the Horst Wessel song. That was the end. From then onward I no longer cared whether Hitler's allies called me a counter-revolutionary. Under much less arduous circumstances, I found it was taking me much longer to let go. I had wanted the moral arithmetic to add up, while still hoping that it could somehow be made to do this on the left side of the column. In Bosnia, though, I was brought to the abrupt admission that, if the majority of my former friends got their way by non-intervention, there would be another genocide on European soil, a century that had opened with the Muslim-Turkish slaughter of the Armenians, and climaxed in the lowest sense of that term with an attempt to erase Jewry, could well close with a Christian destruction of the continent's oldest Muslim population. This was an exceedingly clarifying reflection. It made me care much less about the amour propre of my previous loyalties. I might illustrate this better if I did so by means of two other figures who were highly important to me, Noam Chomsky and Susan Sontag. At the time of the Milosevic Wars, I was still engaged in a desultory email exchange with Chomsky on another matter. He had written, as far back as 1990, that Václav Havel's visit to Washington after the overthrow of Czechoslovak communism was not at all what it had seemed. For Havel to address a joint session on Capitol Hill, only months after the murders of the Jesuit leadership by death squads in El Salvador, and to make no mention of the part played by the United States in this dreadful episode, was, in Noam's opinion, disgraceful. I think this moral equivalence canard was being resuscitated because of Havel's support for intervention in the Balkans, the policy that Chomsky detested. Havel's speech, he intoned, was just as if an American communist had gone to Moscow in 1938 and spoken to the Presidium as an invited guest, while deliberately suppressing any mention of the purges. I tried as a friend to dissuade him from this analogy and from the conclusions that were doubtless meant to flow from it. I forget all the points I made, but I hope I kept in mind the fact that Congress was elected whereas Stalin's assembly was not, and the prevalence of censorship, torture and murder in one case and not the other. I certainly said that Havel was the new and freely chosen representative of a small country, who had come to thank a big one which had at least rhetorically stood by it in adversity, so that the moment for a public denunciation of American war crimes was scarcely apt. I dare say that this last observation would have seemed paltry or worse to Chomsky. Anyway, at the close of one such exchange, and wearying of it a bit, I changed the subject and asked him if his co-author, Edward Herman, who was then taking positions that made the names Serbia and Yugoslavia almost interchangeable, was to be regarded as his co-thinker on this too. In order to be clear, to say that the United States was bombing Yugoslavia seemed to me false. To say that a dictatorial and expansionist Serbia had been bombing the rest of Yugoslavia seemed to be true. Professor Chomsky replied loftily that he did not really regard anyone as his co-thinker. This was his absolute right, but I felt that my reasonably direct question had received a rather shifty answer, and this from the man who so highly esteemed truth in language. I experienced the dismal feeling of a steep diminution of esteem on my own part, along with the premonition that this might not be the end of it. Chomsky has since said some things to suggest that he never thought I was any good anyway. I possess several inscribed books from him that prove the contrary. As it happens, I don't think it's kosher to pay him back in the same coin. In the late 1970s, he wrote to me praising something I'd written about the need to try and keep Encounter magazine from going under. His libertarianism and his rare on the left admiration for Orwell have been relatively consistent. If you look back at the essays that made his name, on the incipient stages of the Vietnam War, on B.F. Skinner, on the Memoirs of Kissinger, on East Timor, and on the Kahana Commission on the Sabra-Shatila massacres, you will find a polemical talent well worth mourning, and a feeling for justice that ought not to have gone rancid and resentful. Susan Sontag was an admirable example of what it means, if it really means anything, to be a public intellectual. She most certainly wasn't a private one. She was self-sustaining and self-supporting, and though she did like to follow fashion and keep herself updated, she was not a prisoner of trend. She was beautiful and dramatic, with the most astonishingly liquid eyes. She wanted to have everything at least 3 ways, and she wanted it voraciously: an evening of theatre or cinema, followed by a lengthy dinner at an intriguing new restaurant, with visitors from at least one new country, to be succeeded by very late-night conversation, precisely so that an early start could be made in the morning. I consider myself pretty durable in these same sweepstakes, but I once almost fell asleep standing up while preparing her a sofa bed in Washington, after a very exhausting day of multiple meals and discussions. She'd vanished to begin the next day long before I regained consciousness. She had some of the vices that attend this voracity, becoming easily impatient and sometimes making one begin all over again to try for a plateau of intimacy that one felt had already been attained. The reactionary critic Hilton Kramer once wrote, whether with deliberate or unconscious absurdity, I do not know, that her beloved son and my esteemed friend David Reef would not develop until he left the Sontag circle. This seemed like rather a lot to ask. Ridiculing Kramer at the end of a dinner, she and David and I clinked glasses to my toast, may the circle be unbroken, and later embraced on the sidewalk. Next time we met, she put me in the wrong about something where I quite possibly had been gravely wrong, but still. Reflecting on this now, I think perhaps that she wanted to be sure, and also for me and others to be on notice, that she wasn't to be taken for granted, and that there was always to be some demarcation between friendship and agreement. Quite probably a good thing. Many truths or useful remarks go unspoken for fear of rupturing intimacy, and after all, there never was a Sontag circle or clique. This is the point that Edmund White rather fails to appreciate about her in City Boy, his freehand memoir of the higher naughtiness in New York. One always had to forgive her because whether it was the AIDS plague, the initial nightmare of which we've now chosen to forget, or politics, she could call upon both moral and physical courage, and she did not just defend AIDS victims as a category, but generously drew upon her own struggles with carcinoma to help and advise individuals. Nobody human is ever consistent, but Susan showed herself prepared to follow where logic might compel her to go. I don't say that she did this in a straight line, but then it would be boring if it were otherwise. I now understand that my first confrontation with what was to be the rest of my political life came when I watched her address the celebrated meeting Solidarity with Solidarity in New York in early 1982. It was by then fairly easy for the progressive world to make the formally correct noises about a military coup in Poland, and several speakers duly did so while hurrying to add, as Susan must have guessed they would, that workers were also being repressed in El Salvador, not to mention the United States. I knew I was present for a real rather than a routine event when she got up and said, I repeat, not only is fascism and overt military rule the probable destiny of all communist societies, especially when their populations are moved to revolt, but communism is itself a variant, the most successful variant of fascism. Fascism with a human face. That last phrasing didn't precisely work, or else it did work precisely because it was somewhat contradictory. Edmund White is once again wrong to say that she was howled off the stage in consequence. There was a sort of angry silence as the audience checked its reflexes. The comrades had already had to absorb her wounding suggestion, chosen as if on purpose to dissolve any illusions they retained, that the conservative lowbrow CIA-backed Reader's Digest, its very name an insult to the well-read, would have been a better everyman guide to communist reality than The Nation or The New Statesman. The usual duty of the intellectual is to argue for complexity and to insist that phenomena in the world of ideas should not be sloganized or reduced to easily repeated formulae. But there is another responsibility, to say that some things are simple and ought not to be obfuscated. And by 1982, communism had long passed the point where it needed anything more than the old equation of history with the garbage can. Even Susan, though, felt that she might have gone a burned bridge too far. As someone who had spent much of his life writing for The Nation and The New Statesman, I presumed on our recent friendship to call round and ask if The Nation could have a copy of her clearly prepared speech, so as to put it in print and invite a symposium of comments. She agreed, but on the startling condition that the sentence about the superiority of the Reader's Digest be cut out. Even then I knew better than to pick a quarrel with her on a detail. We ran the speech as redacted by her, and I wrote an introductory passage describing the evening, and therefore putting her excised sentence back in, as having been extensively reported. You really cannot win with everyone at once. The CIA's historically more highbrow offspring Encounter ran a piece by Melvin Lasky, accusing me of having removed the relevant words on purpose from her own text. In the symposium that we eventually ran, a number of the left intelligentsia made the abysmal mistake of saying, in effect, that while what Susan had said might be partly true, or even plain true, she would still have been much better advised not to say it. I think she herself may have feared that she was somehow objectively helping Ronald Reagan, but whether her mind changed her or she changed her mind, she manifested the older truth that all riveters of the mind-forged manacles most fear, and that I here repeat: one cannot be just a little bit heretical. I add for emphasis that within a decade, official communism had imploded beyond all hope of repair, or else mutated into overt military dictatorship, as in North Korea and Cuba, the last uniform regime in Latin America, and that in Serbia the word fascism or even National Socialism would not have been much of an exaggeration. All that remained at that point was to stop temporizing, stop clinging to consoling handholds and dallying in halfway houses, and call for NATO in the White House to abandon an ignoble neutrality and save the name of Europe, which Susan loudly did, and today's rescued Sarajevo has a street that bears her name. In spite of the general nullity of the left on this question, Susan was only the best known of several, including Bernard-Henri Lévy, Peter Schneider, Daniel Cohn-Bendit, Adam Michnik, and others, who in their way traced a line from 1968 through 1989 to future combats with the totalitarian. Hannah Arendt used to speak of the lost treasure of revolution, a protean phenomenon that eluded the capture of those who sought it the most. Like Hegel's cunning of history and Marx's old mole that surfaced in unpredictable and ironic places, this mercurial element did quicken my own short life in the magic, tragic years that are denoted as 1968, 1989, and 2001. In the course of all of them, even if not without convolutions and contradictions, it became evident that the only historical revolution with any verve left in it, or any example to offer others, was the American one. Marx and Engels, who wrote so warmly about the United States and who were Lincoln's strongest supporters in Europe, and who so much disliked the bloodiness and backwardness of Russia, might not have been either surprised or disconcerted to notice this outcome. To announce that one has painfully learned to think for oneself might seem an unexciting conclusion, and anyway, I have only my own word for it that I have, in fact, taught myself to do so. The ways in which the conclusion is arrived at may be interesting, though, just as it is always how people think that counts for much more than what they think. I suspect that the hardest thing for the idealist to surrender is the teleological, or the sense that there is some feasible, lovelier future that can be brought nearer by exertions in the present, and for which sacrifices are justified. With some part of myself I still feel, but no longer really think, that humanity would be the poorer without this fantastically potent illusion. A map of the world that did not show utopia, said Oscar Wilde, would not be worth consulting. I used to adore that phrase, but now reflect more upon the shipwrecks and prison islands to which the quest has led. But I hope and believe that my advancing age has not quite shamed my youth. I have actually seen more prisons broken open, more people and territory liberated, and more taboos broken and censors flouted, since I let go of the idea, or at any rate the plan, of a radiant future. Those simple, ordinary propositions of the open society, especially when contrasted with the lethal simplifications of that society's sworn enemies, were all I required. This wasn't a dreary shuffle to the right, either. It used to be that the right made tactical excuses for friendly dictatorships, whereas now most conservatives are frantic to avoid even the appearance of doing so, and at least some on the left can take at least some of the credit for at least some of that. It is not so much that there are ironies of history, it is that history itself is ironic. It is not that there are no certainties, it is that it is an absolute certainty that there are no certainties. It is not only true that the test of knowledge is an acute and cultivated awareness of how little one knows, as Socrates knew so well. It is true that the unbounded areas and fields of one's ignorance are now expanding in such a way and at such a velocity as to make the contemplation of them almost fantastically beautiful. One reason, then, that I would not relive my life is that one cannot be born knowing such things, but must find them out, even when they seem bloody obvious, for oneself. If I had set out to put this on paper, so as to spare you some or even any of the effort, I would be doing you an injustice. I began this highly selective narrative by citing Auden on the unadvisability of being born in the first place, a view from which he quickly waltzed to Plan B, make the most of the dance, or, as Dorothy Parker elsewhere phrased it, you might as well live. In better moments I prefer the lyrical stoicism of my friend and ally Richard Dawkins, who never loses his sense of wonder at the sheer unlikelihood of having briefly made it on a planet where crude extinction has held such sway, and where the chance of being conceived, let alone safely delivered, is so infinitesimal. When my beloved friend James Fenton came back from Indochina, having witnessed the fall of Saigon and Phnom Penh, and the end both tragic and ambiguous of a war which so many of us had regarded as a test of sheer commitment, he was somewhat shaken. The closing words of one of his most exquisite poems from that period were, "I'm afraid that all my friends are dead." But he knew that if there were any survivors, they would know how to contact him, and when some of them did, and being the conscience-determined person he was and is, he went straight back to the frontiers and the camps to see how he could be of help. The resulting poems, collected as Children in Exile, comprise an essential complement to their predecessors in Memory of War. One of the latter is Prison Island. I happen to remember the genesis of this outwardly melancholy but diamond-hard poem particularly well. We had both just been verbally and orally assailed by a braggart dogmatist who asserted of his own sect, "The possibility of defeat does not enter our calculations." This honking, tyrannical self-regard so annoyed James, and I think so much put him in mind of the deadly certainties that had brought such havoc to his Asian friends, that he could not rest until he had caught its hubris in the net of his verses. I have a poignant memory of him reading the first draft aloud to me in the attic room where he was then lodging. One stanza in particular caught and held me too. "My dear friend, do you value the counsels of dead men? I should say this: fear defeat. Keep it before your mind as much as victory. Defeat at the hands of friends. Defeat in the plans of your confident generals. Fear the kerchiefed captain who does not think he can die." Over the course of the last decade I have become vividly aware of a literally lethal challenge from the sort of people who deal in absolute certainty and believe themselves to be actuated and justified by a supreme authority. To have spent so long learning so relatively little, and then to be menaced in every aspect of my life by people who already know everything and who have all the information they need. More depressing still to see that in the face of this vicious assault so many of the best lack all conviction, hesitating to defend the society that makes their existence possible, while the worst are full to the brim and boiling over with murderous exaltation. It's quite a task to combat the absolutists and the relativists at the same time, to maintain that there is no totalitarian solution while also insisting that, yes, we on our side also have unalterable convictions and are willing to fight for them. After various past allegiances, I've come to believe that Karl Marx was rightest of all when he recommended continual doubt and self-criticism. Membership in the skeptical faction or tendency is not at all a soft option. The defense of science and reason is the great imperative of our time, and I feel absurdly honored to be grouped in the public mind with great teachers and scholars such as Richard Dawkins, a true Balliol man if ever there was one, Daniel Dennett and Sam Harris. To be an unbeliever is not to be merely open-minded. It is rather a decisive admission of uncertainty that is dialectically connected to the repudiation of the totalitarian principle in the mind as well as in politics. But that's my HITCH-22. I have already described some of the rehearsals for this war, which the relativists so plaintively call endless, as if it were not indeed the latest chapter of an eternal struggle. And I find that for the remainder of my days I shall be happy enough to see if I can emulate the understatement of Commander Hitchens, and to say that at least I know what I am supposed to be doing.
A conversation with Christopher Hitchens.
Although you're known for your distinctive voice, You're not known for your autobiographical writing. Why now?
I'd only ever once written anything autobiographical before. That was in about 1988 or so, about the discovery of my mother's lost, or concealed rather, a Jewish heritage, which is, of course, a theme in this book too. I suppose I felt I'd reached a stage as I turned 60, when if I was ever going to do it, it should probably be now. It's wonderful how things concentrate the mind. People say, isn't it a bit early, but rather flattering thing for them to say. And I say, yes, but there's no such thing as waiting till it's too late. That makes up your mind for you. Then, fortuitously, the catalogue of an exhibition of photographs in London, which included a portrait of myself, referred to me as the late Christopher Hitchens. So I had an introduction almost written for me by that, reflections on reading about my own death and thinking of myself posthumously. Great incentive to get things down while you can.
On the memoir as literary form, did you have any models in mind?
Well, I was given a list by somebody of the great memoirs that there have been, which so intimidated me that I almost thought of giving up the whole project. And I also made the mistake of reading the memoirs of one of my contemporaries and great friends, a man who has a chapter to himself in this book, as a matter of fact, Martin Amis, who had written a ferociously brilliant and funny memoir called Experience, and that very nearly put me off too. But then I took comfort from the fact that only I would know how bad the book was.
It's safe to say that you'll always be identified with the left despite your disagreements with it. What initially drew you in that direction?
I think my original attraction to the left was of a twofold kind. First, I came from a very conservative family, which also lived in a fairly small world. So almost everything that happened to me growing up was a surprise and, in a way, a challenge to the assumptions on which I'd been brought up. And so that more or less meant a push or a pull to or from the left of the centre. And then when I went, by dint of what I claim was jolly hard work and a certain amount of IQ, to a fairly exclusive private school for boys, I thought of myself as being very lucky to be there or to have got there, and to be very fortunate, even privileged. And most of the boys were there because their parents had been there, and sometimes their grandparents, and they took it for granted. They didn't know they were lucky. Something about that also made me reconsider the society that made such people feel so entitled. That, I remember, was a very powerful discovery, and I try again and capture that in these pages.
And yet you were never simply an ideologue. You got involved. Talk about that.
Sure, I've done my stuff, so to say. I've made solidarity trips to a lot of other countries in the world where conditions are much worse than the ones where I live. I've done my share of speaking on soapboxes and jostling on picket lines and demonstrations, and even done a few short spells under arrest or in court as a result. Still quite proud of that. I would do all that again, I think.
1968, 1989, 2001. Years of great change in which you took part in one way or another. Is there something that ties together your outlook over that period of time?
When I say I was of or on the left, I should add, and I do try and explain in the book, that I was a member of a rather idiosyncratic minority of the left that based itself on the original left opposition to Stalin's version of communism. So there was always a war within the left going on, and going on within myself as well. And there is a common thread, I think, that binds or can be traced through the experience of 1968, the great annus mirabilis of youth revolution, 1989, the final collapse of state socialism in Eastern Europe and Russia, and 2001, the rallying of democratic society against the third form of totalitarianism, the Islamic jihadist one. So, in a sense, having been trained as someone who was taught to think, what one needs is to be consistently anti-totalitarian. You were in a good position to take part in the struggle against the ancien regime, so to say, of Europe in 1968, where politics was very ossified. In Germany, a grand coalition of parties with no parliamentary opposition. In Italy, a very right-wing government. In France, 10 years of de Gaulle. In Spain, Greece, and Portugal, various versions of military fascism. although the big event of that year was actually the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, which was also violently opposed by us. This sort of metamorphoses into the overthrow of communism in the rest of Europe in 1989. A lot of the people who took part in that were people known to me from '68. Jan Kavan in Czechoslovakia, Adam Michnik in Poland. Many good 68ers became very good 89ers. And generally speaking, people like that too all got the point about the third great year that you mentioned, 2001, when once again there's a totalitarian challenge to society, but this time of a much more traditional and reactionary form, namely theocratic Islamic jihadism.
Who do you see as a model of political engagement?
Well, the person who probably drew me into politics the most initially was George Orwell, who in his life represented, this is of course a comparison that's absurdly flattering to myself, but let's just say that if you wanted a literary and political role model, he'd be a very good choice, because in his own fairly short life, he managed to take part physically in the struggle against fascism and Nazism in the Spanish Civil War, and then from his encounters with communism during that period to realize that communism wasn't the alternative to fascism, but was in one way a version of it, and to spend the rest of his life exposing it in print, both in fiction and non-fictional forms, as well as to oppose other forms of tyranny, capitalist exploitation, religion, which he didn't like, and to fuse into one person the idea that absolutist solutions should always be opposed, and that the worst tyranny is the one over the mind.
You just mentioned religion among the forms of totalitarianism. Can you elaborate?
Orwell actually says somewhere that all totalitarianism is ultimately theocratic. It has to claim an almost supernatural version of power that's above what human beings are capable of. Even if religion was morally good, which I strongly contest, it makes the terrible mistake of saying that it has ultimate solutions. I think there are essentially two kinds of people. There are those who believe that you have to always take the risks of reason and skepticism and doubt and experiment, and all the conditions that are necessary to allow that must be kept in place. And there are those who say, no, what you really need is faith. All the main problems have already been solved. We've been told by God what to do. All that is involved is for us to learn how to be good enough to obey the instructions. Now, I hope it's pretty evident from the way I'm talking, and it'll certainly be made evident in my book, that I'm of the first party in that argument. And I do think there are totalitarian implications to the idea of a divine authority, one that cannot be removed, one that can watch you while you sleep, one that can convict you of thought crime, and above all, one that can say that everything it's doing to you is for your own good.
Your relationship with Edward Said, the American public intellectual, might be seen as an emblem of your struggles with the left. Please talk about that.
My chapter on my friendship and eventual falling out with Professor Said would be a fairly good example of the way in which I realized that I was going to have a break with the left, yes, because there were things that Edward, who was a very fluent, a very articulate person, sort of forbade himself to say, and I think almost even to think, which put him in the end almost on the side of the status quo. What happened with the left first was, in the post-1989 epoch, was that it was a status quo force, or it became a status quo force, didn't want to intervene in the Balkans, wanted to leave things the way they were, didn't want to challenge some of the assumptions of the post-war consensus, of becoming a rather conservative force, liberalism in America and social democracy in Europe, and the international left, the hard left, sometimes even sympathizing with people like Slobodan Milosevic and even Saddam Hussein, thinking, well, at least they're anti-imperialist in some way, or they're against globalization and capitalism, which, so far from being a conservative position, that would be bad enough, is an absolutely reactionary position. And this culminates after 2001 and during the big argument about the future of Iraq. Huge numbers of people demonstrating all around the world in order to keep a fascist dictatorship and a crime family in complete control and ownership of the state and economy and people of Iraq, something I never really thought I would ever live to see.
Your position on the U.S. invasion of Iraq has assured your status as a controversialist, but that position is complex, isn't it?
Well, you know how Donald Rumsfeld famously made a fool of himself by saying, well, when it was found that there wasn't enough ammunition and armor to go round to protect our soldiers in Iraq, he said, well, rather defensively, you go to war with the army you have. in an odd way, I know what he means, because you have to go to war with the government you have. In other words, if the Clinton administration had been re-elected, the Clinton-Gore administration, I should add, because both Clinton and Gore made very strong speeches when they were in office saying that another confrontation with Saddam Hussein was probably inevitable and that he should go. And Congress had already passed the Iraq Liberation Act saying it should be the policy of the United States to remove Saddam Hussein from office. I would have been lobbying whichever government it was to finish the job and keep the promise to the Iraqi people that we'd made, that we didn't consider them to be the private property of the Saddam Hussein crime family. That it was Bush makes no difference. I can't say, oh, well, now that Bush is in office, I can't be for the removal of Saddam Hussein. That would be trivial. But a lot of people missing this point completely, or not understanding it, or misrepresenting it, said, so you're a cheerleader for Bush. This, of course, is silly.
You mentioned earlier that you'd only once written an autobiographical piece on your discovery of your Jewish roots. You have a fascinating discussion of that same topic here. Please talk about it.
The chapter on thinking about Jewishness in my book is, in a way, the counterpart chapter to the one about the early death of my mother, who died in tragic circumstances when I was in my early 20s. And I write about how that happened and the difference it made to me. And she died without ever telling me that she was of Jewish descent. I don't know if she ever intended to do so. And she died without having various other conversations with me that I'd like to have. So my ambivalences, my ambiguities about Judaism, about Israel, about Jewishness are all part of the divided self that results from having had a very conservative, very Anglo-Saxon father and a rather liberal and rather glamorous and rather volatile, and it turns out secretive, Jewish mother. So without that, I dare say, I might never have had the energy or the motive to write the book in the first place. So those two chapters are what I think the book may well stand or fall upon, to the extent that they're about me and not about political battles I've taken part in or political events I've been a witness to.
In references and allusions, literature, and especially English literature, features prominently in your memoir. Please tell us about the place of literature in your life.
Well, English literature is everything to me, and it's the thing I would like to be making my living writing about. It's only about half of what I do, perhaps less, actually. I was hoping that I could drop politics a bit and do more literary work up until 2001, when I realized that, politics would come and get me wherever I was, so I might as well face it. I'm glad if you think it shows in the book that that's my main love. I would also add that I think that the study of literature is a much better moral pursuit. It's a much better way of confronting ethical questions and moral dilemmas than is the study of Holy Writ. If you, for example, spend time reading and thinking about Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment or George Eliot's Middlemarch, there's a great deal more matter in there for thought and for reflection on how the good life could or should be lived, and what is evil, and if there is such a thing, how it's to be handled, than there is in any of the Testaments or parables. But I shouldn't recommend it perhaps in such a solemn way only. I mean, it's also a great recreation in itself, and it has the wonderful faculty of providing phrases or stanzas or examples that will come to you when you need them. You will suddenly realize, oh yes, that's right, this is like. I give the example of The Merchant of Venice, for example. Occasionally a very powerful reminiscence comes from Macbeth, when I had to give a speech at the funeral of a young soldier who'd been killed partly because he'd been inspired by my work to go to Iraq, which was a terrible responsibility to shoulder once I'd found it out. The only way I could speak to his family properly about his passing was from the closing scenes of Macbeth. Things like that, which I hope would at least have the effect of arousing people's curiosity and maybe making them go and read the real thing, so to say.
The only apolitical relationship you discuss is your continued friendship with Martin Amis. What has that friendship meant to you?
Yes, I think it was a man called Hesketh Pearson who said that friends are God's apology for relations. So since if you write your memoirs, you have to deal to a certain extent with your family, the great thing about the family being that it introduces you to people you'd never otherwise have met, then you get the joy of writing in compensation about someone you've chosen to be part of you. And for me, that's Martin Amis, who I met when I was very young and who has been my boon companion ever since. He was also at the time for me a refuge from politics, because most of my life when I met him in the early 70s was very political. Martin didn't particularly care about politics. He thought it was a responsibility to follow it a bit, but we talked about anything but. So he was my sort of relief from the solemnities of politics. And also from him I learned something very important about writing, which is that it's not just a matter of being able to write a good didactic article, something that is trying to persuade you of something, or someone else of something, or trying to write against a polemic denouncing something, or another polemic recommending something, that it's only a matter of how muscular the prose is and how persuasive and dogmatically written it is, that the writing can be a pleasure in itself, and that stylistic questions are not just decorative ones. And I learned a great deal from him about that, and from my introduction through him to his father, who I also described, Kingsley Amis, who, despite having a reputation mainly as a comic novelist, for some reason we often think it's not as exacting to be a comic writer as a tragic one, but I think it's a very demanding thing. And Kingsley, too, had an encyclopedic command of English literature and a real ready access to it and to all of its splendors. So all of that was, for me, the emancipation from the grey and the dutiful.
Where did you come up with the title HITCH-22?
I was once playing a word game. There are word games throughout the book. I hope it works as a sort of running gag of trying to play with existing language, alter it a little bit to see how funny it can be. One of the games invented by Salman Rushdie was thinking of book titles that never quite made it. So, for example, The Big Gatsby, Good Expectations, A Farewell to Weapons, 2 Days in the Life of Ivan Denisovich. And once he said HITCH-22, and I thought, got it. I was looking for a title at the time. I was going to call it Both Sides Now, and then the subtitle would be Memories of a Divided Self. That would have worked in some way, I hope, but I think HITCH-22 was somehow right.
Before we close, let's discuss an article you recently wrote for Vanity Fair. You were describing a kind of conversion to audiobooks, and here you are, recording your second program. First, tell us about the experience of doing this kind of work.
It can be quite alarming, having written something that's more or less exclusively about yourself, quite an audacious and risky thing to do, and not to say presumptuous. Having done that, also to hear oneself talking about only oneself for hours on end without interruption. I mean, this kind of thing could become very addictive, I fear. Considered as a consideration of the thing itself, what you notice is what I tell my students. There are certain kinds of mistake you can't make if you're talking, you can make if you're writing, and vice versa. For example, my students couldn't possibly write the word like as often as they use it when they're trying to string together a sentence. But in the same way, you don't repeat words in quite the same way when you're talking, as you tend to do on the page. I've been noticing as I've been going through, and I hope I'll have time to correct, a number of occasions when I use the same word in adjacent sentences, or even the same one, which I wouldn't do if I was burbling on to you. So it's a very good discipline, indeed. And really what one ought to do, having finished any book, is to, before it goes to print, sit yourself down and read it out loud, perhaps to somebody else, for effect. But I can just tell you that's the last thing you feel like doing when you've finished a book.
And finally, back to that article in Vanity Fair. From doubt about audiobooks to enthusiasm?
Yes, I must say I used to think of audiobooks as a slightly soft option, because I feel that the act of reading should involve sitting down, not lying in bed or in the bath or anything like that. No. Both hands, flatten out the book, concentrate. I now don't even want to have music playing in the house while I'm reading. It's got to that stage. It's a commitment. Listening to something, say, in the car or while you're jogging, seemed to me to be almost sort of missing the point of it. I took a kind of hard line, Puritan line on this. But then my editor, Graydon Carter, suggested that I listen to a man called Martin Jarvis, a well-known English actor, who's recorded a number of classics, in particular the work of P.G. Wodehouse, which is a great favourite of mine. I must say I was sort of hooked, because when you're reading a novel, you can say if it's Mark Twain, because he does it very well, You can tell who's talking because he'll give them eccentricities of speech. Dickens will do the same. But very often you can't quite picture how someone would sound. Jarvis manages to put the nuances of dialogue in very well, and it's quite gripping. But yet again, I would say you have to sit there quietly.
This has been an Hachette audio production of HITCH-22, a memoir, written and read by Christopher Hitchens, featuring a special conversation with the author. Produced and directed by John McElroy. Recorded by John Davidson at Interface Media. Post-production by Gashouse Productions. Production supervised by John Klebb. HITCH-22 is also available in print from 12, a division of Hachette Book Group. Text copyright 2010 by Christopher Hitchens. Audio production copyright and published 2010 by Hachette Audio, all rights reserved. Except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, no part of this production may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the prior written permission of the publisher.